It's a world where there are more women than men. Any woman touching a man without permission is defined as indecent assault. He's facing up to 100 years in prison. Those who dare to kiss a man forcibly will be sentenced to death. The law says that every man who comes of age, you have to get 100 girlfriends, and to be one of the many wives of a man. Not only does the woman have to pay a dowry of millions, after marriage, you have to take care of all the housework. It's because the male birth rate in this world is 1/1000th of the female birth rate. Even if polygamy and monogamy are fully implemented, there are still 6 billion single women who can't find a husband. You're sitting on the couch, watching the news. It was a long time before he slowly came back to the, "You're an ordinary geek living in the 21st century. I've been alive for more than 30 years and I haven't found a girlfriend. I didn't expect to die suddenly yesterday while playing harakami. And that's how you end up in this world, just as you're thinking about it." A soft, feminine voice wakes you up. "Brother, the first batch of mist is going to be released. Aren't you going to get it?" Your eyes fall on the tall, beautiful girl in the doorway. She's the daughter of adopted parents. You reply, "Just getting ready to go. Mystery World is the only way to save men from extinction. According to the government's vague presentation, this stuff can make a qualitative difference in the human body. Now that I'm in this world, you can't miss it. You've got to stay alive. We'll have 100 wives by then." You're getting up and going out of the house, but Li Wanqing accidentally bumped into you. It touched your body. She blushed and panicked. "Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be a jerk to you. The laws of this world now say, a woman who touches any part of a man's body is a hooligan." Your face. Taking her delicate little hand in his, he said solemnly, "We're brother and sister. You don't have to be so polite from now on. It's understandable that you young girls want to touch men. Brother, you're so nice." You let go of her delicate little hand. "As soon as I get out of the house, the first thing that comes to mind is the street. Dazzling peaks and long legs. All the women on this planet have perfect bodies and beautiful faces." You wiped your nosebleed. A serious reminder. What's wrong with a street full of beautiful women? I am a great and precious man. You can't lose your temper. You just showed up as a male. The women on the street were looking sideways. "I'll go. There's a man on the road. I'm so happy. I can't believe I saw a man today. I don't want to be single. I want to marry her. I'll give you $500,000 for the dowry." Shame on you. $500,000 to marry a man. The other day someone married her husband and spent $50 million on the bride price and 10 villas. It's all in her husband's name. You're shocked to hear that. Shame on you. $500,000 and you want me all to yourself. This woman is too thick-skinned. Soon, you're at the Mystique distribution point. This mysterious world is available to all. But the first batch is limited. Men have priority in use. You're ignoring the dark crowd in front of you. Around pair after pair of larger-than-life white legs. He's jumped the queue and is in second place. Your behavior caused the girl behind you to get upset. "Why are you cutting in line?" You sneer and say, "Because I'm a man." The voice is loud and clear. There's no flinching. Forget it. Men first. It's been passed down from our ancestors. Let's cut him in line. It's just one guy. It won't take long. What's a woman got to do with a man? Yeah, it is. It's not easy for a boy to stand in line. We women are only doing this to help men. What kind of a woman would argue with a boy? Many women speak out for you. You were moved to tears. The world is a beautiful place. After you. Staff issuing objects. Hastily rising to take a distinctive black helmet. "Hello, this is your helmet. Since you are a precious male comrade, we'll highlight the do's and don'ts for you. Just put on the helmet. Your consciousness will enter the mystical world. Please note that you are in a safe place when entering. Forced interference can be dangerous. Once you die in Mystique, you'll lose your access to the mysteries forever." You took the helmet with both hands. The idea is to enter the world of mystery at 12 o'clock tonight. Can't help but get a little excited. Suddenly there was a clamor at the end of the crowd. Exploration team? It's an exploratory team. You hear the sound and you look. Several women in armor are walking through the streets. They're all 120 points of super beauty. A girl murmured, "When I graduate, I'd like to be part of the explorers." It's not that easy to become an expedition. Your fitness level has to be level 2. I'm barely qualified to enroll. Yeah, it is. It's said that the mysterious land is very weird and scary. My sister just joined an expedition. The first time we explored, we had to go through the jungle without any clothes on. It's a few degrees below zero at night with no clothes on. We can only cuddle together to keep warm. You've got a strange look on your face when you hear this. Clothes don't cover you? Group warming? You think it's a great thing to do for your country. Maybe think about it. You came home and rubbed your sister's tender little hands. And then I took a nice lunch break. I didn't realize that I'd be dead in my sleep. It's the palpitations that wake you up. It's late at night. The night sky is filled with a purple mist. That's what blue star nights are all about. Under the influence of the purple mist, while affecting male survival. But human genes have evolved radically. The most common physical functions of human beings can now easily outperform top athletes. Of course it is. With this great good comes disaster. The animals of the jungle are under this purple mist, also transformed into a ferocious beast. Brother, you're awake. Li Wanqing's voice came. I accidentally overslept. It's 11 o'clock. I'm starving. I'll get something to eat. Li Wanqing was shocked at what she said. Brother, how can a man cook? I'll do it. I'll have it done for you in a minute. You almost forgot the law. In this world, women must cook. If you're not married, it's up to you to do it. Forcing men to do housework. That's abuse level. Soon after, Li Wanqing had dinner ready. Elaborate ingredient ratios. It's a variety of supplements that specialize in strengthening men's abilities. She commanded. The world of mystery is about to open. You have to be careful. Don't die in there. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You calmly rub her little hand. It's 12 o'clock in the morning. You're wearing a helmet. Immediately afterward, he was transported to an examination place. This is an isolated village. Congratulations on becoming a gifted villager. Your mental powers are far superior to those of ordinary people. Anticipation in the face of crisis and opportunity. Getting out of this village alive will complete the assessment. That's when you look up. Found myself in a stinking pigsty. There were all sorts of weird bone fragments scattered around. There's about 10 people standing in the shed besides you. One of the girls was upset. It's a little spooky in here, isn't it? As soon as her words were out of her mouth, a few wisps of cool wind suddenly blew through. It has an unusual fishy odor. Everyone's face is a little heavy. A tall, handsome youth spoke slowly. This is supposed to be a horror test. His voice is loud and steady. It gives you an inexplicable sense of trust. This situation. We need to work together. Let's get a clear picture of the current situation before we figure out how to pass the test. In this creepy village, there are few people whose hearts are not in the right place. Tall men offer to cooperate with each other. That's what most people think, naturally. Several people agreed. That's good. I think it's time to cooperate, too. But two of the green hairs spoke in a low voice. Why are they all so uncivilized? I don't give a shit about them. The two of them look at each other. Without hesitation, he turned around and walked out of the pigsty. The tall man tried to call out to the two, but the other guy didn't budge. In the end, the man could only shake his head and laugh bitterly. Forget it. It's enough that 9 of us are willing to work together. Let's introduce ourselves to each other. Then everyone gave their names. But when it's the turn of a tall, short-haired woman, she sneered and said, My name is Lena. I only have one thing to say. The man in disguise trying to qualify, don't find me on my head, before I kill you. At that point she reached out and stomped on it. The floors were trampled to powder. This terrifying force made everyone turn pale. Bottom line is this. What did she mean by people in disguise? Does she have information about the mysterious world? In the eyes of all who look on expectantly, Lena said slowly. Actually, the Explorer Army was the first users of mist. There's been a lot of inside information coming out. All I can say is that these tests are horrible. Don't trust anyone. You mustn't die. Also, we'll have a veteran in every batch of examiners. These words from Lena. I've got some important information. You remembered 3 key points. There's an old hand. Someone with a disguise. Can't trust anyone. Everyone in the room heard what was being said. What should have been a situation of solidarity and cooperation. The atmosphere got weird right away. Just then, a door opening sounded in this silent village. A figure stepped out of the dilapidated old house next to the pigsty. It's an old man with a face as pale as a piece of paper. The body is skinny and covered in brown spots. There was a hint of morbid madness in the double deep-set eye sockets. He grinned slowly, smiled wryly at the crowd. There's another outsider. Looks like the test has begun. Wang Li walked up and asked, Old man, are you from this village? The old man didn't say anything. Staring at him, he gave another strange laugh. Haruko Sato was a little uneasy. Old man, are you looking at something? The old man hemmed and hawed. I'm watching how you're gonna die. Goosebumps popped up all over the place. There was a hint when I came in. I want to know more about this village. The most important clue is this old man. But the old man looks like this. It doesn't seem to be cooperating with you at all. When Wang Li was about to continue speaking, the sound of another door opening. This time it was a kindly-looking old man who came out. The doors of several houses opened immediately afterward. A mother and child, an old crone, a young woman. About a dozen families came out. Wang Li took a deep breath. thinking that these people look a lot more normal than that weird old man. "It should be easy to communicate," asked the kindly old man at once. "Old man, we're new here, trying to get out of here." The amiable old man smiled and replied, "There are two ways. The first, to survive 7 days in the village. 7 days later, the village will be dark for a day. You can walk out then. You can't get out otherwise. Secondly, to solve the weird phenomenon in the village. Negro Mechana. Is it that simple?" Out of nowhere, a beautiful young woman made a gagging sound. The young woman's greedy eyes, as if searching for some tasty treat, and finally set my sights on you. You feel a tingle in your head. Cry out in distress. "What the hell is this place?" The calmest of them all, Lina, stepped forward and asked. Polite term for old woman or man. "What's the weirdness?" The kindly old man laughed. "You must have shelter to sleep at night, or you'll die. This happened decades ago. We don't know what's going on. You'll get out of here when you're done." Lena's face sank. "That's bullshit. How to go about solving creepy events that have no hint of happening? It's obvious. In both methods, all you have before you is a 7-day stay." There was some discussion among the crowd. Wang Li inquired, "Old man, can we stay here?" Kindly old man said, "You can. That's how outsiders used to do it. But we're limited to 1 person per family. And which house do you want to live in? You have to agree to one condition." At the outset of these words, I saw the villagers in my sights. They all have oozing smiles on their faces. Kind old man smiles and reminds, "It'll be dark in an hour or so. You'd better talk to them first. Otherwise, we won't have a place to stay. You're gonna die." After these words of the old man, naturally, people can't sit still. A white girl rushed to ask, "Old man, I want to stay here." And Shen's old man cracked his mouth. Both rows of yellow teeth are showing. "It's okay, but I'm out of gas at home. You need to go to the grocery store down the street and get me some lamp oil. You can stay with me for the first night." The young girl was delighted. "It's too easy." He agreed to do so immediately. But a few people at the door couldn't help but laugh out loud. Pitiful eyes on the girl. The girl sensed something was wrong. He tried to backtrack right away. "Old man, why don't I try another place?" He shook his head with old man Chang. "If you say yes, you can't regret it. Otherwise, no one will take you. You'll have to wait till tomorrow night if you want to stay at another place." The white girl had to get her head out of her ass, backpedaling. At that moment the young woman smiled at you and said, "Do you want to stay at my place?" You squeeze out a smile and ask, "Sister, what are the requirements for moving in?" The beautiful young woman wiped the drool that kept leaving the corners of her mouth. "Just let me have a piece of meat every day. Don't be afraid. I won't eat you to death. I only eat 1 piece a day. I'll cut very gently so you don't get hurt. You gotta chill up your spine. Eat your ass off. But you don't dare to curse. I'm afraid this weirdo will hold it against me." So he laughed. "Forget it, sis. I don't want to be eaten. Why don't you ask the rest of us?" Now everyone realizes one thing. Want to complete the conditions of occupancy, or you could get killed. A heavy voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "She's the least talkative of the 9 of you. Tall, though. It looks a little big. But she's undoubtedly a very beautiful woman." She walked up to the young woman with a cold look on her face. Quickly reaching out, he slammed his hand around the woman's neck. "I'll kill you. I'll be able to live in your house." The crowd gasps in amazement. Yeah, what's the point of making deals with these freaks? There are no laws in Mystique. Only this dawning thought. It was quickly snuffed out by the villagers. A young woman in a chokehold claps her hands in ecstasy. Look to the kindly old man. Someone finally did it. "Mayor, can I just eat her now?" The amiable old man nodded slightly. The tall woman hasn't looked back. The next second, her head was crushed like a balloon by the young woman. Then the body was dragged back to the house. Soon there was a piercing sound of sharpening knives from the house. The amiable old man looked at the crowd and said, "You can't go to her house today." A fleeting scene. The remaining 8 men were dumbfounded. All kinds of fears come to mind one after another. The only one who seems to be able to keep her cool is that Lina. Only to see her scanning around as if nothing had happened. The eyes fell on the old woman's body. "What do I have to do to stay at your house?" The crone returned. "There's no water in my house. You have to help me fetch water from the well in the center of the village. Just fill up the tank by tomorrow." Lena glanced at the moss-covered water tank in front of the old man's door and said, "Okay, I'll stay at your place." After the rest of the group slowed down, one after another, with great reluctance, they went to each house and inquired about the conditions. When it was known that these villagers could kill them at will, everyone's heart is heavy. Maybe compared to the nightly shenanigans, these villagers are even more dangerous. Following the rules and finding shelter first is the safest and most important thing to do right now. Though you're not moving your feet, But all the time, the villagers were carefully observed. When you see the mayor of the village, it was an extremely dangerous aura that rose up from behind him. This may be your special ability. You scan the crowd. Look for the villagers with the least amount of danger. And then you realize, least dangerous. It's the pale old man from the beginning. You walked up to the weird old man and asked, "Old man, what can I do for you?" The strange old man said coldly, "I want to pay the bill. Many people in the village owe me money. If you want one back, I'll let you stay for a day. To settle accounts with those monsters?" Your heart sinks. This sixth sense isn't fooling anyone, is it? A moment of silence. You still chose to believe in your own abilities. So he agreed to the old man. Inside the house, the old man threw out an old ledger. You turn the first page. It reads, "Old village chief owes half a caddy of lamp oil." You turn it over right now, because you've made up your mind. No matter what happens, you won't even mess with the most dangerous village chief. Blacksmith Zhao owes 5 pounds of meat. Widow, mother, and son owe 20 bundles of firewood. It's got all sorts of strange debts in it, at least a dozen or two. Seeing that everyone else is getting busy, we're afraid we won't finish before dark. Think about it. He finally decided to go to Blacksmithly, who owed him meat. Soon you'll be in the blacksmith store. Store entrance. A young man in modern clothing was exchanging words with a 2-meter tall giant right in the middle of. Wait till the men leave. You immediately walked up and asked, "Brother, you're Blacksmith Zhao, right?" He glanced at you with an afterimage and said, "You want to move in too, kid?" When you hear that, you look puzzled. Is that young man here to talk about moving in? And you've never seen that man before. In other words, you're not the only 11 people who came in for the test. You didn't think much of it. Let's get right to the point. Not, Brother Zhao Blacksmith. I'm here to collect for the old man over there. Say you owe him 5 pounds of meat. I heard you're here to collect. Blacksmith Zhao's face suddenly sank. A pair of round eyes glowed fiercely red. The skin seems to have been burned off in pieces by the fire. Flesh and blood exposed before your eyes. Old, young fellow, term of address used by the older generation. Say that again if you can. Coldly. A feeling of crisis on the verge of death surged into Li Xiaoshuai's heart. Big brother Blacksmith, this is what that old man asked me to do. I'm just bringing a message. It's fine if you don't want to return it. I will leave right away. Li Xiaoshuai hurriedly said. As soon as the words fell, the aura of death suddenly dispersed on Li Xiaoshuai's body. Zhao Blacksmith's reddened eyes gradually calmed down, and his body gradually returned to its original state. Stop, I let you go? Blacksmith Zhao drank down Li Xiaoshuai, who wanted to leave. Li Xiaoshuai secretly grumbled. He knew that asking for the bill was not a simple matter. Brother Blacksmith, do you have any orders? Li Xiaoshuai fawned. Meat, since he asked you to ask for it, I will definitely return it. Blacksmith Zhao replied. Really? Li Xiaoshuai said joyfully. Of course really. Blacksmith Zhao grinned. However, you have to exchange the meat on your body. I don't want more from you, 5 pounds for 5 pounds. You're a big man. Li Xiaoshuai's head shook like a rattledrum. No need, big brother Blacksmith. I look for you this matter, yours did not happen, okay? You say it's not necessary, then it's not necessary? Blacksmith Zhao coldly said. Brother Blacksmith, I'm a thin person, the meat is not tasty, faggot. And the body is not good, this cut may die. That old man still has some bills for me to ask for. I'll tell you what. Think about it, there's no other way to do it. Li Xiaoshuai's smile was worse than crying. It's killing him. This Zhao Blacksmith really wanted his meat. He couldn't even run away if he wanted to. Unexpectedly, his words seemed to really work. Hearing that he would continue to help the old man with his debt, Blacksmith Zhao was stunned. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered something and smiled. Okay, there is really one. Speaking of this, Blacksmith Zhao was in the blacksmith store, fumbling around, and immediately after, a sharp boning knife was thrown in front of Li Xiaoshuai. If you help me bring this boning knife to the butcher's house in the east, I'll give you those 5 pounds of meat. I also don't want you to work for me for nothing. If you accomplish this, the small dagger I just happened to make, I'll give it to you along with it. Zhao Blacksmith said. Butcher? Seeing Zhao Blacksmith's expression like he was running away from something troublesome, Li Xiaoshuai's eyes went black. It was over. Wouldn't send him to the butcher to be slaughtered, right? Special sharp boning knife. Specialized for butchers. Extremely penetrating to anything and everything. Introduction, don't ever get cut on, you'll be sliced in half if you're not careful. Receiving the knife with a bitter face, a message entered Li Xiaoshuai's mind. And then, the message of the dagger that was placed aside was released immediately after. A fine short dagger made by Blacksmith Zhao. Special weapon. For anything, it has a penetrating effect. Introduction, a very good weapon for self-protection. When encountering danger, it is not good to say that it has a good effect. Although there was a complimentary dagger to use as a running fee, as far as Li Xiaoshui was concerned, he was not happy, because there was a very depressing sense of crisis that enveloped him. Obviously, the gift of the dagger was something that was going to kill him. From the very beginning, when the obese woman killed the tall woman before she also consulted the village chief, these villagers, they can't just kill them. It could be done by touching certain rules and saying bad things. For example, like the active attack before the tall woman was killed. Like, maybe, making them angry. And then again, for example, stepping on someone's doorstep. And so on. All could be rules. This was Li Xiaoshui's ego speculation. After all, judging from the performance of Zhao Blacksmith's fury just now, his speculation should be right. Raising his head and noticing the dark clouds that filled the distance, Li Xiaoshui could only walk towards the east with a stiff upper lip no matter how reluctant he was. At the same time, the personnel of the examination were completing their conditions. The grocery store entrance. The white girl came to the grocery store as requested by the village chief and made her request. I came to buy lamp oil for the village chief. The owner of the grocery store was a middle-aged man with a face like a dry corpse and a head deflated in a strange concave shape. Where's the exchange? What? Is the exchange item? The girl froze. No? The dry-eyed middle-aged man grinned, revealing two fangs. Well, I'll send him half of it after I grind you into oil. A pigsty filled with the stench of decay held several fat and huge black pigs. McKenna poured in the messy pig food he found and realized that these black pigs were not interested at all. Why aren't these pigs eating? McKenna looked perplexed. Because we want to eat your meat. A low male voice sounded. McKenna looked around in shock, and soon, he realized that the one who had spoken was, in fact, one of the black pigs in the pig pen. Terror had just appeared from his face, and in the next moment, several black pigs, revealing a maniacal demeanor with a touch of humanity, rushed at him and opened their bloody mouths, which were strewn with fine tusks. The well in the center of the village. Lena stood near the empty mouth of the well and threw down the rope that tied the bucket. After a while, she was just about to pull the well rope up. However, she found that the well rope looked like it was stuck, and she couldn't pull it up. She looked down the well in confusion. A pair of miserable white hands were holding onto the well rope with a death grip, slowly climbing up from the water. Li Xiaoshui did not know that in some other places, one thing was happening. Otherwise, he would have been glad that his sixth sense of precaution had really helped his life. At this moment, he was standing at the far side of the butcher's house, staring in horror at the vendor in front of his house that had a large swath of human hands, feet, and bones hanging from it, filled with a fishy odor. Deep inside, Li Xiaoshui had already greeted Zhao Blacksmith's entire family 365 times and was on his way to the 366th. This son of a bitch, sending a knife, is making me give away my little life. Li Xiaoshui wailed. After sending the knife, let him slaughter himself and hang it up for sale, right? The closer he got to the butcher's house, the sense of death inside him, all the time, was not impacting Li Xiaoshui. It makes his spine cold and his heart beat faster. But in this corner, squatting for a long time, not knowing what to do, Li Xiaoshui also found that the sky that black clouds began to envelop the village. No longer finish, cannot find a place to live, go back late, say no good, his little life will be lost. What to do? Li Xiaoshui knew that if he didn't have a place to stay in the dark, he would die. This was the rule of the test. The only option is to find a butcher to send him a knife. But this is not far from death. Why don't we just throw the knife in and run? Li Xiaoshui pondered hard, figuring out a way. He was afraid that the butcher would notice and the knife would still break and come out to slaughter himself as well. Suddenly at this moment, there was a creak. The butcher's house, the old wooden door opened. Immediately afterward, a fat man with thinning hair, full of flab, and a grim face grasped a boning knife and walked out from inside the house. He scanned his surroundings and saw that there were no customers, then turned around and walked out in a direction. Butcher, going out? Li Xiaoshui, who was just worried, was ecstatic. God helped him. He could remember Zhao Blacksmith's request to be delivered to the butcher's house, not in the butcher's hands. Could this be one of the loopholes for him to survive? Li Xiaoshui didn't dare to hesitate. After silently counting the time when the butcher went away for about 2 to 3 minutes, he immediately took the knife and rushed into the butcher's house, put the knife on the butcher's big table full of scarlet blood, and turned around to run. But the footsteps were just about to be taken. The door closed with a click. A childish voice rang out, "Who are you? Come to my house to steal?" Li Chen turned his head. A child whose features seemed to have been plucked out by a knife, with only a thin piece of skin left on his face, was staring at him with those whitish eyes. Seeing this face, Li Xiaoshui was alive with fear. Butcher's child? Li Xiaoshui didn't want to take care of it. He wanted to reach out his hand to pull the door open, but he found that it was as if he was pulling on a 10,000-pound stone. It didn't move. Li Xiaoshui was in a cold sweat. Was it this little guy who messed up? If the butcher came back at this time, wouldn't he be finished? "I'm not a thief. I'm here to deliver the knife for blacksmith Zhao," Li Xiaoshui hurriedly said. "Delivering a knife? The child looked towards the knife on the table and slowly nodded his head. Oh, that's right. Then can you open the door, little friend? Li Xiaoshui asked. No. The kid shook his head. You sister. Li Xiaoshui cursed inwardly, but still squeezed out a smile on his face and said gently, why is that, little friend? My father has to check the knife every time. If it doesn't work well, he's going to chop you up and eat you, and he'll look for me to take it out on you when you're gone. The kid replied. Big brother, don't be anxious, my dad went out to buy something, he'll be back soon. The child Dao added. Once these words came out, Li Xiaoshui couldn't even think of not being anxious. Little child, you open the door, brother go to buy you something delicious, how about it? It hurts to open my mouth, I don't like to eat. The child opened his mouth that had no lips and teeth, as if it had been stitched by a needle and thread, distorted in shape and hollow. Li Xiaoshui had a chill. This butcher was so cruel to his own son, how could he be cruel to him? It was as if he could see the image of him who didn't run away, on this blood-stained table in the house, being dismantled by the butcher and hanging in the vendor. Little friend, then brother will play hide-and-seek with you and wait for your father to come back. Li Xiaoshui suddenly woke up and thought of a new method. Hide-and-seek? The little child immediately rejoiced. Yes, I like to catch the hide-and-seek, I like to play catch-and-seek, there is no one to play with me. Then you be the ghost, I'll be the human, you come to catch big brother, how about it? Li Xiaoshui asked. Aha, I'll be the ghost. The child nodded repeatedly. Then we have to have rules. Oh, you have to turn your head, close your eyes, and then count 1 minute. When the time is up, you can come and catch the person. No problem, I'll close my eyes and count for 1 minute, then I'll come and catch you. Seeing that the kid agreed to get on the set, Li Xiaoshui was slightly relieved. No, kid, your house is too small, it's too easy to find like this. Why don't you open the door, I'll hide next to your house, you come out and look for me, how about it? Li Xiaoshui pretended to sweep the house situation, tentative opening. The child was stunned. Big brother, you won't be trying to trick me and run out, right? Good guy, this little kid, so smart? He laughed dryly. How could it be? Big brother never cheats. I will definitely wait near your house. Oh, okay, then I'll open the door. The kid nodded. Well, that's good. Right, big brother, if I catch you, I'll make you into a toy, okay? The door had just opened, and Li Xiaoshui was just about to walk out of the house, when suddenly, the child turned back, and that empty mouth, suddenly cracked bizarrely at Li Xiaoshui. Li Xiaoshui's hairs stood on end. It was precisely at this time, he suddenly saw in the distance, as if there was a fat body that was walking towards this from the alley. Li Xiaoshui didn't do any extra thinking, he even said okay, I promise you. Then you turn your head. The kid smiled brightly, turned his head, closed his eyes, and counted good. 2, 3. The voice kept ringing out. But Li Xiaoshui has long run out with all his might. Because he saw that in the alley, the butcher who grabbed the boning knife and moved his fat body noticed him. When escaping back to Blacksmith Zhao's store, Li Xiaoshui was already tired and out of breath. Big brother blacksmith, I delivered the knife. The sky was already close to darkness. Li Xiaoshui felt that the temperature around him was getting colder, and the village was gradually getting cold again. He didn't dare to rest more, and directly rushed to the store and shouted. Although his heart was still cursing at Zhao Blacksmith, Li Xiaoshui did enough on the surface. With a click, the door of the blacksmith store opened. You delivered it! Standing in the doorway, Blacksmith Zhao looked at Li Xiaoshui in shock. Surveying his sound limbs, it seemed like he was being surprised that he was able to come back alive. The butcher just went out and I gave the knife to his son. Li Xiaoshui explained with an expressionless face. So, TSK. Blacksmith Zhao lamented. Your kid has a great life. This is all thanks to Big Brother Blacksmith's blessing. Li Xiaoshui smiled without smiling. Okay, you kid, no matter how, help me things delivered, these 2 things, you take it. Zhao Blacksmith went into the house, and when he came out, he threw out a piece of fat meat wrapped in a bag, and a dagger wrapped in leather. Li Xiaoshui took it. The meat looked like normal pork. Seeing that the bill was coming, Li Xiaoshui was slightly relieved. The conditions of staying were completed. When Li Xiaoshui was ready to pull out the dagger that called for his anticipation and inspect it properly, Blacksmith Zhao suddenly let out a strange laugh. Oh yeah, better remind you, there's still 2 to 3 minutes left before it's dark time. He. From here, to that old guy's house, it seems like it's more than 2 or 3 minutes away. You big shot, didn't you say so earlier? Suddenly, the sixth sense characteristic appeared to react. A sense of crisis that surpassed observing the old village chief surged to his heart. Li Xiaoshui's face swished white. Reacting, Li Xiaoshui grabbed the dagger and pork and violently turned his head and ran towards the weird old man's house. Just as Li Xiaoshui's steps were taken, the speed of nightfall in the village sky intensified several times. This dilapidated village, in the night, barely some light, instantly gray, even the line of sight is blurred. The road could not find half a person's shadow, and the smell of blood in the air suddenly increased. When swept through some dense mounds of grass and some dilapidated huts, even appeared a pair of scarlet eyes staring at him. Li Xiaoshui originally thought that it was an illusion, but when he heard a sharp voice coming out from inside, as if it was, "There are people who can be eaten, there are people who can be eaten," and when the voice rapidly approached him, he couldn't take it as an illusion anymore. Li Xiaoshui was so scared that he couldn't wait to grow an extra foot to escape. Fortunately, after a short ordeal of running wildly, Li Xiaoshui saw the old wooden house of the strange old man's dim light. It was only about 10 meters away. Li Xiaoshui's lungs tingled, and although his spirit was exhausted, the joy of being rescued surged to his heart. Just at this moment when he was about to shout out the strange old man, suddenly, "I caught you!" A hoarse and sharp, yet with excitement and thrill, rang out abruptly behind Li Xiaoshui. Li Xiaoshui realized that his feet were like two large hands grabbing them, and he was suddenly unable to move. No matter how hard he tried, his body could not move a single bit. It was as if it was imprisoned. Immediately after, the sixth sense was frantically forewarning that his head, in the next second, would be bitten into pieces. He, dying? No! In panic, on the verge of death, Li Xiaoshui grabbed the last straw of survival and shouted at the household man, "I brought something back for you. I've fulfilled the conditions." When the sight of the face of a bloody gas is about to shroud over, creak, the door to the old man's house slowly opened. The faint light reflected the pathway in front of it. The bloody aura on Li Xiaoshui's face steeply disappeared. The strange old man stood at the entrance of the house, coldly staring at Li Xiaoshui. His eyes fell on the pork in his hands, and after a moment, he said expressionlessly, "Come in." The body regained control. Li Xiaoshui struggled to move some soft feet, staggered into the house. Creak! The door closed. Li Xiaoshui flopped down on the hard and smelly wooden boards, panting crazily. At this time, his square legs that couldn't move, at this time, a large piece of blackness. Looking closely, those were two pairs of large handprints. Life is really big. The strange old man sneered and took away his meat. Yeah, counting lives is big. Li Xiaoshui's back was covered in cold sweat. He felt that if he was just 1 second later, his little life would be gone. That's the thing you'd run into if you didn't live at night? Then in the end, what is it? Is in the house. After half an hour or so, Li Xiaoshui's body and spirit only gradually regained peace. The strange old man's house is not big, simple on a broken wooden bed, some began to rot household items, and then nothing else. Inside the house is very quiet. Quiet, and even the wind outside the house cannot be heard. Only an oil lamp, in the bright and dim reflection of the hut. The strange old man did not say anything. Li Xiaoshui also dare not look for him. At this time, in the village, a miserable wail broke the quiet. "Ah! Help! Save me! Please! Open the door! Save me! Let me do whatever! Please! Don't! Don't! Aha!" The wailing ended abruptly, and quiet returned to the village. Apparently, those who did not fulfill the conditions of staying were killed outside. Li Xiaoshui was struck with a wave of hair. While feeling pity and emotion, he could only sigh. He just wanted to save, but he didn't have the ability to do so. Another long while passed. Li Xiaoshui heard his stomach rumble. He was hungry. Old man, can you give me something to eat? Li Xiaoshui looked at the food of unknown origin placed on the weird old man's table, and his hunger made it impossible for him to pick his food. The strange old man did not say a word. Obviously there was no consent. Li Xiaoshui definitely didn't dare to take it and could only remain silent. "Old man, do you know what is that thing outside?" Li Xiaoshui continued to ask. What he got was still silence. Li Xiaoshui sort of understood that this strange old man did not want to care about himself. Helpless, he chose to lean against the wall and rest quietly. Endure for a while, until dawn, and go find food by himself. Today's unsettling everything, he needed to digest, so that he could ponder on these bizarre events to cope with tomorrow. I don't know how long it was, the lamp oil in the house burned out, the lamp, quietly out. The cabin, the darkness of the hand. Under the quiet atmosphere, the body and mental state, in the village experience, almost all reached the limit of Li Xiaoshui, inexplicably, produced a sense of sleepiness. The eyelids began to be heavy. Li Xiaoshui shook his head, trying to wake himself up. But this tiredness, like it wasn't his own, no matter how much he resisted, it didn't seem to help. He just wanted to fall down and have a good night's sleep. Li Xiaoshui felt that this sleepiness was not right. However, under the sleepiness, he couldn't think anymore. I'm staying in the house, so if I sleep for a while and wake up, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Li Xiaoshui muttered to himself. The sleepiness of anesthesia actually made him forget about the crisis. Just when he was about to fall asleep, a sixth sense, a piercing coldness, made his body explode with goosebumps and woke him up with a jolt. Outside the house, a pairs of scarlet eyes, either big or small, of different shapes, with excitement and thrill, densely packed, occupying the window openings and the corners of various crevices, staring at him in the house. Noticing that Li Xiaoshui woke up, those scarlet eyes of anticipation and excitement all revealed human-like consternation and loss. In the next instant, they disappeared cleanly around the room. The house, which was illuminated in red, returned to dimness. Everything, as if it had never existed. Those eyes. What are they? Even if Li Xiaoshui was confused, it was impossible for him to treat this as a dream. Even Li Xiaoshui felt that if there was no sixth sense to remind him, once he fell asleep, those scarlet eyes rushed into the house and gnawed him clean. Could it be? On the village, those weird things? They were actually staring at themselves, with or without sleep. Li Xiaoshui's original sleepiness was instantly wiped out in fear. Who? Suddenly, a blowing sound rang out. Li Xiaoshui looked furiously. In the old hut, the extinguished oil lamp lit up. It was the strange old man who was adding oil to the lamp and stoking the fire. His whitish eyes were staring straight at Li Xiaoshui. I can't believe that you didn't sleep. Li Xiaoshui was alert in his eyes, and after a long period of silence, he asked old man, isn't it true that, when there is no light on in the house, one's sleepiness is doubled? The strange old man was stunned and looked deeply at Li Xiaoshui. There was no answer. It seemed that he had guessed correctly. He then said, how is it possible to be under a crisis and even come close to sleeping? This old man, before extinguishing the light and not lighting it, didn't have a good heart? Between the two of them, they went back to the mutual silence they started with. The discovery of the scarlet eyes was a great touch for Li Xiaoshui. The strangeness of this village was far beyond his imagination. Li Xiaoshui could not help but connect the scarlet eyes with the monster that chased him last night. At the same time, a certain speculation arose. Suddenly, Li Xiaoshui spoke seriously to the strange old man and smiled, elderly man, I would like to know about the situation of this village. If you are willing to reveal some information, we might be able to solve the village's weirdness and save you. Solve the village's weirdness? The strange old man's ghastly white face was tinged with moroseness. You will die a miserable death, for sure. As expected. Asking him, no answer could be obtained. However, Li Xiaoshui did not try to come up with an answer either. The strange old man's response made Li Xiaoshui vaguely certain that there was some kind of speculation in Feng's heart. There were no more words for the rest of the night. It was impossible for Li Xiaoshui not to be sleepy. Mental exhaustion was the most difficult to endure. Even with the oil lamp on, his eyelids were still fighting. But when he thought of those scarlet eyes, Li Xiaoshui could only hold on. It was not until the day dawned, seeing that Li Xiaoshui saw the strange old man go to sleep, that he slowly fell asleep with apprehension and uneasiness. Li Xiaoshui sleep very shallow, a girl scream, is to wake him up. Seeing himself safe and sound, in the house, the strange old man is still sleeping. Li Xiaoshui was first slightly relieved that he had safely survived the first day. Then, Li Xiaoshui raised his head. The sunlight outside the house was blinding. Contemplating for a moment, he decided to go and check the situation. Dawn should be able to go out. But as soon as he stepped out of the house, what came to his face was a strong scent of blood. Li Xiaoshui looked around, his face suddenly sank. The sky is sunny, this is a slightly hot temperature under the sunlight. The village actually scattered a creepy cold. Cold and quiet, the village in the light of a miserable white peace, even the basic birds chirping insects did not. The heavy atmosphere, like a hospital morgue. At this time, yesterday's old, moldy wooden house group, each family's house entrance, window, more or less, are splattered with a piece of blood. On the pothole road in the center of the cluster of houses, there are pieces and pieces of human bones that have been gnawed cleanly, as well as hair that is stained with rotten skin and blood scattered. The ground was covered in blood and mud, hair and dirt. Fetid, cold, and horrible. Li Xiaoshui stared at all of this, and his breathing couldn't help but shorten a few minutes. Soon, in the nearby house, two figures walked out. Li Na, the woman with long black hair. On the village street, besides Li Xiaoshui, there was also the one who let out a scream and was shrieking at Haruko Sato. It seems that in our group, the only ones alive, are the four of us. The woman with long black hair calmly said. What? What do you mean? There aren't 9 of us? The others shouldn't be out yet, right? Sato Haruko hurriedly said. The others? It's basically just underground presumably. Lena sneered. Lena, your hand. Suddenly, Haruko Sato lost her voice. It's nothing. Yesterday, I carried water and was eaten, so I'll recover after the test. Lena calmly said. Li Xiaoshui came out and noticed that Lena's arm was a fishy red on her chest. The hand has swung away, also accompanied by the sleeve of the left arm. As if along with the sleeve, it was torn off together. Then how are you going to fulfill today's conditions today like this? Haruko Sato asked worriedly. Lena was silent. It was, again, something that made things difficult for her. They just don't intend to let us pass the test alive. Coldly, a hoarse female voice rang out from the cold village road. Li Xiaoshui and the 4 others turned their heads to look. There were 7 or 8 people walking towards them. 3 men and 5 women. The one who spoke was a tall, plump woman with a beauty mole at the corner of her eye. We are the examiners from the other 2 groups. The plump woman said, my name is Yang Qing Xiao. Let me get straight to the point. In our 2 groups alone, 14 people died. We entered the special examination content. Definitely no one can survive past 7 days. I want to gather everyone and discuss a solution. Li Xiaoshui and the other four looked at each other. Someone gathered to have a discussion? After all the crises yesterday, everyone, unanimously, chose to agree. As for the situation of having an assessment team, Li Xiaoshui had noticed it yesterday. It was not surprising. Okay, the three groups are all together, so we should discuss it, right? There is really no way for me to stay in this village. A triangular-eyed man spoke. Lena nodded her head. The three groups, the only 12 people left, gathered around. No one's going to go through the conditions of occupancy again, are they? Lena looked around. Basically everyone's face was not looking good. Okay, so let's discuss the two options left, solving the weird village thing, as well as finding out the way to the village. First, the cause of the weirdness. Have any of you been informed of the information? Lena asked. Creepy? Honestly, this matter, I don't know anything right now. I can't find any intelligence at all. A man said. Right. I can't ask either. Almost even got eaten. A girl's heart palpitated. Mostly silence. I know a little. Suddenly, an extremely good-looking girl covered in wounds raised her hand. The gazes of the crowd fell on her. Yesterday, I accompanied a drunkard to bed and completed the conditions of staying. The girl slowly spoke, and when she said going to bed, her face turned a few shades of white, trembling as she covered a few wounds, before saying he told me one thing, this village, everyone, has only one purpose within the rules, to have us eat us. You're telling the truth. What rules? Did he say anything else? This piece of information was undoubtedly a heavy bomb, causing them, who were already on tenterhooks, to become even more alarmed. He just said that one sentence to me, I don't know anything else. The extremely beautiful woman replied with a pale face. The crowd was silent. Then, believed the matter. After all, the endless strangeness of this bizarre village, the human flesh for sale, the bones hanging, everything that had been experienced showed that her words were logical. I think the rule might be, can't just strike at us, can only borrow things like completing the conditions of staying to kill us or something like that. Yang Qingshan slightly made the guess in most people's mind, then asked everyone, is there any key information? If not, special matters are fine. Several people opened their mouths one after another. Two people on our side went to the grocery store and both died. That place, it's best not to touch. Although we can't go out at night, I found out that the villagers can go out. Spoke some useful news. You have something to say? Suddenly, Yang Qingshan noticed Li Xiaoshui who wanted to speak. After thinking about it, Li Xiaoshui said it's best to keep the house lights on. When the lights are out, people will easily fall asleep. But those villagers won't care about us. My suggestion is to make a torch for backup. The faces of the people were grave. This information is important. Quite a few people may have died last night in this kind of thing. Yang Qingshan nodded her head. As a matter of fact, Li Xiaoshui had wanted to say about the scarlet eyes he saw last night. But thinking about it, there was no point in saying it. Without the reminder of his sixth sense trait, when he saw those eyes, he was not far from death. As for Li Xiaoshui's speculation on the village's bizarre events relying on the outstanding insight of the gifted villager, although he had an eyebrow as well as a guess, Li Xiaoshui still didn't say anything, and he planned to follow the crowd first, to find out if there could be a way out of the village. Seeing that no one spoke again, Yang Qingshan said, Intelligence, it seems that it is not possible to find out in a day. In this case, let's first find out if there is a way out of the village, and then we can discuss in detail the method of finding information. How about it? After all, the assessment task given at the beginning was to get out of the village alive. But not what those villagers said, live past 7 days. I think the path, there must be one. These words were met with approval. Most people held their hopes even higher on this. It was only that although the village was large, all around, it was obscured by the mists, making it impossible to see anything. Trying to find the exit would take time. So, 12 people, divided into 4 groups, 3 people in each group. After 2 hours, they gathered at the same place. Li Xiaoshui's side was assigned to the east side. The group members were Li Xiaoshui, Li Na, and the woman with long black hair. It just so happened that they all knew each other and were not so rusty. The dead silence on the village road was so cold that it made people shiver a little. The 3 of them walked speechlessly, looking around. Suddenly, what was the name again? Seeing Li Na looking at herself, Li Xiaoshui was stunned. Peng Yuyan. Coincidentally, there was a super handsome star in this world with that name. Li Na rolled her eyes without any good reason and sighed lightly. You know something about the situation, right? What? Li Xiaoshui was stunned. Don't play dumb, my ability tells me that you are the person who has learned the most information currently. Li Na said. Li Xiaoshui looked at Li Na in surprise. Ability? There was still this kind of ability? Could it be that what she said at the very beginning, that there were people in disguise also relied on this ability? Li Na's remarks also made the long black hair stare at Li Xiaoshui. I do have speculations. Let's put it this way, if we don't find an exit, I'll talk to everyone again. This matter, there is no way for me alone to accomplish it, Li Xiaoshui said. Okay. Li Na nodded and did not pursue. The long black hair looked deeply at Li Xiaoshui, and likewise did not pursue questions redundantly. The three of them continued their search. Eastward, at the farthest point was a forest. A forest that could not be seen to end. An extremely strong sixth sense informed Li Xiaoshui that after going in, it was impossible for him to come out again. Li Na and the woman with long black hair, similarly sensing the crisis, did not intend to take any chances. Obviously, there was no exit on this side. The three exchanged a few words and prepared to go back and communicate. Only, when walking to a dilapidated old house, Li Xiaoshui stopped in his tracks. You too, how is the force value? Li Xiaoshui asked. Li Na frowned. What's wrong? I need you guys to do a favor, it's very important for us to complete the assessment, Li Xiaoshui said. Li Na raised her eyebrows. You can do it as you please. I have no problem with that. The long black-haired woman replied. Li Xiaoshui didn't have any nonsense and gazed at the unoccupied small broken house. Letting the two accompany him, he walked inside. The inside of the old wooden house was messy. It was dark and gloomy. Inside the house were dense cobwebs. Under the ground were fragmented, yellowed human bones. There was also a freshly mutilated human bone. It seemed to be someone who hadn't completed the conditions for moving in yesterday and hid in this kind of house. The more I walked in, the more I realized that an extremely strong bloody smell was floating around the house. The direction, at the top. The three of them noticed it at the same time and maintained a vigilant stance to look. On the roof, there was a huge scarlet-colored net. On the giant net, there was a huge black shadow that was 2 to 3 meters in size. A humanoid spider. It had a head with a humanoid head and hideous fangs, and at this moment, it was sleeping soundly with its eyes closed. It had 8 bone claws that were twice the length of an ordinary human, its body was a round meatball, and it had a white, agonized male and female face after another. The moment they saw this monster, Li Na and the black long-haired woman's faces changed drastically, and without lagging for a second, they violently pulled Li Xiaoshui and ran out. Are you crazy or not? Li Na's scalp numb. Yesterday's experience of the horror of the incident, so that she has generated fear. Actually want us to deal with these monsters in the village? Li Xiaoshui said. If we can't find the exit, we won't live for 7 days. This is our only chance. I am certain that we can kill it now. How much certainty? The girl with long black hair asked. 50%. The long black-haired woman and Lina looked at each other. A 50% chance, not low. Not everyone, was Li Xiaoshui's. Facing those villagers asking for money was simply heaven. They had to complete their stay mission, and encountering the horror brought about by the bizarre events, they simply wouldn't want to be exposed to it a second time. The two thought deeply for a moment. Go back and take a look. If there's no way out, I'll agree to give it a shot, Lina said. As would I. The long black-haired woman replied. Fine. Li Xiaoshui didn't refuse. It wasn't bad for a while. When the three of them reached the original spot, they came back to the other two groups. It was all the same. The exit was an endless forest. No road was found. After waiting for a few minutes, Yang Qingshang came back. We found the way out. Yang Qingshang surprised the crowd with her words. But, we don't dare to go in. Yang Qingshang frowned. The surprise instantly turned to disappointment. Why don't you dare to go in? Immediately, someone voiced a question. At the entrance of the village, there is a black fog. We briefly explored it. Didn't dare to go in. Yang Qingshang said. Your tone is probing out something? Li Na asked. Right. That's why I came back to call out to you all myself. For the specifics, let's all go together and take a look. Yang Qingshang said. The crowd looked at each other. Although they had doubts, with Li Na's words, they decided to go and see the situation in person. Half an hour's journey later, it arrived. As expected, it was the exit. A small pathway, built in the center of a dense forest. The exit, however, was clouded with a black mist that covered the sky, obscuring the sight. A faint pungent odor came from inside. Yang Qingshang's trio, at this point, only one boy was left. Where is she? Yang Qingshao couldn't help but ask when she saw that the rest of the girl had disappeared. She couldn't help but go in to look and didn't come out. I don't dare to go in, the man hurriedly said. When did you go in? Yang Qingshang asked. Not long after you left. Someone couldn't help but go in, missing? The sudden event caused everyone present to change their faces slightly. Li Na was indifferent as she stepped out of the crowd and took the lead in front of the fog. She slightly reached in her hand and realized that there was no harm, while then slightly probed halfway in. In the middle of the morning, Lina came out. Not far away, there seems to be a glowing door. 8 of them were seen. I don't see anyone from your group, Lina said. Right. Yang Chengshao nodded. I suspect that it is the exit. She probably went into those doors. Upon hearing this, immediately one after another people walked over and probed into the house. coming up with the same answer. Can't it be that those doors are the exit? A girl asked. That's what I thought. But this fog is very strange, I don't dare to just go in. I can't imagine that she went alone. Yang Qingshan smiled bitterly. Your idea was to go in together? A man asked. Yang Qingshan nodded. I think no one wants to experience the check-in condition for a second time. Not to mention, there are still 6 days left. After 6 days, without any accidents, we will basically all be killed by those villagers. There is no harm in going in to find out what is going on. This is the only exit after all. Even if there is danger, there is still hope for so many of us. The 10 or so people, all of them, fell into deep thought. If it wasn't for the fact that they knew that if they went under 7 days, they would almost die, everyone wouldn't have considered finding the exit as a life-saving method. Alright, I'm willing. Then go and take a look. If it doesn't work, come back immediately. At most, failing the test is better than dying. Right. Go and have a look. There were 10 or so people, most of them agreed to this program. Yang Qingshan revealed a smile. Just about to say something, Li Xiaoshui suddenly spoke. I'm not going in. The voice of opposition stunned everyone present. Why? I think it's dangerous, Li Xiaoshui said. This was Li Xiaoshui's sixth sense of foreknowledge. He tried to prepare to say the same thing when his sixth sense violently gave him a huge sense of crisis. Yang Qingshan did not force the issue. Instead, she gently left a sentence that if they did not come out in half an hour, Li Xiaoshui could go in, and that must be the exit. The rest, on the contrary, did not voice the same objections as Li Xiaoshui. Even more dangerous, could it be more dangerous than staying in this weird village? Those who stayed outside. There are only 2 people, Li Xiaoshui, and the silent woman with long black hair. In the black mist, everyone slowly walked into the depths. Everyone had expectations, but were equally wary. Just the more they walked in, that strange stench, the more dense it became. After walking for about 10 meters, the closer they got to those doors, the more people felt that it was not like an exit. Many people's hearts were hairy, but they still chose to persist. Finally, close to those doors, a sickeningly fishy stench wafted. The top of the black mist looked like intertwined and twisted grotesque flesh and blood. When the crowd stood in front of the 1 or 2 meter high white door, some people pushed hard, but found that no matter how hard they pushed, they couldn't push. How do I feel? This doesn't look like a door. Right. Like a teeth? An old laugh came out. Ah, yes, I think it looks like a million times enlarged teeth. That's what I do as a dentist. The man even said. The words came out. He suddenly froze. Strange. This pale voice, who made it? Not only him, but the people fiddling with the white gate's face changed. He. Great, having so much meat to eat, great. The old voice laughed strangely, and those white doors were shaking violently up and down, like they were letting out a laugh in their mouths. Not good. Run. Yang Qingshan reacted and shouted out of breath. How could the crowd not react? Like crazy, they ran outside immediately. Yang Qingshan was just about to run. Above her, a large row of white gates fell, and with a click, along with her, there were 3 people who couldn't run as fast as they could, and they were bitten into 2 pieces. And then, 2 rows of white doors quickly chewed, the 6 pieces of the body, quickly chewed into pieces of foam, and then swallowed. The first person to rush out of the black mist was Li Na. Immediately after that, one after another, there were 4 other people, who followed behind her in a panic. Fearing that the monster inside would chase her out, Li Na and the other 5 people, even if they ran out of the fog mouth, their footsteps didn't dare to stop until they ran away for hundreds of meters, before they looked back at the black fog in a state of shock. Is to see which there is no movement, finally is panting to stop. Li Xiaoshui and the woman with long black hair glanced at each other. The 2 of them revealed a fluky look before following. What situation has arisen? Where is Yang Qingshan? Li Xiaoshui asked. The ones that didn't come out are dead, it was a trap. Li Na calmed down and said in a cold voice, there is a terrifying monster inside. Sure enough. Sixth sense is accurate. Without Yang Qingshan as their backbone, the few people who survived the robbery, miserably pale, lounged in place. A few minutes later, as the body's functions recovered, finally, a man broke down and vocalized, this exit can't get out. Can we really only live here for 7 days before we can leave? Then what should we do if we can't get out after 7 days? The extremely beautiful woman who provided the important information was in a crying voice. These 2 demoralizing remarks made the crowd depressed. Li Xiaoshui secretly sighed. In fact, trying to find an exit in 1 day and pass this examination was indeed a bit of a pie in the sky. The scene was quiet. Li Na spoke out, the exit is not working. Can you now say that we should finish passing the examination? She looked at Li Xiaoshui. Li Na, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? He knows how to pass the examination? The rest of the people followed her gaze, staring incredulously at Li Xiaoshui, who had chosen not to enter the party. I didn't expect it to go this way. If I knew that people would die, I would have said so in advance. Li Xiaoshui sighed. You really knew? The extremely beautiful woman asked hurriedly. Well, I know. The calm response revived the hopes of several people. You say it quickly. Yes, I was going to say it. But before I say it, I'll make a request. After knowing the intelligence, I need each of you to act under my command. Li Xiaoshui said. I'll do whatever you want me to do. The extremely beautiful girl said. If you know, I'll listen to you. As long as I can get out. To the few people who grabbed the straw that saved their lives, this matter was a matter of course. Li Xiaoshui said okay, first of all, let me ask you guys a question. When you first came in, you should have gotten information from the villagers, right? Did they all say that as long as they solved the source of the weirdness in the village that they couldn't sleep at night, they would be able to go out? Several people responded. Li Na was surprised. Do you know the source of the weirdness? Li Xiaoshui nodded. Yes, my solution is to solve the source of the weirdness. However, compared to the claim of solving the source of the weirdness, it would be better to say that in the beginning, this village, there was nothing about the source of the weirdness. These words from the villagers are nothing more than coming to mislead us so that we can only choose to stay for 7 days. You're analyzing this wrong, aren't you? According to you, why would you still die when you sleep at night? A girl immediately questioned. Li Xiaoshui laughed. Then what if the one who will kill us at night when we sleep is not some so-called weirdness, but these villagers? And what about this situation, just the villagers, the rules that can kill us? After a few words, the scene returned to dead silence. At night, those villagers who lived together, were, in fact, waiting for them to sleep, to kill them? The source of the strangeness, in other words. This village, these villagers. The crowd couldn't help but. A moment of creepiness. Li Xiaoshui's claim, it seems. There weren't any loopholes. So, the way to solve the source of the creepiness and complete the test is also, kill all these villagers. Li Xiaoshui gave the answer. The reason why Li Xiaoshui made such a speculation was all because of last night's experience. First, it was the weirdness that appeared at nightfall. When he almost got caught by the weirdness just after nightfall last night, a doubt arose within Li Xiaoshui. Why did the weirdness appear so abruptly? It seems that they live in those dilapidated houses, old houses, or even in the inconspicuous grass. Once night falls, they will come out. This caused Li Xiaoshui to have an inexplicable conjecture in his heart. Assuming these spooky were the villagers, the creatures of the village, then, living in the village. Wouldn't it stand to reason? Thus, when the scarlet eyes appeared, Li Xiaoshui continued his speculation with the assumption that the villagers were the creepy ones. He wondered if, the villagers of the village, under certain rules, during the day, played the villagers. Once at night, they could escape the rules and become creepy. Can kill all examiners who violate the rules? For example, coming out on the streets. For example, fall asleep at night? Such behavior that violates the rules. As long as it was such a speculation, all the contradictory points, doubtful points, weird points, easily, could be understood. And, there were two pieces of intelligence that affirmed his speculation. First, in today's discussion, someone had said that the villagers, at night, could go out. Obviously, the villagers were not afraid of spookiness. The reason why they were not afraid could only be that, they were spooky. Second, last night, he pretended to ask the weird old man to solve the source of the weirdness. This was a test run after making a guess last night. According to common sense, if the weirdness had caused trouble to the village, how could it be indifferent? Not informing any information? Never responding, there was only one possibility: they were the creepy and would not help him to deal with themselves. This was the starting point for Li Xiaoshui to make his speculation. Li Xiaoshui also believed that his speculation was correct. Only, the answer that Li Xiaoshui gave to the speculation, instead, made several people, the hope that had just risen, was dashed again. The villagers are the source of the weirdness? Kill all these villagers? Hey, are you kidding me? Have you ever seen them strike? They're all monsters. How is it possible to kill them? It's over. It's over. We can't get out. Rao Lina was equally hard to look at. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Li Xiaoshui's deduction, on the contrary, it was precisely because she believed in his deduction that she felt that this test could not be passed. Any random villager could kill them all, right? Kill all the villagers? Who wouldn't despair? In the midst of a wail, the woman with long black hair spoke softly. Say, how can you solve them? You should have a plan. Upon hearing this, the crowd violently realized that Li Xiaoshui had a calm expression. As if, he didn't care about these things, that they didn't know what to do. You guys didn't realize? Li Xiaoshui asked. Discover what? Li Xiaoshui sneered. This village, there exists a thing that violates common sense. During the day, it is not too quiet, right? This was the second point that Li Xiaoshui cared about. In the morning, Sato Haruko let out a sharp scare. However, the only ones who were awakened by the shrieks were the players. Those weird villagers were still dead asleep, as if they couldn't hear the commotion. This was just too abnormal. According to their terrifying abilities, it was impossible that they didn't notice it. Remember, yesterday, their simultaneous awakening was basically in the dusk of the evening, when there was no more sunlight. Therefore, Li Xiaoshui made a second speculation. During the daytime of the village, the villagers, for some reason, could not wake up, or were unwilling to wake up. It was also possible. Fear of sunlight. Based on the fact that the party, Lina, the woman with long black hair, went to the dilapidated old house, and the strange Spider-Man that he bumped into, were all indifferent. This was their chance. There was no way this test would not leave a silver lining. During the day, it was the chance. For these points, Li Xiaoshui did not hide them and quickly told them all. The crowd fell into deep thought. Quietly, they chewed up these words of Li Xiaoshui. It was different from the bizarre despair when hearing the villagers. Li Xiaoshui's words were full of possibilities and brought hope to the crowd. If it was really as he said, indeed, during the day, it was their only chance. Finally, after several minutes of their thinking, to kill the villagers, just knowing that they can't come out during the day is not enough. To kill them, I have ideas. However, I need you guys to help me accomplish it. Li Xiaoshui broke the tranquility of the crowd. What do you want me to do? Just tell me. A male walked to the front and made a statement. Now, I believe you can take us through this test alive. Me too. The extremely beautiful girl said. Is it to kill the spider? Lina asked. Yes. Li Xiaoshui nodded. No one had any objections. The matter of the spider, when Feng explained the daytime problem, Li Xiaoshui had spoken about it. At this moment, everyone listened, with trust in Li Xiaoshui. Soon, a group of people, including Li Xiaoshui, a total of 7, circled back to the original path, and walked into the dilapidated old house. Upon seeing the horrifyingly strange humanoid spider on the top, everyone couldn't help but look a little gloomy. Follow what I just said on the road, Li Xiaoshui said. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and then quickly began to move. Why did you run out? The extremely beautiful woman was stunned when she saw Li Xiaoshui standing outside the old house. This kind of dangerous thing shouldn't all be done by you girls? Li Xiaoshui asked rhetorically. Then this is the test. Straight girls, protecting men is your women's duty, isn't it? Women, you have to stand up to the heavens. Li Xiaoshui rebuked. The several women were speechless. These words were indeed not false in the real world. The several females were not convinced by Li Xiaoshui, but the remaining male, on the contrary, revealed a look of interest. It seemed that he also wanted to hide outside with Li Xiaoshui. But after being glared at by Lina's icy gaze, he couldn't help but tremble and quashed the idea. Letting Li Xiaoshui go was nothing more than him not being able to get hurt or die. After all, he didn't tell all his words, all of them. Left a hand. As for the others, in the examination, they could only enjoy equal treatment for men and women. Soon, the dilapidated old house had its windows chiseled out and its bricks and tiles dug out. One after another, cold sunlight shot into the house. Everyone ran out of the house, staring cautiously. 1 second. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Suddenly, a miserable scream rang out. Immediately after, the dilapidated old house, it seemed that the spider freak had undergone some violent struggle. The crashing sound, hissing sound, made the whole dilapidated old house keep shaking. The tiles, wall powder, began to fall and collapse. Li Xiaoshui carefully stared at the nearest house around him. It was just as he had guessed. There was no movement. Sure enough, it seems that during the daytime, all the villagers have fallen into some specific restriction and must sleep. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoshui let out a slight sigh of relief. Speculation was right. But what about the spiders inside? Being exposed to sunlight, what would happen? Death? Injured? The party's mournful cry was full of pain. 2 minutes later, the dilapidated old house, under the spout of tossing and turning, was in shambles, almost ready to be scrapped. The house collapsed to the ground. The commotion also stopped. In the village, the original dead silence was restored. Everyone's eyes fell on Li Xiaoshui, waiting for instructions. Li Xiaoshui was silent, deep in thought, until another 5 minutes passed. You guys go in together and take a look. Li Xiaoshui said, be careful, if the monster lies, exit. The crowd sniffed, and with Lina leading the way, they cautiously walked forward. Soon, they were hidden in the slightly collapsed entrance of the house. A few seconds later, exit. Lina's shout was sharp. A few people's silhouettes sprang out. But there was one girl, whose pace was a little slower. In the darkness, a huge spider web quickly shot out and violently wrapped her thighs. Help me! The girl let out a horrified scream. Quickly help! Li Xiaoshui shouted. Only then did Lina's few people stop and hurriedly pulled the girl's body. But it was at this time. A long foot stretched out and a bone spur fell. With a plop, the girl's thigh was cut off by the sharp bone spur. The girl's was pulled out, saving her life. And in the darkness, 8 long legs slowly walked out towards the house. The grotesque spider monster was venting, red-eyed, taking the long leg he had cut off, putting it into his bloody mouth, and with those sharp fangs, chewing hard. Swallow it. The spider monster's face was hideous, hissing, "You guys are looking for death. You've left me with no place to live, and you've left me exposed to the sun. It hurts. It hurts so much. I won't let you all go. You're all going to die." Blood filled the air. Spider's strange threatening words caused the crowd that saved the woman with the broken leg to freeze and stiffen. "Hurry! Run!" Fear was the first to break the extremely beautiful woman's mental defenses as she continued to twist her head and run. The crowd returned to their senses and followed closely behind. In the midst of fleeing, all of those complaining and questioning gazes were thrown at Li Xiaoshui. It was clearly said that daylight was the weakness of these monsters. How is it still this terrifying? This Li Xiaoshui speculated wrongly. However, Li Xiaoshui did not move a muscle. He called out to the crowd with calm words, "What are you all panicking about?" "Panicking about what? Can't you see, it will kill people?" the extremely beautiful woman said anxiously. "Is it just standing for you to kill?" Li Xiaoshui laughed coldly. "Calm down, look at the one clamoring to kill us. Is it chasing after us?" The crowd was stunned. Unexpectedly, they stopped their steps, looking towards the spider freak. Unexpectedly, the spider monster, with a hideous face, but a body that was illuminated by the light, with its dark skin glowing red and trembling slightly, stopped right at the mouth of the house. It didn't come after them. The crowd reacted furiously. It was putting on airs. "Why don't you make a move? According to normal circumstances, we broke the rules. You should be happy to come and eat us, right?" Li Xiaoshui opened his mouth and looked at the spider monster. The latter sank his face. Those scarlet eyes stared resentfully at Li Xiaoshui, who had destroyed its vision. Li Xiaoshui swept a glance at the crowd and said, "Don't you understand? We can definitely win it now." While these words fell, several people were as strange as the spider. Their feet did not move. Yes, that's right. Spider monster, it was affected during the day. But just now, it still made a move that cut off a person's leg. At least that proves that it has a strong ability to resist. I'm only going to say this once more, now go kill it. If you don't listen to me, this plan to get out of the examination, I'll change it and finish it myself, Li Xiaoshui said. These words were Li Xiaoshui's warning. The effect was naturally tremendous. They preferred to face this monstrosity, which was restricted during the daytime, together than surviving 7 days here. The hearts of the crowd, after a short period of entanglement, calmed down. After a moment of silence, led by Lena, several people walked back and surrounded the spider monster. The spider monster didn't say a word. The gaze on that huge head was cold and morose. Finally, "Do it! Hit its head!" With Lena's shout, together they rushed forward. After the choice of identities, everyone had combat power that far exceeded that of a normal person. Although it was impossible to defeat normal monsters, Li Xiaoshui thought that it was still enough to deal with monsters that were restricted during the day. As expected, it was the same as what Li Xiaoshui thought. The battle had just begun. The spider monster let out an exasperated roar and took the lead in spewing out a cloud of spider webs towards Lina, with its sharp bone spikes following closely behind. As one of the highest combatants, Lina dodged sideways and slammed a whip leg heavily on the spiked bone. With a loud click, the spider monster's long leg was broken. Such a significant effect, several people's morale was encouraged. Surprise, also successive attacks. Another bone spur was broken by the black long-haired woman. "Good chance," one of the girls excitedly voiced out. Several pairs of spider legs dealt with Lena and the others at the same time, when a cloud of spider silk spat empty, and Spider Freak had no more long legs that could be freed. She charged the spider's head and struck. Unexpectedly, just before the spider monster's head. The spider monster's big round belly, which had been ignored by several miserable white faces, suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed out a hard and sharp spider silk like steel needles, just like razor blades, cutting the woman into several big pieces easily. The splattered blood splashed all over the crowd. The hot blood made the crowd lose their concentration for a while. After being stunned, the male lost his concentration, and was cut through the shoulder by a bone spur, screamed miserably, and hastily rolled to the side. The spider gave a strange sardonic laugh, and was about to let its abdomen spit out spider silk, killing the man when it slaughtered a few more people one after another. The thought was beautiful. But the next moment, suddenly, it felt a coldness in its neck. The lower half of its body was actually unconscious. The spider's strange gaze slowly swept down. A short dagger, I don't know when, actually cut its neck into 2 pieces. The spider monster's head and body, together heavily smashed into the ground. And the dagger that strangely appeared and cut off the head of the spider monster, circled around in midair, and then flew back to the hands of Li Xiaoshui, who had been watching from afar. "Nian Li!" The long black-haired woman cried out in a lost voice, looking at Li Xiaoshui in disbelief. At the same time, the spider's body turned into a sheet of blood. Underground. A strange soft black ball appeared. The eyes of the crowd scanned it. A message is displayed. A spider silk ball. An unorthodox mystical object. Can spit out spider silk that makes it difficult to break free. Introduction. To say it's a mystical object is an insult to mystical objects. Drop. Item up. Uninspired. Mysterious object? In an instant, all of them stared at the underground spider silk orb with dead eyes. Lina and the woman with long black hair, who knew some of the information about the mysterious world, had incomparably eager and excited eyes. As for the others who were cognizant of the mysterious world for the first time, although they hadn't known about the so-called mysterious object, but this object related to the conditions of identity advancement, how could they still guess that it was extraordinary? Anyone would want it, but there was no way for this thing to be divided among so many people. Those who were in close proximity looked at each other. Whoever dares to go forward now will be targeted. The atmosphere was tense, when suddenly, Li Xiaoshuai's voice rang out. I killed this spider, so the spoils of war should be mine, right? Several people could not help but be stunned. Afterwards, seeing Li Xiaoshuai walk forward, his face clouded over. According to normal circumstances, it should be Li Xiaoshuai's. But, who would be willing, with this kind of thing, to give it to someone else to take? Besides, without their hold, could Li Xiaoshuai succeed in his sneak attack? However, Li Xiaoshuai didn't care about a few people's minds in general, and walked straight up, picking up the mysterious object in a crowd of gazes. This thing, it should come in handy for this examination, Li Xiaoshuai muttered. It was this deliberately added sentence that made the few people who wanted to speak, eventually did not say anything. No matter how reluctant they were, they could only part with it. After all, only Li Xiaoshuai could bring them out of the examination. Li Xiaoshuai just sized up the mysterious object and slipped it into his pocket, choosing not to observe it for the time being so as not to attract jealousy. For Li Xiaoshuai, compared to the mysterious object, what he was currently most satisfied with was this dagger in his hand that he had gotten from Zhao Blacksmith. In the square, when Li Xiaoshuai saw them fighting with the spider monster, he suddenly remembered that he had awakened his Nianli, and couldn't help but have the idea of whether he could use his Nianli to participate in the battle. By relying on his Nianli, he wouldn't get hurt and there was no danger. Thus, he tried to use his mind power to control the dagger given by blacksmith Zhao. Unexpectedly, under the control of his mind power, with ease, the dagger even carried a heavy wind-breaking sound, and spun at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. The amazing power moved Li Xiaoshuai. Ghostly, he controlled the dagger and rushed towards the spider monstrosity, easily. It chopped off its head. It seems that this thought power is a great killer for me. Li Xiaoshuai blossomed with joy. But at this time, Lina suddenly voiced out, interrupting Li Xiaoshuai's thinking against a spider monster. We were killed by one in return. There are so many villagers in this village, how can we possibly kill them all? With these words, Lina was not the only one thinking. The rest of the people, thinking deeply, were concerned about this matter. This kind of weirdness, a few of them were fine. But the number of villagers in the entire village, that's dozens, nearly 100. How could it be possible to kill it? They were now left with 6 people, and one with a broken leg. Seeing the crowd's concern, Li Xiaoshuai had expected it, and gave them a peace of mind, and calmly said, originally, I was not too sure, but after this spider's weirdness, I can definitely tell you that we can pass the examination 100%. Really? Li Na was stunned. The remaining few were also ecstatic. Which sentence of mine has been false from the beginning until now? Li Xiaoshuai asked back. Then later, what should we do? The extremely beautiful woman couldn't wait to ask. Later? There's no more later. That's it for today, time is running out. Li Xiaoshuai said. Time? Too late? Several people were puzzled. In another 2 to 3 hours, the villagers will wake up. Li Xiaoshuai said. Only then did the crowd raise their heads to look. In the distance, there was beginning to be a touch of haze. They had spent too much time looking for the exit. So what do you mean? Tomorrow? The male asked. Right. Li Xiaoshuai flashed a smile. My plan is foolproof now. I guarantee that tomorrow, we will be able to complete the examination and leave. But the prerequisite is that all of you, including me, have to live through today. Complete the conditions of today's stay. Never, ever die tonight. No one was willing to stay in this village, for another minute or second. But just like what Li Xiaoshuai said, there wasn't much time left before darkness, and it was impossible to continue moving. No matter how reluctant and fearful they were, they had to stick around for one more night. Maybe I'm not speaking well, but in that case, it's all the more reason to talk about the plan, right? What will we do if something happens to you? The extremely beautiful one, the woman, always cared about the method of assessment. This matter is guilty of not worrying, I can live through it. Li Xiaoshuai did not explain. The method of completing the examination was his weight. If he said it, he would lose his control over this team. How was it possible to say it? Not giving the opportunity to continue pursuing and questioning, Li Xiaoshui continued to add 2 sentences. For the rest of the time, I suggest that everyone take a good rest and nourish their spirits to come through tonight. But it's best to rest in shifts so as not to oversleep. Too late to complete the check-in conditions. See you here tomorrow at dawn. Li Xiaoshui turned around and left. Only just after leaving the crowd, the confidence on Li Xiaoshui's face turned to worry. In fact, Li Xiaoshui did not have the so-called 100% certainty at all, whether it was living through this night, or the chances of completing the examination. The oath of faith was nothing more than the need for the crowd to obediently cooperate with him. Real certainty. Not to mention 100%, Li Xiaoshui even had very few. Perhaps, if there were a few more people to cooperate, he might have a few more % chance of passing. Unfortunately, everyone was basically dead. That was precisely why, even though the plans were all prepared to go down in silence, there was still one more thing that could increase his certainty by a few points, which Li Xiaoshui intended to do. Li Xiaoshui began to look around the village. Looking around. Finally, at the corner of the village, in front of an old house with a blood-red lantern made of human skin, Li Xiaoshui found his target. 2 men and women with green stripes on their skin. You too, your fighting strength should be very strong, right? Li Xiaoshui spoke directly. The 2 men were the very same strange people who had entered the mysterious world at the beginning, exchanged a few inexplicable words, and left the crowd. At this moment, both of them had, more or less, a bloody, still unhealed scar on their bodies. Obviously, the conditions of yesterday's stay had caused the 2 to suffer a considerable amount of injuries. I'll give you 3 words of time, just to speak nonsense, I'll kill you, the green-striped man coldly said. Li Xiaoshui laughed. Can you guys survive 7 days in this village? First sentence. I found the source of the village's weirdness. The green-striped man's face suddenly changed. Without waiting for the green-striped man to reply, Li Xiaoshui continued with the 3rd sentence. As long as you guys listen to me, tomorrow, I can lead you to complete the examination. The 2 of them, the green-tattooed man and the green-tattooed woman, exchanged gazes, tinged with consternation. Just by you? The green-skinned female revealed a teasing demeanor and said, in this kind of S-class examination, can you pass in 2 days? Li Xiaoshui smiled without saying anything. You came over to talk nonsense, do you really think I won't kill you? The green-skinned man coldly said. Is there any need for me to come and talk nonsense? Li Xiaoshui asked. The confidence that Li Xiaoshui always maintained finally called the green-skinned woman and the green-skinned man solemn. The 2 looked at each other. The green-tattooed man's coldness dispersed a bit and frowned. Then you tell me, what is the source of the village's weirdness? Okay. Li Xiaoshui did not think twice. Repeating the words he said with the crowd, he repeated them with the 2 men. You said that the villagers are the source of the weirdness? You have a way to eliminate them? The green-tattooed man's face changed slightly. Thinking about it, this possibility was too big. Right. How? The green-striped man asked anxiously. Tomorrow at dawn, wait for me here. Follow all my orders. Li Xiaoshui said. Follow your orders? The green-striped man was stunned and snorted. Li Xiaoshui was about to respond, when he suddenly scurried to Li Xiaoshui like a wild beast, and deadlocked Li Xiaoshui's neck. The choking sensation made Li Xiaoshui's face instantly turn red. Say, the green-tattooed man sneered. Otherwise, I will kill you immediately. Sure enough, these 2 are not people who can communicate well. I just have 1 sentence, listen to me and complete the test, or else, die together. 7 days, no one can live through it. Li Xiaoshui said hoarsely. The green-striped man added a few points of force in his hands. Li Xiaoshui sneered. Killing intent flashed in the green-tattooed man's eyes, but soon, this killing intent faded under the tingling sensation on his body. He loosened his hand, deadly staring at Li Xiaoshui for a moment. Tomorrow, if you don't complete the examination, I will kill you again. The green-striped man said. Li Xiaoshui coughed twice and eased his breath. If we don't complete the test tomorrow, we are no different from being dead. It seemed that a deal was made. With 2 powerful combatants, hope, a few more points. Once the negotiation was done, Li Xiaoshui directly left. There was no lingering. The reason was that the gazes of the 2 men gave Li Xiaoshui an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Being scorned in general. It was not discrimination, it was contempt. As if, in their eyes, he and the 2 men were not creatures at the same level. In fact, at the beginning, Li Xiaoshui cared about the 2 men's appearance. That skin color that did not belong to any country in Blue Star. With them, there was only the humanoid point that was the same. This called Li Xiaoshui to wonder. Was it possible that the 2 were the so-called alien humanoids? For example, of the mysterious continent? There was news on the internet that an exploration team, more than once, had encountered humans that did not belong to the Blue Star in that mysterious continent. But this kind of information has never been officially confirmed. If these 2 were willing to talk, Li Xiaoshui would like to have a good exchange. Moreover, he asked what they meant by S-class examination. It was hard to believe that the assessment was graded, and they were assigned to a very difficult examination. Unfortunately, the two would not talk about this with him. Li Xiaoshui then didn't think deeply about it. Finding a corner, Li Xiaoshui touched the spider orb mysterious object and conducted some experiments. He found that there was no limit to the number of times that the spider orb could spit out the spider silk. However, there was no killing power. The only characteristic was that it was tough. No matter how hard Li Xiaoshui pushed, he could not rip off the toughness of the clumps of spider silk. However, spider silk is afraid of knives and fire. Only a very powerful binding effect. Li Xiaoshui made an analysis. Li Xiaoshui slept for a while. He needed to keep some spirit to cope with the night. When Li Xiaoshui awoke and came to the village, the remaining 5 people, including the woman with the broken leg, were already waiting at the same spot. Dusk had already fallen. The fishy wind, curling the rotten skin and bones underground, kept swinging around the village. As soon as they arrived at that time yesterday, the villagers, one after another, opened their doors. Seeing Li Xiaoshui and the others, their crazy and slightly scarlet eyes swept back and forth excitedly. There was no concealment like at the very beginning. Ha! How come there are only 6 left? Ugh, too many dead. Be safe. The villagers who saw that there were only 6 people left were somewhat surprised and lost. The people who knew the identity of the villagers, under this burst of gazes, and these words of concern, they could not help but feel a flutter of hair. You guys are going to move in at night, so you can start asking. You still have to complete the conditions for moving in just like yesterday. Oh, the old village chief gently vocalized. The people looked at each other. For tonight's check-in conditions, a few days of proper communication and intelligence sharing had taken place, and most of them had plans in mind. A few choices had been determined early on. As for Li Xiaoshui, the choice remained the strange old man. After all, on the books, so many people owed the strange old man something. Finding one with a lower risk factor was so much better than those unknown horrors. The one who made the first decision was Li Xiaoshui. The target he identified, the old crone that Li Na completed her mission yesterday. She had borrowed a bucket hat from the strange old man and had yet to return it. Looking for this old man, the sixth sense of characteristic showed that it was the one with the least crisis. When Li Xiaoshui was sure, he raised his head and looked at the choices completed by the rest of the people. He could not help but be stunned. The eyes were grave and stunned. At this time, the extremely beautiful woman was not here. At the very beginning, Li Xiaoshui had guessed that she would definitely continue to go to that drunken man. The male who was alive besides him, looked for the widowed mother and son whose danger was second only to that of the village chief. The woman with the broken leg, chose the farmer's house where the one fed the chickens and ducks. Lena chose, the obese woman who ate meat. The long black hair, chose, the village chief. Black long hair, don't want to die? At the first moment, Li Xiaoshui couldn't help but have this thought. He wanted to exit and remind, but black long hair had already made a choice, so Li Xiaoshui couldn't say anything else to sway her. Hopefully, all of them can live through this night. Li Xiaoshui calmed his emotions, got up and walked to the crone's house. Yesterday's death-defying escape in the dying night had taught him a lesson and he would not waste any more time. You want to stay at my house? It's possible. My house is out of firewood. The old woman was about to open her mouth when Li Xiaoshui directly shook his head and refused. Elderly man, I'm here to ask for a bucket hat for someone. Bucket hat? The old woman was puzzled. Li Xiaoshui hurriedly showed her the account book in his hand, and then alertly waited for her to respond. Right now, he had the power of thought and the mysterious object. Inwardly, he was certain that even if the old crone became angry and wanted to attack himself, he still had the ability to defend himself. Oh, it's this one, go in and get it. It's in the chest at the head of the house. And yet, the old crone reacted and gave a flat answer that was called Li Xiaoshui dumbfounded. For a moment, he thought that he had misheard. Could it be? He was lucky enough to get the money without risking his life? It shouldn't be. Li Xiaoshui pondered for a moment, and his vigilance increased. Cautiously, he walked towards the house. Right. There are a few boxes inside. Don't you take the wrong ones. Suddenly, the old crone's voice sounded again. Li Xiaoshui's feet that had just stepped into the house froze. If you take the wrong one, I won't be responsible if anything goes wrong. At this moment, the old crone sitting at the entrance of the house turned back and grinned at Li Xiaoshui. The narrow eyes, hitched to the withered face's morose smile, was like a hungry devil. Sure enough, these villagers are weird and are hitting on them. Li Xiaoshui laughed coldly, but also put down his heart and walked straight to the house. In several corners of the house, Li Xiaoshui found 4 red wooden boxes of the same color and size. Sweeping over the first one, the sense of crisis that called for his heart to jump surged out. The second one, the sense of crisis was a little less. The third, still the same horrible sense of crisis. The fourth, no sense of crisis. Inside, no wonder. This one wants to be accounted for. The sixth sense has no crisis forewarning. It turns out, I can rely on the sixth sense and get the item, Li Xiaoshui said joyfully. Li Xiaoshui extended his hand and was about to open the red wooden box. At the same time, the remaining few areas, farmer's yard, several chickens and ducks with human teeth and fangs, emitting joyful cries of human-like voices, desperately pecking down one piece of meat after another, laid out on the ground. The woman with the broken leg, inexplicably, disappeared. Hot. The extremely beautiful woman, undressed and naked, biting her pale lips. The drunkard grinned, grasping a brush filled with steel needles. The skin on the back of the extremely beautiful woman was stripped clean. The only thing left on the back was a dense, scabbed hollow. Grocery store. The woman with long black hair came to the zombie-faced shopkeeper. I've come to get the lamp oil for the village chief, the woman with long black hair said. Zombie face smiled strangely. The exchange, have you brought it? Obese woman's home. Lena's face was ghastly white, taking heavy deep breaths. In front of her, the obese woman, while using a whetstone, sharpened the kitchen knife that was full of rust and chips, while wiping the saliva from the corner of her mouth. I'll cut gently, it won't hurt. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. The obese woman's voice trembled with excitement. Underground was a tall skeleton. It was gouged clean by the knives. Li Xiaoshui was the first one to fulfill the conditions for moving in. When he walked out of the house with a bucket hat, the old crone who had been sitting in the doorway waiting, her face showing excitement and a weird snickering smile froze. In the next instant, her face revealed a scowl, and a ghastly chill enveloped Li Xiaoshui. How did you get it? She roared lowly. I was lucky and opened a random box, and it was inside. Li Xiaoshui's face was calm as he gestured the bucket hat in his hand. Impossible. I clearly. The old crone wanted to say something like, but halfway through her words, she stopped. She stared straight at Li Xiaoshui. I don't know what came to mind or what she was thinking. Not a word was said. Can I go, old man? Li Xiaoshui asked. The old woman grimaced yes. Li Xiaoshui turned to leave. He could see how angry and disappointed the crone appeared by not eating him. Unfortunately, within the rules, the crone could not do anything. However, the old crone did not even notice how fast the heartbeat of Li Xiaoshui, who had a calm face, was beating at this moment. Angry, she even failed to notice that Li Xiaoshui's left pocket, unlike when he went in, was slightly bulging. After walking out of the old crone's line of sight, Li Xiaoshui's face immediately lost its calmness. His face turned slightly white, he panted heavily, and wiped the cold sweat overflowing from his forehead. It was like experiencing a great psychological burden. I'm so bold that I dared to steal from her. Li Xiaoshui felt from his pocket, and a glass bottle of potion similar to a syringe appeared in his hand. Originally, after getting the bucket hat, Li Xiaoshui planned to just walk away. Instead, in the box, there was also this strange item that was out of place in this feudal era. Li Xiaoshui felt curious, and ghostly picked it up. This potion appeared with the message. A potion filled with a strange liquid. In the virtual city, there might be appraisers that can tell what it is. Looks like it's worth a lot. Although he didn't know what the virtual city was, when he heard the words worth a lot, Li Xiaoshui definitely had to put it away. Taking out this thing, Li Xiaoshui couldn't help but guess whether, in this examination, there would be, embedded in each of the conditions of occupancy, the chances of finding certain special items. Yesterday, blacksmith Xiao's weapon. Today's potion. Of course, this is purely Li Xiaoshui's guess. To put it badly, it could be his luck as well. Putting the potion away without doing much research, Li Xiaoshui returned to the weird old man's house. You again. Got it. The strange old man stared at the bucket hat in Li Xiaoshui's hand in shock. And then, after receiving the bucket hat, the weird old man's eyes unkindly sized up Li Xiaoshui for a moment. Finally, he smiled coldly. You are getting closer to death. Li Xiaoshui did not say anything. Death? This was his last night here. He did not expect to live here for 7 days either. Entering the house, Li Xiaoshui chose to rest. Although he was tired, Li Xiaoshui had to stay up until dawn. As long as, after this night. Of course, there was one more thing that he needed to be sure of. It was tonight. Time passed little by little. In the evening, it turned to late night. Outside the window, the wind whistled and blew. Inside the house, one could vaguely smell some of the fishy stench from outside the house. Apart from the occasional sound of the wind, the village was very quiet and still. Quiet, no sound at all. But Li Xiaoshui could sense that the roads of the village, at this moment, must be dotted with weird swarms of scarlet-eyed ones. They were waiting for the last 6 of them to fall asleep. At this moment, Li Xiaoshui's stomach was slightly uncomfortable. It was just this discomfort that fought off his weariness. In the afternoon, after separating, in order to solve the hunger in his stomach, Li Xiaoshui, who didn't dare to eat anything in this village indiscriminately, grubbed up some tree roots and boiled them and ate them. Although it was hard to bear, at least it satiated his stomach. Suddenly, wow! A gust of wind blew through the house. The flame shook the wick and went out. Inside the house, it was pitch black and dead silent. Li Xiaoshuai's face stared, secretly sneering. As expected. Here it comes. Immediately after, without Li Xiaoshuai's surprise, a wave of tiredness, silently, surged into Li Xiaoshuai's head. And, outside the window, as if vaguely, there were multiple auras that gradually surrounded this hut. Li Xiaoshuai took a deep breath, picking up his spirits, touching out the 2 small sticks that he had prepared out in the afternoon and had been carrying around, which were about to burn into charcoal. Under the manipulation of his spiritual thoughts, Blacksmith Xiao's small knife, on the underground stone, spun rapidly. Wisps of sparks emerged and landed on the fluffy grass of the charcoal. Buzz. A flame ignited. The entire dead, silent and gloomy house was brightened by the firelight. Under the firelight, Li Xiaoshuai's gaze swept over the strange old man, and for some reason, the old strange man, who was carrying his back and did not know what he was doing, even jerked his head back. Those eyes with some scarlet color, seeing that torch, his face changed greatly, hissed, "When did you bring fire in?" "What's wrong?" Li Xiaoshuai asked. "Extinguish it. Put it out. I'll get stuck." Li Xiaoshuai replied, "It's not against the rules for me to do this, right? I'll light the oil lamp." "Oh, good. You light it, then I'll put it out," Li Xiaoshuai replied. The strange old man sank his face, and from the cabinet in the corner, he touched a fire refractor and lit the oil lamp. Inside the room, the shaking, bright light was restored. Seeing this, Li Xiaoshuai immediately blew out the torch. The strange old man's ugly face also soothed. When the strange old man looked at Li Xiaoshuai with cold intent, and was about to say something, Li Xiaoshuai suddenly spoke. "Old man, these lamp oils are corpse oils, right?" The strange old man laughed coldly. "So what if it is?" Li Xiaoshuai also smiled. "Nothing, I just ask." The strange old man's eyes swept Li Xiaoshuai with a strange and morose glance, and finally chose not to say anything else. Li Xiaoshuai was equally reticent. He then walked to the window and swept his gaze to the somewhat blurred window. Unfortunately, it was too dark. Nothing could be seen. Similarly, the scarlet eyes were not found. Inside, that last piece of speculation, at this time, was finally confirmed. "Sure enough, it's like this," Li Xiaoshuai muttered. The long night, in the midst of sleepiness and freezing cold, finally passed. Li Xiaoshuai, who hadn't gotten much sleep for 2 days, was mentally exhausted early on. When daybreak came, he fought with the last of his energy. This was the last day. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiaoshuai walked out of the house. The light shone in the village. It was still cold and fishy. But unlike yesterday, today's streets, there wasn't any blood or corpses. It seems that not too many people should have died last night. It was only after everyone had successfully passed through the check-in conditions. When Li Xiaoshuai walked out not long after, the remaining few rooms, the doors opened one after another. Several people walked out. The long black-haired woman from the old village chief's house. The male who had an eye plucked out and slowly walked out of the house. Lina, who was as white as a piece of paper, her body slightly trembling, walked out from the fat woman's house. Not long after that, extremely beautiful that woman, also bloodless, walked into the crowd. After continuing to wait for a few minutes, they didn't wait for the woman with the broken leg. "Looks like she's dead." Li Xiaoshuai sighed softly and scanned a few people. "In order to survive yesterday, you guys paid quite a heavy price. Can we start? The way to complete the test. This village, I don't want to stay even for a second." The extremely beautiful woman, with a crying voice. "I can't last until the afternoon." Lina was equally hyperventilating, her face bloodless and her shaking body shaking. Her pants, it seemed, were bleeding all the time. The blood kept dripping onto the ground. Strangely enough, the male didn't say a word. When he opened his mouth, Li Xiaoshuai noticed that his tongue disappeared. Safe and sound, besides him, there was also the woman with long black hair who had searched the village. Li Xiaoshuai looked deeply at the woman. "Not simple. Good. The plan can now begin. Head to the grocery store. However, before that, I'm going to ask you guys a question." Li Xiaoshuai opened his mouth. "Question? What question? You say it." The several people naturally cooperated with Li Xiaoshuai. In order to survive last night, they gave the greatest sacrifice they could give in exchange for safety. Take Li Na for example. With a broken hand, if she was to encounter dangerous check-in conditions, she would definitely die. So, yesterday, she chose the obese woman. Although she had to give up some of her meat, at least she could live. Only by paying such a price, the women basically had no ability to live until the next day. Therefore, no matter what Li Xiaoshuai said, they could only believe and obey. "Yesterday, which one of you used fire?" Li Xiaoshuai spoke. "Fire?" Several people looked at each other. Judging from their expressions, Lina, the extremely beautiful woman, didn't. Obviously, when the lights went out, they would be engulfed together. However, the greedy obese woman did not want Lina to be robbed, so she definitely wanted to keep it. Extremely beautiful woman should be similar to Lina's treatment. The male had been mute, unable to speak. The only one who could come up with information was the woman with long black hair. The fire is out, I'm sleepy, I'll listen to you and light the torch. The long black-haired woman said. And what happened? The village chief told me to put it out and it lit the oil lamp. The long black-haired woman said. Good. Just as he expected. What's the problem? The extremely beautiful woman asked. Li Xiaoshui smiled. They are afraid of fire. Afraid of fire? A few stunned. This was a point that Li Xiaoshui discovered. From the first night, the time period when Li Xiaoshui completed the conditions of his stay too late and was nearly caught by the weirdness, he had noticed something strange. The village, black. Pitch black. Too dark. So dark that you couldn't see anything. Except for something like Zhao Blacksmith, where there was a faint brightness in the houses where people had completed the conditions for moving in, the entire village was almost devoid of lights. At that time, Li Xiaoshui was in a state of shock and didn't think too much. But in hindsight, Li Xiaoshui sensed that something was wrong. Perversity. Guessing that they were bizarre was partly the reason for this incident. After all, with the lights off, people would be sleepy and would touch the spooky. As a result, the next day, they were almost unharmed, apparently, unlike normal people. And then, back to the present topic, back to 1,000 steps, do not turn on the lights, is the spooky does not need the light, in the dark, the line of sight will not be obstructed. But, from the village chief, and the old crone, as well as the strange old man, Zhao Blacksmith's house, they all have oil lamps. Since they have oil lamps, and they don't turn on the lights, a contradiction arose. Therefore, Li Xiaoshui had a speculation. The lamps were, in fact, only for them, the outsiders to use. And the weirdness itself, for some reason, did not want to turn on the lights. Taking these 2 points as a basis, Li Xiaoshui conducted further deep thoughts. To have a convenient object like a lamp in the pitch-black night, yet not touching it. In this situation, it was better to say whether or not they didn't want to light the lamp than to say that they didn't want to light the lamp. With a reluctance, an aversion, an emotion in this regard, that leads to the choice not to light the lamp. For example, not liking the lights. And then, for example, not liking fire? Considering the premise that they feared the sun's rays, these were the only 2 possibilities that Li Xiaoshui had considered. Of the 2, he favored fear of fire. Thus, when the discussion of finding the exit took place yesterday, it was because of this idea that Li Xiaoshui deliberately raised the words that they would be sleepy without lights, so he asked them to prepare torches, helping them while also for his attempt, trying to rule out an option. If it really was a fear of fire, then he had found another weird weakness. As expected, after trying, the weird old man's demeanor, and the long black-haired woman's response, came to the conclusion he was thinking of. Creepy was afraid of fire. Everything was to probe out this point. Now, passing the test was 2 more points of certainty. Let's go to the grocery store. According to my guess, there's a lot of lamp oil over there. Now our purpose is to take out the lamps, pour it on each family one after another, and then light a fire together to burn this village. All at once, burn these creeps to death. The test, it's over. With a confident smile on his face, Li Xiaoshui informed the crowd of his final analysis. Of course, it was said to go on like this. In reality, Li Xiaoshui was clear that even if it was progressing smoothly, the examination might not be that simple to pass. The 5 people who survived headed towards the grocery store. Joined the green-streaked man and woman who had been waiting by the side of the road for a long time. The green-striped man and woman entered the team and didn't bother with any of the people they talked to, they just swept Li Xiaoshui indifferently and quietly followed the end of the crowd. Seeing this, Li Xiaoshui did not bother to give an explanation to the crowd. He did not see the need, leaving a few people with a bellyful of suspicion. Soon, a group of 7 people arrived at the grocery store. Li Xiaoshui stood in front of the huge grocery store, pondered for a moment, and slowly spoke. According to my speculation, entering a normal villager's house to take something without experiencing the owner's consent will definitely break some kind of rule. Although in the morning, they won't be able to wake up, I can't conclude that nothing will happen. This sentence poured cold water on the several people who were getting excited. You mean, there is danger? The extremely beautiful woman asked. Right. Li Xiaoshui nodded. However, it's not necessarily. It's not good to say that it will only be at night that the danger will find its way to the door. The crowd was in a difficult situation. The grocery store, in the hearts of the people, was one of the most dangerous places. Those who had come over here to enforce the conditions of their stay, except for black long hair, had all died cleanly. Battered and bruised, the women who couldn't utilize their full battle power didn't want to go through the danger. I'll go, you're still in good spirits, you're with me. In the silence, the long black hair spoke up. The person she designated was not Li Xiaoshui, but the man who had his eyes and tongue plucked out. The latter's face changed and clouded over. The afterglow swept over Li Xiaoshui, as well as the green-striped man and woman. Seeing that they were all indifferent, he knew that he had to go. Finally, gritting his teeth, he nodded. Come straight out when you get the oil, remember, don't do anything extra. Li Xiaoshui solemnly said. Good. The two walked into the grocery store one after another. Li Xiaoshui and the others, at the entrance, waited slightly nervously. This step was the most important. The lamp oil must arrive. It could not fail. Time, 1 minute at a time. 5 minutes later. The door opened with a creak. The crowd stared with bated breath. Out entered the long black-haired woman and man. The two were each holding a large vat of corpse oil. That grocer is sleeping, it went well. The long black-haired woman replied. The man next to her wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and put down the tank of oil, breathing a sigh of relief after the robbery. Ha, good. It went well, then let's start. Li Xiaoshui revealed a smile and was about to command the next step of the plan when suddenly, something bizarre happened. The man with a smile on his face, his body froze. Immediately after that, he violently covered his throat, letting out a desperate strange roar, suffocating, and struggling madly. The woman with long black hair, in the next second, also had her face reddened, covering her neck in pain. No good, she hissed out. Immediately after, a horrifying scene appeared. The two of them, starting from their heads, were like candles being roasted by a great fire. In the sight of everyone, hair, clothes, skin, drop by drop, with a speed visible to the naked eye, slowly melted away. After a short moment, in situ, only 2 puddles of fetid black blood remained. While the crowd was still in shock, the change, once again, reappeared. A blood-red humanoid ragdoll appeared in the blood and water belonging to the woman with long black hair. The ragdoll emitted red light, rapidly expanded, and immediately after, turned into the original general black long-haired woman, appearing a few meters away unharmed. At this moment, the long black-haired woman's face was terrified, and when she looked at the puddle of blood, the flesh pain and heaviness was clearly visible in her eyes. This is the special item I obtained, the replacement life Muppet. It's gone. How could she not notice the crowd's strange and wary gazes? It was hard to look at the face and reply. As for what happened, I don't know. Just now, I only felt that there was a fire burning inside me. The long black-haired woman then continued to explain 2 more sentences. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. It seems that it is a punishment for violating the rules. Li Xiaoshui coldly spoke. This conclusion from Li Xiaoshui caused the crowd, who were confused about the current situation of the bizarre death, to immediately change color. The claim of violating the rules did have the greatest possibility. So, terrifying? The extremely beautiful woman blushed. If the punishment for violating the rules wasn't terrifying, those weirdness would have eaten us all long ago. Li Xiaoshui replied. Alright, there's no need for superfluous words. Now that the stuff has been taken out, what should we do next? The green-striped man interrupted Li Xiaoshui's explanation. To him, whether it was the corpses in the ground or the rules of the village, he did not care. What he cared about was only completing the examination. Li Xiaoshui sighed lightly and said, the next step is simple, we need to take all the houses in this village and pour oil on them. This village, the houses are built on 3 roads. Therefore, 6 of us, each group of 2 people, will be responsible for 1 street. After all the oil is poured, quickly set the houses on the streets on fire. Although this village is freezing cold, but I've checked, the houses are all built with thatch and wood that can be easily ignited. A little fire will still burn easily. After doing what I said and checking it over, immediately gather back here. Any questions? Li Xiaoshui informed the requirements. The 5 people who listened carefully, nodded solemnly, and divided into groups. Green-striped men and women in 1 group. Li Xiaoshui Li Na in a group. Black long hair and extremely beautiful people in a group. Green-striped men and women to find 2 of the old barrels at the entrance of the village road, divided away 1/3 of the oil, 3 groups immediately dispersed. At this time, the day just dawned not very long. Although it is a relatively tedious process, but a road is just so 10 or so households, not to consume too much time. Not to mention, there was now plenty of time. The action began. Li Na was injured, but it didn't affect the operation. This made, Li Xiaoshui had thought that her pale face, as well as the remarks that she couldn't last the afternoon, were all her disguise. Unexpectedly, climbing up to some roof and applying oil, Li Na's wound was exposed. The right thigh, from the knee toward the front of the hip, blood and flesh, all gone. At the hip, drop after drop of blood, slowly dripped down, dropping onto the gouged out, clean, white bones. Where the knee was intact downward, scabbed over, it was forced to remove the scab marks and spill blood again with each twisting squeeze of the thigh. No wonder. Lena's pants, wet with blood. No wonder, her shoes, with every step down, were blood marks. Li Xiaoshui's face turned a little green. It was also thanks to Li Na's determination to go to the obese woman. Li Xiaoshui didn't think much more. Next, after close to half an hour of busyness, Li Xiaoshui and Li Na, finally the 10 or so houses on this one roadway, painted, poured corpse oil. I hope. This fire, it will solve all the problems, Li Xiaoshui muttered. Then, Li Xiaoshui and Li Na acted separately, and before long, the two fires began to spread up the village. Then, Li Xiaoshui and Li Na were the first ones to return to their original location. From here, one could see clearly, on the remaining two paths, flames burned. It was all going according to plan. A few minutes later, everyone was back together. The sky was sunny. The cold village began to surge with heat from the flames that filled it. The pungent smell of smoke even covered up the pungent stench. Everything, as if it was being destroyed. As the six silently waited for the follow-up. Looking at your appearance, it seems like you can't rely on this fire to solve it? Li Na suddenly opened her mouth to ask. The crowd stared at Li Xiaoshui. Li Xiaoshui was silent for a moment and spoke. Unsurprisingly, there are still people to die. Li Xiaoshui's words just fell. A movement came out from this burning fire. Voices came out. Hissing sounds. Screams of misery. It seemed that these fires, burning into the houses, woke up those villagers bizarrely. They were in the fire, fearful, terrified, in pain. The number of voices grew rapidly. Soon, it started with one or two at the very beginning. Gradually, dozens of them. One after another. And these voices, also from the beginning of the human-like emotional sound, to the end, actually evolved into ghosts, demons, such hollow, eerie, shrill accent. The village was dead silent, in the rising and falling sounds of pain and strange screams, as well as the backdrop of the burning fire, seems to call people, really in the real 18 layers of purgatory. But, all of this, for the time being, was going according to Li Xiaoshui's plan. Because, as the flames kept burning, the creepy sounds were getting louder and louder, but they were also getting smaller and smaller. Clearly, the creepiness was dying. And as a result, the gravity, the worry, on the faces of the crowd faded quite a bit. Really afraid of fire. It went well. The extremely beautiful woman and Li Na were the most joyful. The two were in very poor health. In a situation of mental and physical overdraft, it was hard for a person to be calm and become vulnerable. The long black-haired woman, on the other hand, was silent, looking at the roiling flames, her eyes dyed yellow by the flames, as if she was considering something. The S-class examination. Can we just pass it? What reward can we get? On the other side, the green-veined woman and the green-veined man looked at each other. In the team, Li Xiaoshui was the only one whose emotions did not change in the slightest. Still silent. His gaze was fixed on, at this moment, a cluster of small black mist clusters that were floating into midair from the various burnt and collapsed houses. Ever since the hissing sound decreased, Li Xiaoshui noticed this thing. It was very much like the dead creepy villagers, drawn out from their bodies in general. And, these black mists, did not dissipate. Floating in midair, gradually, with the other black mists, fused and twisted. Vaguely, an extremely disturbing sense of crisis surfaced in Li Xiaoshui's mind. Of course, everyone was not blind. When this black mist expanded to a certain extent, the others, who felt nearly oblivious due to the good progress of the examination, also noticed the situation. Li Xiaoshui, what is this? The extremely beautiful woman hurriedly said. The green-striped man also looked at Li Xiaoshui. No? What do you guys take me for? A god? Li Xiaoshui sneered. All I can say is that by burning the weird villagers, we are already getting the best advantage. For the rest, what will appear will depend on fate. After saying that, a white light flashed in Li Xiaoshui's pocket. The dagger floated at his side. Nimble power. Surprise passed through the green-striped man's eyes, turning back to his senses. With the other few people in general, he took up a fighting stance and was on guard. Aside from Li Xiaoshui, they were basically left with only their bare hands. Just like this. The black mist, little by little, accumulated. With no more black mist pouring out of the village, the black mist, which had become a huge black mass, finally stopped spreading. It didn't move. Until, after a few minutes, as if the black mist had frozen, it continued to expand. The speed of expansion was amazingly fast. In a flash, it covered the sky, the flames, and the village. When it was about to cover everything, this huge black fog suddenly exploded with a bang. Li Xiaoshui only felt his eyes were starry, his ears were buzzing, and the next moment, he couldn't see anything. Blind. The bizarre scene, shocked Li Xiaoshui rubbed his eyes and looked around. No, I'm not blind. I'm in the fog, it's too dark, I can't see anything. Li Xiaoshui calmed down and woke up in shock, muttering to himself. Can you guys hear me? Li Xiaoshui shouted. I can hear you. Can't see. I hear what you're saying. We're in the invisible fog. Lena and the others, one after another, gave echoes. The voices weren't too far away. Your positions shouldn't have changed. Remember where you were just now? Turn your backs together, use me as the center point and slowly lean over. Don't spread out. Li Xiaoshui shouted. Several people hurriedly responded. With the sudden situation, no one could be bashful. Li Xiaoshui's analysis of the assessment and the team's command had already caused several people to have the will to listen to his words. However, As several people were preparing to execute, a shriek suddenly rang out. Ah! What is this? No! Don't! Help me, Li Xiaoshui! It was the voice of the extremely beautiful woman, the voice that came to an abrupt end. As Li Xiaoshui was about to send a concerned inquiry to the extremely beautiful woman, in the silent black mist, extremely clear, strange sound came out. Ka-ching, ka-ching, like chewing, something. Can't help it. Li Xiaoshui vaguely felt that one image. There was an inexplicable creature, placing an extremely beautiful woman in its mouth, chewing on it. In the deadly darkness, the sound of chewing was that harsh and creepy. An inexplicably heavy and suffocating feeling enveloped the crowd. A suspicion appeared in their minds. What kind of monster has been birthed in this black mist? And at this very moment, Li Xiaoshui's ears were ringing with that hard mechanical voice that had not been heard for a long time. Attention! Attention! Apprentices, in a special way, destroyed this examination world and completed the examination. However, the villagers of this village were originally evolved from bizarre souls. Losing their bodies can do no harm to their soul bodies. The weird souls, with the resentment of having everything destroyed by the apprentices, fused to become an incomparably powerful weird. The resentment would only be lifted after slaughtering all the apprentices. At this point, the intensity of the test has far exceeded the apprentices' capabilities. The level of the assessment will be revised within a minute. After 1 minute, the apprentices will be removed from the current assessment world. Please, apprentices, hold on for 1 minute. The mysterious world's reminder brought relief to the crowd who were uncertain about the current situation. But what immediately followed was panic. Far beyond their capabilities? Those villagers from earlier weren't considered beyond their capabilities? Then, how powerful must they be now? 1 minute doesn't sound long. But according to this, 1 or 2 more will die. Who will die? Li Xiaoshui naturally had a heavy heart. Although he had sensed from the beginning that at the end of the examination, there would be an accident. However, he did not expect that this kind of event that could not be resisted would occur. How should one not be chosen by that horrible monster in this minute? In thought. Suddenly, the sixth sense's death preview appeared. Not good. Li Xiaoshui was startled and shouted separate in all directions. The farther away the better. Don't lean together. As the words fell, he quickly ran towards the distance. But, Li Xiaoshui's physical fitness was a little worse. He ran slower. Just as he took a step, a huge force rushed in, his thighs were numb, and his legs were suddenly cold. Immediately after, the impact sent him flying dozens of meters away, tumbling several times before coming to a stop. Returning from the numbness, what came was a drilling, almost fainting pain-shocking sensation that made him faint. The next moment, Li Xiaoshui howled out miserably. Ouch! It hurt so much. His right leg is gone. It was bitten off. The screams lasted for a few moments and then quickly stopped. Li Xiaoshui rationally controlled his ego and endured the pain. Because the sixth sense of foreknowledge, the crisis was still there and had not disappeared. Li Xiaoshui tightly covered the root of his broken leg and looked around in a cold sweat. However, apart from the sense of crisis that was intensifying, in the darkness, he could not find the monster's figure. He could only sense that he was the target of the monster. What should he do? Is there a way to save himself? Li Xiaoshui's thoughts were racing, keeping himself calm to the extreme. Rely on weapons? It was useless. His dagger had just been directly knocked away. And the sixth sense, apart from precognition, could do nothing. Right. Spider orb? Suddenly, at this moment, this last mysterious object was left floating in Li Xiaoshui's mind. Perhaps it could be effective. Li Xiaoshui took out the spider orb and hurriedly shot out clumps and clumps of cobwebs in all directions. In front, it's empty. The right side is empty. Until a few white spider webs, shot to the left, hung in the mid-air darkness. Apparently, caging something. Something that was writhing in the darkness. It was the monster. Seeing the figure measured out, Li Xiaoshui's heart let out a sigh of relief. But his hand movements did not dare to stop at all, constantly shooting out multiple clusters of cobwebs, trying to contain its actions, to get through the remaining tens of seconds. However, Li Xiaoshui was whimsical. Spider webs might be effective against ordinary creatures. However, this was the terrifying monster that had fused the entire village. The cobwebs wrapped around its body didn't do anything to stop it at all. The bizarre monster reached out its hand and directly tore it apart. The dense remnants of the spider's web fell all over the ground. Moreover, the bizarre monster seemed to know that they had a time limit. It no longer tore at the spider webs that shot one after another, letting the cobwebs hang on its body. It did not intend to waste time. The figure in Li Xiaoshui immediately approached. The sixth sense's death warning was incredibly strong. But there was nothing he could do. It's over. Li Xiaoshui's face showed despair. He had worked hard to analyze, plan, and consider all possibilities. Unexpectedly, he had given a few other people the opportunity to do the graft. Back off. Only, just as Li Xiaoshui gave up in despair, there was another change. In the boundless darkness, a blinding fire reflected. Before Li Xiaoshui could look at it, eyes shot towards him. Precisely, it landed in front of the monster in front of him. It was a ball of flame that was wrapped around a certain strange item. The flame fell, and with a clatter, ignited all the cobwebs, and the flame quickly wrapped around the monster that had been born in the darkness. At the same time, the firelight illuminated the boundless darkness. Li Xiaoshui saw the monster in front of him. It was a faceless creature with a black body, full of human brain tumor, with 3 huge fangs. It was hideous and gruesome. Under the burning flames, the monster stopped. It let out a pained howl, breaking free from the flames on its body. Li Xiaoshui turned to look into the distance. It was the green-striped man, returning the favor of taking me through the examination. The green-tattooed man let out a cold cry and turned around to continue fleeing. Being saved, Li Xiaoshui was stunned. Returning to his senses, he hurriedly looked for a broken house, relying on the spider web to pull himself through. The flames, after a few seconds, disappeared. The monster, struggling and roaring, stopped moving. In this darkness, it returned to its original dead silence. Li Xiaoshui had already hidden in the corner of the room. Holding his breath, he was alert to his surroundings. Now, although there is no crisis premonition, but time is not over. Li Xiaoshui knew that if the monster found him again, he was really bound to die. But there was no second fire in sight to save his life. Thus, Li Xiaoshui could only pray. Pray for the monster and switch to another target. Under the accelerated heartbeat, the trembling pain in his legs, and all kinds of uneasy thoughts intermingled, Li Xiaoshui felt that time was never slower. 1 minute was actually so long. Quickly! Hurry up! Anxiously waiting. In the quiet darkness, Li Xiaoshui heard an incomparably familiar click, click, click chewing sound. Another person, killed. Who was it? The green-striped man and woman? Or was it Li Na, the woman with long black hair and the others? Li Xiaoshui thought uneasily. Suddenly, the preview of death appeared. Li Xiaoshui raised his head in horror. A mouth of white fangs appeared in sight. Yet again, at this moment, a mechanical voice like heavenly music sounded. 1 minute, time is up. 1 minute, time's up. Surviving apprentices will be sent out for examination. The moment when the mouth's white fangs were about to tear him in half. Suddenly, everything in front of Li Xiaoshui's eyes froze. Then, an indescribable sense of emptiness appeared in his body. His consciousness blurred. And in the remnants of his consciousness, he heard the last mechanical voice. Completing the examination, the apprentice's body will receive a free repair. When he opened his eyes again, before Li Xiaoshui's eyes, there was still a dark area. However, the difference from the weird village was that there was a blue light screen with a 3D virtual image. This was the area where he had chosen his identity. Survived, Li Xiaoshui muttered. He looked down at his leg that had regained its sensation, the broken leg restored to its original state. Moreover, the original trauma accumulated in his body and the mental exhaustion had also disappeared cleanly. A warm breath kept traveling around his body. It was incomparably comfortable and cozy. Is this free restoration? Congratulations to the apprentice for completing the S-rank examination. Next, the following rewards will be issued. As Li Xiaoshui marveled at the miraculous effect of this repair, a prompt came out from space. The rewards came. Li Xiaoshui's expression became exuberant. 1. The apprentice has gained the qualification to enter the virtual city. 2. Virtual points, 50. 3. Basic assessment reward, number of ordinary reinforcements 1. You can choose to reinforce, body, or spiritual power. 4. S-rank examination reward, special reinforcement 1. Can carry out special talents characteristic reinforcement. 5. Upon inspection, the apprentice performed very well in the S-rank examination. Receives special reward, sequence 1 selection book. 6. Prop reward, adrenaline for self-help. The reward distribution ended. Meanwhile, in the dark space, suddenly, a blinding white light lit up. Li Xiaoshui turned his head to look. Virtual City. A door, as if it could be opened. Above the door, were the words Virtual City carved out with light blue light patterns. Virtual City. Li Xiaoshui recalled that the mysterious potion he had obtained had to be firm in the Virtual City. To be honest, Li Xiaoshui had no small curiosity about this so-called Virtual City. However, after gazing for a moment, he withdrew his gaze and chose to check his own attribute panel first. Apprentice, Li Xiaoshui. Number, 19679. Identity, gifted villager, excellent reflexes, can be strengthened, excellent observation, can be strengthened, decent physique, can be strengthened, trait, sixth sense of prevention. Reinforceable, advanceable. Mode of advancement, any level 2 mystical object. Mental power, 1. 9 ranked nihilist. Reinforceable. Physical, 1. 1-level martial artist. Reinforceable. Props, a fine short dagger made by blacksmith Zhao. Spider orb, uninspired mystical object. A potion filled with a strange liquid. Adrenaline for self-help. Normal reinforcement X1. Special reinforcement X1. Sequence 1 selection book. Ordinary reinforcement. Li Xiaoshui was the first to stare at the mental and physical reinforcement. This choice, however, was not difficult to choose. At the very beginning, the hint of an extremely high spiritual talent, coupled with the very comfortable use of Nianli, Li Xiaoshui undoubtedly chose spiritual strengthening. Instantly, Li Xiaoshui felt his mind, an indescribable sense of openness and clarity, and the numinous power in the panel changed from 1.9 to 2.9. This huge increase made Li Xiaoshui is very satisfied. In Blue Star, the body data, which reached a superhuman level similar to that of the Super SWAT expedition team. However, special reinforcement made Li Xiaoshui tangle up. His gaze fell back and forth between excellent insight and the sixth sense of precaution. These two were the key to allowing him to survive this S-rank examination. Perhaps, reaction and fighting ability also had a key role to play. But having experienced those dangers and knowing the horrors, his choice of reinforcement would only be between the characteristics of the sixth sense and observation for the time being. After a while of deep thinking, in the end, Li Xiaoshui clicked on the sixth sense that strengthens the ability to prevent danger before it occurs. The reason for this choice was that Li Xiaoshui thought that compared to insight, the sixth sense of prevention made him rely on it more. Soon, the strengthening was completed and the introduction of the trait changed. Sixth sense of precaution, reinforcement. Your mental power is far superior to that of an ordinary person, and you maintain a strong sense of foreknowledge of any crisis, encounter, or person at any moment. Any more powerful, and you'll have the ability to foretell the future if you say so. People? Compared to the strengthening of other aspects, the word people appeared and attracted Li Xiaoshui's attention the most. The sixth sense, can it now detect anything from people, can't it? Unfortunately, this curiosity could only be learned by trying. It could only be guessed now. In the end, what was left was a potion that apparently healed injuries, and Sequence 1 choice book. Li Xiaoshui opened the latter. Sequence 1 choice book. A special item for identity advancement. Initial apprentices can advance their identities when they get a mystical item of the corresponding level. From there, they get a new identity and ability to enter Sequence 1. However, when advancing to Sequence 1, the new identity, and the new ability that one advances to, are full of unknowns. And in the Sequence 1 selection book, there are 4 random identities for the apprentice to choose from. An introduction made Li Xiaoshui's eyes widen. Indeed, at the very beginning, the so-called traveling novice, fitness apprentice, and ordinary villager all seemed like they were laying the groundwork for the next stage. What identity would be given to choose from? Li Xiaoshui got curious. He immediately opened this Sequence 1 choice book. Identity 1, Senior Surgeon. Villagers can evolve. Identity 2, Talented Writer. Villagers cannot evolve. Identity 3, Extraordinary Psychologist. Villagers can evolve. Identity 4, Knowledgeable Scholar. Villagers are not evolvable. Of the 4 identities in this book, the 2 that were available for him to choose from were Psychologist and Surgeon. Good lord, that looks impressive. What abilities can I obtain? Li Xiaoshui was bursting with curiosity and wanted to probe and see. Unfortunately, without a B-rank mystical object, without advancing this, he couldn't read the ability introduction. There's still the virtual city left to look at. Finished processing and understanding all the rewards. In front of Li Xiaoshui was the door that, radiating blue light, led to the virtual city. Forget it. After gazing at the blue light of the virtual city for a moment, Li Xiaoshui sighed lightly. Although all the fatigue and trauma were all eliminated, the experience of the bizarre world for a few days made Li Xiaoshui genuinely want some time to relax. This virtual city, anytime. Let's go out and slow down first. Li Xiaoshui chose to exit. In the twinkling of an eye, Li Xiaoshui felt like the person was jerked out of this dark space. A few seconds later, a burst of comfortable warmth came from his skin, and the breath he breathed was a long-lost sweet fragrance. Li Xiaoshui knew that he had returned to the real world. Taking off the helmet, what came into his eyes was the familiar room that belonged to him. Clean walls, soft pillow cushions, pure water on the table, and soft, sweet-smelling bread. In the weird village, the 3 days he experienced, with no food and horrible fear, so much so that the scene in front of him gave Li Xiaoshui the illusion of being in a dream. This place is really heaven, Li Xiaoshui muttered. Collapsing heavily on the bed, enjoying a long-lost sense of coziness, Li Xiaoshui finished relaxing his body and mind before opening his cell phone and flipping up the news. It was the same as Li Xiaoshui's guess. As expected, the mysterious world, leading up to the event, had long made the outside world boil. On the list were news with various red words. The government issued an announcement. admitting that the mysterious world is a product of an alien civilization. Shock. Several trainees who completed the examination in the virtual world actually really came into contact with aliens. A certain man in Yangzhou City has passed the B-level test, became the 5th person in the country to pass a B-level or higher test. A woman in Jiangnan City, in the mysterious world, got strong power and captured 10 men at once. The latest news is that more than 50 million people around the world are still in the mysterious world and have not returned to reality. In fact, as soon as he entered the weird village, Li Xiaoshui sensed that the flow of time in this weird village was the same as the real time. The body's sense of touch, the sense of cognition. It was all obvious that it wasn't the consciousness that was brought in by the helmet. Rather, the body was brought in. One should disappear into reality. Otherwise, it's impossible for the family to ignore the helmet after wearing it for days without movement. Should have awakened the person long ago. Next thing you know, people who died in the test, or who came out of the test, will surely post about the experience. A universal discussion was inevitable. It was only the federal government's explanation that made Li Xiaoshui somewhat baffled. The content was very simple, just confirming that the mysterious world was an alien product found in the mysterious continent, and that it needed humans to explore it together, etc. And then no more announcements were made. In the face of all the events in the mysterious world, it turned a deaf ear and didn't care. It was as if they were deliberately pushing the public to aspire to the mysterious world. As a result, countless conjectures and discussions were made, causing various forums to explode with news, discussing the events, and not stopping at all. The entire world was shaken by this. The most discussed thing was the mysterious world's examination. Next was the alien civilization that had been speculated about, but could not be determined. Lastly, the mysterious items that could be brought out from the mysterious world, the characteristic abilities, as well as the virtual city that is always proposed. Not going to control public opinion, resulting in the contents of the mysterious world, popularizing the entire population within a few days. Shock and curiosity, helmets in short supply. While inquiring about various messages in the forum, while searching the posts, Li Xiaoshui also learned that part of the information he did not know. For example, the examination grade. It is divided into 5 levels, E, D, C, B, A, S. The current highest level is an A, B, C and S. The highest currently appearing was an A grade. There were also the various self-characterizations, abilities, and introductions of mysterious objects that various people carried out in the forum. There were all sorts of things that dazzled him, as well as, what he cared about the most, the introduction of the virtual city. Regarding the virtual city, Li Xiaoshui learned from the forum that it was the apprentices' Holy Land. The information in the forums was complicated. It was impossible to simply encapsulate it all. There were only 3 key contents that Li Xiaoshui had seen so far. Trading. Apprentices, in this virtual city, can trade with each other for mystical items, props and the like. Learning. Spending points, one can learn all sorts of unexpected special abilities, combat techniques, and strange spells. Shop. Also costing points. You can buy any props, mysterious objects, and all sorts of other things. It was just that the introduction was incomplete, and Li Xiaoshui wasn't sure if the claims were really that peculiar. And, in the virtual city, there weren't just humans from the blue planet, there were also many alien creatures. Humanoid humans with strange horns, humanoid monsters with fire on their bodies, humanoid beings with all kinds of strange skin, lines, strange looks, organs. Humanoid beings. This scene caused great excitement among the blue planet people, who had never come into contact with aliens before. Most of them took the initiative to seek them out, trying to communicate and understand. However, all of them hit a wall. They were ignored. The only ones who struck up a conversation were casual alien acquaintance guys. The post that was made was to give a piece of information. These aliens, like them, were all apprentices of this mysterious world. These words made Li Xiaoshui recall the green-striped men and women in the examination. It seems that they are aliens just like I guessed, Li Xiaoshui muttered. But the strange thing was, it seemed like no one, other than him, had encountered aliens in the examination. At the same time, Li Xiaoshui had a doubt. This mysterious world, is it something secret or not? The federal government indulges in discussions. Alien civilizations, likewise, tended to rush in. While Li Xiaoshui was pondering, suddenly, a voice rang out. Ha! Brother, you came out from the mysterious world. It was his younger sister, Li Evening Ching. She was dressed in a scantily clad outfit for a night out. When she passed by Li Xiaoshui's door, her face was full of surprise. Aya, I haven't seen you for a few days, brother misses you. Li Xiaoshui noticed his big beautiful sister and happily went forward, rubbing her delicate little hand. Brother, have you passed the examination? Li Evening Ching asked nervously. Passed. Brother, I heard that very few people can pass. You're awesome. Li Evening Ching said joyfully. Generally, good luck. Li Xiaoshui modestly increased his efforts and rubbed Li Evening Qing's delicate little hands. That's good, brother. It just so happens that our classmates are preparing to hold a small-scale class reunion. There are a few classmates who have been assessed and want to exchange information with us about the mysterious world. There's a friend of mine whose family is related to the government and knows some information. Brother, do you want to go with me to take a look? Li Evening Qing said. Knowing intelligence? Li Xiaoshui was not much interested in intelligence. What he wanted to know, he had basically learned. More than going out, he wanted to lie down and rest and relax. But on the contrary, when Li Xiaoshui was about to refuse, the characteristic of the sixth sense appeared. Facing Li Evening Harvest, two emotions surged. Li Evening Qing's fondness for himself, as well as a trip out. There could be a faint premonition of a harvest. This, a strengthened trade ability? Li Xiaoshui was shocked. Brother? Li Evening Qing looked at the unresponsive Li Xiaoshui in confusion. Ah, I'll go with you, Li Xiaoshui responded. A faint sense of gain? What could it be? Li Xiaoshui was pleasantly surprised by the evolution of his ability while at the same time, he had a slight expectation of going out. Just as well. Going out to eat some normal food. It wouldn't be a bad thing to slow down the stomach-churning feeling brought on by the weird village. And by the way, go fishing for pretty girls. A great and precious male like him was sure to be sought after by girls. Meanwhile, standing on the edge of a mountain range, inside an endless black alloy building. Next, B1821, Lina, out. Inside the circular building, one of the countless tall buildings. Lina rose from her seat, her tall figure standing tall. Report. I entered the S-rank examination. Ultimately failed. S-rank? The concise report caused the faces of nearly 100 men and women of her age to change at the center of the tall building. The leader at the very top had an incredibly grave expression on his face. Failure is understandable. But, you were actually assigned an S-rank test? Detecting that, shouldn't you have entered the B rank? The exact reason, I'm not sure. Lina shook her head. Tell the content, the leader said in a deep voice. Yes. Lina gave a military salute. 15 minutes later. Such a horrible test. You were actually killed in the last few seconds of passing it? Yes. There was a woman who took the special mission test who sneaked up on me in the last moments of my injury and killed me. Lina said. Thinking about the sneak attack of the woman with long black hair in the last moments of the assessment, which led to her being killed by the monster, Lina's eyes spewed fire. That one called Li Xiaoshui, who led the others, passed the examination. Yes. Lina affirmed. As far as I can remember, those who went through the S-class and were able to pass, even among the group that entered the examination first, there are only a few of them, right? The middle-aged beauty beside the leader was shocked. What was symbolized by completing the S-class examination to reach the mysterious world entry qualification was only clear to those of them who knew the inside story. Li Xiaoshui. The leader lightly clasped his fingers on the desktop and repeatedly read the name a few times, and then, with a solemn face, he gave the order immediately go and investigate. Li Xiaoshui and Li Evening Qing arrived at the meeting point, a certain hotel in Jiangnan City where they were located. Male. Upon seeing Li Evening Qing, who had brought Li Xiaoshui with him, the waitress at the door immediately had a serious expression. Male comrade inside please. Welcome to our hotel. In our hotel, male individuals enjoy a 1% discount on all purchases. Looking at the customers at the door, the waiter, and his sister Li Evening Qing all looked like they were taking it for granted. Li Xiaoshui's eyes were filled with tears. How can one not love such a world? Not a bit of nostalgia for the past. The two entered room 801 together. Evening Qing, you finally come. As soon as Li Evening Qing entered the private room, a short-haired girl stepped out from the room full of thinly clad, sexy and slender beauty girls who couldn't stop laughing. Sorry, something came up late. Li Evening Qing smiled. As the words fell, Li Xiaoshui walked out behind her. I'll go, man. What? There are men? In an instant, the delicate laughter in the room stopped. Countless pairs of hot gazes fell on Li Xiaoshui who came in. This is my brother. Li Evening Qing introduced. Little Aunt. The short-haired woman enthusiastically shook Li Evening Harvest's hand. You have a brother, you actually didn't say anything. It's too much, Evening Clear. Another girl rushed over. Yeah, how dare you hide it? Which is? Aya, who's talking to you guys about this? We're discussing the mysterious world here, and I just brought my brother here to take a look. He just finished the examination. Li Evening Qing said. Oh, mysterious world matters? Come, handsome do, we were just about to start. Handsome, I just passed the examination, we must have something to talk about. Most of the girls were incredibly enthusiastic. Also, not uncommon. According to the current ratio, on average, only one man could appear in 4 or 5 classes. Especially, he was the kind of beautiful man who was handsome and dashing, suave and handsome, who was rich and learning and talented, who was better than Panan and better than Songyu. They all want him. Unfortunately. Shitty women, 100% looks, even if it's not enough, it's not good enough for me. Li Xiaoshui sat with a smile on his face. His self-confidence had reached its peak at this moment. While scrutinizing whether there could be a beautiful maiden that matched his own peerless looks, suddenly, an unexpected woman appeared in Li Xiaoshui's field of vision. A woman who did not fit in with the crowd and did not look at him squarely at all. Li Xiaoshui felt puzzled. He was a precious and great male. But soon, he relieved himself. Woman, is she playing a game of lust for me? But, not to mention, Li Xiaoshui realized that she was still a 130-point beauty with picturesque eyebrows. Moreover, compared to the crowd, there was a special air of elegance. Characteristic. He appreciated it. Alright, now that the people are all together, it's time for us to talk about the mysterious world. These experiences are important for those of us who didn't go in. As Li Xiaoshui pondered, someone spoke out. Immediately, it received a response. Soon, along with Li Xiaoshui, there were a total of dozens of people, gathered around the large box location, discussing. I'll start. My test is a D-level test. It's to enter a dilapidated hospital. The discussion began there. Li Xiaoshui listened expressionlessly. When he came back, he was on the internet and saw quite a few discussion posts on this type. Although it was not as detailed as what was told in person, the actual difference was not much. For other levels of examinations, Li Xiaoshui realized that the difference with his S-class examination was that the death rate, the danger rate, was not that low. Like in the Weird Village, one wrong step was death. At all times, one cannot let their guard down. You know, at that time, on their first day, 20 or so people died. As a result, these D-level tests, with a majority pass rate, are also low in difficulty. As far as Li Xiaoshui was concerned, it was as easy as playing house. Just like that. A few girls recounted the contents of the assessment one after another. When it came to the highlights, they did not avoid a burst of self-aggrandizement, trying to attract Li Xiaoshui's attention. Unfortunately, this kind of trick was a common skill for men on Earth. Li Xiaoshui had no waves. By the way, Brother Evening Harvest, why don't you tell us about the content of your assessment? A girl finished her narration and looked at Li Xiaoshui. Li Xiaoshui was dumbfounded. How could he speak? Not wanting to draw attention to himself, he started off by deceiving the crowd by saying that he was an F grade, the lowest level of this kind of assessment. How do you take the content of the bizarre village and get it to F rank? Suddenly, Li Xiaoshui thought out of the blue and said, right, more than this, I heard my sister say that someone here knows about some information about the government and the mysterious world. He changed the topic. As soon as this came out, the girl who asked also came to a realization. Yeah, this matter, I also want to know. Su Yao, what kind of situation is it? Another girl asked after her. Quite a few gazes, all landed on that 130 classification level big beauty. Unexpectedly, he was someone with connections in the government. Su Yao nodded slightly and said, well, this matter, I had intended to talk to everyone. After opening her mouth, Su Yao scanned the crowd and asked, have you guys heard of it? Before the mysterious world was made public, in fact, the federal government had sent people into the mysterious world. I've heard of it. Rumor has it, it was quite a few explorers? Su Yao shook her head no. The first batch was 100,000. That can be the genius elites of the world. There's a huge gap between ordinary people like us, whose physical level only reaches a level like 1 to 2. It's said that inside, the lowest physical level is a super expert above double digits. Then, in the second batch, it's the millions of the Federation's expedition teams. Ordinary people like us are actually the final audience. Thus, in reality, the federal government, its understanding and depth of the mysterious world has long since reached a point that we can't imagine. Su Yao's words moved everyone in the room. Surprisingly, long before the release, so many people had gone in? Li Xiaoshui also frowned slightly. It seemed that quite a few people had gotten ahead. Relying on the first two batches of people, the federal government got quite a few rules about the mysterious world. Su Yao continued. For example, the first one. Those who succeed in the examination, for 3 to 7 days, will be forced to be pulled into the mysterious world. Perform a mission. 3 to 7 days? This first piece of news from Su Yao caused the girls, who were excitedly discussing it, to instantly become unsettled. A few of them spoke out sharply. Then aren't we equivalent to having no personal freedom? Yeah, how can that be? I won't participate then. If it's going to be like this, I'll never receive a helmet. Su Yao sniffed and soothed. It's true that not participating can be avoided. However, it seems like there is a way to solve this problem. Only I don't know for now. Can I ask what the mission means? Li Xiaoshui's mind was not on guns. Instead, he was curious about the point of that mission. Su Yao looked at Li Xiaoshui and replied in events similar to an examination. However, this kind of event, in the future, will be changed into a mission. And, the difficulty is also high or low. Li Xiaoshui had no more questions. At that moment, a lanky beauty opened her mouth. It doesn't matter to me if it's mandatory. If you want to get superhuman abilities, paying the price is a certainty. Now that I've cleared the sea-level test, Suyao, I just want to know if there's a way to make our mission afterward have a higher success rate. That is, a way to become stronger. Facing the lanky beauty's decisive and strict expression, Suyao replied without thinking. The insider information from the government side is that the fastest way to become stronger is to obtain points and exchange them in the virtual city. Just spend more time exploring the virtual city. One after another, several people continued to ask questions. Suyao naturally became the center point. After all, what she knew was just too much. Many of the news that couldn't be obtained online could be answered from her. By the way, those few experts that are the most powerful in our country should be the ones that entered the mysterious world early, right? Someone suddenly asked. After the collision with the mysterious continent, the blue star's genetic evolution, and the world changed. Over the past 200 years, many, tempered, incredibly strong experts had gradually appeared, killing powerful mutated ferocious beasts and exploring the mysterious continent. There were all of them. Their kind were those with a single-digit level of combat power, all at the level of ordinary people. And those who were true experts could be above 3-digit battle power. It should be. Someone responded. TCH, I guess, I reckon those experts, they've all passed the S-rank test. Alas, I really don't know what kind of rewards the highest S-ranked examination will have. Someone muttered. As far as I know, the S-class examination, the passing rate is low, very low. Even for super strong people, not many pass. Suyao shook her head to pick up the conversation. One topic after another was pulled out. Li Xiaoshui kept listening. Not to mention, the harvest from this trip was not small. He had learned quite a lot of relevant information. Could it be? Is this what the ability to guard against the unexpected reminds of? A sense of foreknowledge of the harvest? At the same time, Li Xiaoshui was able to sense their emotions towards themselves through his mental control while talking. Bland, affectionate, interested, and a little bit of disgust. The only aversion that came from the only one was from Suyao. This made Li Xiaoshui very strange. Of course, there was another strange thing that appeared as well. In the non-stop perception, Li Xiaoshui realized that the spirit was, inexplicably, slightly tired. Every time he perceived their emotions, the heavy exhaustion of the spirit would deepen by 1 point. Is it after coming out of the examination and still not slowing down? Li Xiaoshui landed on this conjecture, or, after strengthening this kind of perception, it will consume my mental energy? The discussion was lasted for an hour or so. Li Xiaoshui did not speak much and kept listening. Most of the content gradually leaned towards the virtual city. This could not help but increase Li Xiaoshui's yearning for the virtual city. The party was over. Li Xiaoshui gave up his original intention of wandering around for a bit, and went straight back home, put on his helmet, and entered the mysterious world. For the thrill of the last examination, Li Xiaoshui, who was worried about the next mission, naturally couldn't miss the opportunity to improve his strength. Coming into this dark space, Li Xiaoshui pushed open the door of the virtual city. A blue light flashed by. Opening his eyes again, in front of him, a scene that was hard to describe with words shook Li Xiaoshui. Big. Too big. Under the blue crystal-like sky, there was an endless, unseeable end, covered with countless lofty, magnificent, mysterious, exquisite, and all kinds of strange buildings. This is a world that can hardly be described by current human civilization, technology, and cognition. Floating castles, bottomless black hole gates, sky-high towers. The streets are bustling with people. In and out of streets, buildings, and places. As the online forums said, those crowds were not the familiar people of the blue planet, but alien creatures with different appearances and looks. Is this the virtual city? Li Xiaoshui stood in front of a large platform similar to a bus stop, lamenting this magical scene. In front of him was a virtual panel that was exclusive to him. Li Xiaoshui glanced at it. Inside was surprisingly an introduction of the mysterious city's rules of survival and such. Sir, a ride. 1 virtual coin will take you anywhere. Suddenly, an object similar to an ancient rickshaw was pulled in front of Li Xiaoshui by a burly beauty. Forget it. Li Xiaoshui shook his head. He wanted to understand the situation first. As for the virtual coins, 10,000 virtual coins, equal to 1 point. It was displayed above the rules. For the first time, Li Xiaoshui valued the thing called points. You are from our blue star, right? A newcomer who just came in. How about you come for a ride and I can tell you some key information about the virtual city? This intelligence will be of great use to newcomers, the burly woman said. A sentence tempted Li Xiaoshui. Although he had knowledge in the forums, he really didn't know the location and some of the specifics. After contemplating for a moment, he used one virtual point and exchanged it for 10,000 virtual coins, while sitting up. Tell me about it. Li Xiaoshui directly opened his mouth. Okay. It seemed that being able to earn a virtual coin, the burly woman was extremely joyful. As far as newcomers enter the city, basically just enter two places. Exchange Street, Church District. Exchange Street is the place for exchanges. Whether it's a newcomer or an old man, in the quests, the mystical objects and props that you get, you can take them and exchange them. It's easy to exchange what you need. The church area, it's a bit more complicated. The apprentice's identity aspect of cognition, the learning aspect of characteristic abilities. A lot can be learned. The burly woman replied. The other places, are there any restrictions on not being able to go? Li Xiaoshui asked. Nothing, there's no place you can't go here, every place, anyone would want to go in. But the premise is that you need points. Without points, you'll be kicked out. In this city, anything can be obtained. Provided, there are points. And I, for one, am earning virtual coins for points. The burly woman answered, and when she finished, she paused and asked where to first. Or, anywhere else you want to go, it's fine. The church district. Li Xiaoshui replied. The burly woman was stunned, then smiled smart choice. And then, the rickshaw started. It dashed off to the north. The scenery on the street flew backwards. Li Xiaoshui noticed the other rickshaws. However, he realized that most of them were aliens pulling rickshaws here. Most of the humans of the blue planet were empty rickshaws with no customers to take care of them. Like the post said, neglected and discriminated against? Li Xiaoshui couldn't help but have this thought. A few minutes later, with incredible speed, it pulled Li Xiaoshui to the church area. There were only 3 churches on the surface of a vast open space, poured in 3 different colored materials, as if they were natural. 3 churches, radiating 3 different colors of light. Blue, yellow, and black. Sacred, solemn, and eerie. This is. Li Xiaoshui was bewildered. As if she had guessed that Li Xiaoshui would be this confused, the burly woman said. The identity and characteristics that each person chooses are destined to be attributes. Attributes are categorized into transcendent, embodied, sacrative. The attribute that enhances the body's ability is the blue transcendent. Those that use their characteristics to materialize are the yellow embodiment. And those characteristics that don't have any killing power, but have a marvelous effect, are the black secretive. Li Xiaoshui immediately knew that he was the black shenanigans. Thank you, Li Xiaoshui said. You're welcome. The burly woman laughed. Li Xiaoshui stood in front of the 3 churches where people were coming and going, contemplated for a moment, and walked towards the black church that emitted a black treacherous light. The huge church space was overcrowded with long lines at multiple windows. It was close to an hour before the line reached Li Xiaoshui. Li Xiaoshui came to an old man with a red nose and 3 eyes. What's the matter? Seeing Li Xiaoshui sitting down and not saying a word, the red-nosed old man immediately opened his mouth with an impatient face. I'm a newcomer. I want to cognize the status. Li Xiaoshui said. What identity? Villager. Li Xiaoshui said. The old man with the red nose reached out and made a point in mid-air. In the twinkling of an eye, a screen appeared in front of Li Xiaoshui, with an appearance of allowing Li Xiaoshui to observe it on his own. Sequence 0, Ordinary Villager. Characteristics, if anything, a sense of precognition. Carrying talents, decent reflexes, excellent insight. Current partially selected traits that can be sold to villagers. 1. Never sleepy eyes, identity, internet cafe webmaster. 50 points. 2. Peculiar sense of smell, identity, trainee chef. 50 points. 3. A calm mind that doesn't get alarmed by things, intern criminal police officer. 50 points. Current carrying talents that can be sold to villagers. 1. Excellent reflexes. 50 points. 1. Superior combat skills, 50 points. 1. Excellent insight ability, 50 points. A few options made Li Xiaoshui stunned to stay. Afterward, it was carefully scrutinized. According to the rules, I need to remind you. Before sequence 2, all apprentices can only learn one partially selected trait. Please carefully choose the trait that suits you. After all, the method of acquiring different traits can't only be purchased here. The red-nosed old man lazily said. Meaning, when doing quests, selectable traits would appear. It was also possible that, in a situation like when he completed the S-rank test, there would be a giveaway? Li Xiaoshui made a guess. However, Li Xiaoshui had, in fact, already developed the urge to purchase it. He had just enough points. And, the excellent gift of insight ability, as well as the calm thinking characteristic of not being shocked by things, fit him very well. Of course, Li Xiaoshui was not an impulsive person. He would naturally be cautious. Besides, points could not be obtained well. He could learn about it in the forum. When completing the assessment, F grade, 1 point, D grade 5 points, C grade, 10 points, B grade 15 points. A grade, 20 points. His S grade was only a staggering 50 points. It was a pipe dream for the average person who completed the examination to purchase these. That's why people similar to the burly woman type would try to earn virtual coins for the sake of points. Good, Li Xiaoshui said. No matter what, his points would definitely be used in 3 days. When the mission arrived, it could be considered well, and there was no rush. Now, having understood the contents of the church clearly, he planned to go to the exchange area again to see if there were any good things. Of the newcomers in general, he could be considered rich. Li Xiaoshui walked out of the church. Just considering how to get to the exchange area, a familiar voice rang out. Come out, newcomer. Li Xiaoshui turned his head to look. It was that burly woman. It seems that she waited for herself on purpose, in order to earn that virtual coin. How is it? Have you understood clearly? Ready to make an effort? Which one to buy? The burly woman asked. Rather, I didn't consider it clearly. It doesn't necessarily have to be bought here, doesn't it mean there are other ways of obtaining it? Li Xiaoshui asked. The burly woman snorted. This side has the most fair price. You go to the exchange area and see, without 100 points, who sells you. To earn 100 points, it's all heaven and earth. So it was. Going to the exchange area now? Need a ride? The burly woman laughed. Okay, go. Li Xiaoshui did not dilly-dally. It just so happened that this woman could answer quite a few things for him. On the road, Li Xiaoshui asked, what's the exchange area like? Each sequence has its own exchange area. Sequence 0 can only be on the ground floor 1. It's not much of a problem if you buy something. Just need to negotiate the price with the stall owner. If you want to sell something, then you need to pay the stall fee. 1 hour, 100 virtual coins. Scary expensive. She replied. What's usually sold in there? Just common, like sequence 0 us, in the examination, the mission, get out of some 7 and 8 things chant. It's different every day, so it's not good to say that unexpected treasures will appear, the burly woman said. The two chatted while moving quickly. 10 minutes later, the location was reached, a glorious palace. According to the burly woman, the palace had several floors, all of which belonged to the trading place of people with high sequence, as well as some auction houses. Those with sequence 0 could only take the remote entrance and enter the underground of the palace. Li Xiaoshui was quick to enter the underground. Although it was underground, it was not dim. I don't know what kind of technology made it so, but the underground was bright. With the sunlight from the outside world, it was bright and incomparable. Standing at the entrance, one could see the hundreds of densely packed stalls. There are also piles of people bargaining and buying. At the entrance, there is a registration. A tall man with an expressionless face recorded Li Xiaoshui's message. Learning that he was a purchaser, without saying much, he directly let him in. Instantly, Li Xiaoshui drowned in the sea of people. In the midst of the crowd, Li Xiaoshui checked out the various stalls amidst the cacophony of shouts. Props for healing. For saving lives, 2 points, just 2 points, I'll sell it. It's cheaper than the stores. Mystery item. Although it's an unorthodox one, a mysterious object with a strong killing power, walk by and don't miss it. Exchange for attack props. Protective props that can save a small life. Excellent fighting skill cards, I'm in a hurry for points, sell them quickly. The wide array of goods made Li Xiaoshui was dazzled for a while. He had thought that his gains in the examination were considered good, but he didn't expect that quite a few people had the good fortune to get something. After scanning a few times, what attracted his attention was nothing other than a few stalls selling cards. For Li Xiaoshui, right now, the only things he wanted were things that could increase his strength, such as traits, like talents, or mysteries. Of course, not unimpressive mysteries. Again, not level 1 mysteries. What he wanted was a level 2. After all, it was the only thing that would allow him to advance. Due to the special nature of his identity, he was different from others who used level 1 mystic items to advance. He needed a level 2 mystic item. This was a headache for Li Xiaoshui. Knowing that, not to mention level 2, at a glance, there was not even a single level 1 mystical item in so many stalls. Those who have them have taken them to their own advancement. Who sells them? Li Xiaoshui strolled around. With 50 points in his pocket, he had a lot of confidence. Only, after shopping for an hour or so, there was never much to gain. At most, it allowed him to understand the basic prices of goods. Characterization cards for sale. Characteristic cards for sale. Anyone who wants a second trait can look over here. Suddenly at this time, a new stall made a noise that attracted the attention of everyone nearby. The crowd quickly surrounded it. Li Xiaoshui was one of them. What attribute is it? Transcendent class? What price? Many people immediately asked questions. Every pair of eyes were fixed on the purple card floating on the stall. Sneaky class. The stall owner, a young teenage girl, opened the contents of the card. Passerby A, a mediocre passerby, easily overlooked with an extremely low presence. Ugh. Secretive. Immediately, someone was disappointed and turned away. It was the one who inquired if he was transcendent. It was simple. Transcendence was unable to use the sneaky trait. If you want it, one level 1 mystic. The young maiden said. Level 1 mysterious object? The few who were closest to being interested were startled. You're asking too much for such a mediocre ability. Someone said. There are strong sequence 0 abilities? It's not like it can't be advanced. You guys have to know that the Roadrunner sequence 3 is the invisible man, the young girl said in a deep voice. Stealth man. Immediately, many people, including Li Xiaoshui, could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Just from the name alone, one would know the ability of this sequence. It was capable of stealth. He belonged to the same sneaky class, so he could use it. But, sequence 3 was too far away. Can I take points now? No matter how many points are exchanged. I just need one level 1 mystery object to advance. The young girl said. Not many people were interested. In the end, it was a tall young white man who appeared and purchased it with a strange stone. The appearance of a trait card set off a storm. And after the subsequent sale, it returned to the norm. Li Xiaoshui strolled around for more than 2 hours without much more to show for it, and left with a slight disappointment. And then, Li Xiaoshui left the exchange area and went to some of the goods in the props area and explored. In the props area, there was a limit. Those below 30 points would be driven away. This was also the reason why the burly woman recommended Li Xiaoshui not to go. The props area, on the other hand, was the place where Li Xiaoshui gained the least. There was no other reason. Expensive. The things sold were too expensive. In each store, the props were generally above 10 points. Most of them are also disposable consumables. How many of them could be used again? As for the props that attracted people's desire to buy, there were also props similar to the life replacement Muppet he had seen on the woman with long black hair, which cost 30 points. Good value was good value. It could save a life. But not many people could afford it. Not to mention, other magical and even more expensive things. The item that sold the most was something called healing bandage. The function is to quickly recover wounds. It is limited to wounds. 1.2. After turning around a few times and basically understanding the situation of the virtual city, Li Xiaoshui, who had no gains, returned to the real world. At this point, it was already evening. At dinner, the news was broadcasting various events after the appearance of various mysterious worlds. The whole world was caught up in the fervor of the mysterious world at this time. One after another, people went in, and people ended up coming out. One of the news that caught Li Xiaoshui's attention. A male who was on the verge of death had his lifespan extended after entering the mysterious world and successfully coming out. According to expert speculation, in the human genetic evolution prompted by the purple mist, the male lacked a certain factor. And when the mysterious world completes the assessment, the mission, and repairs the male body, it will faintly replenish a small amount of this type of factor. Hearing all this, Li Xiaoshui looked towards the purple world outside the window. Only then did he react. It seemed that the self felt that palpitation towards that purple mist, not before entering the mysterious world. Evolution, lacking a certain factor? Why? Is it because the purple mist came from the mysterious continent? That continent, what is there? Li Xiaoshui was curious. Unfortunately, as an ordinary person, he didn't have much information about the mysterious continent. The only ones who knew about it were the exploration teams. At night, Li Xiaoshui made one more trip into the virtual city. He continued to see a characterization card. It was of the embodiment class, a very peculiar ability. Unfortunately, he couldn't use it. In this world, as a male, one enjoys the right not to work. There are also tens of thousands of cash amount subsidies every month. So much so that most of the males in this world have nothing to do. Therefore, Li Xiaoshui, who had graduated for 1 year, had never gone out to work. And now that the mysterious world is out, the country unconditionally supports the people to enter the mysterious world. Those who passed the examination could apply for monetary subsidies and work vacation benefits. Even if they were immersed in the virtual city every day, it wouldn't hurt. Just this kind of exaggerated support, saying that in the mystic world, there is nothing cataclysmic that is beneficial to the country, Li Xiaoshui simply does not believe it. Perhaps with the promotion of the mysterious world, the progress, this catnip, would only be known by the public. For 2 days in a row, Li Xiaoshui entered the virtual city, mostly wandering in the trading area. His current aim was to manage to raise his strength before the first quest came out. The easiest method currently was the second trait. It was something that, while not so rare that no one was selling it, the chances of it appearing were not particularly high. Every time it appeared, it attracted a lot of attention. The expensive exchange was mostly prohibitive. Li Xiaoshui had already seen the characteristic card 5 times in these 2 days, including the 2 characteristic cards on the first day. 1 time sneaky. Embodiment and transcendence, 2 times each. Tomorrow will be the 3rd day. If I can't find any characteristic cards here, I'll just buy excellent insight. Li Xiaoshui read, continuing as he did 2 days ago in browsing the stalls. It was like browsing certain shopping software. Even if you don't buy, you are still excited to browse. Characterization cards for sale. Li Xiaoshui heard the news of characteristic cards again. He walked over. It was a middle-aged man with a scarred face and a cold face. 100 points, take what you see and take it directly. Just points, no bargaining. The middle-aged man's voice was hoarse. Then, the characteristic card appeared in front of the crowd. Secretive class. Mild psychopath. Creepy class. Mild psychopath. Trait, split mental illness that will cause you to have multiple personality symptoms. You occasionally suffer from different emotional and visual disturbances. The card was displayed and a crowd discussion immediately arose. It's you again. You haven't sold this card for a month, have you? You know? Can you not know? I've seen him several times. Every time, he sells this trait at a high price and no one buys it. Well, I've also seen him twice. I won't do it if I want this trait that doesn't serve any purpose and I have to be a psychopath. It's 50 points, there's no way anyone will buy it. Scattered. The crowd that was just buzzing with excitement was dispelled. This characteristic. I don't see much use for it. And, risk getting sick. The scar-faced man, on the other hand, was expressionless and continued to sit. A look of not being moved by these words. To be honest, the huge side effect of becoming a psychopath caused Li Xiaoshui to similarly beat a retreat. But for some reason, Li Xiaoshui realized that his gaze keenly fell on the words' different emotions and perspectives. It was instinctive to pay attention. After entering the virtual city, his sixth sense characteristic disappeared. But now this emotion, it was as if it was a hint of the sixth sense. Could it be that it was something good? Friend, this thing of yours, can we talk about the price? Li Xiaoshui spoke out. The scar-faced man glanced at him and faintly said can't. Not a bit less. Li Xiaoshui frowned slightly. Then is it convenient for me to ask what is behind the psychotic sequence? The scar-faced man sneered. I don't know. All I know is that I ran into a psychotic sequence one. Scary as hell. Not to mention, this kind of sequence is also an extremely rare type. If I didn't already have a second trait, I wouldn't sell it. Li Xiaoshui was choosing to believe in the sixth sense. He hesitated. Friend, how long do you have this stall until? In 2 hours. Okay. Li Xiaoshui was silent for a while and directly left. He knew that with this thing, no one should buy it. After all, it had been sold for so long. There was no need to rush. He got up and left the virtual city, coming to the various forums to look up the characteristics of a psychopath. Unfortunately, there was no harvest, no news intelligence. But that's right, the mystic world has only just begun. It's normal to have no intelligence for something like this. If I buy it, I'll definitely have to use it. It's fine if it's useful, but it's not. What then? I don't want to become mentally ill for nothing. But the sixth sense implies it. And, that man's tone was so firm. Li Xiaoshui fell into a long consideration. In the end, Li Xiaoshui made up his mind. Hopefully, it would bring him unexpected abilities. Forget it. Trust my sixth sense. Li Xiaoshui gritted his teeth. Li Xiaoshui looked back. I'll add an unorthodox mystical object in 50 points. Is it for sale? Li Xiaoshui asked. I'll just say one thing, take 100 points directly, or else it's off the table, he said indifferently. Li Xiaoshui was helpless. Over here in the exchange area, level 1 mysterious objects were worth 100 points upwards, and the unranked mysterious objects were worth 5 to 10 points. Even if he added 10 points, he only had 60 points. Cold. Li Xiaoshui remembered the potion. He immediately went to one of the appraisal places in the virtual city. Spending 1 point, he performed an appraisal. This is the main dispensing medicine for the spirit potion. Together with the other dispensing medicines, it can be configured successfully. The alien appraiser said expressionlessly. Spirit potion? Li Xiaoshui remembered that it was sold in the props area. 50 points a bottle. It was very expensive. But, this was only the main dispensing medicine for him. It's over, I don't have enough points. Li Xiaoshui was bitter. Li Xiaoshui did some mental math. First of all, it was impossible to sell his Sequence 1 selection book. For the other things, according to the prices of this side of the stall, even if, together with the weapons, he sold all of them, he would not be able to come up with 100 points. What should he do? If he wanted points, he could only complete the next quest. But yes, for someone like him, who was completing the test for the first time, 100 points was a mirage. For most people, the deposit was just 3 or 5 points. Li Xiaoshui returned to the virtual city. When he came, the scar-faced man looked at Li Xiaoshui. How's the consideration going? Can I make a condition with you? Li Xiaoshui asked. The price, it's not negotiable. Price, I don't talk about it, the main thing is that I don't have enough points right now. I'll take this as a reservation and postpone selling it to me for a few days. How about it? Li Xiaoshui asked with a smile. The scar-faced man sneered, when your points arrive, just come back to buy it. If at that time, I haven't sold it yet. Obviously, this was not someone who was good at talking. Fortunately, Li Xiaoshui had already considered his countermeasures and faintly said, I will offer 110 points. The scar-faced man was stunned. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he sized up Li Xiaoshui. After a moment, he said 102. Li Xiaoshui calmly said, in order to bear the side effects of becoming mentally ill, I have made a great determination. If you don't want to talk about it, I can also change it. The scar-faced man revealed a smile. Forget it. 101 it is, when making a friend. You're from the blue planet, right? Add a contact. But in advance, I'll wait for you for a week. Beyond that, I'll continue my stall. The two agreed. Exchanging contact information, the scar-faced man closed his stall. As a matter of fact, this deal, the scar-faced man earned it, and Li Xiaoshui knew that he was losing money. After all, he had this thing, but for days after days, no one had bought it. But what if it was bought? Li Xiaoshui still trusted in the hints of his sixth sense. Selling that mysterious potion, and the self-help adrenaline, plus the mysterious object, the knives, I probably have around 80 to 90 points. From what I understand, the points for the mission won't be less. Completing the quest and getting the rewarded items can also be sold for a good price. It stands to reason that I can gather 110 points. But I can't just change anything in order to save 110 points. After deciding to purchase this trait, Li Xiaoshui began to think about the subsequent preparations. Turning his eyes. It was the fourth day that Li Xiaoshui had completed the examination. In these few days, the number of appraisers that came out one after another was increasing. Helmets were also being handed out in an endless stream. The number of people who had completed the B-grade examination had already exceeded 100. The number of those who had completed the A-grade was also several. The news changed from discussing the content of the test and the strange abilities, to interviewing and introducing the number of apprentices who had completed the B-level test, and even individual A-levels. Those stars were all replaced by these people. Even, the official list of assessments was made. Of course, Li Xiaoshui ignored all these things. In these 2 days, he fully prepared for his first mission. In these 2 days, Li Xiaoshui spent 10 points. 1 point, purchased the virtual pocket, which could be worn on the body and hold 20 square meters of space. 1 point, purchased healing bandage X2. 5 points, purchased body armor. For 1 point, purchased a permanent fire generator. Points, purchased an unappreciated and uninspired mystical item. Nothing special, only fogging. Li Xiaoshui thought that the effect was peculiar and might reap unexpected benefits, so he acquired it. There are still 39 points left. And just in the afternoon of the fourth day out of the examination, just ready to enter the virtual city. Unexpectedly, in the darkness, all of a sudden, a prompt came out. Hint, hint. Apprentices will be assigned to participate in the first mission event. Apprentices will be assigned to participate in the first mission event. Begin matching candidates. In 10 minutes, the mission will begin. Li Xiaoshui's face was gloomy. The first mission, here it comes. He took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. Finally, 10 minutes later. Mission begins. Mission, Sea Drift Bottle. Level, Grade A. Content, the ship Kaldorf, carrying 200 passengers, embarked on the endless ocean. However, a storm overturned the ship. Those who survived, floated to a strange and bizarre island. The first aid squad has dispatched a rescue team to set out. However, it will take days to find the deserted island. And among the surviving passengers is the heir to the Kaldorf, Violet. The main task of the fleet is to keep her safe. Please play your part. The mission will be completed when the rescue team arrives. The special conditions are as follows. At sea, a certain number of floating bottles sometimes appear. Apprentices must pick up the drift bottles and complete the contents of the note in the drift bottles. If not completed, they will die. The fishy, salty sea breeze that hit Li Xiaoshui's cheek stung. He snapped his eyes open. The sea. An endless gray sea. The sky was dark and heavy, and in the distance, sandwiched by dark clouds, was an endless storm that seemed to drown the world. Nearby, the wind whistled violently. The sea shook with the storm in the distance, the waves splashed and surged. The air of restlessness and agitation was that clear. He was on a sandy beach. The ground was full of rotting fish corpses, broken sharp shells, a few splintered corpses, accompanied by blood-watery sand. Li Xiaoshui turned back. A few hundred meters from the coast. At this moment, was setting up, one after another weird tents. Dozens, hundreds of people were busy going back and forth around the tents. It was those passengers? Thinking. Suddenly, a roar like a gong rang out. The sound was so exaggerated that Li Xiaoshui was actually shaken to the point of dizziness. You bitches, trash, shit. Are you still lazy? Ah. Are you guys trying to make Miss Ware hungry at night? Ah. Jabla. Immediately after that, a whipping sound with wind whistling rang out. But when the whipping sound fell, what it brought was not the sound of thrashing, but that kind of sound, like bones and flesh, were torn apart in a series of sounds. Li Xiaoshui came back to his senses and hurriedly looked to the side. To the side. A nearly 4-meter-tall giant with 2 faces, covered in densely packed round holes, was grasping a half-meter-long whip made of sharp bone spikes and blades, which was dripping with blood and dripping with drops of blood, and rushed to the ground, with his back being ripped open, and was in agony. Was torn into open, is howling in pain. Thin Man roared. You're like this, a mess. Where, what about the night nah? The giant's other face, the roaring rage face, was very different. Tears continued. Miss Ware, so kind, you actually want to let her starve. The angry face shook with rage again, roaring unforgivable, unforgivable. The horrible whip violently lashed down on the skinny man again. Tear. A piece of the skinny man's leg was sent flying. Tear. A piece of the skinny man's skull was snapped in two. The whipping did not stop. The screams and splattered pieces of meat gradually disappeared. When the ground was underneath, there was only a piece of mangled and tattered bone left. Only then did the whipping stop. This scene was brief. Only a few seconds. The quiet scene caused Li Xiaoshui's heart to jolt. He finally knew how that corpse piece on the ground came from just now. He didn't want to take such a whip. If this whip went down, not to mention the mission, he was afraid that it would be difficult to stay alive. What kind of creature is this person? An alien? Half an hour to go. The giant's angry face roared at the crowd. Captain Gatly, promise that if you trash don't find Miss Vale's food, you'll end up just like him. Crying, he said, find it, find it. If we can't find it, Miss Virla, what can we do? On the spot, there were dozens of existences with the same clothing as the skinny man who was smoked to death. Li Xiaoshui was one of them. The crew. Playing the role of this ship, the crew? Li Xiaoshui guessed the identity. The next moment, many people who were scared out of their wits by Gatli's behavior rushed towards the sea. Li Xiaoshui returned to his senses, similarly looking towards the sea. A sense of crisis that gave him the creeps warned. Turning his head, he looked at the whip. Li Xiaoshui hardened his head and chose to face the whistling hurricane, heading towards that gray sea. The gray surface of the sea, the tides were churning. From time to time, one round, strange bubble after another exploded from the surface of the sea. It seemed as if there was some kind of creature hidden underneath the bubbles, but the sight could not penetrate the gray sea surface. Li Xiaoshui's spirit was incredibly concentrated. The sixth sense that prompted the crisis was crazy and strong. This was the effect of the strengthened characteristic. Compared to earlier, the number of times was more frequent, and the senses were sharper. Li Xiaoshui's gaze, one after another, surveyed the others in the vicinity. Li Xiaoshui realized. Among the dozens of crew members, there were 10 people with blue alien looks. The rest were mostly alien-human look-alikes. All of them doing a mission? Considering the power of that green-striped man and woman earlier, Li Xiaoshui had an inference. If all of them were doing the mission, he thought that the difficulty of this mission probably wouldn't be any weaker than the S-rank test anywhere. Food. It's to catch fish and such, right? But under this kind of storm right now, it's obviously impossible for there to be fish near the shallow sea, right? Li Xiaoshui pondered, his attention returning to the captain's request at the very beginning. I have movement here. Suddenly, a shout rang out. About 100 meters away from where Li Xiaoshui was, an alien with strange scales shouted. All eyes looked over. In front of that alien man, a burst of hot air unexpectedly emerged from the gray surface of the sea. Countless bubbles rose from the area where the hot air was located. A sharp lance-type weapon appeared out of nowhere in the alien's hand and stabbed down directly towards the hot air. There was a poof. The weapon pierced into the surface of the sea. As if it had pierced something, a blue blood slowly floated out of the gray surface of the sea. The alien's face rejoiced, and he was just about to make a move. Suddenly, he froze in his movements. He looked at the sea below him in shock, not knowing what was happening. His face showed horror, was opening his mouth, wanting to say something, Shakti, violently like being by something. The words could not be uttered in time, dragged into the water. A short moment, disappeared in everyone's field of vision. Obviously, it was just knee-deep shallow water. Everyone, face to face. The faces of the people who were a few dozen meters nearby, suddenly changed, and unanimously, they quickly pulled away. Basically everyone, pulled out their own props, weapons, and vigilantly looked at the surface of the sea. But, the movement was gone. Quiet was restored. The bubbles of water, the steaming hot air, all disappeared. The blue blood, moreover, was washed clean by the seawater, without a trace. Except for the sound of surging waves, the scene was dead silent. Hey, what are you doing? Another voice rang out. A flush of gazes shifted over. 10 or so meters away from Li Xiaoshui. In the low shallow beach area, a female alien unexpectedly dived down, leaving only her dense hair floating on the surface. But the call was not answered. The man couldn't help but feel suspicious. Subconsciously, he reached out his hand and pushed the woman's head. Only this push. Like pushing away a piece of paper, the head was pushed and turned over strangely. Unexpectedly, it was a head without a body, floating lightly, floating on the gray surface of the sea. No, not really a head. Just a morose white face, skin still stained with scalp. The face and the back of the head were tightly stuck together. Inside the skull, like it had been eaten clean by something. In the whitish eyes that were still attached to that scalp, there was still the residual color of panic before death. Li Xiaoshuai's face was a bit ugly. He remembered that a few seconds ago, this female in his field of vision was still vigilantly looking around. He seemed to have, for just a few seconds, shifted his vision, right? In such a short period of time, she had turned into this? What was hidden in this gray sea that gave him a premonition of crisis? Not only Li Xiaoshuai, 2 consecutive people were strangely victimized, everyone could not remain calm. More than searching for fish, they panicked and checked underneath themselves to see if anything existed. Even some tried to flee out of this black sea. But by the shore, the bloody whip held by Captain Gatli's hand told them to extinguish their thoughts of fleeing. Gentlemen, I have a proposal. This situation is so weird right now. Why don't we gather in a group, 1 meter away, and pick each other up? This way, even if something goes wrong, we can help in time. Li Xiaoshuai spoke. He had to make a sound. He was afraid that the next crisis would fall on him. Although he had obtained the powerful characteristics of the sneaky class, relatively speaking, Li Xiaoshuai's flaw was that his combat power was weak. At least it was weaker than the people present thought. This was his approach to self-preservation. Good. Let's do it. We'll form a circle, and it'll be convenient to look for fish in the sea. In fact, in this situation, Li Xiaoshuai wasn't the only one who had thoughts of unity and cooperation. No, he raised his voice and immediately attracted approval. Soon, everyone tightly formed a circle. I'm guessing that the ones who did this to us should be creatures from the sea. An alien made this deduction. Li Xiaoshuai nodded his head. He was about to respond when suddenly, the root of his thigh, like it had been rubbed by some slimy and slippery creature. A tingling, icy cold, as well as a dry and hot sensation, came over. Not only him. The 2 people next to Li Xiaoshuai were also shocked in their eyes. This thing, under our feet. A man shouted. He was about to flee away from his original position, but his body was unable to move. Not good, I've been caught. Li Xiaoshuai keenly discovered something. His body did not move, but he hurriedly shouted attack to the range under him. That thing, the body is not small. The words fell. The fearful and abnormal crowd simply did not think much more. A series of weapons, strange characteristics, abilities, towards the location of the attack ceaselessly. The gray sea surface, in an instant, was filled with dark blue blood, and the entangled alien, likewise suffered an unmitigated disaster. Splattered with attacks, he was bound and unable to dodge, his body drenched in blood. The attack stopped. Should be dead, right? What kind of monster is this? Dozens of people, looking at the surface of the sea that was dyed a deep blue, couldn't help but engage in a discussion, but no one dared to approach. No, not dead. It's still haunting me. The entangled alien vocalized a hoarse roar. Boom! The gray-colored sea was exploded. The alien man was actually swept up into the sky in an instant. Li Xiaoshuai looked in shock. It was actually a 10 or so meters long, deformed and twisted, like a combination of human and animal, with long hairy tentacles. Tentacles all over the wound, and that one wound, crawling out of the dents, such as the size of maggots, long full of shark mouth fangs octopus bugs. At the first moment, the bugs swooped down on the bound alien, burrowing into his skin and his senses. In just 2 seconds, he was eaten cleanly from the inside of his inner body, to his head, at a ghastly speed visible to the naked eye. As the half-empty alien man's torso was nibbled clean, a tiny worm fell from that empty human skin into the gray, unreadable sea. All at once. Everyone understood why that woman had died so strangely. Everyone, their bodies were tingling. This worm, could it, along with the seawater, drill into them? I seem to have been bitten by a bug. He's gotten into my veins. Suddenly, a man shouted, quick, help me, help me. This bug, it's gotten into my body too. My back is itching. Another woman hurriedly said, my legs are a bit uncomfortable. One after another, people began to suspect that the slight strange discomfort they were experiencing was caused by the worms. After all, this wasn't the first batch to land in the water. Just now, there was a batch in the water. With the psychological effect, Li Xiaoshuai could not help but be affected a bit as well, scanning his surroundings somewhat nervously. He did not want to die somehow, but his sixth sense was not useful at this time. The entire ocean was in crisis. Chaos what? A stout, bald, red-eyed man shouted in a deep voice, shocking everyone present to calm down. Chop up this tentacle and use it as an ingredient so we can leave. Otherwise, if we don't get eaten by the bugs, we'll be killed by that madman. His words did take effect. Everyone was not an ordinary person with strong abilities. Soon, the crowd recovered their morale and ignored the physical problems for the time being. Work together. Together, they did it. Li Xiaoshui stood at the end of the crowd and did not make a move as he paid attention to the characteristic abilities of these people. Li Xiaoshui guessed that there must be someone who had already stepped into sequence 1. You have to know, it's not a newcomer's test anymore, it's a mission. There were definitely quite a few who had experienced more than one mission. Similar to that red-eyed man, the transcendent class characteristic, expanding his body 1 or 2 times, sinews protruding, curved and gnarled, such a burly body, harboring terrifying strength. This was not a trait ability that Sequence 0 could have. Another example, an embodied class ability, a thick purple vine appeared out of thin air, deadening the tentacles. The exaggerated means made Li Xiaoshui's jaw drop. The tentacle basically did not have any resistance. Under the efforts of the crowd, finally, one person used a thin, hair-like transparent rope to cut the tentacles. The tentacle, which was 5 or 6 meters tall and 2 meters thick, smashed straight into the ground. The surface of the sea splashed with waves. Blue blood dyed this gray sea water completely. As the tentacle fell to the ground, an uncountable number of small, dense insects drilled into the surface of the sea. The crowd was so frightened by this scene that they ran towards the beach in a hurry. The calm shallow sea area, however, no one dared to come any closer. In the end, it was only by relying on the vine properties that the tentacles were dragged to the shore. You trash, you finally did something. As the tentacles were dragged to the shore, Captain Gatli's gong-like voice rang out. Saying that, he swept over the crowd that had made an incomparable mess on the seashore, and continued to coldly instruct however. It is not yet time for you to rest. Li Xiaoshui's heart thumped. There wouldn't be anything more life-threatening to do, right? You. Go, gather enough firewood to burn until dawn and send it to Miss Where? You, go find clean water and send it to Miss Fierce for Miss Fear to wash. Gartley arranged for one person after another to act. Li Xiaoshui, naturally, was also in one of the things. Surrounding the service of Miss Fear, everyone distributed their new tasks and began to move. Li Xiaoshui followed the other 3 and took charge of the fruit event. Yes, to give Miss Ware the dessert fruits to be prepared for after meals and snacks. The 4 of them aimlessly walked towards the island's big hill. Along the way, Li Xiaoshui had been observing the island. This island was large, rambling lush green. The island was full of plants, large trees. Fruit trees, in this kind of environment, were definitely there. However, there was one situation that was too bizarre. Quiet. It was too quiet. On this island, there were no seagulls chirping, no insect sounds. Quiet, without any life. The only thing that could make a sound was the violent waves that echoed in this lifeless island, and the sea breeze that blew Li Xiaoshui's cheeks painfully. It was too strange and abnormal for this kind of situation to appear on this island that was full of life. And, there must be a demon when things are out of the ordinary. Even if his sixth sense did not prompt him, Li Xiaoshui decided that there was an unseen crisis within this island. Caution was needed. And, Li Xiaoshui was very concerned about the unseen MS. Where? This captain was very scary. No, it might be appropriate to say perverted. But, he enacted his mission with Miss Violet in mind. Could it be that he could, if he gained Miss Virla's favor, reduce the number of similar outings? It would surely increase his survival rate by quite a bit. This could be different from the village assessment, where there was no need to complete the designated events. One only needs to survive until the rescue team arrives. Of course, I don't know if it was overthinking. Li Xiaoshui and the other 4 people, the subsequent process, unexpectedly did not suffer any danger. On the contrary, in a mountain slope, saw 2 fruit trees full of strange fruits. A few people tasted them, confirmed that there were no problems, and picked them equally and put them into their virtual pockets. Finishing is considered easy. Go back. A woman smiled and spoke. These quantities of fruits, even if only half of them were handed over, it would still be enough for dozens of people to eat. Not to mention that they only needed to take care of Miss Virla's quantity. There were quite a few that could be left behind. Wait. But at this time, the alien with compound eyes all his life suddenly called out to the few people who turned back. What? There's a house. A single sentence made the faces of the several people stare. Where? Li Xiaoshui looked around but saw no traces of a house. My characteristic ability. The compound-eyed alien swept a glance at Li Xiaoshui's several people without much explanation, and his gaze fell in the northeast direction. And then, continued slowly 3 rooms. Anyone? Yes. The compound-eyed alien replied in a deep voice. The natives of the island? Yes. The compound-eyed man nodded and stared in that direction with narrowed eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. This is troublesome, there are actually natives. I knew that this damn A-ranked mission would have big risks. The plump woman gritted her teeth. Let's go, it's better to do more than less. Tell that captain directly and let him handle it, Li Xiaoshui calmly commented. He was not willing to face an unknown crisis. The plump woman nodded her head repeatedly. I think so too. Well, hurry up and go, don't draw attention to yourself. The other thin man concurred. The compound-eyed man sneered, but rebuffed the idea of several people. According to my understanding, if we kill that native, we can obtain the mysterious object. And I saw in those 3 rooms, 1 card. Perhaps it's a card of some kind of characteristic. A sentence that made Li Xiaoshui and the other 3, who were moving their feet, stop. A card? A card of characteristic. No one could be indifferent. This could be equivalent to 100 points, in front of them. You didn't lie? The plump woman immediately asked. The compound-eyed man said indifferently. Lying? Is it necessary? Think I'm lying? Take a look together, don't you know? Several people looked at each other. If it was said that simply going on a risk, no one would be willing to do so. After all, no one doesn't love their little life. But adding the chance to get 100 points, it was a different story. The value of just 1 card alone exceeded the reward for completing the examination. What's the point of taking a risk? Then let's go take a look. What do you guys think? The plump woman's heart moved. Li Xiaoshui and the skinny man agreed one after another. All right, go take a look. The compound-eyed man smiled. That's right. What's the idea? Let's take a look together before we talk. It's not like we're going to fight those natives right away. The 4 of them reached an agreement and walked together in the northeast direction, bypassing the dense and thick woods, when they came to a basin halfway up the mountain. As expected, there were constructed huts just as the compound-eyed man had said. However, it was not the kind of rural hut house that Li Xiaoshui remembered. It was simply built with stones, planks, and hay, like a simple stone room from the Stone Age. There were 3 rooms in total. The 2 rooms on either side were cramped and short, with wooden beds and food items, similar to a living place. The one in the center was a very different and exquisite construction. The scale was more than twice as large as the 2 next to it. The open doorway of the house, vaguely visible inside the stone room, there is a huge, I do not know what kind of shape of stone statue, too far away, as well as the hiding of the stone house, so that Li Xiaoshui and others, unable to see the appearance. In front of the statue, some offerings were placed. On one of the small tripods on the offerings, there was an eye-catching red card, suspended in midair. 4 people clanked the card dead center. There really was. In an instant, several people coincidentally had an urge to rush over and snatch the card. With 100 points in hand, how much stronger they could become, everyone had a number in their hearts. But the 2 strange natives dressed as savages beside the stone house deterred them. The 2 gray and black-skinned natives looked skinny and ugly, with no special characteristics. However, Li Xiaoshui and the others who had gone through the examination, and even other tasks, knew deep down that these were definitely both deadly characters. Especially, people who guarded cards worth 100 points. Retracting their gazes, the 4 of them ducked back down below next to the roots of a giant tree in disgust. If we want to get the card, the only way is to kill these 2 natives. The 4 of us, in groups of 2, I don't think there's a problem. The compound-eyed man was the first to speak up. How will it be divided? The skinny man sneered. 1 card, divided among 4 people? Yes, how to distribute it, that's a problem. The plump woman said in a deep voice. It's simple, whoever wants that card, make up the others 25 points. No points, take props of corresponding value in exchange. The compound-eyed man had an early response. 25 points. A large number. Splitting it among 4 people was indeed fair. No one had a problem with it, including Li Xiaoshui. He is interested in the red card. If there were more powerful characteristics, it couldn't be better. He was not particularly keen on the characteristics of psychopaths. Only, there was one thing that was making Li Xiaoshui feel quite puzzled. The 6th sense, for the red card, did not have too strong a hint. Could it be that it was the 6th sense that was touching the emotions of the person next to it? Yes. 6th sense, when he was going up the mountain, Li Xiaoshui tried to feel out a few people's emotions towards him. Compound-eyed man, ill-intentioned, murderous. Indifferent to him, disgusted. Skinny guy, nervous anticipation. Unemotional towards him. Plump woman, moody. Friendly to him. Li Xiaoshui was sufficiently wary of the ill-intentioned, compound-eyed man. Since there's no problem with the discussion. Start? The compound-eyed man asked. All in all, the first priority was to take this card first. It wasn't hard to reach a consensus. But just as the several people were planning to discuss, abruptly, Li Xiaoshui, who was sensing the emotions of several people, felt as if his head had been violently stabbed by a needle. The piercing pain made him suck in a breath of cold air. He violently covered his head and fell straight to the ground. If it wasn't for the fact that he had an ounce of sanity and knew that he couldn't disturb the 2 natives on such an occasion, Li Xiaoshui would have absolutely screamed out. It was only after several seconds that this tingling sensation suddenly subsided. Hey, what's wrong with you? Is the person okay? The three people looked at Li Xiaoshui in shock. Li Xiaoshui slowed down, reluctantly climbed up, and smiled dryly. My body has always been a bit of a special disease, basically not a seizure. I didn't expect to suddenly. Sorry. With one sentence, the crowd was relieved. However, inside the smiling Li Xiaoshui's heart, it was a heavy stream. As early as during the class reunion with his sister, Li Eveningqing, he had developed a sense of exhaustion similar to the current spirit when he was probing the emotions of the crowd. Originally, at the very beginning, with the sixth sense trait, this wouldn't have happened. However, ever since he strengthened it, in the real world, this type of side effect started to appear. Li Xiaoshui felt that the side effects might have appeared because he did not have enough mental strength, so much so, that he had been relying on his sixth sense frequently since he came to this test. But no matter how many side effects there hadn't been this kind of backlash, right? Even the party went up to explore so many people and just felt tired. Could it be that the amount of mental energy consumed by probing people of different caliber would be different? For example, this compound-eyed man could be sequence 1, making the consumption too great, caused by that? Li Xiaoshui quickly analyzed the reasons, and he thought that his analysis was correct. It seems that the probing of people's emotions cannot be used indiscriminately. Li Xiaoshui was helpless. Good things all have limitations. There has to be a way to solve this limitation. As Li Xiaoshui pondered, several people exchanged traits with each other, using this to set tactics. My attack class characteristic is wings. I can manifest wings and fly briefly, the compound-eyed man said. An animal-like trait of the manifestation class? The thin man looked deeply at the compound-eyed man, scorn and envy written in his eyes. The compound-eyed man was expressionless. I'm of the transcendent class, with enhanced physical qualities. Speed and strength enhanced. The thin man spoke. I'm of the embodied class, able to manipulate a rope. The plump woman also spoke. She stretched out her hand and a grayish-white rope coalesced and appeared in midair. Finally, Li Xiaoshui was left. Li Xiaoshui cried and laughed. I am of the secretive category. Several people frowned at each other. The characteristics of the secretive class, although powerful, seemed to be of little use when it came to cognitively fighting. But I'm a nihilist, so I can attack remotely. Li Xiaoshui summoned his dagger. Very good. A hint of joy appeared in the compound-eyed man's eyes. Since we all have the power to fight, here's what I have in mind. The three of them exchanged combat methods. Li Xiaoshui was silent. The compound-eyed man had a strong desire to control. And only the compound-eyed man, who gave him a sense of crisis, was an expert. There was no need to refute him. And so, the tactics were quickly set, waiting for the two natives to separate. Of the four, the skinny man went to distract the other native. Li Xiaoshui and the other three relied on the plump woman for binding. The compound-eyed man went to attack and fight, while Li Xiaoshui took the opportunity to sneak attack and kill the fallen one. Just like that, the four people concentrated, staring at the two natives, waiting for the opportunity to break them down one by one. Li Xiaoshui noticed. The two skinny natives were, in fact, subtly different in their appearance and dress. At the foreheads of the two men, both read thick stripe markings. One had double stripes on his forehead. One had only one stripe on his forehead. Li Xiaoshui's gaze landed on the one with double stripes, and his sixth sense immediately sent out a violent reaction. Dangerous. Very dangerous. And the one with one red stripe had the same faint sense of danger. Li Xiaoshui could not help but frown, waiting for an opportunity. The violent wind clamped fishy salty water droplets that kept splashing on several people. The endless black clouds on the surface of the sea, the torrential rain, was getting closer and closer to the island. And a bone-piercing coldness gradually intensified as the sky descended. Also finally, amidst the slight impatience felt by several people, the two separated. The two red-striped natives walked off to urinate not far away. Good chance. The compound-eyed man immediately said, follow the plan. Wait, Li Xiaoshui hurriedly voiced out. What? Several people looked at Li Xiaoshui in confusion. My characteristic is biased towards the premonition category. My trait tells me that killing this one that stays in place will develop smoother, Li Xiaoshui said. Several people looked at each other. Although they felt that there was no difference, they still did not reject Li Xiaoshui's suggestion. Soon, switching to, the skinny man quickly approached towards the outgoing natives. And then, the movement he deliberately made attracted the attention of the two-striped native. Stunnedness flashed in the eyes of the two-striped native, and he immediately chased after him. The two figures disappeared from sight, and Li Xiaoshui's trio made their move. The one-striped native in front of the stone house was bored and lying beside the stone block, fuming. As always, just as he was about to fall down and lie down for a while, suddenly, he felt as if a foreign object had appeared in his neck. Confused, the native of one stripe was just about to look down when, violently, a strong sense of suffocation came over him. Under his gaze, he discovered that his neck was actually deadlocked by a grayish-white rope, and the rope desperately contracted, and he could barely breathe. Subconsciously, he wanted to tear away the rope. At that moment, there was a movement from the front. In midair, a compound-eyed man with 4 transparent wings appeared. His speed was rapid. In his hand, a sharp machete slashed down at his neck. In the midst of panic, a stripe of natives couldn't do much thinking, and could only roll backward in a hurry. But the compound-eyed man was too fast, and with the interference of the rope, he was unable to react in time. The price for barely avoiding the fatal wound was that a large chunk of flesh with blood and bone was cut off from his shoulder. After screaming miserably, a stripe of natives, the red stripe on his forehead suddenly flickered. He let out a hiss, his strength strangely enhanced, and with a forceful tug, the white rope around his neck was torn into 2. He escaped the bindings. At this time, the compound-eyed man, who was once again ready to attack and flew in, simply could not imagine that the one-striped native had unlocked his bindings. He had incredible speed and fighting ability. Caught off guard, the compound-eyed man could only continue his attack. Unexpectedly, the natives had incredible speed and fighting ability. The compound-eyed man's attack was dodged, followed by a heavy blow that ruthlessly smashed into his collarbone. With a cracking sound, the compound-eyed man was smashed into the ground, his cervical vertebrae misaligned, and his body convulsed. Then, lost movement. The native stepped forward and examined the compound-eyed man, shouting in a strange tone of delight. Ha! Ha ha! Outsider! There's an outsider! Credit where credit is due, I found the outsider. A stripe of natives, dancing with their hands, the pain of being cut on their bodies, actually didn't care in general. Yet it was the next instant. The defenseless natives, suddenly their smiles froze. A bloodstain, slowly expanding from the neck. Bang! His head fell to the ground, and his body collapsed with it. A dagger, floating behind him. The sneak attack was successful. Li Xiaoshui breathed a sigh of relief and slowly walked out from his hiding place. Immediately after Li Xiaoshui, the plump woman whose rope had been ripped off and whose face was incomparably pale as a result of the backlash, also walked out from another hiding place. This aborigine, actually able to rip me is that rope. The plump woman felt her throat dry up in disbelief. She knew well what kind of strength she had to have to rip off her rope. Are you dead? Li Xiaoshui looked at the compound-eyed man underground and vocalized. Not so much. The compound-eyed man replied. Then, the compound-eyed man, who had fallen to the ground, climbed up with difficulty. A meaty look appeared on his face. I don't know what precious item was used, but at this moment, the injuries on his body were rapidly recovering. The dead native dropped a red crystal. Li Xiaoshui walked over as a matter of course, when the crystal picked it up. Red crystal, inferior. Inferior mystical object. Carrying it can boost strength and speed by a small amount. Presentation, to say it's a mystic object is an insult to mystic objects. I count it as a great merit. It belongs to me, no problem, right? Li Xiaoshui asked indifferently. The compound-eyed man's face was expressionless as you wish. A hint of greed flashed in the plump woman's eyes, but her reply could only be you take it. There was no way around it, this was the role of the nihilist. If not for Li Xiaoshui's sneak attack, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The 3 of them immediately walked into the middle of the room. As soon as they entered, Li Xiaoshui's few people, only then could they see clearly, the face of this statue that stood in the stone house. This was a creature with a deformed human face, human body, but the body was full of dense eyes, and countless tentacles, looking incredibly strange. I don't know how many years it has been through, this ordinary stone statue is already cracked, tattered and dirty. However, Li Xiaoshui and the others had the strange feeling that these pairs of dense eyes were staring at them. The 3 of them were sweating, and a creepy feeling came over them. I feel that it's not comfortable to stay here, Li Xiaoshui said in a deep voice. Take the card and leave. The plump woman picked up. Without any nonsense, the compound-eyed man reached out his hand and took the card. After scanning it, he frowned. And then, the card's information was given to the 2 Li Xiaoshui. Sequence 1 selection card. Special item for identity advancement. Type, secretive. Identity, shaman. Identity, sacrifice. When you sacrifice items of sufficient value, you will occasionally receive a gift from the gods. The plump woman, likewise, fell silent. She and the compound-eyed man couldn't use it. Besides, the compound-eyed man, apparently, had long been sequence 1. However, this characteristic, the compound-eyed man and the plump woman, coincidentally, both had an idea it was special. If you want it, each person, all 3 of them, will have to give more than 50 points each. The compound-eyed man said. The plump woman nodded right. This is a sequence 1 identity card, and the characteristics, not simple. Li Xiaoshui was expressionless and refused. I don't want it. Yes, the characteristics are good. Sacrificing this thing, what could be exchanged for it, was full of expectations and possibilities. But, Li Xiaoshui thought that it was not suitable for him. Besides, where would he get so many points for them? The three of them were in a difficult situation. Forget it, let's go out first and then discuss it. If it's not possible, we can still exchange it with someone else. Li Xiaoshui rushed at the compound-eyed man. However, the card will be kept by me or her. Words are hard to say, you must sequence one, change the situation, you want to play bad, we too, take you no way. Compound-eyed man was stunned, looked deeply at Li Xiaoshui and quite agree with the plump woman, sneered backline. The card was thrown to Li Xiaoshui. Just received the card. Suddenly, a heart-stopping sense of crisis surged out. Want to kill him, rob the card? Li Xiaoshui panicked and looked at the man with compound eyes. He didn't make a move. The plump woman? She didn't make a move either. No good, run. Li Xiaoshui snapped awake. The two of them were bewildered, seeing Li Xiaoshui in such a panic. Their scalps tingled and they hurriedly ran out with him. However, it was too late. Outside the entrance of the house, the two-striped native returned. With his hands full of blood, he carried the skinny man who had already had his chest ripped out and had no breath, and his cold gaze moved from the dead natives on the ground to Li Xiaoshui's three people. Under the icy gaze filled with killing intent, the three of them coincidentally, a burst of heartbeat. Li Xiaoshui's face was the most ugly. The sixth sense reminder just now was thought to have originated from this two-striped native. Still following the tactics just now? The plump woman's face was grave as she asked the two. Tactics? Killing him? Heh, idiot. Do you think that this fellow, and that native just now, are of the same strength? The compound-eyed man sneered. Li Xiaoshui glanced at the compound-eyed man. It seemed. The compound-eyed man was the same as him. From the forehead lines, he perceived that the two natives were different. What do you mean? The plump woman was puzzled. The compound-eyed man no longer paid any attention to the plump woman. He frowned tightly, considering the situation. The natives of one stripe, if it wasn't for the sneak attack, they wouldn't have been able to kill them. Not to mention, facing off against a two-stripe one head-on. A-class missions were filled with death crises. What should be done? What do you have in mind? The compound-eyed man looked at Li Xiaoshui. At this moment, Li Xiaoshui was scanning the three directions ahead where he could escape back to the camp. North. The sense of crisis was very strong. West. The sense of crisis is strong. East. Sense of crisis strong. North and the deadliest. Originally, Li Xiaoshui did not have this U-like precognition ability. His characteristic could only be sensed at a close distance, making observations. This was the efficacy brought about by the strengthening. I think, three directions, run together, spread out, there is still a chance of survival. Li Xiaoshui replied. A ray of life. The plump woman was stunned. At this time, how could she not see that the two of them were very fearful of this native? Suddenly, she reacted. Her eyes fell on the two red lines on the indigenous man's forehead in horror. You guys choose. East, west, north. Li Xiaoshui didn't talk nonsense. Okay, I'll go west. Then, I north? Okay, I understand. Li Xiaoshui nodded his head. Good luck to each. If you die, you can only blame it on your bad luck. This was a trap that Li Xiaoshui deliberately left behind. The secretive class ability of him, if he chose in advance, it might make the two people guess and compete with him for the escape direction. At this moment, he stood on the eastern side of the trio. No matter what, according to normal human thinking, they would not come to choose his place. Killed my brother, and you guys still want to run? Damned outsiders, I won't kill you, I'm going to break your bones, bring them to the tribe, hand them over to the elders, and sacrifice them to the gods. The two-striped natives heard their fleeing conversation and immediately fumed and yelled. Elders? Li Xiaoshui's heart sank. If the camp was discovered, that Captain Gatli, could he save them? Run! As the natives pounced, Li Xiaoshui drank. The words fell. Li Xiaoshui turned around and charged towards the east with all his might. The compound-eyed man's back gave birth to four wings that were transparent, like flies and dragonflies or something like that. With a quick flap, the man hurriedly disappeared from sight. The plump woman similarly erupted in speed and desperately fled. Just in case, she also used a grayish-white rope to bind the indigenous legs. In fact, if it wasn't tied, it was fine. The native's target was more on Li Xiaoshui, who had the odor of having killed his brother. This action, on the contrary, angered him even more. The plump woman had just run away for a few steps when suddenly, she felt her mental strength collapse and nearly fell to the ground. She turned her head incredulously. The rope, surprisingly, did not bind the native for 2 seconds. The two lines on his forehead, emitting red light, tore the rope into several pieces. Seeing that blood-red eyes, looking towards herself, the plump woman, her body was cold. Right, I still have a prop. The plump woman suddenly thought of something, and in a panic, she was about to pull something out of her virtual pocket. But she, who was running, suddenly, felt a coldness in her chest, and her hand suddenly couldn't lift any strength at all. She lowered her head. A pair of large, blackened hands were passing through her chest, grasping her bright red heart. The heart pounded violently. How? So fast? The plump woman, in despair, left such a doubt. With the next second, the big hand pinched hard. With a bang. Blood splattered. And with that, she lost consciousness. Li Xiaoshui and the compound-eyed man, at the first moment, noticed this scene. In just a few seconds, the two did not run far at all. Their hearts both sank. They simply could not have expected that the plump woman would die so quickly. Returning to his senses, Li Xiao used all his milk strength, trying to disappear from the native's field of vision, so that he could only go after the compound-eyed man. But it was not to Li Xiaoshui's liking. After killing the plump woman, the native, with his icy gaze, landed on him. "You big man!" Seeing the natives chasing after him at a speed that exceeded him by several times, Li Xiaoshui screamed and cursed, and while running, he hurriedly maneuvered his dagger to stay behind him and block the natives. The distance that the dagger could maneuver was 100 meters. The distance between him and the natives at this time was around 200 meters. However, within a few seconds, the natives rushed into the dagger's attack range. Smelling the scent of blood on the dagger, the native clenched his crooked yellow teeth and grabbed the dagger that was stabbing at him. His arm was cut by the dagger and blood flowed out. But the native was senseless as if he had no knowledge of it. Instead, he gripped the dagger and violently wrenched it. With a click, the dagger shattered into several pieces. Motionless, it was thrown behind him. Li Xiaoshui, who was fleeing in front, was dumbfounded. His weapon, it's gone? That could be worth several points. These two striped natives, could they be that strong? As the natives continued to approach, Li Xiaoshui didn't have time to feel the pain, so he hurriedly pulled out his spider ball and shot out a few cobwebs. Fortunately, the spider webs were effective. Mysterious objects, even if they were not in the top tier, were not that bad. Although the spider webs would be torn and twisted apart by the natives as soon as they enveloped him, they could at least stop him for a moment. "I can run away." Li Xiaoshui was ecstatic when he saw that he wasn't caught up and kept a good distance. This position was not far from the camp. Keeping this situation, give him another 2 minutes, and he would be able to run to the camp at the bottom of the hill. At that time, that Gatli ship, that monster pervert stepped in and would definitely be able to save him. The idea is beautiful, but Li Xiaoshui thought of the natives as simple. Due to being entangled by the spiderweb one after another, the natives let out an angry roar, and all of a sudden, they even exerted themselves and tore off the 2 stripes on their foreheads. Following that, a bizarre change appeared. The body of the skinny native surged. From the original 1 meter 6 or 7, it grew into a giant man 2 or 3 meters long. The simple decorations on his body were all propped up. Several pairs of statue-like eyes grew out of his body. At the same time, his speed and strength skyrocketed. The cobwebs that were shot at this time were no longer of any use. It was easily torn apart. This spider web of mine, in the last moments of the S-rank test, was able to stop that monster for a bit. And this is only an A-rank mission, right? How is it that the natives that casually appeared in an A-ranked mission couldn't do anything to stop it? Li Xiaoshui was shocked. Could it be that the S rank of the test was only for newcomers? In fact, it was far less than the A rank of the mission. It was too late to think about it. The natives were behind him in the twinkling of an eye, and Li Xiaoshui, in his haste, pulled out another mysterious object. Smoke stone. Clutching it in his hand, the next moment, the smoke that obscured his vision, enveloped Li Xiaoshui and the natives. In the natives' line of sight, only a grayish-white color remained. The native's footsteps stopped. Suddenly, his ears twitched. Directly in front of him, a sharp running sound came into his ears. "You can't run away." The native chased after him and roared, "I will definitely capture you back for sacrifice." Li Xiaoshui was clear that the smoke could only serve as a short-lived paralyzing effect, but it was all he had left. Running desperately made Li Xiaoshui close to exhaustion at this point. His speed dropped, and his breathing became more rapid. By coincidence, a gust of wind came and blew the smoke from his body away. "You can't run away, outsider." The fog cover had just dispersed when the indigenous heavy voice abruptly rang out from behind Li Xiaoshui. Li Xiaoshui turned back in panic, and a hideous face was appearing in his line of sight. Fiercely, a huge force slammed into his body. Li Xiaoshui felt that his body lost consciousness, and his entire body directly flew out an unknown number of meters away. In the end, it crashed into a large stone before coming to a stop. Dizziness. The body was falling apart as if it was swollen and painful, unable to move. This was the physical condition that Li Xiaoshui perceived. When he barely opened his eyes again, the native had already appeared next to him. A large hand pinched his head and lifted it up. Li Xiaoshui knew that as long as the native exerted force, he would die in this mission. It's over. Li Xiaoshui was desperate. But just at this moment, Li Xiaoshui's vision actually saw a giant's figure appearing at the foot of the mountain. It was Captain Gartley. The savior appeared in front of him. Li Xiaoshui couldn't help but feel a bit incredulous. Reacting, Li Xiaoshui hurriedly shouted with his remaining strength, "Captain Gatli! Help! Help! I've been captured by the natives on the island." Li Xiaoshui knew that the natives wanted to bring him back for sacrifice, and would not kill him directly. Otherwise, in a moment ago, he would already be a corpse. Therefore, making a sound would not be dangerous. As expected, the plea for help was sent out, and the natives did not make a move on him. The natives snapped their heads down and looked at Captain Gatli at the bottom of the slope. At the same time, at the bottom of the slope, Captain Gatli's furious face similarly landed on the natives and Li Xiaoshui on the slope. The two men's gazes met. There are still outsiders. The native showed his teeth. There are actually natives on the island? Captain Gatli was stunned, then furious dared to capture my Captain Gatli's crew, looking for death. Captain Gatli's crying face vocalized ah. How pitiful, my crew, heard like this by the natives. The native sneered, smashed Li Xiaoshui on the ground, and said fiercely I will capture you all and sacrifice you to the gods. Then, from the slope at about 10 meters high, jumped down. With a thud, the native landed without any damage. Clenching his fists, he charged at Captain Gatli with vigor. However, the next scene that made Li Xiaoshui dumbfounded appeared, only to see that Captain Gatli, on his huge body, just stretched out his big hand and violently slapped it towards the charging natives. Slap! There was a loud earth-shattering sound. The natives disappeared. The palm was lifted up, and on the ground, all that was left was the tattered bones with flesh that had sunk into the pit of the palm, as well as thick blood, dead to the core. I'll go. Li Xiaoshui's eyes widened. How could he have never imagined that terrifying, powerful two-striped native? Surprisingly, without even starting a great battle, he was slapped to death. He understood that Captain Gatli was strong, but he didn't expect that it would be this strong. Captain Gatli, on the other hand, was the polar opposite of Li Xiaoshui, with no fluctuation in his heart. He was like stepping on an inconspicuous fly, and then his angry face turned to the dazed Li Xiaoshui, and asked what I asked you to do, have you done it well? Li Xiaoshui busily wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, gritted his teeth and climbed up. Sit tight, Captain Gatli. I've picked very fresh fruits, I guarantee that Miss Vale will be satisfied. Well, that's all you're good for, you piece of shit. Get your ass back in there and take the fruit, to Miss Vale's steward. Captain Gatli said in a deep voice. I'll roll back immediately. Li Xiaoshui propped up his trembling feet, not daring to retort. This Captain Gatli, to the crew, was a demon, a pervert, but in fact, he was still considered the umbrella of the crowd. Of course, the prerequisite was to complete his mission. It's only been an hour or two. We've encountered so many dangers, how deadly it must be afterward. Alas, I don't know if the most dangerous thing about this mission is this captain, or the natives, or this island, this sea. Li Xiaoshui muttered, his gaze finally falling towards the gray, storm-swept sea. Pulling out a bandage, he put on the severe wounds on his body, and dragging his body, he headed down the mountain. Li Xiaoshui saw the panting compound-eyed man among the crew members traveling to and from the delivery mission. You're still alive? The compound-eyed man was stunned. Ran into the captain or died. Li Xiaoshui cursed the compound-eyed man's shit luck. Okay, if you're alive, this operation of ours, it's not in vain. He nodded. I'll go hand in the mission first. Li Xiaoshui said. Don't run around at night, we have a party at night, for exchanging, you can get things out. The compound-eyed man reminded. Li Xiaoshui nodded and proceeded to the pile of tents at the foot of the mountain. After inquiring, he found Miss Violet's housekeeper. Most of the fresh fruits were carefully handed over. Mr. Butler, these fruits are the freshest ones I picked, I think, Miss Weir will definitely like them. Li Xiaoshui did not forget to fawn a sentence towards this thin old man in front of him, wearing a suit with silver white hair. Well done. The old butler took a glance and expressed his satisfaction. Leaving a good impression, Li Xiaoshui did not annoy anyone and turned around to leave. Wait. However, Li Xiaoshui had just taken a step. In the tent behind him, suddenly, a clear and pleasant female voice came out. Li Xiaoshui immediately stopped his steps. This is Miss Weir. The old butler bowed towards the tent. Butler, let him come in, I have something I want to ask him alone. Miss Virla said. It's all right. The steward nodded and lamented to Li Xiaoshui. Young crew member, you are lucky. Miss Weir is willing to see you for a while, this is a reward from the heavens. Remember, when you go in, be respectful enough to Miss Weir. Li Xiaoshui was flabbergasted. Miss Weir, suddenly wanting to see him this kind of thing, how could Li Xiaoshui not dare to fantasize about it? But this was a chance given by God. He had planned to see if he could please Miss Violet. With the opportunity coming so quickly, he naturally had to grasp it. After responding to the old housekeeper, Li Xiaoshui calmed his emotions and lifted the tent. As soon as he walked inside the tent, what came to his face was a refreshing and gentle fragrance. Let others cannot help but relax physically and mentally. Just now the body pain, tiredness, tension, but also strange in this fragrance, disappeared clean. Li Xiaoshui doubtfully looked to the front of that, planted full of different colors of beautiful flowers and plants, exquisite aromatherapy accessories, and, laid on the rough ground on the soft blanket. Were these things the cause of this? Then again, this level of luxury made Li Xiaoshui think that he was not in a shipwreck, but in some kind of resort. In the end, Li Xiaoshui's eyes looked towards Miss Veer, who was lying on the large bed made of wooden planks and soft fluffy grass and animal furs in front of him. Li Xiaoshui moved from the soft body to Miss Weir's face. Miss Vale was looking at him and smiled faintly at him. Jerk! Li Xiaoshui's head buzzed and went blank. This woman. So beautiful. Beautiful as if she came out of a painting. Is there a woman who can be this beautiful? Li Xiaoshui was somewhat incredulous. Originally, in the blue planet, Earth was full of beautiful women. So much so, that he thought he was immune to beautiful women. Unexpectedly, he was the frog at the bottom of the well. Miss Weir. Li Xiaoshui came back to his senses and hurriedly said respectfully, "Well, Mr. Crew, I summoned you in because I want you to do me a favor." Miss Weir opened her mouth. Her voice in close proximity was pleasant and gentle, giving rise to good feelings. Li Xiaoshui hurriedly said, "Miss Veer, I will definitely fulfill any request you have." Miss Veer nodded her head. Suddenly, she took out something unknown and placed it in front of her. It was a strange shell. "Now, the butler can't hear us." Miss Vale gently raised the corner of her mouth, those soft eyes, and met Li Xiaoshui's eyes. "I want to eat something, but the housekeeper and Mr. Gatli won't let me eat. Can you think of a way to get it for me?" "Ah, something to eat? What is it?" Li Xiaoshui was puzzled. This captain and butler, why were they like restricting a child? At this time, Li Xiaoshui had regained his senses. He could not have any reverie even if Miss Weir was as beautiful as she was. It was only in the mission now. When the mission ended, everything would be empty. Moreover, Li Xiaoshui felt that his own life was more important. He didn't think that by going to pick up Ms. Vale, Captain Gatli would spare his dog's life. "It's a special thing," Miss Vale said. "Is it available on the island?" Li Xiaoshui asked. Miss Vale's smile was slightly mysterious. "Yes, a lot." "Then there isn't any problem, Miss Veer, just order." Li Xiaoshui replied. "Good, you can't lie to me. If you lie to me," Miss Weir faintly said, "I will let Mr. Gatli kill you." Li Xiaoshui even said definitely. "Of course. After helping me, I won't treat you badly." Under the mysterious smile of Miss Weir, the corners of her mouth rose more and more, and her voice suddenly became a bit excitedly trembling and exuberant, and she said in a thin voice, "I want to eat human flesh." For the first time, Li Xiaoshui thought that he was hallucinating. He froze. Suddenly, he noticed that at this moment, Miss Weir stuck out her blood-red tongue and licked up her lips. Then, not knowing what he remembered, his breathing became heavy, and his face even flushed with a sickly red color, and then lightly spat. Li Xiaoshui's heart fluttered. He didn't hear it wrong. At this moment, Li Xiaoshui suddenly remembered that Miss Weir's gaze was falling on him. He stepped back in terror. This woman, she wouldn't want to eat herself, right? Miss Weir naturally noticed Li Xiaoshui's color change and smiled. "I don't like to eat men's meat. I want to eat women, especially beautiful women's meat." "Mr. Crewman, the time limit is in the early hours of this night. Absolutely, no timeouts." "Ah, yes, I will definitely get it for you," Li Xiaoshui immediately replied. Obviously, there was no room for rejection. "Just don't eat yourself." "All right, Mr. Crewman, you can leave now. Remember, please keep our business a secret." "I will keep it a secret, Ms. Vale." Li Xiaoshui was like an amnesty and hurriedly retired. There was no more enjoyment of being with a beautiful woman at the very beginning. He didn't want to face a man-eating monster, even if the looks were beautiful and charming. It was a good thing that he had faced those villagers in the first assessment, and it wasn't so bad that, now, he had any unacceptable emotions. As for taking the task with alacrity, it was Li Xiaoshui who remembered that, coincidentally, on the mountain, there was a dead plump woman. Miss Violet's request was well handled. When the time comes, according to Miss Veer's benefits, I think that if he mentions a request that allows him to live peacefully for a few days, it should be accepted. Li Xiaoshui did not intend to run to the mountains right now. He had to prioritize the more important things. At the foot of the mountain, those who had fallen into trouble had already set up their tents one after another. They, the crew, naturally had to start arranging for themselves as well. Otherwise at night, there would be no place to stay. Only, the low terrain and safe foot of the mountain was basically occupied. At Captain Gatli's request, it couldn't be far away, so it could only be set up by the coast. Seeing the several crooked tents that were set up, Li Xiaoshui's heart sank slightly. Can this hold up to the upcoming storm? Raising his head, Li Xiaoshui looked again at the raging waves in the distance, the violent sea breeze, and the endless overcast clouds. Li Xiaoshui felt that perhaps an unknown terror is coming. It's not good to say that tonight someone will die under this storm. Safe house. 1 point for a one-night stay. Only 10 spots. Suddenly, on the shore, a male voice rang out. It was a fat man. He was yelling up all around, and in the empty space next to him, at some point, a building appeared out. Made of steel, heavy and sturdy. This was a prop? Li Xiaoshui was stunned. Such a big prop, but someone is carrying it? I'm afraid this wouldn't fit without a virtual pocket of 10 points or more. However, 1 point for one night, this price is too much, right? Who can afford it? Naturally. As Li Xiaoshui thought, there were quite a few curious gazes, but basically no one went forward. Most of the people thought that building their own tents was a little bit worse, but it didn't cost them points, did it? According to my estimation, this storm, at least a dozen typhoon levels, tents, can't hold up. As for this task, pitch a tent, you can stay safe and sound for one night. No one will really have this unrealistic fantasy, right? The storm and the darkness of the night, what dangers it will bring, are unknown. Inexplicable deaths, it's all bad to say. This special safe house of mine was purchased at a great price, and in general, it can't be destroyed. Take 1 point in exchange for surviving the night, that's a good deal, friends. As long as we can complete the mission alive, are we still afraid of running out of points to make up for it? This fatty was good at talking, taking most people's worries and saying them out. Then by linking 1 point to a small life, everyone's inner resistance, I'm afraid, wouldn't be so strong. Yes, obviously. That upcoming storm was not simple. In fact, what the crowd feared the most wasn't the storm either, it was the strange sea with tentacles. If the storm really swept up something terrifying, that would be truly fatal. It was indeed impossible for the mission to let them spend the night in peace. This is not. One after another, there were people whose hearts were moved. The first one to go was Li Xiaoshui. I want a spot. There's a bed, right? Li Xiaoshui asked. Ha, there is. How can there not be? It's very comfortable. Fatty laughed. I want 2 rooms, Li Xiaoshui said. The fat man was stunned and gave Li Xiaoshui an odd look. Although he did not understand, he quickly agreed no problem. Li Xiaoshui immediately paid 2 points to him. Fatty gave him the keys of 102, 103. Drift bottle. Just after receiving the keys, someone suddenly let out a shout. Li Xiaoshui jerked his head up to look, only to see dozens of palm-sized drift bottles floating in the gray sea at some point. The bottles were slowly drifting to the edge of the beach with the waves. All of the bottles had a note of a different color sandwiched between them. The next second he saw it, Li Xiaoshui immediately rushed towards the beach without thinking. With the fastest speed, among the many snatchers, he grabbed one of them, the floating bottle with the red-colored note. By the beach, it was instantly filled with crew members. At a glance, there were dozens of people, all with one in hand. This scene, called Li Xiaoshui, couldn't help but be a little stunned. He remembered that when he started to enter the mission, there was a prompt, there will be a certain number of drift bottles. Those words. Li Xiaoshui had always determined that the drift bottles, there was a limit to the number, but now it was actually. Everyone had them? And there were still leftovers? Li Xiaoshui noticed that many people, with the same puzzled demeanor as him, could it be that their guesses were wrong? At this time, a floating bottle that no one had picked up, was lapped by the waves, on the seashore, and landed at the feet of a person. With a strange look on his face, the man lowered his head and picked up the drift bottle. And then, he opened 2 drift bottles one after another, his face pale. A piece of. Feeling curious, Li Xiaoshui similarly opened the drift bottle. On the red note, a line appeared. With 5 hours, 28 minutes, and 59 seconds later, you will the area indicated ahead, cut off the heads of the dead natives. Afterwards, carrying the head, proceed to the indicated area and hang the head, on the long flag of the indigenous village. Hint 1, discovered by the natives, you will be killed. Hint 2, you will die if the mission is not completed. Hint 3, do not tell anyone about the mission, it is for your own good. Hint 4, the mission must be completed for the drift bottle that was picked up. Below that, was a map from where he was, to the beheading location, as well as, the indigenous village. Li Xiaoshui's face was an ironic slice. Going to an indigenous village and hanging a human head at the entrance of their village. Those horrible villages of the natives? Is this too much for him, not dying fast enough? Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the annoyance. Li Xiaoshui turned around and scanned the crowd. However, as he expected, all of them were in a heavy mood and had ugly faces. It seems that they are all characters who want to die? Li Xiaoshui relieved himself a little. It was good that he wasn't the only one who was unlucky. Ah, my hand! My hand! In the midst of the silence, coldly, a miserable scream rang out. By the coast, a woman covered her left arm. On her arm, there was a bizarre situation where a bump appeared, like a bug moving through her veins. Seeing no one approaching to help, a hint of determination flashed in the woman's eyes, grabbing out a sharp knife, and chopping her arm off with one hand. Blood splattered. The arm fell to the ground. Then, in just a few seconds, the arm quickly dried up. Like blood and flesh, being eaten empty. Inside an empty skin, a few weird little worms slowly crawled out and slowly drilled into the sea. Those worms. The woman gritted her teeth, sticking to the drift bottle. Reacting, a bunch of people quickly threw away the bottles, including Li Xiaoshui. Good thing, no one, except her, had bugs appearing on their bodies. Ah, scared to death. The bugs could come up at any time, huh? This time, when the storm comes later, the bugs might be brought out quite a bit. Won't everyone still consider buying my safe house shelter? This coming one won't have to worry about that risk. Fatty's voice rang in the ears of the stunned crowd. This Fatty, he was good at picking the time. Originally, there were quite a few people who were moved in considering buying it. After a few reminders and temptations from this Fatty, immediately, one after another, people came forward and purchased a night stay with him. 10 rooms were quickly sold out. This fat man just moved his lips, did nothing, and easily earned 9 points, with a smile on his face. Big guy. When the fat man finished selling, a man with a country face and a long thin tail had a booming voice. I think that perhaps the mutual notification was not in place, and now at this time, I happen to say it again. I intend to organize an exchange meeting. The exchange will be about exchanging items, buying items, intelligence, that sort of thing. I think it's something that will benefit everyone, and those who are interested are to meet in half an hour, in the big tent over there. Rolling eyes. Half an hour passed. The dull light of evening clears. Night was falling. The storm at sea, too, was about to arrive. The hurricane winds, now in succession, blow and sway the campfires that light up the campsite. The cold air arrives, and beyond the firelight is an endless darkness. At this moment, outside the large tent at the gathering point. Fuck off, I need your shit? The compound-eyed man smacked away the gold coins handed to him by a shipwrecked man who sought help. We really can't find food, please, give us some. The shipwrecked person pleaded. Must I? Here, hurry up. Suddenly, Li Xiaoshui walked out from the shadows. He stopped the compound-eyed man who wanted to make a move and threw a few fruits in front of the victims. Thank you so much. The victim picked up the fruits, put them in his pocket, and hurriedly walked away. Meaningful? They'll probably all be dead in a while. Just don't want to cause some unnecessary trouble. Li Xiaoshui said indifferently, let's go inside, it's almost time. The compound-eyed man sneered, no more words, and walked in with Li Xiaoshui. The huge tent was basically filled with people by the time they arrived. After all, it was really as the country-faced man had said, this was something that would benefit the crowd. Ugh, there's really no need for you to spend that 1 point. I'll just get some food, and those shipwrecked people, looking at me like an ancestor, not to mention letting me live together, their wives and daughters will even sleep with me, huh? It's not necessarily safe on your side. Many people, like me, have chosen to live in the safe zone tents of the victims. The crowd was chatting away. The entrance of Li Xiaoshui's 2 men did not attract much attention. The 2 of them were not in a hurry either. Until a few minutes later, 3 more came and one after another, the country-faced man got up. Alright, everyone has arrived. The rules of the exchange will be the same as what I said half an hour ago, based on offering to exchange for the purchase of items, intelligence, and so on. Let's start with me then. I'd like to acquire a mysterious object, a prop, that has a powerful killing power for points. Meanwhile, I have here a prop that can make broken arms and legs grow back, lotus root prosthesis, for 10 points. There's also an unorthodox mystical object that has the ability to make people change their appearance. 15 points. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Lotus root prosthesis, isn't it expensive? The woman who chopped off her arm spoke in a deep voice. It was obvious that the country-faced man had taken out this prop, and thought that he was eyeing her. In the quest, it's worth the price, he said. The broken-armed woman's face clouded over for a while before she finally clenched her teeth. Alright, I'll take this one. Pricing was even more expensive, she had to buy it. Otherwise, according to her current physical condition, it would be impossible for her to survive this mission. That mask that can be disguised, send it out for a look. A person opened his mouth. This thing, including Li Xiaoshui, was of interest to quite a few people. The country-faced man smiled, a black and white mask appeared in his hand. This is what I got from my last mission solving the final monster. It's good stuff. Face-changing mask. Not an entry-level mystical object. Wearing it, you can get the ability to change your face with a broken face. Time limit for face change, 5 minutes. Introduction, not bad, it's barely a mystical item. What does having a broken face mean? Li Xiaoshui asked out loud. The country-faced man directly put on a mask to demonstrate. In the next second, he changed into Li Xiaoshui's appearance. Only, the mouth was crooked and the eyes were slanted. The expression was incomparably raw. That's it. Country-face took off his mask and said, too many flaws. Someone commented. For 10 points, I can barely buy it. Another person said. 15, a point no less. He said. No one bid anymore. 15 points, that wasn't a small amount. Everyone was storing up points for their advancement. As for the powerful killing item he wanted, again, no one was selling it. In this kind of mission, who would be willing to sell this? Anyone who had it would have to keep it for themselves. Taking the country-faced man as the initial. One after another, everyone started to get up, and the next person, too, got up. I have it here. The exchange went on, steadily. More or less, there were people who went to buy in exchange. Unfortunately, some of the things that were sold one after another were not of much interest to Li Xiaoshui. Fortunately, Li Xiaoshui and the compound-eyed man's seats were not far away from the Chinese character face, and soon, it was his turn. Li Xiaoshui stood up. Selling 1 sequence 1 selection card. Read the information yourself. 150 points. Can take equivalent props in exchange. Acquiring weapons, preferably short weapons, daggers and the like. Sequence 1 selection card. In an instant, there were at least a dozen people present, looking at the card in Li Xiaoshui's hand in shock. The card information was introduced at a glance. The characteristic is sacrifice? It seems that there is no restriction, but any identity of the secretive class can be advanced. This shaman, what route does it take? Has anyone heard of it? One after another, someone vocalized. It was normal for identity choice cards with a sense of mystery to attract their attention. After all, without the identity selection card, everyone's advancement was full of randomness. The identity after progression, on the other hand, was related to future strengths and weaknesses. How could one not be cautious? Unfortunately, the disadvantage is that the price is too expensive. Those who aspired to this card were all sequence zeros who had participated in too few quests and were shy. Those who could shell out hundreds of points in one go were mostly sequence ones who weren't interested. After all, they had already advanced. Unsurprisingly, after the discussion, no one offered to trade. No one is buying? Li Xiaoshui could not help but ask. No response was received. Li Xiaoshui could not help but glance at the compound-eyed man. It seemed that there was no way to get rid of this swap meet. How about I take a mystical object in exchange, level 1 mystical object? Suddenly, a tall and thin man got up. His eyes were slender, giving him a long look and adding a grim flavor. Not enough. The compound-eyed man immediately got up and refused level 1 mysterious objects, up to 100 points. Not enough to exchange for our card. In the virtual city, this identity selection card will start at 200 points if you take it out. If it was not to be divided with Li Xiaoshui here, there was no way the compound-eyed man would have discussed with Li Xiaoshui about selling it for 150 points. In fact, the compound-eyed man even entertained the thought of snatching it back. However, the ability of the secretive class was always elusive and not always successful. It was not like he could kill Li Xiaoshui. Once he died, what was on him would only disappear with his death. If no one buys it, then it's next. Seeing that Li Xiaoshui had been delayed for a while here, the country face could not help but remind him. Li Xiaoshui had some disappointment in his eyes and was about to sit down. Wait! Suddenly, 2 voices sounded together. You! Li Xiaoshui looked at the one female who had voiced out. I can't afford it, I just want to sell weapons. Let him speak first. The woman smiled. Li Xiaoshui's gaze continued back to the grim man. Only to see a hint of determination flash in the eyes of the grim man, he said, how about adding this? A prop appeared in his hand. Resurrection card. After dying on a mission, the death penalty can be waived. Several people rose violently. You actually have this. A resurrection card that's worth 100 points but has been priced out of the market. The compound-eyed man looked at the resurrection card with the same sizzling eyes. Yes, if you add this, it can be exchanged. Dying in the mysterious world will not allow one to re-enter the mysterious world. However, there was a prop that could eliminate this punishment. That was the resurrection card. Alright, trade it. The grim man did not mention any nonsense and replied in a deep voice. Li Xiaoshui had a slight sense of doubt. First of all, since he wanted to buy the identity selection card, the grim man must not have sequence 1. And that level 1 mystical object should be what he was preparing to use for his advancement. In this kind of mission, as long as one advanced, the chances of passing were definitely higher. This common sense, it was impossible for the grim man not to understand. But he was so willing to take the mystery item and the resurrection card, 2 rare and precious items, in exchange for this shaman's identity. Could it be that this cold man knows something about the shaman's identity? Is there any secret hidden in the shaman's identity? Li Xiaoshui thought towards this point. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was a great possibility. From his point of view, if he did not have enough benefits, he would definitely not take these 2 items in exchange for an identity selection card. Conjectures aside, Li Xiaoshui still completed the transaction with him. He asked for the level 1 mysterious object, while the resurrection card was handed over to the compound-eyed man. Being proactive was better than the compound-eyed man forcing his way. For the time being, he did not want to offend the compound-eyed man. You can advance to sequence 1, kid. The compound-eyed man got the resurrection card and was in a good mood, rarely smiling at Li Xiaoshui. Li Xiaoshui gave a dry smile. Advancement? How could this guy think that his sequence 1 advancement condition was a level 2 mysterious object? Li Xiaoshui did not observe the level 1 mysterious objects that came to hand for the time being, and directly put it into his virtual pocket and talked with the woman. For sale, it was actually a long green-colored needle. 15 points. Li Xiaoshui took a glance, saw the content introduction, his face stared, not giving others the opportunity to pry, directly put away, completed the transaction. This strange behavior couldn't help but draw the attention of many people. Naturally, at the first moment, all became curious about the attributes and information of that needle. However, as the items were sold and acquired one after another, all kinds of novel and mysterious objects and props made the crowd, curious about Li Xiaoshui's needle, slowly cast it to the back of their minds. The exchange meeting ended smoothly. Li Xiaoshui's harvest was more than just that long needle and level 1 mysterious objects. On the occasion of the end, the mask of the man with the country face was bought. Previously, considering the reason for the points, Li Xiaoshui did not give up. Now, with the level 1 mysterious object as a base, and with 100 points as a prerequisite, he was not worried about the points. The mask, he had a great use for it. Just like that, the exchange ended. Just as the satisfied crowd was preparing to leave, a crackling rainstorm descended. A storm descended on the island. As the torrential rain fell, an extremely strong sense of unease and crisis enveloped Li Xiaoshui. The sixth sense appeared to alert. Outside the tent, the raging wind and torrential rain had long since extinguished the campfire and fire that was lighting the way. A piece of darkness. No fingers could be seen. Through the weak light inside the tent, can barely see, in front of the eyes of that almost shrouded the world in general, even the field of vision, and the sound of people, are shielded from the heavy rain. Icy cold and wet feeling, immediately surged to the sense of perception. In the sense of smell, the fishy and salty flavor is incomparably strong, like blood and water. Li Xiaoshui wiped down the rain on his cheeks and frowned slightly. And then, he did not linger and ponder. Following the original path, he walked back to the safe house. The room in the safe house, which was mainly focused on guaranteeing safety, was very small, only placing a crib that could accommodate one person to sleep. The good thing was that there was a shared bathroom that was humanized. The first time he walked in, Li Xiaoshui headed to the bathroom, took a shower, and washed away the rainwater that made him feel uncomfortable. Returning to his room, Li Xiaoshui looked at the drift bottle and saw that there was still plenty of time on it, before he flipped up the party's harvest. A needle that has been specially hardened. Level 1 weapon, with special characteristics. In the air, it fades into invisibility and checks out. Introduction, a rare needle weapon, the best choice for sneak attacks. This weapon, compared to the one he was originally given by Blacksmith Xiao, had an additional level 1. When he was in the virtual city, Li Xiaoshui understood the price of the weapon. Generally speaking, what was sold at the sequence 0 stalls were ordinary weapons and defenses. The price is 1 to 5 points. And on top of ordinary, those with special attributes are special class weapons. The price is 5 to 10 points. Class 1 weapons, on the other hand, were rare. It was an item used at the sequence 1 level. Generally speaking, the price, at least, was between 20 to 50, very expensive. As for the reason why the woman was asking for as little as 15 points, Li Xiaoshui knew it at a glance. Obviously, when it was sold at the mysterious place, no one bought it. It was simple. When someone else attacked with a weapon like a large sword, dagger, or a figurative type of attack, one couldn't be able to take a slender needle to counterattack, could they? So, even if it was a level 1 mystical object with special attribute effects, it was like chicken ribs. 15 points, no one might even want it. After all, it was too rare to find a numismatist suitable to use this kind of weapon. On the contrary, it was fitted by him. Without hesitation, Li Xiaoshui completed the transaction. I'm afraid the women were gawking at Li Xiaoshui's bravado in not haggling. Unbeknownst to them, he had picked up a heavenly bargain. Putting the needle away, Li Xiaoshui gazed at the level 1 mysterious object that the grim man had used to exchange. A rusty long zipper. Level 1 mystical object. It can open a door for you anywhere. Presentation. It was an ordinary zipper, but one day it was stained with the blood of some high sequence creature. At the same time you use it, the blood of a high sequence creature can, and will, open a door on you as well. Li Xiaoshui's attention stayed on the last introduction. The level 1 mysteries he had seen for sale all had the same characteristic, they had side effects. Open a door on me? For a moment, Li Xiaoshui's idea of opening the bathroom from the wall to see the woman he had just entered bathing went out. He didn't want to bear this side effect. As for the strength of the mysterious object, Li Xiaoshui did not care. This thing, as long as it was hung up, there was no worry about sellers. After all, it was a necessity for advancement. Scored weapons, masks, and mystic items. For the drift bottle quest later, there's a little more confidence, Li Xiaoshui muttered. Putting everything away, Li Xiaoshui chose to take a good rest and nourish his spirit in order to deal with the night mission. Just like this, time passed bit by bit. During the period of resting with his eyes closed, from time to time, Li Xiaoshui could hear the heavy sound of the heavy iron gate of the safe house from time to time. Obviously, it was one after another. Someone opened the door and went to carry out the mission of the drifting bottle. Again, at this time, there was a creak. The heavy iron door made a sound. The sixth one to go out. Li Xiaoshui opened his eyes. He climbed up and looked at the small window of the safehouse room. The outside world was still pitch black and nothing could be seen. The only change that could be detected was the sound of the rain, which was much smaller. Li Xiaoshui touched the note and looked at the mission time. At this time, it showed that there were still 2 hours, 10 minutes and 13 seconds left. It's almost time, go and complete Miss Weir's request. Li Xiaoshui got up and left the safe house as well. Now, compared to the exaggerated torrential rain earlier, the rain was considered to have gotten smaller, even if it was still pouring. But at least, it was not so much that it was difficult to move an inch anymore. Li Xiaoshui braved the rain and walked towards the stone house on the mountainside. As soon as he entered this storm, a crisis alert from his sixth sense appeared. For Li Xiaoshui, now as long as it was raining, it was equivalent to his sixth sense losing its effect. Without prevention, every step must be taken carefully. Therefore, he walked at a slow pace, careful and alert to his surroundings. Luckily, the journey was smooth. There was no bumping into the rest of the crew, and the shipwreck didn't dare to come out in this kind of rainy weather. Along the way, touching the darkness, Li Xiaoshui followed the memorized route and smoothly reached the place where the woman died. And then, he used his clothes to cover the rain, and took out the permanent fire generator he bought with 1 point, reflecting the faint light of this dark-colored jungle small clearing. Scanning around, Li Xiaoshui saw the body of the plump woman tens of meters down. The location was wrong. Was it washed down by the rain? After quickly coming to a conclusion, Li Xiaoshui walked to the corpse. Lowering his head, seeing the face that was caught in the storm of rain and seawater soaked with some weird whitish and swollen face, Li Xiaoshui could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. A wave of nausea surged out. Soon, under the strong psychological quality, he calmed down, his mind manipulated the needle, and with a numbing thrust, he cut off the flesh of her thigh and put it into his virtual pocket. Mission accomplished. Li Xiaoshui did not intend to tarry much by this oozing corpse, turned around and left. But just then, a faint conversation suddenly came from in the sound of the rain. Did you guys not find it? No, neither have I. Someone? Li Xiaoshui hurriedly turned off the fire and crept down to the ground. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and finally, landed at the stone house, where the firelight was lit up. Then, without making a sound, he carefully crawled towards the stone house and stopped by the tree trunk that covered his figure. In the line of sight, in front of the stone house, there were 3 figures. All 3 of them were holding a torch that burned strangely brightly in the rainstorm. The firelight reflected the faces of the 3 people. It was natives, one with 1 stripe, one with 2 stripes. The one in the center, a 3-striped one. There is a 3-striped one? Li Xiaoshui's heartbeat accelerated violently. At this time, he must not be discovered, or else he would surely die. Since there is only Li's body left, either Atu died in a place where he couldn't be found, or he was captured. The 3-striped native in the lead made an analysis in a deep voice. How could such a thing happen? Captain, could it be? An outsider has come? A person asked. It should be. The 3-striped natives at the head nodded. Damn outsiders. The 2-striped natives gritted their teeth. Alright, just in case, let's go back immediately and report this matter to the elders. The leader commanded. Yes, the most feared thing has come. Listening to the conversation, Li Xiaoshui's face became grave. At the very beginning, Li Xiaoshui knew very well that killing these 2 natives would be discovered sooner or later. But he could not have imagined that it would come so quickly. Although he did not know what would happen after reporting it to their elders. But Li Xiaoshui thought that, probably, what would really kill them, at that time, would start. Just, while Li Xiaoshui was concentrating on the 3 figures over there, thinking. He didn't even notice. Not far behind him, the plump woman whose leg flesh he had amputated most of, actually opened her eyes violently at that moment. Afterwards, she shook her body and slowly climbed up. On the swollen ugly face, the pupils that turned grayish-white stared dead ahead, at the prostrate Li Xiaoshui. Then, she moved, walked towards Li Xiaoshui. The steps were staggering and sluggish, but the noisy rain covered up the trampling sound. Since the 6th sense had no effect at this time, until the dead plump woman came behind him, Li Xiaoshui had not yet realized it. His wind has been blowing mat behind that burst of rain and cold wind stopped. Li Xiaoshui only produced a doubt when, turned his head to look. The dark rainy night. The line of sight was basically non-existent. But that swollen and horrible face, close at hand, even if Li Xiaoshui was blind, he also saw roughly clear. She opened her mouth, and a fist-sized creature full of green-colored mucus, similar to a rotting human baby's head, with fangs, was about to drill into his body. In a flash, Li Xiaoshui was so frightened that he nearly jumped up. Subconsciously, he fiercely kicked the plump woman away. But when the action was done, Li Xiaoshui instantly regretted it. Those three natives hadn't gone far. Ha! What's that sound? You heard it too? It doesn't sound like rain. The three immediately stopped their steps, looked at each other, and immediately walked towards Li Xiaoshui's direction. Li Xiaoshui secretly screamed. Run now? No way, running now would result in a faster death. The three stripes would definitely catch him. Not run? But they've come to check it out. Once he's discovered, he won't even have a chance to escape. What to do? As Li Xiaoshui was deciding, the corpse of that plump woman had already climbed up again. Staggering in her steps, she came towards him step by step. With this entanglement, Li Xiaoshui missed his chance to escape. In just a few seconds, the three natives stopped at a tall stone not too far away from Li Xiaoshui's hiding place. At this time, Li Xiaoshui could only stick tightly to the bottom of the tree trunk, letting the rain and silt roll on him, not daring to show half a trace. The torch in the hands of the natives could not see Li Xiaoshui under the tree trunk, but clearly reflected the plump woman in front. Oh, almost forgot, there is a dead outsider here. Turned into a sea corpse. I really hope those outsiders, all of them turn into sea corpses. The three discussed. After seeing the plump woman's corpse, the three of them didn't care as if they were clear about what was going on inside. But that sea corpse, what is it trying to do? How did it go towards that piece of wood? It's a bit perverse, why don't we go and take a look? Another person concurred. Good. The sound of the two people's discussion made Li Xiaoshui's heart rise to his throat. It's over. What to do? Wait for people to arrive and kill one by sneak attack first? And then take advantage of the darkness? Not bad, there is not completely no hope of survival? But when the sound of footsteps, getting closer and closer, suddenly, the leader spoke out. It was to Li Xiaoshui like a heavenly voice. Forget it, no need to waste time. Hurry up and report to the elders. This matter is important. Alright. The two natives could only stop. The sound of approaching footsteps began to retreat again. The sounds of the three men's discussion then began to fade away. Offhand, at this time, the dead plump woman's corpse staggered in front of Li Xiaoshui. Opening its mouth, the baby head monster that was covered in green slime once again crawled towards him again. Li Xiaoshui was covered with goosebumps, but at this time, the three people had not gone far. If he shot, it was very likely that the three people would come back. The chance to escape is not always there. Li Xiaoshui first time intends to take out the needle, killed this strange baby head monster, terrible it will send out a roar, in his almost climbed to the face, Li Xiaoshui in a hurry, can only one hand fiercely hold the baby head. The sharp fangs, on the other hand, bit through his skin. The sensation of eating pain made Li Xiaoshui suck in a breath of cold air. Fortunately, he endured the pain. At the same time, Li Xiaoshui felt that this baby head monster was injecting some kind of liquid into his skin. Frightened, Li Xiaoshui hurriedly ripped its fangs out of his skin. Lowering his head, there was a gray-green color in the palm of his hand where the blood couldn't be stopped. Poisoned? Or something else? Li Xiaoshui's heart thumped. The bugs in the sea that ate people's flesh and blood were fresh in his mind. This wouldn't be injected with worms as well, right? Li Xiaoshui was incomparably nervous. When he watched for a long time and saw that there was no pain from being gnawed on, as well as signs of decay or something like that, he was slightly relieved inwardly. Just poisoning? Li Xiaoshui comforted himself uneasily. No longer dwelling on it more for the time being, Li Xiaoshui cast his gaze and saw that the three natives had already gone away, and without saying anything, his mind manipulated the needle and instantly pierced through the baby head monster. The baby monster let out a sharp cry, and after that, it rotted with the naked eye, and soon, it turned into a green-colored mucus, which was dispersed by the rain, without the slightest ability to resist. Fortunately, I didn't kill it just now. Otherwise, if we startled the natives, it would be more than just poisoning. Li Xiaoshui celebrated. With the matter over, these things at night made Li Xiaoshui pay attention to a few issues. First, that plump woman was obviously dead. The reason she could be resurrected was because of that baby's head? This baby head, where did it come from? Is it something from the sea? Also, what are the sea corpses in the mouths of those natives? Li Xiaoshui thought about it for a long time, but he could not find the answer. Lowering his head again and looking at his senseless palm, Li Xiaoshui let out a bitter smile. Let's hope it's nothing. Destroying the plump woman's corpse, Li Xiaoshui returned. Returning to the campsite, Li Xiaoshui arrived in front of Miss Violet's tent. Stand still. The two guards who were under the canopy, watching over Miss Veer's tent, stopped Li Xiaoshui. I have an appointment with Miss Ware, I'm here to see her, Li Xiaoshui said. Let him in. Li Xiaoshui's voice fell, and in the tent, immediately came Miss Vier's slightly excited and urgent voice. The tent opened and the wet Li Xiaoshui stood at the door. It's fine, come over here. Miss Veer shouted, not minding Li Xiaoshuai's mess in the slightest. Li Xiaoshui tacitly did not talk much and took out the prepared meat to hand it over. As the smell of blood dispersed, the stunningly beautiful cheeks of Miss Weir on the bed immediately surfaced with a sickly flushing color, and she hurriedly got up. She emotionally came to Li Xiaoshuai's body, lowered her head, closed her eyes, approached the meat in Li Xiaoshuai's hand, and took a deep sniff. Suddenly, Miss Weir, whose expression was enjoying herself, changed her face slightly and her eyes opened. Not fresh enough. Miss Vier's voice went ice cold. What is this woman's dog's nose? Where is this woman's dog's nose? She can even smell this. Miss Veer, I tried my best. In order to fulfill this request of yours, I paid a small price. Li Xiaoshui couldn't help it. He stretched out his bitten hand and showed it to Miss Veer. Poof. Miss Weir sneered, not caring if he died or lived. Her eyes fell on the meat again and narrowed slightly. It's just that, perception, she's a beautiful woman, barely counting as you fulfilling the conditions, Miss Violet said. But not waiting for Li Xiaoshui to open his mouth, she then faintly said however, I'm not very satisfied, want something good, I won't give it to you. Li Xiaoshui knew that he had missed a good opportunity. With this kind of encounter, if he complied with the request, according to Miss Weir's status, it was possible to give him a level 1 mystical object. But how could there be the best of both worlds? Going to kill someone else, it was possible that he, himself, would be killed in return, and one must know that he was very weak right now. Because I'm quite injured. Miss Weir, I just want to ask you, to let Captain Gatli, give me a few days of rest. Li Xiaoshui respectfully said. Yes, I will talk to Mr. Gatli. Miss Violet casually waved her hand and signaled Li Xiaoshui to go out. Wait. Li Xiaoshui had just turned around when Miss Veer called out to him. I need to emphasize one more time. If you tell the matter to Mr. Gatli and the butler, the next time I eat, it will be you. I will definitely keep it a secret. Li Xiaoshui replied. No matter what, there was still a gain this time. At least for the remaining days, he shouldn't need to, again, do those dangerous and life-threatening things. A small life could be more valuable than the so-called level 1 mysteries. Just, after walking out of the tent, Li Xiaoshui looked at his hand with worry. The green liquid in his hand seemed to have spread a little. But strangely enough, there was no pain. This situation, on the contrary, called Li Xiaoshui more and more unsettled. Forced to be uneasy, Li Xiaoshui even spent 5 points and traded with a crew member who had just yet to leave the safe house, buying a bottle of antidote to intense poison. The result? It was useless. This touch of green was as if it was rooted in the palm of the hand, incomparably strange. Could it be that it wasn't a bug and it wasn't poisonous? Li Xiaoshui entered a new conjecture. And since the time for the mission of the drift bottle was almost up, Li Xiaoshui could only put the matter of the green liquid on his hand down for the time being. He needed to carry out his mission. At this time, the rain began to diminish, and the hurricane turned into a breeze. The sky was no longer that endless darkness, and the visibility of sight was a bit farther away. Now, a dozen meters away, Li Xiaoshui could see that a bunch of tents camped on higher ground, under the torrential rain and wind of the party, collapsed and twisted apiece. All the people in the tents should have gone on a mission, without any bright light or figure. Retracting his sight, Li Xiaoshui looked towards the dark night sky. I don't know why, the rain that was a little bit calm, on the contrary, made him have a very strange sense of uneasiness, subconsciously, associated with the resurrection of the plump woman. There was a feeling that a lot of bad things would happen if this rain stopped. Alas, I hope it's an illusion. Li Xiaoshui let out a bitter smile, no longer thinking much, and walked to the map location. On the way, Li Xiaoshui maintained caution. Without his sixth sense, every step he took, he had to be alert to his surroundings. He could remember that those 3 natives said that they were going to notify the elders. He didn't want to bump into that deadly native elder before the mission was carried out. Fortunately, the map on the paper also did not point to the stone house, but went in the opposite direction, a safe journey. After more than half an hour, from the time of the mission, there were still about 15 minutes, Li Xiaoshui came to the location indicated by the map. It was a basin halfway up the island. In the basin, there was a grove of trees, as well as a gigantic boulder that was over 10 meters tall. The woods were ordinary, however, the boulder, which was eye-catching, had a huge passageway carved out that was too deep to see the bottom. The passageway seemed to connect to the interior of the mountain, and there was a faint glimmer of light inside. I said how come I didn't see any traces of the indigenous village on the island? I didn't expect that the aboriginal village was in such a place. Li Xiaoshui's face was grave. On his drift bottle paper, there were a total of 2 maps. The second map to go to the aboriginal village after cutting off the head instructed to walk into the passageway. Silently creeping on the ground, surveying for a long time, again and again to make sure that there were no guards, only then did Li Xiaoshui cast his gaze into a forest at 10 o'clock. Just after arriving, Li Xiaoshui smelled a very strong smell of blood there. The mission was probably there. Li Xiaoshui walked into the woods with a cautious pace. His guess was right. After walking about 10 meters, in the center of the woods, a large area of trees collapsed. On the nearby haystacks and dirt, it was filled with bright red blood. 8 or 9 corpses, collapsed in a pool of blood, without a sound. 7 of them were the bodies of the crew. 2 of them were the bodies of the natives. How tragic. Li Xiaoshui frowned. Unexpectedly, a crew member appeared here. Could it be that it was supposed to take over the task of killing the natives? And he was the one who received the results? All the crew's missions were one after another? At the first moment, Li Xiaoshui had this vision. Following that, Li Xiaoshui walked to the 2 natives. One had a blood stripe on his forehead, and the other had 2 bloodlines on his forehead. But strangely enough, the other one with 2 bloodlines in the bloodlines carried an obvious golden color. Special identity? Or physical ability sake? Li Xiaoshui thought deeply for a moment, and cut off the head of the indigenous person with 2 golden bloodlines. At the same time, the first mission was completed. It seems that it is this target. Li Xiaoshui put away the heads, not wanting to put them aside, and was about to leave. Suddenly, "Don't go! Save me! I can tell you a secret." The voice rang out, and Li Xiaoshui stopped in his tracks. His gaze was indifferent as it landed on the dense pile of grass near him. "I thought you weren't going to talk," Li Xiaoshui said. When he came, he noticed that on a dense pile of grass next to him, there was a mark that had been crushed. It was like a body dragged and crawled into the pile of grass, stained with a lot of blood marks. He could clearly see that the legs of a crew member who hadn't yet been completely covered by the pile of grass were in the freezing cold, faintly shivering from time to time. Li Xiaoshui hadn't wanted to take care of it. Rather, it was the man's word secret that made Li Xiaoshui rise up in curiosity. "I wasn't trying to hide from you." A silhouette struggled out, its voice hoarse and feeble. It was a female, with a small figure. It was drenched in blood, and it was impossible to see what it looked like. "Think I'm a native?" Li Xiaoshui opened his mouth. He looked towards the neck that the woman's hand was covering with death. There was an extremely deep slash with blood flowing out. His brows frowned and said, "You're going to die." The woman said, "Save me, give me a bandage." "What secret?" Li Xiaoshui asked. "Save me first. If you are disappointed, you can kill me. Give me first. I'm dying." The massive blood loss blurred her vision and her strength receded. The woman was about to lose her grip. After hesitating, Li Xiaoshui threw out a bandage. The woman hurriedly took it and quickly wrapped it around her neck. Soon, the neck that was bleeding non-stop stopped for the most part, and the wounds and ruptured blood vessels at the edges were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Half a minute later, although it didn't recover completely, the wound was 50 to 60% better, a situation that wasn't too life-threatening anymore. Thanks. The woman, who had lost a lot of blood and had a weak body, collapsed against a tree and gave a thank you. "Tell me, what's the secret that can impress me?" Li Xiaoshui entered the topic. The woman took a deep breath to keep herself somewhat conscious and said, "This is an event that is not allowed to be publicized, only a few people know about it. No need to beat around the bush." Li Xiaoshui said, "It was a relative of mine who informed me. She's close to sequence 3. The woman slowly spoke, her eyes meaningful. "You shouldn't know, right? In every mission, there are certain encounters hidden that can transform people. For example, powerful advanced identity cards, high-level mysterious objects, incredible props. As long as you can find it." "Just like that?" Li Xiaoshui was expressionless. The woman was silent for a moment and said, "I know the secret in this A-ranked mission." Li Xiaoshui then revealed a smile. "Where is it?" "The temple," she said. "Temple of God." Li Xiaoshui was stunned. "The sacred place in the natives' village," the woman replied. "How do you know?" Li Xiaoshui asked. The woman was silent. She looked at Li Xiaoshui. "The information I have on these should have enough value for you to save me once. We newcomers, it is basically impossible for us to learn about this kind of top secret." "Unwilling to say?" Li Xiaoshui did not pursue the question. "Okay, that's enough." Li Xiaoshui turned around and left. He did not expect to linger here. His second mission, the time limit was still more than 1 hour away. He had to arrive at the indigenous village in time to hang his head. Temple. Standing at the entrance of the passageway of the boulder, Li Xiaoshui muttered a sentence. A trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes, and then disappeared into the pitch-black passageway. The space at the mouth of the passage was large, about 3 meters long and wide. As with ordinary caves, the walls and pathways were all yellow soil and stones. It was obviously dug by hand. The entire cave, and even to avoid the manpower, cannot dig through some large stones, constantly changing the direction of excavation, so that the channel twisted and turned, strange and unusual. Fortunately, every 10 or so meters, there will be torches to illuminate the way, so as not to hit the wall. Just compared to the wind and rain outside, the further we go, the more silent it is. After a few minutes, it was so quiet that Li Xiaoshui could only hear his own breathing. It hadn't been this quiet for a long time, but instead, it was a bit depressing. Good thing. After entering the cave, the sixth sense was restored. Li Xiaoshui could finally have some bottom in his heart. This cave is towards the bottom of the earth. Just as he walked towards the cave, a trace of doubt flashed within Li Xiaoshui. This island was obviously very suitable for human life. Even if there were occasional storms, how could it be much better than the dark and damp underground? But they would rather choose the underground. Could it be that there was something on the island that these natives couldn't accept? For example, like the resurrection of the buxom woman? The bugs on the beach? Also, this rain that shielded his sixth sense? Li Xiaoshui became more and more convinced that there was something unspeakable on the island. Walking all the way, Li Xiaoshui was practically worried, fearing that a native would pop up. One must know that the matter of killing two natives had already been rumored in. It was not uncommon to have natives walking back and forth. Fortunately, the sixth sense never warned, and the journey was smooth. After about 10 or 20 minutes, suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of him. Arrived? Li Xiaoshui was puzzled. But, how is there light? This wasn't the gloomy underground? This doesn't look like a torch. Instead, it was moonlight or something. Li Xiaoshui, who turned shocked, carefully walked out of the cave. The scene in front of him left him dumbfounded in place. It was an incomparably huge cave, occupying a space at least the size of a small half-island. Empty and vast. Above the cave, there was a stone whose color could not be seen, radiating a soft and bright light. Under the moonlight, there is the river, the woods, and dozens of simple wooden houses and stone houses built in the center of the cave. Unlike the lifelessness of the island, next to the village, there were edible vegetables, deer, sheep, pigs, birds, and other creatures. Even in the river, there was a fresh fish swimming. A few bonfires reflected at the fence at the entrance of the village. At this moment, a native was sitting upside down on the ground, yawning and drowsy. In front of him, there was a huge stone altar. With a red cloth, it was covered with something unknown. Next to the red cloth of the altar, there was also a straight long pole, and on the long pole, there was a tall cloth flag hanging. On the flag, tattooed, was the strange creature from the stone house on the island. I really didn't expect that underground, there is such a world. Li Xiaoshui returned to his senses and muttered. However, Li Xiaoshui knew that now was not the time for him to be shocked. His task should be to take the head and hang it on the top of that flag. But this was not a simple matter. How to hang it? There's a native at the entrance of the village. If there was any movement and he yelled at random, he would immediately die without a burial site. There were still 40 minutes left in the mission. He still had time to think. While Li Xiaoshui pondered over the method, his gaze, unintentionally, landed on a glittering white stone house in the center of the village. It was several times larger than a normal house. Under the moonlight, there was still a vague glow permeating it. For this house, it was also surrounded by a protective, about a meter-high stone wall. Should be a temple? Li Xiaoshui guessed the place where the greatest benefit from the mission is hidden. Li Xiaoshui did not doubt the woman's words. He didn't think that there was any point for the woman to spread this kind of, when she was weak, lie that she would be killed by him in retaliation. You know, he was about to come in to carry out a mission. There was always going to be exploration. Just as Li Xiaoshui looked out over the temple, suddenly, the person who had been watching over the village entrance, appeared to move. I don't know what happened, but the sleepy watchman natives suddenly got up and looked inside the village. In the darkness, a fat indigenous man with a smile on his face stepped out. Like acquaintances, the two engaged in a conversation, and before long, the sleepy native left, and the fat native took his place. Changing the guard? Li Xiaoshui frowned. Originally, he still had a trace of fluke in his heart to wait for the natives to fall asleep and kill them in a sneak attack. Now it seemed impossible. Although his needle could be invisible, an attack and kill was not without a chance. After all, this native was only a bloodline. But there are no absolutes in this world. What if it was detected? Li Xiaoshui did not want to take any hint of risk. One mistake, and he was dead. In a dilemma. Unexpectedly, after a few minutes, once again, a situation arose. The obese native, pretending to patrol a few circles, after finding no one, suddenly, quickly walked up to the altar. It lifted the cloth covering the center of the altar. What was placed was a statue. As expected by Li Xiaoshui, the altar enshrined the same template of the statue in the stone house on the island. The difference was that this stone statue, like the pattern printed on the flag, was lifelike. The pair of eyes on the body, which always made Li Xiaoshui feel extremely uncomfortable when he scanned them, were as if they had the strangeness of flesh and blood. Only to see the fat man kneeling in front of the altar, I do not know from the body, touched out what a thing, like a mass of dark flesh and blood. Then, with his eyes closed, he cupped his hands into a weird gesture and quickly read. In the twinkling of an eye, the meat placed in front of the statue emitted a white light. Sacrificing? At the first moment, Li Xiaoshui reacted, his eyes showing ecstasy. A good opportunity. Li Xiaoshui didn't care what kind of sacrifice this fatty was doing. Right now, he was defenseless. The level 1 weapon needle shot out quickly. Under the moonlight, the light reflected on the needle was eye-catching. But 2 seconds later, the needle disappeared from sight. It was invisible. Fortunately, Li Xiaoshui's Nianli could sense that the needle was under his control. Shoo! As Li Xiaoshui approached silently, just a few seconds later, the flying needle approached the indigenous fat man sharply and silently. At this moment, the indigenous fat man was in the middle of the sacrifice, concentrating. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching head-stabbing pain, he violently opened his eyes. When he got up to react, it was too late. The flying needles had already passed through his skull. On both sides of his temples, 2 thin red dots were visible to the naked eye. As blood beads overflowed from the red dots, the wide-eyed indigenous fat man, with a thud, fell straight to the ground, no sound. The development is very smooth. Li Xiaoshui did not delay, hastily used the idea power, manipulate the character's head hanging levitation on the flag, and then manipulate the flag cloth will be tied head wrapped up. I don't know if it was a random binding or what happened. Coincidentally, in the wrapped up head, that miserable white face, naked in the line of sight. The blood from his neck was dripping down his face, nostrils, and then his eyes. It was an incomparably gruesome and oozing scene. I'm afraid that this aboriginal village won't subside after this whole thing. Li Xiaoshui was secretly bitter. Sighing lightly, Li Xiaoshui looked at the note of the mission in his hand. Only to see that with the completion of the mission, the note turned into flying ash in the naked eye, scattering all over the place. Li Xiaoshui turned around and intended to leave this place of wrongdoing. But suddenly, after the underground sacrifice, a glowing object appeared, causing his footsteps to stop. Li Xiaoshui subconsciously walked to the glowing object and picked it up. Baptismal token. Ritual return object. Can be in the temple and get the qualification for baptism. Limited to 1. Baptism token? Li Xiao was stunned. The token he picked up made Li Xiaoshui stop his steps that were ready to leave. He curiously surveyed the token in his hand. When he was feeling puzzled, suddenly, an instinctive tremor surged out of his body. Li Xiaoshui subconsciously turned his head to the left. On the left side, was the stone-carved statue of the altar. At this time, the pair of densely packed eyes on the statue, actually Chi-Chi, are staring at him in general. Li Xiaoshui's goosebumps jumped out all over his body. Just now, the stone carving's eyes, were they in his direction? Li Xiaoshui stared at the eyeball. After a while, seeing that the eyeball did not move, Li Xiaoshui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly manipulated the cloth to cover it up. Regardless of whether it was an illusion or real, Li Xiaoshui decided that out of sight is out of mind. Anyway, the sixth sense didn't remind him, he should be safe. But as soon as this thought came out, I don't know if it was a coincidence. Fiercely, the sixth sense, strongly appeared to respond. There is danger. Li Xiaoshui's face suddenly changed. He hurriedly looked around, searching for the source. Soon, the line of sight stopped at the exit that came in. Could it be? The elder who had gone out had returned? But in this situation, he could no longer escape. Li Xiaoshui's mind was spinning rapidly, vaguely. He could already hear the movement coming from the cave entrance. It was too late to escape the distant woods and water. Li Xiaoshui maneuvered the body of the indigenous fat man to fall back to the entrance of the village, and rooted himself towards the village. Finding a pile of grass, he plopped down and did not move again. More than 10 seconds later, at the entrance of the cave, a few natives who were soaked and covered in blood were holding a mangled body and came in. Then, one of the natives felt out a gong he was carrying on his back and violently struck it. Dong 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 dong. The deafening sound of the gongs and drums resounded through this entire village. In the silent village, for a split second, a firelight lit up in the dark room. Then, one after another, tens, hundreds of natives poured out from various houses. Soon, at the entrance of the village, there was a dense crowd. At the front of the crowd, Li Xiaoshui could see from his perspective, was a 2 to 3 meter tall old man with white hair. Patriarch, Elder Su went with us to investigate the outsiders, and was killed by a terrifying outsider. We almost couldn't even come back. The native who was holding the mangled body shouted with a crying voice. The voice Li Xiaoshui had an impression. It was the captain of the 3 people he heard in front of the stone house at night. What? I can't believe Elder Su is dead. No wonder the alarm gong was sounded. Damn outsiders. Matriarch, let's go kill them. Sacrifice them alive to the gods. Avenge Elder Su. In an instant, the crowd roared one after another, waiting for the leading white-haired old man to respond. Only to see the tall old man. His voice was calm. It's almost time for the sea corpse to appear. We can't go out. The 2 words sea corpse. It seemed to have an inexplicable and terrifying magic, causing these natives to instantly lose their temper. The crowd quieted down. Sacrifice Elder Su to the gods, everyone take a rest. At first light, we'll go and avenge Elder Su. The patriarch continued. Yes. The captain aborigine choked and answered. And then, he walked towards the altar, carrying the broken body. Originally, it was fine not to walk. With the restless crowd, no one could notice what Li Xiaoshui did. But the moment he walked towards the altar, something went wrong. Underneath the altar, along the flagpole dripped a bunch of eye-catching blood, so eye-catching that anyone could spot it. Then, when the crowd subconsciously raised their heads and traced the source of the blood and saw that head on the flagpole, they once again fell into a riot. Tian, young clan chief, looking for death. These outsiders, deliberately provoking us. Unforgivable. I will never let these outsiders go. The crowd was even more shaken. The young patriarch? Li Xiaoshui, who was in the distance, was chilled to the bone. This mission, playing with him. If he was caught, he wouldn't be skinned? The gazes of the crowd were all on that old patriarch. Li Xiaoshui was no exception, staring nervously at his back. Finally, the village chief spoke out again, his voice heavy and hoarse. Sacrifice the gods together, everyone rest well, tomorrow, go take revenge. He turned around. His face was full of wrinkles, and his eyes were bloodshot. On his forehead were striking 6 golden lines. And at this moment, back when the crowd was making noise, Li Xiaoshui had already silently climbed to the vicinity of the temple. In the corner of the temple where the natives couldn't notice, Li Xiaoshui touched out the level 1 mysterious object. The rusty long zipper. The gate of the temple's enclosure was tightly closed. Li Xiaoshui, who didn't dare to make a commotion, chose to rely on it to enter. The long zipper quickly fit onto the doorway and melted into the stone floor. Li Xiaoshui gently pulled it downwards. Tear. The zipper opened. Inside a skewed hole that could be penetrated was a white, cloudy slate floor. It was also the moment when the zipper was just pulled. Li Xiaoshui suddenly felt that his body was suddenly torn open by some mysterious force. Intense pain, so that he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air, issued a heavy muffled grunt. Ouch! Ouch! Li Xiaoshui gritted his teeth and endured tightly. As soon as he drilled into the gap opened by the zipper, he stumbled and fell on a pure white floor. Too late to look at his surroundings, he took off his clothes and removed the armor inside. On his chest, a hideous crack appeared from his neck to his abdomen, just like the pattern of a zipper. Blood was spilling out, and the flesh and bones inside could be seen. It was as if he would be torn in half if he was gently peeled from the wound. Seeing that the bones were not broken, Li Xiaoshui was relieved. He hurriedly put the bandage and wrapped it around the wound. Is this the price of also opening a door in the body? Li Xiaoshui slowly put on his armor and clothes, grimacing and muttering to himself, this is too much. But at this moment, Li Xiaoshui heard the shouts of the natives. How come our night watchman has no breath? Wait, there's a wound on the temple. The body is still warm, it's only just died. Could it be that outsiders have infiltrated our village? Search! The old patriarch ordered. I knew it. Li Xiaoshui smiled bitterly. It was because he guessed that the fat man's body would be found that Li Xiaoshui chose to hurry into the temple. Compared to the house in the woods that could easily be searched, this place was considered the safest place to hide. But it's actually 6 stripes. Li Xiaoshui recalled the 6 stripes of gold-tinged stripes on the forehead of that tall old patriarch and was somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Those with 2 stripes had that kind of combat power. A 3-striped one might even be enough to sweep through them, the examiners. Not to mention, for stripes, 5 stripes, or even the indigenous patriarch's 6 stripes. Unsurprisingly, it was thought that the elder was killed by Captain Gatli. Although Captain Gatli could deal with the elders of 4 or 5 stripes, but what about the patriarch of 6 stripes? This was Li Xiaoshui's biggest worry. Once Gatli couldn't deal with it, then they were, tantamount to, all wiped out. Forget it. It's not something I should think about anymore. Li Xiaoshui stopped his superfluous thinking, and his gaze landed on the front. From the outside world, one could only see the clean white walls and roof, and only after entering the walls, could one see what this holy place looked like. It was a temple-like clean white stone house. On the neatly organized stone tiles and doors and windows, there were images of monsters with deformed faces, human bodies, densely packed eyes, and countless tentacles. And in several directions around the temple, there were stone statues of natives with 9 stripes on their foreheads. With doubt and curiosity, Li Xiaoshui walked to the front of the temple. Just at the moment when his hand was about to push open the door, the sixth sense appeared as a reminder. But it was a strange scene that had never appeared before. The sixth sense sent out a strong reminder that there was a crisis, but also an opportunity. Danger and opportunity coexist together? Li Xiaoshui's hand stopped. After a moment of silence, his hand continued to move, gently pushing. How can there be opportunities that are not accompanied by risks? Li Xiaoshui opened the door. However, what surprised Li Xiaoshui was that in the temple, there was no ugly and grotesque statue. The temple was incomparably empty, with only 3 areas. In the center, a huge statue of a stunningly beautiful and wonderful young girl. She was naked, shapely, and her eyes were reverently closed as she prayed. Her hands were also holding a crystal-clear gemstone. On the left, a pool. Milk-white water filled the pool, and a gust of fragrance came from the water. On the right, a huge plush red ball of unknown origin. On the red ball, it was densely packed, covered with one tiny insect egg after another. In each area, there were several indigenous stone statues with 9 golden lines guarding it. Gems, pools, bug eggs. Li Xiaoshui curiously scrutinized it. And what gave him a sense of crisis were those stone statues. Could it be that those stone statues can act? Li Xiaoshui generated this thought. After feeling more and more likely, a wave of uneasiness came over him. He didn't dare to bet if it was true. Suddenly, Li Xiaoshui remembered the token that the indigenous fat man had sacrificed in exchange for being able to baptize in the temple, touched it out, and gazed at the indigenous guarding the pool. Baptism, it should be that pool, right? With a thought, Li Xiaoshui took the token and came to the frontmost stone statue of the indigenous. The stone carving statue of the indigenous in front of him incredibly waved that stone arm and reached out towards him. This really gave Li Xiaoshui a shock. It can really move. With a grave face, Li Xiaoshui handed the token to it. The indigenous stone statue opened its mouth and swallowed the token in one gulp, and after that, the stone statue retreated away from its original position, letting him out of a passageway and resuming its immobile appearance. Alertly looking at the stone statue for a few moments, Li Xiaoshui, with trepidation in his heart, walked to the front of the pool. Baptism, is it a bath? Li Xiaoshui stared at the pool and frowned in thought. Stretching out his hand, he tentatively touched towards the milky white pool. Icy cold. Bone-piercingly cold. The veins were about to be frozen in general. Feeling somewhat unable to stand this temperature, Li Xiaoshui intended to retract his hand, but unexpectedly, he realized that his hand was like being entangled by something, unable to move at all. Then, the thing that was wrapped around him, even strangely, wanted to pull his whole body towards the water. This change could scare Li Xiaoshui half to death. He was trying to increase his strength to struggle. The pool that entangled him, violently the same strength burst out. Unable to resist, he was yanked down, plopping into the water. Sight blurred in the milky water. A piercing coldness enveloped Li Xiaoshui. Immediately after, his body, frozen, his senses faded away. He was deadlocked in the water, unable to move at all anymore. Ice cold kept injecting into his body, and a sense of suffocation hit his consciousness. Eventually, he fainted. I don't know how long it took. Li Xiaoshui opened his eyes violently. I failed the mission and died? Li Xiaoshui subconsciously looked around. The body was warm, with a floating weightlessness. In the line of sight, there was the clean white roof, and next to it was the indigenous statue, the giant beautiful maiden statue. This is still in the temple. Li Xiaoshui was stunned when he turned back and realized that he was actually floating on the pool. The shadow of the party being dragged down into the water scared him so much that he hurriedly climbed out of the pool. He didn't die. Li Xiaoshui got out of the pool, measured his hands and feet, pinched his face, and realized that he was truly alive. Strange, what's going on here? I wasn't pulled into the water and frozen to death? Li Xiaoshui felt puzzled. My chest doesn't hurt anymore. In doubt, Li Xiaoshui suddenly realized that in his chest, the stabbing pain that had been troubling him had disappeared. He took off his clothes and undid the bandage. The wound had already disappeared. His skin was smooth, just like he hadn't been injured at all. Bandages don't have this effect. Could it be that is baptism? Li Xiaoshui couldn't help but float such an idea. I'm stronger, it seems like I've grown a lot. Li Xiaoshui discovered something strange again. He hurriedly opened the attribute panel. On the panel, there was basically no difference from the very beginning. The only change was the mental strength and attributes. Spiritual power, 3. 9-level nihilist. Physical, 2. 1-level martial artist. The effect of the increase called for Li Xiaoshui to nearly drop his jaw in shock. Both my mental power and body actually received an increase of 1. Equivalent to that, he had each undergone an enhancement? Li Xiaoshui hastily manipulated the needle and conducted some experiments. The needle's speed and strength had undergone a qualitative change. If I don't rely on my abilities, my physical and mental strength alone, combined, should be at the level of an ordinary expedition team. Physical combat power had always been the biggest weakness for Li Xiaoshui. So much so that when he went for a sneak attack, he didn't have much certainty. Now this increase was pulling him to the most basic average ranks now. The baptism of the pool was so rewarding that it filled Li Xiaoshui with a smile. It was no wonder that these natives were so exaggeratedly strong. Originally, there was a reason for this. Li Xiaoshui once again reached out his hand and stroked it under the water, but there was no more of that coldness from the previous day, nor did it pull him in. There was no possibility of another baptism. Is there no token? Or can one person only do it once? Li Xiaoshui was unsure of which cause it was, and with reluctance, walked out of the pool. It seemed that in order to have this exaggerated increase once, it was thought that the only way was to complete the quest's reinforcement rewards. Now, the temple, there were now 2 more areas that Li Xiaoshui could get benefits from. One was the jewel in the hand of the myriad maiden statue. This must be the most precious. The other was those insect eggs. Two places that Li Xiaoshui did not dare to approach directly. He was afraid that if he walked over and the statue stretched out its hand towards him to ask for something, and if he couldn't give it out, he would be struck down by the statue. Across the distance, Li Xiaoshui gazed at the blue gem in the young girl's hand. Unexpectedly, he read the attribute description. Neptune's hardcore. Special level 2 mystical object. Wearing it, an apprentice of shaman status can ignore any restrictions and directly advance to sequence 2, High Priest. A sacred object that the natives regard as if it were their life. If you take it away, you will be subjected to the natives' frantic pursuit. Directly advance to sequence 2. Li Xiaoshui sucked in a breath of cool air. Heavens, no wonder that woman said that in the temple, one could get a transformative change. This was, inevitably, too exaggerated. Sequence 2. The temptation was, indeed, too great. If the shaman identity card was still around, Li Xiaoshui would definitely try to steal this by all means. He would be willing to directly choose this sequence as the main sequence advancement. Unfortunately, the identity card was sold. Li Xiaoshui regretted that it wasn't worth his desperation to get this out anymore. Without the shaman card, this was a chicken rib. Losing interest, Li Xiaoshui looked at the worm egg. The grain pattern of the worm egg seemed somewhat similar to the worms in the sea. Could it be that this is the egg of those worms in the sea? If I get it, can I raise it? Li Xiaoshui couldn't help but jump to such a thought. His heartbeat accelerated violently. If he could raise this kind of bug, what the hell? This was the killer. But this indigenous stone statue is here. I can't get in. Li Xiaoshui's eyes were hot again, but there was nothing he could do. Just as Li Xiaoshui was thinking about how he could get the method to enter this insect spawn area, suddenly, there was a sound coming from outside the stone wall of the temple. Li Xiaoshui concentrated his mind to feel, as if, the people of this indigenous village had surrounded the temple. Matriarch, our village, every inch of land, has been searched, and we haven't found that outsider. Well, except for the temple. I suspect that if the outsider is still around, then he must have entered the temple. A man with a steady voice spoke. The resounding conversation caused Li Xiaoshui's face to swish white. Fan was afraid that the natives had searched the village during the time he was baptized and lost consciousness, and due to the interference of the crisis of the sixth sense that had been present after entering the temple, it made him not notice the arrival of the natives at all. Now in this situation, once he was discovered, he wouldn't be able to run away from just 1/6 stripe patriarch. Enter the temple? Unlikely, right? Without a key, no one can enter the temple. Yes, how can one get in? Move the bell of the enclosure, we can all hear it. Could it be that the person has run away? I think it might have run away. Someone offered the opposite opinion. Seeing this statement, it was recognized by more people. Li Xiaoshui, who was listening, was pleasantly surprised for a moment, his heart in his throat. He could have escaped this by chance? However, Li Xiaoshui thought too much. I smell an outsider's scent in the temple. The Patriarch of 6 Stripes, however, let out a heavy voice. Go in and search. Yes. No one refuted the Patriarch's opinion. Outside the enclosure, the sound of the door opening immediately rang out. Damn! Li Xiaoshui cursed. There was no muddling through. But the worst-case scenario, it wasn't like he hadn't thought about it. How could he sit and wait for death? In a flash, Li Xiaoshui closed his eyes and took a deep breath, allowing himself to relax to the most extreme calmness. Countless thoughts jumped around in his mind. At the same time, with a creak, the heavy stone door of the enclosure opened. The crowd walked in. Li Xiaoshui held his breath and listened to the sound of incoming footsteps in his ears. A few pairs. Dozens of pairs, hundreds of pairs. Li Xiaoshui sensed that almost most of the natives were standing outside the temple, with the mouth of the fence. Blood. Outsider's blood. Immediately, someone noticed the blood flowing from the zipper wound on Li Xiaoshui's chest when he came in. It was thought that this was the reason why it was discovered by the indigenous patriarch. Really entered our temple? How did he come in? This guy, could the purpose be to steal our holy relics? Impossible, without sacrificing the corresponding token. If he dares to take it, he will be killed by the guards. Quick, go in and take a look. Li Xiaoshui heard a key phrase, sacrifice the corresponding token? Could it be, it's the same kind of sacrifice that the indigenous fat man made? And the return of the sacrifice is the token? Li Xiaoshui was instantly enlightened. Immediately, as the crowd came in, he took out his rusty zipper, stuck it to a corner, pulled it open as soon as he drilled inside the temple. The pain that ripped out of his back did not let Li Xiaoshui stop. Then, he continued to put the zipper, sticking it to the fence. Once again, a piercing. A stagger on his feet. His leg was torn open. This is killing me. Li Xiaoshui clenched his teeth. The price he paid these 2 times was on his thighs and back respectively. The pain and the straight stream of blood made his steps feel so heavy. But He couldn't escape without using the zipper twice in a row. The group of natives, now, were all gathered around the entrance of the temple and the fence waiting to explore. Whenever the attention fell on the corner next to the fence, it was possible. The only way to avoid the natives' sight and get a chance to escape was to penetrate the temple and the fence at once and come to the village. Good thing. His approach was successful. The natives whose attention was all on the exit couldn't even imagine that he had this ability. No one noticed him. Li Xiaoshui didn't dare to waste a second, letting the blood on his body soak through his shoes and feet, stepping on one eye-catching blood-red footprint after another, staggering towards the cave entrance. Patriarch, the blood of the outsiders, disappeared by the wall. Entering the temple, the blood of Li Xiaoshui was detected. Clan chief, by the wall, new blood has appeared. Someone continued to report. Not good. The patriarch's face sank as he shouted, "Go, block the hole for me." Patriarch, I've spotted the outsider, he's running towards the cave entrance. Someone noticed Li Xiaoshui and immediately gave back. The native patriarch quickly chased him outside the temple. His cloudy eyes immediately caught Li Xiaoshui's blood-covered figure. Want to run? The native patriarch sneered. The 6 bloodlines on his forehead emitted a bright golden light, and in an instant, his body underwent a violent expansion. In just 2 seconds, the native patriarch turned into a 7 to 8 meter tall humanoid monster with tentacles and several eyes on his body. A gust of wind blew by. The native patriarch disappeared in place. When his figure reappeared, he was already behind Li Xiaoshui. With a loud boom, the indigenous patriarch's huge body blocked the hole. The strong vibration of the floor caused Li Xiaoshui, who was staggering and running, already close to the cave entrance, to be shaken down to the ground. Li Xiaoshui raised his head in a hurry, and when he noticed the 7-meter-tall monster blocking the hole in front of him, he was dumbfounded. It was only when he noticed the 6 golden blood stripes on the monster's forehead that he reacted. He was the indigenous clan leader. You can't run away, outsider. The buzzing voice shook Li Xiaoshui for a while, his ears buzzing. What is your purpose for coming to our village? The native patriarch continued to question. At the same time, the hundreds of natives that came after him, like a layer of black and dark clouds, surrounded him. Li Xiaoshui was forced to a stone wall with no way to retreat, his eyes showing despair. His body was trembling slightly. It wasn't fear, it just stemmed from the blood that flowed more than once, the wound that hurt unbearably. At this moment, his face was bloodless and as pale as a piece of paper. The price paid for using the zipper had left him without any fighting ability. This must be the outsider who killed our young clan chief. In league with the one who killed Elder Su. Sacrifice him alive. Sacrifice him alive. Sacrifice him alive. The shouts were neat and majestic, coupled with the pair of eyes filled with killing intent and the terrifying pressure brought about. Li Xiaoshui's heartbeat of survival and struggle sank to the bottom. It's over, there's no way to run away. Say, what is your purpose for entering our village? You are by no means unintentional outsiders who came into the island. The native patriarch, who was not overwhelmed by hatred, had a heavy voice and stared at Li Xiaoshui. Li Xiaoshui gasped in a rough breath and stared at him in silence. He knew clearly that even if he explained, he would not get any chance of survival, so why waste that strength? Patriarch, take them to the forbidden water cage. Forbidden water cage, are you still afraid that he won't talk? This poor outsider, he probably doesn't know what a water cage is yet. Don't be careless, watch closely, this outsider, the ability to walk through walls. Through walls? This is so far away from the outside, so far away, he can go through it? The natives threatened, not at all worried about Li Xiaoshui escaping. Yet, it was this sentence jerked Li Xiaoshui awake. He subconsciously looked at the rusty zipper in his hand. If one were to say, from this underground to the outside of the cave, it seems to be considered a place where one can open the door, right? An idea popped up in Li Xiaoshui's mind. But, this kind of distance, the price paid, will it kill me? Li Xiaoshui thought uneasily. But, if I get caught later, it seems like it's no different from dying. Bet. Li Xiaoshui's heart crossed and he took a deep breath. Choosing to escape, at least, there was a chance of survival. It was much better than dying here and giving a living sacrifice to the natives. I have no purpose. I didn't kill your young patriarch. I was forced to take your young patriarch's head and hang it up there. Li Xiaoshui answered the indigenous clan chief. He looked straight at the indigenous patriarch to answer, put his hand behind his back, and silently put the zipper on the wall. The indigenous patriarch's face chilled. Really, since that's all you know, then it's a living sacrifice. Once these words came out, the foremost surrounded Li Xiaoshui natives, laughed fiercely and rushed over. Li Xiaoshui naturally guessed that there was this kind of result and violently turned his head. Reaching out, the zipper opened. Outside the zipper was the grass there in the basin. Can go out. Li Xiaoshui was overjoyed and jumped in as soon as he could. Not good, he can really go through walls. Go after him. Don't let him run. The natives hurriedly screamed. The native patriarch, who was also stunned, then fiercely slapped on the wall of the cave entrance, trying to shake Li Xiaoshui out. However, it was useless. Li Xiaoshui jumped onto the damp pile of grass full of water stains, and in the huge, earthquake-like shaking sensation, he reached out and pulled down the zipper. The passage disappeared. After only a short second or two, no natives could catch up. He had escaped. However, Li Xiaoshui did not have the mood or time to rejoice, because the price also appeared with it. Before he could catch his breath, in the next instant, Li Xiaoshui only felt his body, like being scraped by a chainsaw. From the right side of his neck, to the base of his thighs, the entire person was ripped open with a deep and long crack. A large amount of blood poured back from his stomach, and his mouth violently spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Immediately after, from the wounds on his body, blood flowed like water, from all around his body, filling the ground with a blood-red color. A stabbing pain and numbness that ran through his entire body left him without any strength to even howl. He was certain that the bones on his right side, his internal organs, were all cut into two. Li Xiaoshui lost all his strength. He couldn't even lift his eyes. Li Xiaoshui felt that he was going to die. Is this really the end? Li Xiaoshui was unwilling. However, Li Xiaoshui was clearly cognizant of the current situation. No one would be kind enough to save his life. Even if he could insist on going back, he couldn't buy props to heal. Knowing that the expenses of the virtual city, plus the party also bought needles, masks, poison antidotes, and keys to 2 rooms, he now had 0 points off. Wait, keys? Li Xiaoshui suddenly remembered that the reason for purchasing the 2 keys at that time. A wave of hope flared up. Nope, it won't die, he has a save. Li Xiaoshui braced his last strength and felt in his virtual pocket for the prop reward awarded for the completion of the examination, the adrenaline for self-rescue. This was currently the only item that might be effective for him. The palm of his mostly numb hand slowly touched the heart area, and then, viciously stabbed down with a needle. In an instant, Li Xiaoshui's pupils widened. Perception and hearing stood still. Immediately after, Li Xiaoshui felt the incomparably clear sound of a heartbeat. The heart was beating. It was fast, increasing in frequency by several times, dozens of times. Until the heartbeat reached a critical point, Li Xiaoshui's head buzzed. It exploded, leaving only a blank space. Li Xiaoshui awoke with a start. He came back to his senses. At this moment, the blood on his body stopped. The pain disappeared cleanly. He subconsciously pulled on the wound, and there was no pain. The wound is healed? Li Xiaoshui was incredulous and got up to take off his armor and clothes. However, on his body, the hideous deep scar that ran through his entire body was still there. He could even see the broken bones, overflowing blood, and fresh internal organs in the scar. This kind of certain death wound, and he was actually as if nothing had happened. The strength becomes greater, the spirit is full, shielding from pain. Is it a short-lived effect that makes me hyperactive or something? There should be a time limit. Li Xiaoshui came to a guessing conclusion. With the rare healthy time, Li Xiaoshui did not dare to delay and immediately surveyed the island. The slightly fishy and salty sea breeze blew on this island. The rain stopped. Judging from the water stains on the ground, it had just stopped not long ago. The moonlight that had been covered by the dark clouds in the midair finally dispersed a little. On the island, the sight was no longer so blurry. Everything was peaceful. However, Li Xiaoshui remembered the words of the indigenous patriarch. Now, it was the time for the sea corpses to appear. This is the reason why they, the natives, are all afraid to come out. Tranquility? The quieter it is, the more terrifying the crisis that will come, I'm afraid. Li Xiaoshui's gaze fell in the direction of the camp and quickly rushed back. 10 minutes later, Li Xiaoshui returned to the camp. After the rain, which did not stir up the people's purity, the night was deep, and it should have been the time to sleep peacefully. But the strange thing is, at this moment, many people are actually standing outside the tent, looking at the direction of the sea. The fallen, the crew, including Captain Gatli, who had bloodstains on his body, and, in the moonlight, Miss Vale, who looked absolutely beautiful and flawless. In the sea, is there anything? Li Xiaoshui couldn't help but wonder. He followed the crowd, and his gaze fell on the sea. The gray sea reflected by the weak moonlight, the seawater, was fading. It was fading rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. And in the ebb tide, underneath the sea, some strange sounds kept coming out. Listening quietly, I could feel that those sounds were like endless ghosts and monsters hissing and howling. It was creepy. Was it these sounds that woke up the people in the camp? Li Xiaoshui frowned tightly. Strange. The sea would make this kind of sound? Creatures in the sea? Li Xiaoshui guessed. But it so happened that not long after, the fading seawater finally stopped. A cool breeze blew up, dispersing the dark clouds a bit more. The bright moonlight illuminated a large area. The land after the seawater faded, appeared in the sight of everyone. Under the seawater, it wasn't a sandy beach. What was clearly visible was a large area of mud that looked to be filled with the broken flesh and bones of rotting species. The oozing scene caused the crowd to have a moment of vigilance and palpitations. Suddenly, In the rotten mud, there was a muffled sound of miso. A pair of hands that looked like they had been soaking in water for many years, swollen and white, violently pierced through the layer of rotten mud and appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Subsequently, another pair scurried out, one after another. In just 10 seconds or so, that rotten mud ground had stretched out dozens and hundreds of hands. These hands were all struggling, wanting to get out of the rotten mud ground in general. Not long after, they all got what they wanted and climbed out. It was one after another, swollen, rotting, twisted corpses. The next moment, these corpses crawled out of the mud, and suddenly developed some kind of sensation. A pair of whitish eyes suddenly landed on the campers. Then, an excited hissing sound rang out one after another from the group of corpses. They moved, leaning towards the shore. The pace was staggering and slow. The target direction. Exactly where the crowd was. Everyone paled. No one could have imagined that these monsters would appear in the sea. When they reacted, the large number of people who were incapable of fighting were the first to let out panicked cries, and like crazy, they quickly fled towards the top of the mountain. Mr. Gatley, what is that thing? At the safest campsite, Miss Violet frowned and inquired. On her beautiful face, unexpectedly, there was only the color of curiosity. There was not the slightest sense of awe. Miss Virla, I sense an aura of evil and danger in them. Let me protect you to the mountains. Never allow these ugly things to taint you in the slightest. Captain Gatley said respectfully. Please, Mr. Gatley. Miss Vale nodded. Gatley's angry face twisted and smiled, and then, turning his head and changing his face, he looked down at the crew and coldly said rubbish. All looked at him. You are not allowed to bring these monsters near Miss Virla. Whether you die or live, it all depends on your luck. Captain Gatley, leaving his final order, walked towards the mountain with Miss Virla and the butler guards. The crowd looked at each other. This is letting them escape on their own? This Captain Gatley didn't ask them to be cannon fodder to fend off these corpses and protect Miss Violet. It was a bit unexpected for the crowd. Just as the crew was contemplating how to respond, a burly, bald, red-eyed man walked up to the group of corpses. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the head of a corpse. With a firm squeeze, the corpse's head burst open. A black sticky substance flowed down. Dead. Very weak. He muttered. He was the one who had led the crew along against the tentacles in the evening, a transcendent ability expert of at least sequence 1. Ha! Underground, a strange green crystal appeared from the dead zombie's blown-up head. Red-eyed bald head eyes flashed with surprise, bowed down to pick up the crystal, slightly scanning. The next moment, the face is unable to suppress the surprise. Immediately afterward, the red-eyed bald head immediately rushed into the group of corpses as if he had found a treasure, slaughtering them without stopping and picking up one after another of the fallen crystals. The crowd naturally noticed this situation. A thought surfaced in the minds of the crowd. Crystals? What kind of treasure is it? Hey, what's the purpose of that crystal stone? Someone asked. He's not answering. It's definitely something good, otherwise he couldn't be in this state. I'm going to take a look too. Many of the crew members immediately got up and went. But it was at this time. The red-eyed bald heads of a large number of slaughterers appeared unexpectedly. A rotting palm grabbed his thigh. His movements were bound. It was a climbing corpse, but the red-eyed bald head didn't care as he stretched out his foot to stomp on its head. However, what he couldn't imagine was that this corpse was incredibly strong. The leg that was grabbed suddenly made an extremely clear breaking sound. The leg was pinched and broken. He let out a miserable scream. Unsteady footing, heavy fell down. Before the red-eyed bald head could react, suddenly, several more corpses pounced on him. Hands, feet, neck, head. All of them were caught in a death grip. No! Wait! The red-eyed bald man yelled out in terror. But just as his voice fell, with a bang, his skull was crushed. After twitching a few times, his body was no longer moving. His body, with that, was torn into several pieces. Dead! Those crew members who were about to rush forward to snatch the corpse suddenly stopped in their tracks. The sudden death of the red-eyed bald man was like a pot of cold water poured on their feverish brains. That person I remember was a sequence 1 power-type transcendent ability, right? Actually, he can't escape if he's caught? Then once we are caught, most people flinched. Compared to that unknown crystal, a small life could be much more important. With this scalp-numbing number of corpses, how could one not do it without being touched? Of course, there were still some people who were eyeing that green crystal. They wanted to know the function of that crystal. Li Xiaoshui, who had been watching from the side for a long time, had guessed the identity of these corpses. Sea corpses. The sea corpses in the mouth of the indigenous elders appeared at the time. Compared to the crowd staring at the green crystals, Li Xiaoshui's gaze fell on the cement pit that kept climbing out of the sea corpses. Now looking down, the entire coast, at least there were already hundreds of them. If this expansion continues, I'm afraid that the sea corpses can spread all over the island. At this scale, it was no wonder that there were no living creatures on this island. Why are there corpses at the bottom of the sea? These corpses, are they people who died on the island in the past? Li Xiaoshui frowned. But now was not the time for him to think more. The cracks on his body, at this time, came with a burst of tingling pain. The time for adrenaline is almost up. Li Xiaoshui scanned the crowd. Due to the slow speed of the sea corpses and the fact that everyone was concerned about the green crystal, none of them chose to flee away. Considering countermeasures. Since this was the case, it was his best chance to obtain the medicine. With that, Li Xiaoshui walked over to the safe house that was almost close to the group of sea corpses. Stretching out his hand, he slammed it hard towards the safe house. With a loud boom. The loud commotion of the steel impact attracted the attention of everyone present. The nearest dozen or so sea corpses immediately sensed it. Immediately, they walked towards Li Xiaoshui in an encircling trend. Li Xiaoshui was calm, and before the sea corpses approached, he directly opened the door and walked in. As the person disappeared, the sea corpses immediately clawed, bit, and shoved at the safe house. However, it was ineffective. The safe house, all rock solid, suffered almost no damage. At the window opening, seeing this scene, Li Xiaoshui revealed a smile. It seems that this key of his, he did not buy it in vain. In fact, at the beginning, Li Xiaoshui was worried that, on this island, there would be some kind of terror at night. When Fatty sold the safe house room, and noticed that this special steel-made safe house had great defenses, he purposely bought an extra key. If there was danger at night and the safe house could be protective enough, he could take advantage of the fire and sell it at a high price. Unsurprisingly, the danger was really there. After seeing that, the sea corpses only had the power to pinch the bones, Li Xiaoshui was sure that they could not pose a threat to the safe house. So, intending to personally give the crowd some practice, wanting to use the key, in exchange for drugs. To know, after the mission, all the people's drugs, I'm afraid that there are many fewer drugs, the preciousness of the drugs, can be imagined. Wanting to buy or go for replacement, almost no one would agree. This safe house key was Li Xiaoshui's bottom line. Soon, Li Xiaoshui walked out, dodging the sea corpses, and then came in front of the stunned crew. His eyes fell on the crowd, and he directly opened his mouth with a paragraph. I did this test because I want to show you guys that the safe house can withstand these corpses. Those corpses, crawling out at such a speed. In a moment, it could be the whole island. You guys have seen what happens when you get caught. I don't think there's anyone who dares to guarantee that they'll be able to make it through the corpses, unharmed, right? This place may be the only safe area. And, it's also convenient to sneak up on the sea corpses and get the crystals. 2 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, the rooms here are sold out. And just in time, I bought an extra key. Li Xiaoshui held the key in his hand and looked at the crowd. Any of you, who can offer more than 10 points for drug props, I am willing to take out the key in exchange. The words just fell. Before he could wait to see the crowd's reaction, suddenly, a heartbreaking pain rushed up to Li Xiaoshui's perception. It's time for adrenaline. In the eyes of the crowd, at this moment, Li Xiaoshui, who was covered in blood, suddenly screamed out in misery, and his body cracked out a huge blood scar from his neck to the root of his leg. The uncovered part of his body could clearly see the bottomless blood and bones inside. Blood quickly gushed from the crack, dyeing him a blood-red color. This person. Such heavy injuries. Heavens, how did he become like this? Actually survived until now? No wonder he's so lionized, so he's not far from death. I can take 2 bandages in exchange. Someone else also spoke out. He instead wanted to take advantage of the fire even more than Li Xiaoshui. Li Xiaoshui sweated coldly, endured the pain, and laughed coldly. Hee, I can't survive. The key will only disappear with me. I don't think so. By the time the whole island is filled with sea corpses, where else can you hide besides going to the indigenous village and letting the natives kill you? The 10 rooms here are sold out. No one else can get in without a key. Right? Li Xiaoshui finally looked at Fatty. Fatty's face was ugly for a while now. Was staring at Li Xiaoshui dead in the face. Yes, Li Xiaoshui hadn't guessed wrong. After all, this was a disposable prop. It was obtained by chance, and has not been of much use. Originally, in the evening, after exchanging a few points, he was quite happy. But he didn't expect that the safe house actually had such a big role in this mission. He simply lost money until he vomited blood. And this guy who was about to die actually took his key to make money. It wasn't the same as earning him. He couldn't wait to go straight to strangle Li Xiaoshui. 1 minute. Li Xiaoshui saw that Fatty was equivalent to acquiescence, and seeing that the sea corpses had a tendency to surround him, he continued. 1 minute, no one trades with me. I'll take the key and go back to the safe house. The crowd remained cold. The pros and cons of it, in fact, everyone is clear. It wasn't that they didn't want to live. It was just that Li Xiaoshui's overly exorbitant and exaggerated price was unacceptable to anyone. 10 points. Still at this time, an incomparably precious potion. 59, 58, 57. Li Xiaoshui counted emotionlessly. 5 points for the healing potion. A person gritted his teeth and spoke. Not accepted. You. His face sank, he was being sincere. 10, 9, 8. The time would reach 0 now. With dizziness, coupled with his tepid limbs, Li Xiaoshui felt that he could hardly support himself. He knew that once he collapsed, it might be impossible to ever open his eyes again. However, it must not be compromised. The props must be able to heal. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive past tomorrow. Li Xiaoshui determined that someone would definitely accept. I'll trade with you. As expected, at the last moment, someone voiced out. The one who spoke was a tall woman with a somewhat wretched appearance. She just spoke out, and without waiting for Li Xiaoshui to speak, she continued with, however, it's not a 10-point prop exchange. I don't think many people can have so many healing items at this time. Besides healing props, do you think I need anything else? Li Xiaoshui coldly said. I am Sequence 1, a specially enhanced doctor status. Although it's impossible to have as good an effect as the high points props, there's no problem in letting you return to normal action by tomorrow, the tall woman calmly said. Li Xiaoshui was silent. Looking around, there were all people who were silent and remained indifferent. It seems, it was him who thought too much. The most powerful of these people would only be a Sequence 1 existence. Even after experiencing 1 or 2 quests, I'm afraid there aren't many people who can have more than 10 points of healing props. Those few people, no one has responded for so long. Obviously, they decided that the healing props were more important than the key. It's pointless to wait any longer. Alright, let's trade. But the premise is that you have to heal me first before I can give you the key. Li Xiaoshui said. Where to heal? Come in with me. Li Xiaoshui led her, into the room that belonged to him, with only a small bed. Take it off. The woman stood in the only movable area and spoke calmly. Li Xiaoshui directly ripped off the body armor and clothing, not being pretentious. The blood that flowed out of his body quickly dampened the clean white sheets. Seeing Li Xiaoshui's hideous wound that ran through his entire body and was so deep that it couldn't be seen, as well as the other 2 extremely heavy tears, even the woman who had seen many patients couldn't help but change her face. Judging from the degree of inflammation in the wound and the bloodstains that have dried out, this injury is less than half an hour old. It's unbelievable that you're actually alive, the woman said gruffly. Props were used. Li Xiaoshui's voice began to rasp. Well, no wonder. The woman skillfully reached into her virtual pocket and fished out a set of strangely colored medical kits. Anesthetic for you to slumber for a while, do you mind? She fished out a syringe containing a gray medicinal solution. Hit it, Li Xiaoshui said. Using his sixth sense of spiritual perception, Li Xiaoshui noticed the woman's emotions. There was no malice. Li Xiaoshui naturally did not resist. The woman was rather surprised by Li Xiaoshui's pain in the ass. Obviously, if she killed Li Xiaoshui, she would be able to get the right to stay in his room all the same. Just like that, Li Xiaoshui's body, after a shot of anesthetic went down, gradually lost consciousness. And, coupled with the mental energy consumption paid by the perception sequence 1 emotion, soon, sleepiness slowly descended. The last line of sight, the woman, holding a needle, in his body non-stop sewing. On her body, a faint green light was still radiating. When Li Xiaoshui opened his eyes, it was in the middle of the night. His mind went blank. In the next moment, it was the stabbing pain coming from his body that made him wake up with a jolt, remembering the party. He lowered his head, and the wound on his chest was stitched shut with thread, a bandage that was attached to the wound in several key areas. The blood was no longer flowing, and inside his body, a heat was healing. The woman was in the corner of the bed, squinting against the wall. When Li Xiaoshui's gaze fell, the woman even sensed it and immediately opened her eyes. Awake? It is recommended not to walk around. This wound of yours is too serious and still needs a few hours to repair, the woman said. Li Xiaoshui did not talk nonsense and threw over the key. Thanks. The woman nodded and turned around to leave. At the doorway, she suddenly stopped. Are you a blue star? Aha. Li Xiaoshui nodded. The woman smiled and disappeared from Li Xiaoshui's sight. Li Xiaoshui fell silent. After a long time, he let out a sigh of relief. The characteristic of having the ability to heal is really something. A random hand can be exchanged for 10 points. Unfortunately, this was a transcendent class ability. It was destined to have no chance with him. However, after this lesson, Li Xiaoshui determined one thing: in the future, before the mission, he must purchase enough healing items. As for Blue Star, Li Xiaoshui did not feel that this identity would allow her to heal herself for free. Li Xiaoshui's gaze quickly fell outside the window. After resting for a while, he wanted to see how much had happened outside now. The gaze fell away. Outside the window, there was no longer the dense swarm of sea corpses. In the narrow line of sight, there were just a scattered dozen or so sea corpses, surrounding the safe house, doing a feeble job of biting, pushing, and shoving. And the slow-crawling sea corpses from the mud pit were no longer so frequent. It was a while before so much as 1 or 2 came out. They should all be chasing people on the island. Li Xiaoshui guessed where the rest of the large number of sea corpses were going. Suddenly, Li Xiaoshui's gaze saw that outside the window, a few dozen meters away, there was a green crystal that flickered brightly in the dark night. This was the red-eyed bald man, killed before he died. No one dared to pick it up. After a little thought and an idea, Li Xiaoshui pulled open the window a small gap. He utilized his mind power and manipulated the crystal stone. The crystal stone flew into the window. Boom! Like it had smelled Li Xiaoshui's breath, suddenly, a sea corpse violently pounced on Li Xiaoshui's window. But the small window full of alloy objects, he couldn't even reach out. Only that swollen, ugly face, in the window, mouth close, hissing. Li Xiaoshui ignored it and closed the window. Eyes were falling on the introduction of the crystals. The crystal stone of a sea corpse. An item with unknown effects. In the stores of the virtual city, it is worth 1 point. In sufficient quantity, you are able to go to the altar in the native village and perform a sacrifice during the quest to obtain the item. 1 point. Li Xiaoshui sucked in a breath of cool air. Heaven! Li Xiaoshui rubbed his eyes and stared at the introduction above. There was no mistake in reading it. It really was, one crystal stone that could be exchanged for 1 point. Doesn't that mean that if he gets 100 of them, he will have 100 points? 1,000 crystals, 1,000 points? No wonder that red-eyed bald guy is crazy. Putting him aside, he's crazy too. Killing dozens of them would earn 1 quest's points. Of course, Li Xiaoshui didn't ignore the last clause. In sufficient numbers, you can go to the altar of the native village and perform a sacrifice in the quest to obtain this prop. Meaning, a sufficient number of sacrifices can once again obtain something like a baptism token? Or perhaps, it can be exchanged for a token to go to the other 2 places? This called for Li Xiaoshui to be a bit moved. However, the problem is, this sea corpse, it's not good to kill. Li Xiaoshui returned to the problem that gave the crowd the biggest headache. The power of the sea corpse was too great. Their bodies simply couldn't withstand this kind of damage. Not to mention, the sea corpses were in groups. Once they were entangled, there was no chance of escape. Unless there could be a way to keep the sea corpses from touching them. Thinking about this, the sea corpses gnawing outside the window let out another hiss, startling Li Xiaoshui for a moment. With this shock, suddenly, a thought popped into his mind. Li Xiaoshui's heartbeat accelerated violently. He hurriedly pulled open a little gap in the window, and then, he touched the flying needles from his virtual pocket, manipulated them with his thoughts, and flew out of the window. The strength of the strengthened flying needle attack far exceeded that of earlier. Without any resistance, it pierced into the sea corpse's head. With a poof, it then pierced out with sticky black blood. The hissing sea corpse's body stiffened, and it fell heavily to the ground. Then, the flying needle circled around and tore open the sea corpse's head, and Li Xiaoshui immediately maneuvered the falling crystals into the window. I'm really confused. How did I just think of it? I'm different from them. I'm a nihilist. I can kill these sea corpses in a safe house without involving any danger. This pie of earning points is falling to me. Li Xiaoshui gripped the green crystal stone hard and roared out in excitement. But this exuberant behavior made Li Xiaoshui's body, which had not yet healed, seize a pain. No, calm down, calm down. Li Xiaoshui quickly calmed his emotions, not to affect the wound healing. Tomorrow was the most dangerous day. He began to manipulate the flying needles to the sea corpses outside the window, which could be seen, to obtain the crystals. Although the steps were troublesome, it was better than safe. It was thought that by this time, quite a few people had already discovered the usefulness of the crystals. But those who dared to hunt and kill in large quantities to obtain the crystals, besides him, how many more could there be? Through the window, Li Xiaoshui collected one crystal stone after another. Soon, the converging pile of crystals filled Li Xiaoshui's bedside. 37th. At this moment, Li Xiaoshui maneuvered another and another crystal in, smiling from ear to ear. Li Xiaoshui calculated that at this rate, as long as he stayed like this for a few more hours, he would be able to gather the price of a level 1 mystical object. To dream, one could not dream of such a good thing. But he was ready to do it again. Li Xiaoshui suddenly realized that there were no more zombies in the line of sight of the safe house. I don't know when, in that mud pit, there were no more zombies crawling out. Li Xiaoshui was a bit dumbfounded. What happened? Li Xiaoshui, who was suffering from pain, how could he accept this situation? After thinking about it, he dragged his body, which was still a bit unable to walk, and opened the door. Of course, it was not to go to the island to kill sea corpses. Li Xiaoshui was not overwhelmed by the points. With a body like his, if he went to the island and angered the sea corpses, he wouldn't even be able to run away. He was prepared to make some noise to attract the sea corpses, but he had just opened the door. Li Xiaoshui, who was preparing to find the location of the sea corpses, was stunned in place by the scene in front of him. In his line of sight, a group of sea corpses, hundreds, thousands, countless, almost all over the island, like a tide, were approaching his direction from the foot of the mountain. Li Xiaoshui felt that he was a flatboat drifting in the sea, and would be drowned in an instant. No matter who it was impossible for anyone to survive this tide of corpses. However, Li Xiaoshui did not feel uneasy about this panic-inducing scene. The sixth sense did not give him a hint of crisis. The target of the corpse tide was not him. Suddenly, Li Xiaoshui raised his head and looked at the sky. A misty fog enveloped the island, and the gray light could no longer be as clear as it was under the moonlight. It was dawn that had arrived. Could it be? Li Xiaoshui immediately closed the door, walked to the window of the room. A few minutes later, in his eyes, one sea corpse after another kept crawling into the rotting mud pit and disappeared in. The safe house, on the other hand, was not attacked in any way. Looks like I was right. At dawn, these sea corpses will go back to the sea, Li Xiaoshui muttered. Of course, this great opportunity to hastily return to the sea, Li Xiaoshui naturally would not miss it. Facing this endless number of sea corpses, Li Xiaoshui stood at the window opening, maneuvering the flying needles, and continued to harvest the hordes of sea corpses. However, it was different from the ease of the party. Due to the number is too large, too dense, and sea corpses only attack the head can be killed, so, to the idea of manipulation is not so accurately Xiaoshui, killing plan cannot go smoothly. Either he was blocked by other sea corpses, or his sight was obscured and he was out of range. Failed again and again. Li Xiaoshui has not been able to get this thing. He has no way to get into the in-depth study and understanding. Although the Blue Star is a combat education, but the body of the original, choose to be ordinary people's lives, did not learn any special knowledge. So much so that his common sense of combat skills now can only rely on self-finding. At this time, Li Xiaoshui had a feeling that he could rely on his mind power to easily lock onto a target sea corpse to kill it in the countless corpses. However, he did not know how to use it. Li Xiaoshui felt an indescribable sense of difficulty. Fortunately, with such a large number of sea corpses, he had time to seize the opportunity. After trying and trying, Li Xiaoshui finally caught the knack of sneak attack. In the face of this dense group of sea corpses, killing sea corpses could be done once in a while. In the end, as the sea corpses completely returned to their nests, Li Xiaoshui retrieved the loot, and the crystal cores in his hand reached 85. In less than 2 hours, he had earned nearly 100 points. Alas, if it wasn't for this injury and sleeping for a few hours, I'm afraid it would have doubled by now. Li Xiaoshui was a little chagrined in his joy. If he had known this, it would have been better to earn points here than that one baptismal token that almost cost him his life. I don't know, tomorrow night, will the sea corpses still appear? But when he thought of the remaining time, Li Xiaoshui's face couldn't help but be heavy. Whether or not he could survive until the night was another story. During the day, the natives will come out and seek revenge on them all. This was the most serious matter at the moment. After pondering for a moment, rather than running away, Li Xiaoshui decided to wait for Captain Gatli at the camp and report the situation with him to see what he had to say. If Gatli died in the tide of corpses, he would find a place to hide. Thinking that this kind of thing, it wouldn't happen. And so it goes. Time passed, and more than an hour passed. One after another, the living crew, the shipwrecked, and Captain Gatli, and Miss Violet, all returned. Compared to yesterday, this new start of the day has changed too much. First of all, dozens and dozens of shipwrecked people, only 10 or so left dead, dirty and disheveled, miserable, and a few seriously injured. And 30 or so, close to 40 of the crew, after yesterday's night's mission, and the wave of corpses, 20 or so dead. There's only about 10 left, 5 from the safe house, and those who survived the corpse wave, 12. Everyone, more or less, with large wounds. Especially those who came back from the corpse tide, it was like they had survived a robbery. In the camp, Miss Vale was the only one, all neat and white, not much different from the first time I saw her yesterday. Mr. Gatli, I want to take a bath. And hungry too. Miss Vale, in the dead silence of the atmosphere, spoke slowly. Yes, Miss Vale. Captain Gatli, who was covered in the blood of sea corpses, immediately answered, and looked at the crew member who had survived. You, go and find Miss Virla, a clean source of water to wash up. You, go and capture some breakfast for Miss Vale. And Gatli immediately ordered up the crew, not caring about their mental state. He did me a small favor yesterday, Mr. Gatli, and I promised him 2 days rest. Miss Violet pointed at Li Xiaoshui who was called out to go fishing. I understand, Miss Vale. Captain Gatli looked at Li Xiaoshui. You can rest for 2 days. Li Xiaoshui's slightly changed face returned to normal. Fortunately, spared from the fatal mission. Seeing the whitening faces of the other 2 people who pointed to him, Li Xiaoshui couldn't help but silently mourn. You have to know that in the sea now, there are strange insects and sea corpses. If you are not careful, you will die. Captain Gatli. Exempted from the mission, Li Xiaoshui prepared his wording and came forward. I have something to report to you, Li Xiaoshui said. Speak. It's like this, last night, I unintentionally entered a hole in a basin. Li Xiaoshui was concise and informed Captain Gatli about the indigenous village trying to attack them. Oh, Underground, there is an indigenous village? Miss Violet was surprised and a little curious. Underground? Can hide from those corpses? Captain Gatley, however, sneered. I didn't expect those natives to have this kind of safe place. Very well, boy, this information of yours is important. He actually ignored the news that the natives were out to get them. His eyes fell on everyone and he spoke in a deep voice. Rubbish people. Your top priority right now is to serve Ms. Veer. After that, go with me to the natives' village, kill all the natives, and bring Miss Veer to live in that safe place. With the words of command, everyone present was dumbfounded. Everyone, last night, had experienced a mission related to the indigenous village. Killing into the indigenous village? What was the difference between that and sending someone to their death? Of course, if Captain Gatley could easily kill all the natives, that would be a different matter. Not only would they be able to loot the natives' living resources, they would also be able to get the natives' mysterious objects when the mission is over. However, could Captain Gatley do it? Li Xiaoshui knew how terrifying a six-striped native patriarch was. And of the natives that Gatley killed, the strongest elder was only 4 stripes. Helplessly, no one dared to refute the monster that was Captain Gatley, much less escape. They could only deal with Miss Vier's matters and their own apprehensions, with the fatigue and sleepiness of a sleepless night. Li Xiaoshui, on the other hand, sat in the shade, eating the fruits he picked yesterday and thinking. In the middle of chewing, suddenly, Li Xiaoshui noticed the green liquid in his right hand. Yesterday's serious injury, the corpse tied, the treatment. A series of things made him almost put this painless and itchless thing behind his mind. Now, on his hand, the green liquid changed again. It didn't spread any further, but strangely, it evolved into something like the beginnings of a pattern. Speaking of which, that plump woman's corpse, and those sea corpses, are somewhat not quite the same. Li Xiaoshui frowned and stared at the fledgling pattern. They were both sea corpses, so why was it that those sea corpses could not have that weird baby's head on their bodies? What's going on here? There were too many situations that Li Xiaoshui could not determine or guess. Sighing, Li Xiaoshui decided to stop thinking, intending to sleep for a while to replenish his spirit. Killing the sea corpses had consumed too much mental energy. However, the next second after his eyes had just closed, the sixth sense's crisis reminder appeared. A cold malice and fear enveloped him. Li Xiaoshui violently opened his eyes. He looked around, and eventually, landed on the top of the mountain, the eastern direction of the basin cave where the natives were. It was the natives. They actually came so quickly. It was only dawn. Li Xiaoshui got up and was about to warn Captain Gatley, when Captain Gatley's angry face was already looking to the east. The crying face behind him was unexpectedly grave. It seemed that he had already sensed it. Turning his eyes. On the empty mountain road, hundreds of them immediately appeared, a crowd of natives covered in killing intent and hostility. The leader was the one with 6 golden stripes, the indigenous patriarch. With such a great commotion, how could it escape the other crew members who were always on the alert? The crowd was scared out of their wits. Who had ever seen so many natives? Hurriedly grabbing out their weapons and props, they returned to the vicinity of Captain Gatley. Of course, everyone's thoughts were all the same. Fight against the natives? What a joke! 2 stripes of them, they couldn't even kill them alone. Let alone, so many, 3, 4, or even more stripes of natives? The reason for coming to Captain Gatley was purely because it was too sudden, and there was no time to run. Captain Gatley was the only protection. Natives, before I could go looking for you, you're here looking for death. Captain Gatley's angry face laughed coldly. 2 huge black scythes suddenly appeared in his hands, their black awns flashing and amazingly sharp. They were clearly high-grade weapons. With that, he walked towards the group of natives without fear. The confident stance and powerful aura that was displayed was what made the nervous Li Xiaoshui and the other crew members, coincidentally, breathe a sigh of relief, and all had a sense of solidity. It seems that Captain Gatley can handle it. As for the indigenous patriarch in front of the indigenous group, there were no unnecessary words. He slapped his head and violently turned into a 6 or 7 meter tall monstrous monster. The exaggerated change caused Captain Gatley, who had just arrived in front of the indigenous group, to look stunned and somewhat caught off guard. Before he could react, he only saw the deformed and mutated indigenous patriarch smashing his fist straight at Captain Gatley. Captain Gatley hurriedly blocked. With a thud, a deafening crash sounded. The island shook violently. The ground between the indigenous patriarch and Captain Gatley immediately cracked a huge gap. Thick smoke rolled. Sand and dust filled the air. The crew and the natives hurriedly moved away from the fighting range of the two, fearing that they would be affected. However, at this moment, the battle came to an abrupt end. Strangely, there was no movement. As the smoke cleared, the figures of the native patriarch and Captain Gatley reappeared in the crowd's line of sight. The native patriarch, with a grim gaze. The right arm of the attack was splattered with blood. Underground, Captain Gatley, his head collapsed into his chest, his body twisted and broken in the crater that had been made, without any breath. Dead. The scene fell into a deathly silence. The next moment, roar, roar, roar. The natives, arms raised in excitement, cheered like thunder. Their morale was soaring to the extreme. The crew on Li Xiaoshuai's side, on the other hand, their faces were pale, and their eyes were in disbelief. He's dead? This mighty Captain Gatling, actually, couldn't stop a single punch from the aboriginal patriarch? An illusion? Li Xiaoshuai hurriedly looked at Miss Violet, only to see that Miss Violet's face was also stunned and flustered. She is really dead. It seems that she also could not have imagined that Captain Gatling would be defeated. The development was too sudden. Everyone was caught off guard. Li Xiaoshuai couldn't help but subconsciously look at the people around him. What should we do? Escape? Li Xiaoshuai's idea just appeared, but the indigenous patriarch, who had turned into a giant, let out that deafening voice. Take them all back to the tribe, those who resist, kill them all. Hundreds of natives immediately surrounded dozens of victims and crew members. In the face of that forehead, one by one, 2 stripes, 3 stripes of the natives, and then see that cold eyes sweeping the crowd of indigenous patriarchs, the crowd in silence, and ultimately, they chose not to resist, allowing the natives to pull out the thick red rattan, binding them tightly. Among them, included Miss Vale. She was unexpectedly, ancient and unperturbed, like an ordinary shipwrecked person, not making any futile struggles because of her noble status. Very smart, Li Xiaoshuai muttered in a small voice. Everyone wanted to escape. However, all were clear about one thing. At a time like this, there was absolutely no time to escape. The words of the native patriarch, who said to kill, were no joke. The natives, escorting the crowd, with Captain Gatley's corpse, walked towards the cave. All faces were heavy. Judging from the ferocious and indifferent expressions of the natives, this trip was aptly described as a very bad one. Along the way, the crowd was silent. Almost everyone's thoughts were on how to escape. After entering the tunnel and arriving at the aboriginal village, the escorted crowd quickly stopped. The stopping point was at the altar. Seeing the altar, Li Xiaoshuai's face swished. He remembered the live sacrifice that the natives were yelling about yesterday. Bring it up! The indigenous patriarch, who had long ago regained his 2-meter height. Standing on the altar, he shouted. Captain Gatley's body was immediately carried to the sacrificial place in the center of the altar. The red cloth was lifted. The bizarre and gruesome statue of a long-tentacled, multi-eyed monster appeared in the sight of the crowd. The indigenous patriarch knelt on the futon in front of the indigenous statue. Like the fat man who was the guardian of the natives earlier, he was piously chanting something in silence. After about a minute, the indigenous patriarch opened his eyes. Many natives, along with his gaze, landed on the corpse of Captain Gatling on the altar. Only at that moment, the corpse began to emit a soft white light. Soon, the white light disappeared, and so did the corpse. What appeared in the corpse's place were 3 black tokens. There are actually 3 of them. This outsider, what a great value. The last time we cultivated a sacred worm, we still sacrificed to the previous clan leader. The Earth clansman whispered. But all the crew members were all confused. It was not clear what they were exchanging. The only one who understood was Li Xiaoshuai. Sacred worm. The black token. It's those worm eggs in the temple. Li Xiaoshuai was certain. This sacrifice, the deity is very satisfied. Today, another ordinary sacrifice will suffice. The native patriarch's face showed satisfaction as he rushed the crowd. Bring another outsider for a living sacrifice. But just after he said it, he suddenly remembered something, as if he had a sullen face, and asked the outsider who broke in yesterday, you guys look for him, is he in there? He remembered Li Xiaoshuai. Yes. Several natives naturally remembered what Li Xiaoshuai looked like yesterday. Immediately, they began to search the dozens of people that were there. However, nothing was found. Patriarch, nothing found. A native reported it should have died in yesterday's sea corpse. You are the one who died. Li Xiaoshuai cursed. Li Xiaoshuai was standing next to this native. Although he was bound, he could use his nianli. As a result, when the indigenous patriarch just opened his mouth, he immediately maneuvered a face-changing mask in the crowd, disguising himself into a weird and ugly appearance. For the face-changing mask, when Li Xiaoshuai bought it, he considered the gains and losses. No matter when, disguise has a non-trivial role. Just like this current mission, he utilized the face change and escaped the current robbery. Later on, if it went well and could have a chance to escape, in the chaos, he could even turn into an indigenous person and confuse the public. With 15 points, it was worth every penny. Just find anyone then. The native patriarch said in disappointment. The native answered and his eyes continued to wander through the crowd. After the scene of Captain Gatling in the square, everyone was not a fool, and clearly cognized the situation. They were being used as a sacrifice. Who would want to be dragged to their deaths in this situation? Facing the gaze of the natives, all of them scrambled to lower their heads for fear of being noticed. Li Xiaoshuai was the same. But Li Xiaoshui could not have imagined that the native next to him scanned the circle. His eyes unexpectedly returned to him. Pointing at him, he said, "That's him. Bring it up." Li Xiaoshui was dumbfounded. How could he be the one who had all the bad luck? In fact, Li Xiaoshui knew very well that it was impossible for the mission not to leave them alive. Without Captain Gatli being killed, they would definitely die. Otherwise, no one could survive to completion. And now the result was, indeed, not surprising to him. Given the chance, everyone just need to hand over one more place to die, the rest of them, they will have one night to escape. But Li Xiaoshui couldn't have imagined that the person who was going to die was actually him. How could he accept it? Just as the two natives were about to push him towards the altar, Li Xiaoshui's face suddenly howled in terror. "No. I don't want to die, don't. Help. Ah!" Halfway through, his body jerked. With a roll of his eyes, the person fell to the ground. The body was stiff and motionless. With such a scene, the natives and crew members present were dumbfounded. A native hurriedly lowered himself to check the situation. "Clan chief, he seems to have died of fright? Not breathing." The native looked at the native patriarch in dismay. The indigenous patriarch frowned and casually swept a glance, and then, pointing at a man, he said, "Then replace him." This man was, precisely, the Chinese-faced man who had organized the exchange. Seeing that he was pointed to, he was stunned. And then his face suddenly changed. Wait, he's pretending to be dead, he's definitely not dead. The natives did not allow him to say anything and escorted him directly onto the altar. Until the national character face let out a miserable scream, the scene returned to quiet after. Only then did Li Xiaoshui open his eyes. On the altar, the national character face disappeared, and in its place was a white baptismal token. The last sacrifice was completed. Li Xiaoshui breathed a sigh of relief and climbed up with a dry smile. The reason for pretending to be dead was purely the natives wanting a living sacrifice. I don't know if it was because the living sacrifice was more effective or what, but yesterday he heard these yelling that they wanted to be sacrificed alive. Now it proved that he had made the right choice to play dead in sea. However, when he stood up, immediately a whole lot of strange gazes fell on him. Li Xiaoshui turned a blind eye and remained silent. In order to live, losing a little face, what was it? "Tomorrow, I will be the first to pick you out for a living sacrifice." The native who had been tricked by Li Xiaoshui by pretending to be dead, gritted his teeth and said viciously. At the altar, although the indigenous patriarch noticed Li Xiaoshui's small cleverness, he did not get angry over this small tactic. To him, it was nothing more than dying a day late. Immediately, expressionless, he said, "Prepare yourself for the night, open the festival tomorrow night, enter the temple, and receive the holy worms." "Yes," the natives answered. "Press to the water dungeon." With that, a crowd of people, from the altar, were escorted to the unknown area at the end of the village. The water dungeon. Yesterday's threatening words from the natives were still fresh in Li Xiaoshui's mind. It seemed to be a very scary place. However, Li Xiaoshui did not pay attention to this matter. Instead, his gaze was always falling on the hand of the indigenous patriarch who was grasping the token. The token was what Li Xiaoshui currently cared about the most. As natives, it was impossible for them to have something like a virtual pocket. Such a large token was obviously not convenient to carry around. Then where would he put this token? Li Xiaoshui stared closely, until the patriarch took the token and walked over in the direction of the woods, his figure disappearing from sight. The woods. Li Xiaoshui looked deeply at the direction of the woods. The dozens of people bound by the red vines bypassed the village buildings and came to a place similar to a mountain stream. However, it was different from an ordinary mountain stream with green hills and green water, a paradise beyond the world. This place was a very different scene. There was no moonlight beads illuminating the village. It is a gloomy and dark piece. Only through a few strands of light, barely see the environment. Rugged sharp mountain stream peaks. I do not know where for the origin to this mountain stream, out of a dark underground river. The river water was not clear, like the color of the seawater outside, gray and fuzzy. Above the dark river, from the top of the cave, hanging down dozens of, is already faded, black, do not know how many years placed rattan cage. If you look closely, you will be able to notice that these rattan, actually full of a thin and sharp thorns. On each thorn, there were rusty bloodstains, fur, and pieces of flesh that had been dry for an unknown period of time. The mountain stream, which should have been odorless, echoed with the stench of rotting blood due to the existence of this rattan cage. Groups of two, throw them in at random. Bringing the people here in unison, a three-striped native opened his mouth and instructed. Understood, Captain. In the darkness, several natives with one stripe immediately picked up people with their hands and kept opening the rattan cage to throw them in. Every time someone entered the rattan cage, a heavy muffled grunt or a pain shout would be emitted. Ha! When it was Li Xiaoshui's turn, the native suddenly gave a start. What? Why do I feel that this person seems to look different from earlier? That native muttered, sizing up Li Xiaoshui. Li Xiaoshui's heart thumped. To hell. After the mask's restricted time was up, for a period of time, it could not be used again. The original face was restored. Moreover, there is something familiar. The native added. Who cares about that? Hurry up and get it inside, they're all going to be sacrificed alive tomorrow. The other impatiently urged. His urging was what saved Li Xiaoshuai's life. The natives responded helplessly, hiding their doubts in their hearts, casually pulling Li Xiaoshuai and the other figure and throwing them directly into the cage. As soon as he fell into the cage, Li Xiaoshuai immediately felt that countless steel needles stuck into his back in general. The intense pain caused Li Xiaoshuai to suck in a breath of cold air. The other figure, likewise, let out a soft grunt of pain. It was a female voice. Somewhat familiar. Li Xiaoshuai subconsciously touched her long legs. Oh, it's you, Sequence 1's doctor. Li Xiaoshuai argued her out. You? What are you touching? The flesh pain on her body, coupled with the heartache of being played a rogue, made her grit her teeth. It's hand shaking. I was born with shaky hands. Li Xiaoshuai hastened to weasel his way out of it. Not right. Since this woman is a blue star person, shouldn't he touch a woman, and the woman earn it? My great man touches you, and you actually dare this gesture? Li Xiaoshuai was shocked. The female doctor of Sequence 1 had a cold face. Those almost fire-breathing eyes clearly expressed her displeasure. Well, Li Xiaoshuai reluctantly rubbed it 2 more times before withdrawing it. While Li Xiaoshuai was carrying out this brief interlude, with the native captain's urging, a dozen crew members and a dozen shipwreck people, as well as Miss Virla and his escort butler, had all been mixed and locked up in cages. Miss Vir's treatment was as exceptional as could be expected. One of the guards was with her, choosing to lie on his back under the bottom of the cage, allowing Miss Vale to sit on his back to avoid the slightest injury from the thorns. Unfortunately, even more noble status, beautiful appearance, on the side of the natives, not useful. Li Xiaoshuai secretly lamented. Suddenly, he found a faint green bright light emanating from the female doctor in front of him. What are you? Self-repair and immunity in characteristics. These spines were a pile of bacteria and viruses long ago. She explained flatly. Li Xiaoshuai felt those thorns stuck in his body hurt even more. Retracting his envious gaze from Ms. Wire, Li Xiaoshuai couldn't help but ask the female doctor, can I sit on you? The female doctor's mouth twitched. I'll give you 1 point. Li Xiaoshuai said. You die and drive. The female doctor had a black face. Then I'll change my conditions. No negotiation. Any condition that I can take you to escape is non-negotiable? Li Xiaoshuai suddenly lowered his voice to the female doctor's ear. The female doctor's face stared at Li Xiaoshuai and said urgently, what did you say? I think you should have heard it. Li Xiaoshuai said. The female doctor fell silent. Li Xiaoshuai was so calm and relaxed, completely unperturbed by the current situation. For a moment, she could not help but believe a few points. After a long time, she slowly said, your requirements, just say it directly. Listen to me the entire time, no matter what I ask you to do. This is the exchange. Li Xiaoshuai said. Need my healing ability? The female doctor sensed Li Xiaoshuai's purpose. Li Xiaoshuai smiled without saying anything and acquiesced. Yes, running into this female doctor, Li Xiaoshuai was greatly blessed. Wanting to escape from here and go to steal the token, the zipper was essential. But the strong backlash, he really couldn't bear it. In case another situation occurs, or he has to cross the cave as a last resort, without adrenaline, he will die for sure. The original plan was to use a mask and try to deceive. Now with the female doctor, there was no need for that trouble. Okay, if you can take me out, I'll agree to your request. The female doctor said. Good, agreement reached. Li Xiaoshuai was happy. Lie down. I'll sit down for a bit, the sting hurts. I'm not immune, what if I get sick? Li Xiaoshuai said. How would the female doctor do it? Wasn't this tantamount to betraying her dignity? In the end, it was Li Xiaoshuai who persuaded the female doctor to let out a long leg to protect him from thorns to sit. In the dark stream, from the beginning there was a weak exchange, to the back, turned into a muted, dead silence. It was not that there was no desire to converse about the means of escape. On the contrary, in a situation where there were no indigenous guards, communication was still the most urgent. But the problem was one thing. No one, for the time being, could untie the red vines that bound them. As long as there was the slightest movement, the red vine would shrink violently and painfully. Thus, without being able to untie the vines in the cage, to convince the others to talk about cooperation and escape, it was unrealistic for everyone. Everyone was worried about how to get out of this vine that bound their bodies. As for Li Xiaoshuai, he did not have such worries. In the extremely uncomfortable situation of the bundle, he immediately manipulated the control flying needles to help him, as well as the female doctor, cut open a small half of the bundle. He also took out the identity of the Nianli master, so that the female doctor basically believed in his words for 8 or 9 points, and more patiently, accompanied him to wait up. Just like that. Time. the long water prison torture began. Originally, getting used to the heaviness of this dead silence, as well as the uncomfortable coldness that came up from the river, was not unacceptable. It was just that as more and more time passed, gradually, strange things appeared. The crew members and victims in the dark stream's cage, one after another, began to emit a little movement. Sometimes a muffled grunt that was hard to bear, and sometimes, a moan that was painful yet soothing. After careful observation, Li Xiaoshui guessed that they were all caused by fungal viral infections. There were 2 sets of people in total. One set looked like they were enduring intense pain and were trembling. The other group was approaching the vine cage, using the sharp thorns to keep rubbing to deal with the tingling and itching on their bodies. Even if all over the body, was scraped with a piece after piece of blinding blood marks. All of this, so that the spectator, Li Xiaoshui, could not help but feel a pang of hair in his heart, fearing that he would do the same. We're in contact, so I've already helped you with the characteristics, there's no need to worry. As if she could see his worries, the female doctor made a prompt. Oh, well done. The female doctor had expected to hear a thank you. This guy, why did he look like he was taking it for granted? Giving could have given her a burst of angry teeth. Sooner or later, this dissatisfaction, she would return it. At this torturous moment, Li Xiaoshui felt that it was almost time. He looked at the female doctor and said seriously, prepare to start the operation. While Li Xiaoshui was in the cage, considering how to escape and steal the token, he had also been calculating the time. It went without saying that the timing of the operation had to be precise to the stage when the natives were sleeping. Otherwise, as soon as he escaped, he bumped into a bunch of natives. Wouldn't that be the same as a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? Coincidentally, in the dark stream, Li Xiaoshui discovered a special situation. In the dark stream, every once in a while, a strange, faint bubbling sound would emanate from the gray river. The frequency was very stable. After a silent calculation, this bubble sound appeared at intervals of half an hour. Li Xiaoshui's attention never left in this bubble. Just now, the 37th sound was heard. In other words, at least 18 hours had passed. Analyzing the temperature, this should be right in the middle of summer. When he was apprehended at the crack of dawn, it was thought to be around 6 o'clock. That's 18 hours, so it's at least 12 o'clock at night. Not counting the process of sacrifice and the period of acclimatization just after entering the cage. Probably, 1 to 2 a.m. is the most correct time. By this time, the natives should be asleep. The female doctor naturally had long since had enough of being stabbed and stabbed, as well as Li Xiaoshui's 130 or so pounds, pressed against his legs. Once this was said, the spirit's weariness immediately dissipated, and she hastily nodded her head in response to Li Xiaoshui. Soon, the needle cut off all of the red vines that were left to partially bind the two. As soon as they were unbound, the female doctor was overjoyed and grabbed out a small dagger, immediately cutting hastily at the doorway of this vine cage. However, what the female doctor could not have imagined was that this vine cage full of thorns was even harder than steel. After a few cuts, it didn't have any effect. Actually, I can't open it. I'm still a first-rank weapon with special characteristics, the female doctor said in shock. Li Xiaoshui had already expected this, and with a light sigh, he said, prepare to treat me. Without waiting for the female doctor to respond, he reached out his hand, and as soon as he did, he attached the zipper to the cage. Then, opening the zipper, Li Xiaoshui easily penetrated out of the cage and jumped down to the ground. At the same time, the tearing coming from his knees caused him to stagger and nearly kneel on the ground. He actually has this kind of prop. The female doctor looked deeply at the zipper exit, and without lingering much, drilled out together. Landing on the ground, seeing Li Xiaoshui lifting up his pants leg, revealing the cracks of the white bones, the female doctor frowned slightly. It seems that serious injury yesterday was also the cost of using this prop. Hurry up, Li Xiaoshui said. The female doctor nodded her head and lowered her head to touch out the medicine box. Naturally, Li Xiaoshui's act of fleeing out, even in this not-so-bright mountain stream, immediately received the attention of all those who were awake. Hey, you kid, how did you get out? Quick, help me out, how's it going? I can't stand this place anymore. I'll definitely take you to escape. Someone spoke out. It was the compound-eyed man. Friend, get me out too. Another person exited. I'll give you 10 points. I'll give you 10 points too. Another person chimed in, hissing, save me. One after another, people spoke out. Along with that, Miss Violet, her eyes flashed with a different color. It seemed like she had something to say. But she didn't say anything. All in one mission, everyone I will save. Li Xiaoshui replied. The crowd's faces showed joy. However, it can't be now. Li Xiaoshui sighed, my characteristic has a time limit. For half an hour, it can only be used once. He lied. 10 points to save once, it was cost-effective to suffer a few injuries. After all, there was a doctor. But, he had to steal the token now. He didn't want this to be spoiled by the group. As far as his heart was concerned, the importance of the token was far greater than those points. MS. Where? I'll go explore the situation. Please wait for a while. I'll be back to rescue you in a while. Li Xiaoshui respectfully came at Miss Virla. Only Miss Ware, he had to save. At the beginning of the mission, there was a sentence that read the main task of the fleet is to protect her safety. It couldn't be ignored. Soon, after stitching up Li Xiaoshui's leg, the female doctor hit a burst of purple liquid, the pain and the wound, rapidly healing. Under the disappointed as well as helpless eyes of the crowd, the two of them walked out towards the outside of the mountain stream. But just before walking to the exit of the mountain stream, the sixth sense was suddenly sensed. Li Xiaoshui hurriedly pulled her back. How is your fighting ability? Li Xiaoshui asked. The ability to defend myself is there. The female doctor obviously did not want to disclose, but you should know clearly that after getting the special medical ability, what I have lost is my combat power. Forget it. It really wasn't appropriate to count on her. There should be someone in front. If my sneak attack is unsuccessful, you immediately rush over and cooperate with me to kill him, Li Xiaoshui said. The female doctor was surprised. How did he know that there was someone in front? With doubts, she nodded and walked forward with Li Xiaoshui to the exit carefully, casting her eyes. At the entrance of the cave that went out of the mountain stream, there was indeed someone. A tall and thin native. Luckily it's one stripe. Li Xiaoshui breathed a sigh of relief and immediately maneuvered the needle that was invisible in the air and immediately flew towards the head of the indigenous person. If it was earlier, Li Xiaoshui was afraid that he would plot and then move, finding the right time to strike. But now, it was different. After the baptism, his numinous power was strengthened. A sneak attack was enough to kill him. The result was also the same as what Li Xiaoshui expected. The drowsy native could not detect the invisible needle. The needle passed through the skull. It directly planted itself on the ground and lost its breath. In just a few seconds, the problem was solved. Afraid of being noticed by accident, Li Xiaoshui's next step was to drag the body towards the interior of the mountain stream. But to the contrary, just as Li Xiaoshui was about to head towards the woods, a voice rang out. Mu, thank you for standing guard for me for a while, I'm back. An indigenous voice rang out. Li Xiaoshui's female doctor looked at each other. In the corner, peeking over, two stripes of natives. Li Xiaoshui's heart thumped. Secretly screamed bad. The sixth sense reminded him that it wasn't the one-striped natives who were guarding the door, but the two-striped natives who were about to arrive. He could not sneak attack this. What do you have in mind? Li Xiaoshui asked in a small voice, looking towards the female doctor. Judging from the female doctor's sequence 1, plus having a level 1 weapon, she should have gone through some quests, and was worth quite a lot of money. Powerful mystical objects, or props, might be available. Only to see the female doctor slightly pondering, she said, I have a tube of anesthetic here. It can be effective on him. However, if you want to hit him, I'm afraid there's no chance. She touched out a bottle of gray syringe. It was the one used last night, to treat him. It must work? Well, it's undiluted. The female doctor replied. Li Xiaoshui took it and pondered a little. Afterwards, he sighed lightly, fished out the face-changing mask, and put it over his face. In the twinkling of an eye, Li Xiaoshui transformed into the appearance of the dead native from the party. However, the difference was that it had a crooked nose and eyes. Originally, this was something that was used to save his life when he was discovered, but he didn't expect that it would be used. But it couldn't be helped. He didn't want to go taking any risks without stealing the token to enter the temple. I'm here. Li Xiaoshui disguised himself as a native and reached out to greet him. He deliberately lowered the volume of his voice to avoid being heard as a loophole. What are you doing inside? The two striped natives were puzzled and followed into the darkness. I don't know if it was like guessing something wrong. He warned those outsiders, they are to be sacrificed, you don't want to go messing around. While saying that, he approached the two Li Xiaoshui. It was just that when adapting to the dim light and clear vision, Li Xiaoshui's 5 senses were no longer blurred. As a result, the two striped natives immediately noticed that Li Xiaoshui seemed to be a little different from his usual appearance. Your nose. The two striped native was inquiring out in confusion, when suddenly, he felt a faint tingling sensation emanating from his abdomen. Lowering his head, a syringe that was inserted inside. Mu, what are you? The two stripes native froze, then, he snapped out of it. No, you're not Aki. You. He slapped his forehead and was about to strengthen his body. However, a strange tingling sensation in his body caused his strength to suddenly dissipate cleanly, and without having the time to use the reinforcement, he collapsed to the ground as soon as he did. Even though he was conscious, he couldn't even open his mouth to make a sound and shout. With a horrified gaze, he saw the woman, grasping the dagger, wiping it down towards his neck. This thing, you paid 15 points for it, it's considered earned. The female doctor looked at Li Xiaoshui and laughed. Oomph, don't come to please me. This is what I wasted the prop use opportunity to deal with, his mysterious object, belongs to me, Li Xiaoshui said. The purpose was seen through, and the woman skimmed her lips, a smiley face for him for nothing. That one stripe indigenous one is for you, Li Xiaoshui said, compensating her for the anesthetic. And then, he picked up the mysterious object that fell out of the corpse of the two-striped native. Red crystal, common. Not an entry-level mystical item. Carrying it can boost strength and speed by a certain margin. Introduction. To say it is a mystical object is an insult to mystical objects. Picking up the crystal, he placed it on his hand. Li Xiaoshui found that his physical quality improved by 0.3. It was a very good increase now. A streak of natives dropping an inferior quality would add 0.1. Go. Li Xiaoshui put the crystal in his pocket, took the female doctor, and walked towards the woods. Li Xiaoshui had calculated the time very well. Right now, it was late at night. There were no natives walking around at all. In the village, it was quiet. Only the exit, which seemed to have been reinforced, was guarded by 2 natives. However, Li Xiaoshui had no intention of going out now, so he naturally did not consider dealing with them. The female doctor, when she saw the exit, naturally had a heartfelt desire to escape. But even if she wanted to destroy the agreement, she could not deal with the 2 natives silently. She could only helplessly follow Li Xiaoshui and walk into the woods first. The forest was not particularly large, and there were some wild deer, horses, and sheep that could be eaten. Although it seemed like a risk-free place, the 2 still remained vigilant all the time. Luckily, the process went smoothly. After about 6 or 7 minutes of traveling, the 2 came to the end. There was a huge house made of stone. The stone house was built on top of a green lawn. The outer wall of the stone house had a sense of vicissitude and long history. It was engraved with all sorts of strange patterns. Unfortunately, it was impossible to see what was carved. The various mosses and green vines growing on the walls hide these patterns cleanly. Under the weak moonlight that spilled in, the quiet stone house, like a small castle, was beautiful and peaceful. On the contrary, Li Xiaoshui's sixth sense had a strong reminder. There is great danger. Li Xiaoshui frowned, but he was bound and determined to get the black token. How about making a deal? Li Xiaoshui suddenly spoke. A deal? The female doctor was stunned and stared at Li Xiaoshui suspiciously. How many times have you experienced the strengthening opportunity of completing a mission? Li Xiaoshui asked. You go straight to the point. Cooperate with me and steal the items inside together, and I can let you get 1 reinforcement for free. Li Xiaoshui said. 1 reinforcement. The female doctor's face suddenly changed. Think about it. You should know that I won't go so far as to lie to you. Li Xiaoshui said. The female doctor fell silent. In the middle of the day, she asked inside the stone house, is there any danger? She agreed. It was also true that a single reinforcement was tempting enough for anyone. 1 to 3, perhaps not worth mentioning. But any higher than that, to be enhanced, it would be a very hard thing to do as far as the Blusterians were concerned. Well, my characteristics tell me that there is danger inside, but I'm not sure. What kind of danger is that? Li Xiaoshui said. The female doctor sniffed, and after a little thought, she touched out a pair of binoculars, a mysterious object of some unknown level. And then, she used the binoculars to look at the stone house. After a few seconds, she withdrew the binoculars. She said to Li Xiaoshui, there are 5 doors inside. In front of each door, there is a carved stone man standing. Inside the doors, I can't see. Stone man. Li Xiaoshui's face swished white. He thought of the stone men of the temple. No wonder the danger was that strong. How could this go and get it? Could it only be possible to miss this opportunity? Scary? The female doctor asked. Li Xiaoshui smiled bitterly. It's hopeless. Li Xiaoshui knew it was a stone man and immediately decided to give up. He had to be sensible. No matter how good and precious this thing was, it was not as important as a small life. If he really couldn't, he could go and kill a few more sea corpses to earn some points and balance the psychological gap. Unexpectedly, Li Xiaoshui just gave up, but the female doctor was reluctant to give up, and then clenched his teeth and said, I have a prop that can avoid those stone people. What props? Li Xiaoshui was stunned. In her virtual pocket, the female doctor touched out 2 pieces of transparent gel coat. Disposable invisibility clothes. Not into the mysterious things. Wearing it, you can have 1 minute of invisibility. Introduction. Let's just say that it's a mystery item that can be useful. Li Xiaoshui oddly sized up the female doctor. He found that this female doctor, who was so richly endowed, was so frightening. A level 1 weapon, a telescope of unknown class, and this invisibility cloak. 77 and 78, and looking at her, she didn't look particularly distressed. How many missions have you participated in? Li Xiaoshui couldn't help but ask. 3. This is the 4th. She said. This was barely understandable. Li Xiaoshui took the invisibility cloak and pondered over it. I don't know if this invisibility cloak can hide from the stone statue. According to my learned understanding, this type of stone statue does not have the ability to perceive. He will only execute certain basic commands, and stealth will not be detected. The female doctor could see what was on Li Xiaoshuai's mind. Alright, try it then. To be honest, Li Xiaoshuai was still worried. But, with the possibility for Li Xiaoshuai to give up, he really couldn't do it anymore. For that insect egg, he wanted it too much. He could only open the zipper while planning to escape. After debating, the two of them no longer delayed, came to the closed door and pulled open the necklace. A sharp pain came from the arm. This time the price paid was the arm. Fortunately, having experienced multiple traumas, this time, Li Xiaoshuai was able to endure it. The two of them looked at each other and put on their invisibility cloaks. Soon, they disappeared from each other's sight, and could only rely on their voices to talk. Then, one after another, they drilled into the zipper. Once inside, it was the same as what the female doctor had said. A huge stone house with 5 doors. At the entrance of each door, there was a statue with 5 blood stripes on its forehead. Although it wasn't the ghastly 9 golden stripes of the temple kind, 5 of them was still something he couldn't deal with. As soon as he came in, Li Xiaoshuai, who was ready to flee, instantly sighed in relief when he saw the statue standing motionless in the doorway. The female doctor had guessed correctly. The stone statue was unable to discover them. 5 doors, where are we going? The female doctor snapped. Li Xiaoshuai quickly sensed. The first 3 doors, all had an interlude reminder. The last 2, made him sense a sense of crisis that could bring fear. Li Xiaoshuai was in a cold sweat. Looking deeply at the 2 doors behind him, he said, let's go and take a look at them one by one. If there are treasures, take them all. While attaching the zipper to the side of the first door, Li Xiaoshuai stared at the stone statue. The zipper slowly pulled open. Li Xiaoshuai held his breath in the middle, making sure that the stone statue did not make any movement. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and let go of his guard. Fortunately, the stone statue did not sense this situation. Enduring the tearing pain that continued to bring, Li Xiaoshuai and the female doctor entered the first room. As soon as they entered, one could not see anything. Nothing could be seen. Vaguely, there was a special fragrance. Li Xiaoshuai touched the fire, and the firelight lit up the site at once. The hut in the stone wall was empty. Only in the center, placed a length and width with 3 or 4 meters of yellow round wooden block. The clear fragrance within the stone room was coming from this. Did you feel that? Li Xiaoshuai looked at the wooden block in shock and looked at the female doctor. I felt it. The female doctor had an incredulous face. My body is being purified like something. It's very special. Like, in Metamorphosis. My virtual pocket can't fit this wood. Where's yours? Li Xiaoshuai gritted his teeth. Me too, I didn't buy one with a large space. The female doctor's cheeks reddened with chagrin, and she urgently said, let's cut it down. Cut. Li Xiaoshuai immediately agreed to the female doctor's request. Li Xiaoshuai felt that deep in his soul, a fervent longing was emanating. Although he did not know what it was, there was no doubt that it was definitely a precious treasure. Let's take it first. However, the two were dumbfounded when their attacks went down, but they were unable to cause any damage to this wooden block. How come this can't be broken? The female doctor asked. How would I know? Li Xiaoshuai smiled bitterly. What to do? What should I do? Just give up. What should we do? This stealth is only a minute. We don't have much time to toss it. Li Xiaoshuai's heart was dripping blood, but he could only make a rational choice. However, the female doctor could not take her eyes off this wooden block. Hurry up! What can there be to keep if you can't get it? Li Xiaoshuai unzipped the attached second door, and the stinging sensation calmed him down for a few moments. The female doctor clenched her teeth, recognized the current situation, and cut off the impulse. Stealth effect, 38 seconds to go. The female doctor said. Li Xiaoshuai's face was grave as he continued to light the fire. The second stone room was still empty. In the center, there was a wooden shelf. On the shelf, there were several items. Li Xiaoshuai's gaze quickly landed on where his target was. Just put in 3 black tokens as well as a white token. Found it! Li Xiaoshuai exulted. He didn't dawdle, and as soon as he did, he put the tokens and other unknown and useless items into his virtual pocket. Go out and divide the spoils, Li Xiaoshuai said. The female doctor nodded, but in the meantime, she memorized the quantities and what the items looked like. Only 13 seconds left now. Going to the third room? The female doctor reminded. The third stone room that Li Xiaoshuai looked at, his heart hardened and he said forget it. There's no chance for this. Time is running out. Going in this room, he didn't dare to think, coming out without an invisibility cloak, what would be the result when he was discovered? Li Xiaoshuai immediately touched the zipper, one after another from the door, and then around the stone statue standing roadway, twice used, scurried out of the stone house, came to the outside world in front of the woods. The journey was smooth and uneventful. Heal me first, I'm about to lose too much blood. As soon as he came out, Li Xiaoshuai couldn't endure the piercing pain all over his body. The two of them quickly found a hidden place. Li Xiaoshuai took off his blood-covered clothes and started to let the female doctor treat him. Half an hour later, the treatment was completed. The dense stitches on his body made it somewhat difficult for Li Xiaoshui to see straight. However, the joy of the harvest made Li Xiaoshui quickly forget about this trivial worry. He got the black token. Of course, Li Xiaoshui wasn't a villain who forgot about justice at the sight of profit. Not to mention that the female doctor was still useful to him, so he immediately took out the several items he had harvested, together. In addition to the black and white token, there were 4 other items. A rattan armor, a stone-carved eyeball, a bottle of golden blood, a purple stone. The 4 items had no introduction. It showed all of them with that one sentence. I don't know what the function of the object is. To get its function and efficacy, only the appraiser of the virtual city can help you. Those that could be put together with the token and guarded by a stone statue, Li Xiaoshui didn't need to think about it to know that the difference in value wouldn't be big. To put it badly, it was still a level 1 mystical object. In any case, this trip, the harvest was huge. Promise. Li Xiaoshui threw the white token to the female doctor this time, your reinforcement. Of course, I'll say it in front of you, this black token is something I'm bound to get. There is no intention to share it with you. Speaking of this, Li Xiaoshui paused. After all, this trip, are my leading, I get what I want, rightfully so. Of course, your invisibility cloak helped a lot. The rest of these 4 items, 1 person half, you choose first, we take turns to distribute. How about it? The female doctor naturally realized that Li Xiaoshui was protecting that black token tightly. At this time, it was meaningless to think even if one had any more ideas. It was good that she naturally did not care about the other 4 extraordinary-looking items. Okay. No problem. The female doctor said cheerfully, I'll take this rattan armor first, no problem? This woman was really good at picking. Defensive armor. It's not good to say that it's the kind that's invulnerable to swords and spears again. It was more valuable than even a level 1 weapon. How could he not want this kind of protective treasure? Alright. I'll take the eyeball then, Li Xiaoshui said. He had probed with his 6th sense and they were all good, so he picked them as he pleased. Then the next bottle, golden blood. The female doctor said. Li Xiaoshui nodded and picked up that last purple stone. The 2 finished dividing the spoils, both satisfied. Next, go for reinforcement? The female doctor asked. She saw the introduction of the token, and her gaze landed on the temple side. Right. Li Xiaoshui nodded his head. The last place, after getting it done, we'll save the people and escape from here. The 2 settled on a plan for afterward. But just as the 2 were about to leave, there are outsiders. An outsider has broken in. The sound of gongs and drums resounded throughout the entire indigenous village. Outsiders? The 2 looked at each other in disbelief. All of us, weren't we all captured in here? Did someone run away? The female doctor looked confused. Li Xiaoshui frowned. Impossible. If someone could have run away, someone would have run away long ago. After thinking a little, he came to a conclusion. I think someone intentionally did not return to the team this time, but escaped this. Very smart. Then how come they broke into the indigenous village again? The woman asked in disbelief. Li Xiaoshui sneered. That's not simple. There are just 2 possibilities. 1, the indigenous village, there is something that is worth their lives to come in, such as a high-level mysterious object or something like that. 2, the mission of the drifting bottle. The female doctor frowned. Then this doesn't mess up our plan. What should we do? We follow the plan and continue to the temple. As for rescuing the people, I think it will be a bit troublesome. We'll see what happens then, Li Xiaoshui said. The 2 of them finished their discussion and immediately headed out of the woods. On the contrary, the trouble, indeed, added some. That outsider was not caught. In the village, there was a big carpet search towards the water cage where the prisoner was kept. And on the road to the village, natives, in 2s and 3s, had been milling back and forth, trying to get to the temple. It wasn't that easy. What about this? If this is the situation, how about, we leave here first? The female doctor asked. Li Xiaoshui shook his head. It's fine, I have a way. Li Xiaoshui's gaze fell on the 2 natives that stood out on the road to the temple. Putting on a face-changing mask that had cooled down for a good amount of time, he transformed into the 2 striped natives that he had killed earlier, and immediately chased after them, shouting quickly. Quickly, that side says that someone has been found and needs to be surrounded. What? Found it? Didn't they tell us to watch over here? The 2 natives were puzzled, but they didn't think too much about it and hurriedly ran in the direction of the cave. Hurry! Li Xiaoshui greeted. The female doctor hurriedly followed. The 2 opened the zipper and entered the temple enclosure. There was the familiar tearing pain again. Li Xiaoshui was helpless. For this zipper, he thought that the accompanying cost was too great, and it affected himself too much. But to sell it, Li Xiaoshui couldn't give it up. In terms of this mission, it was too useful. It's not good to say that it will always be useful in the future. Pushed open the temple door. Li Xiaoshui informed the female doctor of the method of using the token. When she walked to the stone statue and handed over the token, she directly collapsed on the pool and floated on the surface of the water like she was absorbed, losing consciousness. Only then did Li Xiaoshui retracted his gaze and walked towards the worm egg area on the far right side. In front of the stone statue that stood out to block the way, Li Xiaoshui handed over 3 black tokens. Holy worm token. Sacrificial return object. Can get 1 holy worm in the temple. Limited to 1. The native walked straight to the worm egg. Stretching out his hand, on the red pom-pom, he plucked off 3 bug eggs and submitted them in front of Li Xiaoshui. This doesn't even need to be picked by oneself. It's rather convenient. Li Xiaoshui suppressed his slightly agitated mood and received the gray bug eggs with strange patterns. I wonder what kind of creature's worm egg it is. Exuding a mysterious and terrifying aura, it might be some kind of strange creature that has been extinct for a long time. To hatch it, you need to consult an expert. Looks like it's not that easy to get it directly, Li Xiaoshui muttered. However, no matter what, this bug egg that he had always coveted, he finally got it. The rest, let's wait until we return to the virtual city, then we can study it. Li Xiaoshui put away the insect egg and sat in place, waiting for the female doctor to wake up. Time passed bit by bit. It was an interval of 10 or so minutes. Outside, a sharp cry suddenly came. Not good. Quickly, go inform the patriarchs and elders who are communicating with the gods. Outsiders, release the prisoners, all of them. At the same time, chaotic and noisy shouts and sounds of fighting rang out one after another in the indigenous village. It seemed those who were released were fleeing for their lives surrounded by the natives. And it just so happened that as luck would have it, those elders, as well as the indigenous patriarchs, were even temporarily absent. The people who broke in just now made such a big fuss? Suddenly, a voice came from behind Li Xiaoshui. The commotion made caused the female doctor to wake up. She slowly climbed up from the pool. With that, she subconsciously looked at her hands, sensing the strengthening of her body, and her eyes showed joy. Awake? Let's also hurry and take advantage of the chaos. Li Xiaoshui got up and urged. He did not want to let go of this good opportunity to escape now. Of course, Li Xiaoshui had already determined at this time that the person who had made such a big commotion should have taken up the drift bottles mission. Otherwise, how could he accurately calculate that the time when the native patriarch and the others were not there? In fact, Li Xiaoshui had been very unclear about one thing. What was the final purpose of this drift bottle mission? It can't be just to make us fight with the natives, right? Li Xiaoshui muttered to himself in his heart. The female doctor didn't think as much as Li Xiaoshui did. This time the harvest was huge, she was filled with joy, so she wanted to leave quickly and survive the rest of the mission. Using the zipper to wear out the temple. In the line of sight, under the originally soft moonlight, it was a bloody scene. In the center of the native village, dozens of natives were chasing and killing with a dozen crew members. The village was chaotic and collapsing. Flames set everything ablaze. A dozen or so corpses were prominently visible underground. Crew members, natives, all of them fell in a pool of blood, no sound. The hole where they could escape was where Miss Vale, and Miss Vale's butler guards, along with a few crew members, were fighting the natives together. That butler is so powerful? The female doctor was stunned. He actually killed a 3-striped native. Li Xiaoshui naturally noticed these circumstances. If those butlers and guards were not strong enough for the natives' 3 stripes to come and round them up, the rest of the crew would have been killed by the 3 stripes long ago. Go! How would Li Xiaoshui miss the time to hug this thigh? Just as he was about to go over and kiss his ass. Suddenly, a mutation occurred. Underground, a violent vibration suddenly occurred. The battle stopped. Everyone shook for a moment, barely able to stand still. Then, in many corners, the ground bulged. It was as if there was something that was about to break out of the ground. The crew members had stunned expressions, while the natives, as if something joyful had happened, actually cheered. Lord Spirit, please kill these outsiders, all of them. North. A 2-meter-tall figure appeared with a heavy voice. It was the indigenous patriarch. The scene of the village in front of him made his heart furious, and there was no concealment of killing intent on his face. Also, as his icy words fell, there was a loud boom. The ground broke open. A 10 or so meter long, monstrous, and twisted, like a combination of human and animal, long hairy tentacles quickly bound the steward who was in the process of killing another native. Bang! 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 One after another, tentacles broke through the ground. In the blink of an eye, 10 or so tentacles, flying in midair, entangled one crew member after another. Of course, for some reason, those tentacles also grabbed a good number of villagers from the indigenous village. This dramatically changing scene made all the crew members dumbfounded. Wasn't it the tentacle that released the strange bug? Yet in the next moment, Li Xiaoshui's sixth sense jumped out with a strong hint of danger. It's not over yet? Li Xiaoshui snapped back to his senses, glancing at the underground in alarm, and hastily shifted his direction to retreat, veering away from the direction of the cave entrance. The female doctor sensed something like that and hurriedly followed Li Xiaoshui. 2 seconds later, in the village area, including the location near the cave entrance where Li Xiaoshui was just now, once again, the ground exploded, and another 10 or so tentacles sprang out. The tentacles once again bound a group of leaky fish. Among them, it included Miss Weir. Only the fleeing Li Xiaoshui and some extremely lucky people were lucky enough not to be caught. Matriarch. How did the gods catch even us? What's going on? Clan chief, save us. A bunch of captured natives, at the first moment, shouted in panic. But the indigenous patriarch, with his gaze wild and reverent, fell on the horrible tentacles. Turning a deaf ear to the cries for help, he made no reply, letting everything continue to be chaotic. The earth shook. Houses were collapsing. Shouts of fleeing, and cries for help, resounded continuously. Inside the natives, dozens of towering monstrous tentacles, binding the natives and their crews, slowly swayed in midair. The natives, basically, stood in the safest area on the side of the native patriarch. The crew, on the other hand, stood at the place where the tentacle of Li Xiaoshui appeared. In fact, not only the crew, along with the natives, were somewhat at a loss for words in the face of this scene. Obviously, they were puzzled by the gods' indiscriminate attack. Aang. Suddenly at this moment, underground, an incomparably long, bird-like and slightly whale-like inhuman cry came out. Berserk huge sound wave, instantly flooded the whole world in general. It shook the space, and the water in the river exploded under the excessively high decibels. Li Xiaoshui and the others, as well as certain natives with weak physiques, all covered their ears in an unbearable manner. Even worse, blood flowed out of their ears. When the sound ended and everyone was still dizzy and shaking, the tentacles began to move, only to see several tentacles that bind the natives and crew of the dense hemphair, violently above the people wrapped tightly, and then shrunk into a ball, quickly taut. When taut to the extreme, with the people inside the miserable screams, snapped similar to the sound of the balloon exploded after the sound. Inside a few balls, there was no movement. Inside the hair, there was only a mass of soft sludge, blood like water, constantly dripping down into the cracks of the hair, filling the tentacles. Quick, zipper! The female doctor was scared to death by the horror of the tentacles, her face turned white, and she hurriedly shouted at Li Xiaoshui, "Aren't you able to get out?" After a few words, all the crew members, in unison, stared at Li Xiaoshui. Here, besides Li Xiaoshui, the female doctor, there were still 5 crew members left, and 2 victims. "You can get out? Hurry, hurry. Wait before you come out and strike. It's not good to say you'll catch us." The rest of them, surprised, urged one after another. Li Xiaoshui, however, was indifferent. His eyes scanned through the tentacles, seeing that Miss Violet did not die, he sighed in relief, put down the hand covering his ears, and coldly said, "Miss Violet is dead. Do you think we can walk out of the mission alive?" "What? Miss Vier's death or survival is related to our mission?" Several people were stunned and immediately understood something. In this kind of crisis situation, it was impossible for Li Xiaoshui to be indifferent without any basis and a chance to escape. Damn it! What to do? How can we save? Those tentacles, once touched, are full of worms. Someone got impatient. Li Xiaoshui's gaze, however, fell on the compound-eyed man in the vicinity. He shouted, "Compound-eyed man, I can save you." The struggling compound-eyed man hurriedly looked at Li Xiaoshui and shouted, "What are the requirements, you say?" "Miss Weir can't die, or we all have to die." Li Xiaoshui shouted in a deep voice, "I'll cut off the hairs, you fly over and save Miss Weir. She can't die." Hearing that Miss Weir cannot die, the compound-eyed man's face was gloomy. Glancing at Miss Weir next to him, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay." Li Xiaoshui stopped talking nonsense and the needle had become invisible. In the blink of an eye, the flying needles had rushed to the tentacles and pierced the hairs binding the compound-eyed man. Once he broke free, the 4 wings behind the compound-eyed man immediately lifted up. He rushed towards Ms. Weir. Before he arrived, the faster needle, in the same manner, poked the hairs on Miss Veer's body. The compound-eyed man happened to reach the position, and with an arm around the falling Miss Veer, he flew towards Li Xiaoshui. Of course, Li Xiaoshui did not stop there. In just 10 seconds or so, Li Xiaoshui maneuvered the needle and it pierced through most of the dozens of tentacles, freeing one crew member after another, from the hair. As for the ones bound by the tentacles, Li Xiaoshui could only lament their bad fate. He didn't want to release those bugs. As for whether they would die or live if they fell, it all depended on their destiny. As Miss Violet landed next to him, Li Xiaoshui was about to stick the zipper to the wall. The native patriarch's voice rang out. "It's really you. This time, do you think I will still let you escape?" A 6 or 7 meter tall monstrous body landed on the wall as soon as it did. The powerful wave of air that was set off by the landing knocked down a dozen or so people, toppling a piece of them. The indigenous patriarch blocked the way. Indigenous patriarch blocked the way. He was like a mountain, standing in front of the wall. Let the crowd that climbed up, the heart of a heavy piece. For a while, the image of Captain Gatly being slapped to death reverberated in their minds. No one dared to step out half a step further. However, when the atmosphere was frozen to the extreme, Li Xiaoshui even calmly walked forward and made a scene that made everyone dumbfounded. Patriarch, before I die, can I ask you a question? The native patriarch's eyes were cold, but there was no response. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Li Xiaoshui smiled and said, your deities, that is, the owners of these tentacles, are alive and living outside in the sea, right? At the mention of deities, the indigenous patriarch, with a flickering expression, coldly said, it seems that you have already seen our deities. It seems that those sea corpses are related to it? Li Xiaoshui asked. The sea corpses are but a kind of ability of our deity. The indigenous patriarch replied. Sure enough. It's from the sequence, some kind of ability. Unsurprisingly, the indigenous deities should be from the shaman identity sequence. Li Xiaoshui made a guess at this. Unfortunately, the shaman identity was sold. Li Xiaoshui's gaze fell towards the crowd, the grim man who was still alive and had purchased the shaman identity card with him. If this guy could manipulate that pile of sea corpses, thinking about it would make one's scalp numb. Say, then that statue of a young girl in your temple is the true likeness of your deity, right? Li Xiaoshui suddenly continued to ask. At the mention of the temple's maiden, the indigenous patriarch's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his face steeply darkened. He did not answer, but Li Xiaoshui was already sure that he had guessed correctly. Li Xiaoshui's mouth continued to test. Is it the reason why it has a mental problem? It turned into a monster, unable to distinguish between the enemy and us. Just like now, when it kills us, it will also kill your clan. Even its sea corpses will strike out at you. The words did not fall, the indigenous patriarch's face suddenly grimaced and roared, outsider, you know too much. He raised his big hand, the sky above was dim, a horrible pressure that made the crowd smell the breath of death. Wait, one last question. Anyway, you're going to kill us. Li Xiaoshui stretched out his hand and displayed in his palm the strange pattern formed by the green liquid, in front of the native patriarch. What is this? Do you know? The native patriarch was stunned. Seeing Li Xiaoshui's palm, the strange pattern formed, he fell silent. And then, his face suddenly revealed a weird smile. You've been contaminated. Ah, contaminated? Li Xiaoshui was puzzled. What does it mean? Forget it, this matter, there is no need for you to know. You will die here now. The native patriarch let out a fierce smile and was about to continue his action. But at that moment, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The palm of this outsider in front of him was a bit blurry. And, around him, I don't know when it started, but it was filled with fog. So much so that sight, at this point, was beginning to be troubled. In the village, there had never been a fog. You think I have nothing to do, chatting with you about your deity? Seeing him notice, Li Xiaoshui smiled bashfully. As early as the beginning, seeing the indigenous patriarch blocking the road, he immediately threw the stone mystical object that could produce smoke, silently into the ground. Pulling the topic to communicate was nothing more than, just to delay time and have a chance to escape. Now, it was finally almost time. Everyone, stand in place. 90 degrees direction. Li Xiaoshui shouted. After 30 seconds, drill in and get out. Now, spread out. As Li Xiaoshui's words fell, how could the native patriarch not understand that he had been tricked? With a furious roar, he slammed his palm hard on the ground. There was a shocking loud thud. The entire cave shook, and the ground cracked open. But on his hands, there was no blood. People, all of them ran away. You guys don't want to run. None of you will leave alive. Native patriarch raged, but he simply do not understand what 90 degrees means. He remembers, Li Xiaoshui earlier, is against the wall to escape out, afraid of being him from before there to escape, even guarded the area where he fled earlier, with the wall near the cave entrance. In a white mist, the ground was madly slapped and whacked. Debris kept falling from the cave. One after another, the wooden huts collapsed in the shaking. The shaking giant tentacles killed another group of people. The screams and panic of the natives rose in all directions. The native patriarch's eyes were scarlet as he searched for the figure. As for Li Xiaoshui and the others, at this time, they were gathered at the entrance of the cave dozens of meters away from the native patriarch. The fog with low visibility opened the zipper. At the time of dispersal, he held on to Miss Vale and shouted on the female doctor. These two in, the others died out. He was indifferent. In the pain sensed to the desire to faint, Li Xiaoshui wore out the zipper inside. Then, one figure after another, chased out towards the outside of the zipper. After determining that the figures had basically all come out, Li Xiaoshui left a sentence in everyone's ears, if Ms. Weyer dies, we will fail in our mission. He put away the zipper and disappeared together with the female doctor in the line of sight of the people who hadn't regained their senses. Why are you leaving? When they got out of the basin area and came to the uninhabited mountain edge, the female doctor opened her mouth and asked, someone has their eyes on my zipper. Li Xiaoshui simply replied without much explanation. Coming out when he was seriously injured, the cautious him immediately used his sixth sense and sensed the emotions of several people towards him. As it happened, he sensed malice. And there was more than one. In response, how could Li Xiaoshui linger? In case the people wanted to kill him and made a request to exchange zippers for a small life, wouldn't he become the farmer and the snake? Walking away was the smartest and safest choice. Upon hearing this, the female doctor no longer pursued the question and silently began to give Li Xiaoshui treatment. At this time, Li Xiaoshui was unable to choose anesthesia. This was not a safe house where one could get security. A glance down the hill was a dense, thousands of sea corpses that were roaming around the entire island. Obviously, the sea storm at night, the sea corpses at night, are all fixed on this island. One must remain vigilant and awake. Fortunately, Li Xiaoshui was accustomed to the severe pain of the zipper side effects, and his consciousness was much stronger. Otherwise, under the anesthesia-free suture, he might have fainted from the pain very quickly. After suffering for half an hour or so, the female doctor was able to treat the wound. But although the body wound was stitched up and the trait was used to help, the recovery was accelerated. But with such a serious injury, it was impossible to perform any intense movements without a few hours. Instead, the crystals on the sea corpse's body were full of temptation for Li Xiaoshui. How did you look like you want to kill those corpses? The female doctor couldn't help but ask. Li Xiaoshui then remembered that the female doctor was staying in the safe house. It was one of the few people who cultivated knowledge and did not know that there were crystals within the sea corpses. Li Xiaoshui did not hide it and directly informed the female doctor of the value of the sea corpses. What? 1 sea corpse equal to 1 point? The female doctor was shocked. Then, there was a face of chagrin and pain, hating herself for being foolish enough to realize such a thing until now. However, hate was hate. At the bottom of the mountain, the densely packed sea corpses made her thoughts of rushing over to earn crystals disappear abruptly. No matter how valuable the points were, how could they be as important as life? I'm out of options. Aren't you a nimble master? You can harvest them from a distance. The female doctor said sourly. I'm afraid of causing a sea corpse siege. Li Xiaoshui shook his head. With this body, he did not have enough vigor to run around. How could a Nianli master be afraid of this? The female doctor asked. How could it not be afraid? What do you mean? Li Xiaoshui was puzzled. The female doctor looked at him like a fool for a long time before saying, isn't this the basic skill and common sense of a Nianli master? The power of a Nianli master lies in omnipotent manipulation. Look, there's a big hole over there, and next to the big hole, there's a rock with many sea corpses standing on it. If you use your Nianli and lift up the boulder on the ground, won't all the sea corpses fall into the pit and be at your mercy? Look again, isn't that after a heavy rain, there's a pile of mud? You manipulate the mud, condense it into a mud wall, seal the road over to our slope, won't the sea corpses not be able to pass through? The female doctor casually gave Li Xiaoshui a mention. A moment. Li Xiaoshui froze like he was struck by lightning. This, Nianli, can actually be used like this. Returning to his senses, Li Xiaoshui looked at the female doctor in shock. He was completely at a loss as to whether he was too stupid to be a Nianli master or had no combat talent, or whether this woman, with her exceptional combat talent, could think of this. You're just an ordinary person? The female doctor couldn't help but ask. You're from the expedition? Expedition team, are they all this powerful? No. I don't know much about the knowledge of the Nemesis Masters. These are some general knowledge that I happened to read once, in the shared national intelligence. I found it interesting, so I wrote it down. She said. So it was in the national intelligence. But come to think of it, the country had known about this mysterious world for a long time. It's also impossible for Nianli masters to be scarce and he's the only one. It was normal to have some information on Nianli masters. Unfortunately, he hadn't read about it. After lamenting for a while, Li Xiaoshui chose not to think much for the time being. Currently, the most important thing for him was to use the techniques he had learned to start hunting the sea corpses first. Li Xiaoshui was like this, learning in a decent manner. Relying on his Nianli, he utilized the environment, geography, to bind and self-protect. And then, manipulate the needle, go forward to kill and harvest. In this way, although it was said that the harvesting wasn't fast and complicated, at least, there wouldn't be any danger. And the successive operations allowed Li Xiaoshui, who had possessed Nianli, to learn the strength and limits of his Nianli for the first time since he had possessed it. First was the strength. For example, he could, at one time, carry the corpses of 7 or 8 sea corpses over to fetch crystals, weighing about 600 or 700 pounds. But when it was over 1,000 pounds, more than 10, he reached his limit and couldn't move it. Then came the limit. Using the full force of his mind power one after another, just like carrying an object and using a lot of strength, there would eventually come a time when it would be depleted. After an hour or two, his mental power was close to exhaustion. Had to choose to rest and recover. In the future, it had to be used cautiously, depending on the situation. Just like that. When stopping to harvest the sea corpses, Coincidentally, it was dawn, and it would be time for the sea corpses to leave, wrapping up just in time. Here, Li Xiaoshui threw 20 crystals to the female doctor. This trip, together with the number of kills from yesterday, totaled 220 whole crystals. It was the female doctor who had helped him earn hundreds of points, giving some payment for peace of mind. The latter naturally wouldn't be pretentious. How could he not want this bargain? Both are satisfied. But at this time, it was not a point in time where one could sleep well and relax. Immediately, there are two things that need to be resolved. First, the natives would come out at dawn and arrest them. This time, if they were caught, I was afraid that they would not have any chance of survival. Second, the drift bottle appeared. At this moment, the misty light of dawn spread over the gray sea. One by one, the drift bottles were drifting towards the shore, slowly. Go pick it up? The female doctor noticed at the first moment, together with Li Xiaoshui. Go. Li Xiaoshui nodded his head and quickly approached the shore with the female doctor. Just after arriving, the two noticed. In other directions, the crew members who had escaped together earlier, also came over one after another. It seemed that all of them were at a high place, noticing the situation on the surface of the sea. Glancing at each other, the crowd did not communicate much, and then, one after another, they picked up their respective drift bottles. Li Xiaoshui then picked one. Opening the drift bottle, the content was revealed in front of Li Xiaoshui. In 2 hours, 10 minutes, and 38 seconds, the indigenous village's patriarch, elders, and most of the indigenous people will all leave the village and go to capture the outsiders. At this time, you need to take advantage of the indigenous village to destroy the hanging moon pearl. Once the moon pearl is destroyed, the grotto will collapse completely, and you will have completed your final drift bottle mission. However, once someone touches the moon bead, the indigenous elders will be aware of it. They will return within 20 minutes. The time given to you is only 20 minutes. Tip 1, it is rumored. The moon pearl seems to be hiding something special. Destroy the moon pearl, and you might possibly get what's inside. Hint 2, if the mission is not completed, you will die. Tip 3, do not tell anyone about the contents of the mission, it is for your own good. Li Xiaoshui frowned. In the moon pearl, the special thing hidden? The moon bead, obviously, was the bead that hung high in the cave. He didn't think that destroying that thing would actually cause the destruction of the Earth Clan's cave. That said, then this quest is done. Is it pretty much, this quest, coming to an end? Li Xiaoshui was most concerned about this point. In this mission, his harvest was already very generous. More than getting any heavenly benefits, he wished to live through the mission properly to replenish his strength. Putting away the note, Li Xiaoshui's gaze fell on the other crew members around him. As with the last mission, everyone's face did not look good. It seemed that none of the missions were easy to accomplish. There would always be some kind of mission to seduce the indigenous clan leader or elders, right? Li Xiaoshui thought and couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. If there really was, then one could only pray that they had a great life. Now, it's time for us to break up. Li Xiaoshui communicated with the female doctor. The female doctor smiled bitterly. Well, there is no way to continue. This is a 9-death mission for me. My luck is really bad. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The two did not say too much. After instructing each other for a few sentences, Li Xiaoshui looked for someone and asked where Ms. Weyer was located, turned around and set off directly towards the mountains. Soon, he found a stationing place that the crowd had purposely found for Miss Veer. It was located in a small cave, taking broken wood and leafy weeds to hide it from easy detection. Since Captain Gatly was dead, it was impossible for everyone to fear Captain Gatly anymore and fight to serve her. The earlier treatment was gone. As far as everyone was concerned, it was enough for her not to die. Well, she had at least one guard left alive. Not without anyone to call and take care of. After confirming that Miss Weyer was safe and sound, Li Xiaoshui let his heart go. Li Xiaoshui determined that after finishing everything, the rescuers came, and if they did not see Miss Weyer alive, they all had to die. He had to care about Miss Veerla's well-being. After putting some fruits for Miss Veer and the guards, Li Xiaoshui turned to the corner and closed his eyes, resting. A night of sleeplessness, coupled with using too much spiritual energy, caused him to be very tired now. 2 hours, he had enough to squint for a while. Just like that, Li Xiaoshui closed his eyes, sort of falling asleep, but it was a shallow sleep. When about 1.5 hours had passed, Li Xiaoshui suddenly opened his eyes. A faint explosion sound came from a distant place. It seems that all have started their missions. It's time for me to depart as well, Li Xiaoshui muttered. Slapping his face, Li Xiaoshui made himself quickly refreshed before getting up. Miss Weyer. Miss Violet looked at Li Xiaoshui. The rescue team, without any surprises, will arrive soon. Until then, we will find a way to stall those natives. Please do not leave the cave during this period, Li Xiaoshui said. Don't worry, Mr. Crew. I won't cause you any trouble, Miss Violet replied calmly. From being captured by the natives, being affected by the tentacles, and now, although Miss Fear couldn't do it with an ancient well all the time, she was always in a calm state of not being shocked by anything. This made Li Xiaoshui secretly admire Miss Ware as a noble lady. Putting himself in her shoes, he would not be able to maintain such a state of mind with such a big difference. Without further communication, Li Xiaoshui went through the cave entrance and headed to a hillside closer to the basin and waited. Meanwhile, at this high place, Li Xiaoshui noticed slight movements and situations. In the underground cave, vaguely, there was a slight shaking sound, as if the party's blasting sound was coming out from the underground. At the coast, for some reason, two crew members were there talking. In the distance, on the gray surface of the sea, there was actually a person who had swum out hundreds of meters, his figure getting smaller and smaller. It was all crew members who were performing various tasks. Soon, Li Xiaoshui withdrew his attention, his thoughts returning to the follow-up of his own mission. Finally, after half an hour or so, as shown in the mission, under the bright light, the indigenous patriarch, leading dozens and hundreds of indigenous groups, walked out of the cave entrance. Today, those outsiders will definitely find a way to hide from us. According to the arrangement I just made, there are a total of 5 roads, led by each elder and me, to search in different directions. If the outsiders dare to resist, you are given the right to kill them on the spot. Standing in front of the cave, the native patriarch gave a loud order, followed by hundreds of natives, divided into 5 groups, heading in all directions, searching. Li Xiaoshui was prostrate on the top of the mountain. His position was exactly the range where one of the indigenous elders was leading the team. When in several teams, one after another, they were heading in different directions, and the indigenous elders in his route were getting closer and closer. Li Xiaoshui began to act. He unhurriedly maneuvered his numinous power, and beside the pathless mountain peaks, he maneuvered his numinous power, and utilized the soil to create one step after another, which could be stepped on, easily bypassing the natives on the front, and arriving at the cave in the basin. Since he had been here once, Li Xiaoshui was considered to be familiar with it. The winding and twisting cave no longer made him so tense and bound. However, it was when approaching the exit that the sixth sense had a faint reaction. This was something that Li Xiaoshui expected. Obviously, there were natives guarding it. In response, Li Xiaoshui did not panic, took out a mask and put it on, and soon, piecing together the appearance of a strange native, he walked out of the cave. "Ha? Didn't you guys go with the patriarch and the others, to look for the outsiders?" a person asked. Li Xiaoshui was bitter. "I wasn't feeling well, so I came back first." "Alright, have a good rest." The two natives did not engage in suspicion and speculation. Even if Li Xiaoshui was a bit strange, but the occasional rustiness was not an uncommon thing. In the village, not everyone knew each other. Just as the two natives relaxed their guards and turned their backs to Li Xiaoshui quickly maneuvered the needle and instantly attacked and killed the two guarding rank 1 natives again. "Sorry." Picking up the inoffensive red crystals underneath the two men, Li Xiaoshui swept a glance around the devastated and still unrepaired native village. Seeing that there were no other natives, he sighed in relief. Raising his head, he looked onto the moon bead that was emitting soft moonlight at the very top. At this moment, most of the natives were out. The guarding natives had been killed, and the remaining natives, thought for the time being, would not discover themselves. This was exactly the opportunity. It's considered lucky for me to take this mission. If it was someone else, I'm afraid that I would be helpless when I encountered something high up in the sky, but it's just that I'm a nihilist, Li Xiaoshui muttered. Immediately, the flying needles, under his control, slammed into the moon beads nearly 100 meters up in the air with full force. Li Xiaoshui intended to solve the task quickly. However, this collision, Li Xiaoshui was dumbfounded. It was as if he had hit some invisible shield. The Nianli that was controlling the needle was actually blocked in mid-air, unable to go one step deeper. At the same time, the entire cave shook violently. Walls cracked, rock and debris collapsed, and gravel kept rolling down. The entire space, just because of Li Xiaoshui's single attack, a terrifying commotion occurred. Li Xiaoshui's face was hard to see. This kind of situation, not to mention that the indigenous patriarch would find out, even the natives in the village would not be able to hide it. If he attracted a 3-striped native, he would only die. What in the world is it that's stopping my needle? Li Xiaoshui stared at the midair with a burst of anxiety. Outsider. Suddenly, a roar came out. Li Xiaoshui quickly looked over, and a 2-meter sturdy native, his eyes widened in anger. He slammed the 2 bloodlines on his forehead, and his body immediately expanded. Following this, it changed into a 3-meter tall giant, striding with heavy steps, grasping a machete, and rushing towards Li Xiaoshui. Li Xiaoshui's face was grave as he reached out and gently hooked his hand. A piece of gravel on the ground immediately wrapped around the thigh of the running burly native. The burly native's running pace stumbled and smashed heavily into the ground. "What kind of demonic spell did you cast?" The burly native panicked. He hurriedly tried to get up, but he didn't realize that the rubble and rock that filled the ground had already followed his legs and quickly enveloped and wrapped his entire body again. The burly native was caught off guard, and was wrapped tightly into a stone ball by the rubble, leaving only a head outside. Damn! The native was horrified, and his entire body burst with strength. The stone ball wrapped around his body issued cracks and burst open one after another. It was impossible to restrain him. Ugh! The combat method of a nun master is so powerful. Unfortunately, my Nianli level is too weak. If it were stronger, he wouldn't be able to break free. Li Xiaoshui felt slightly regretful. The words fell. The needle pierced through the temple of the burly native who was struggling. The burly native directly lost his voice. Not far away, a few natives of two stripes who were preparing to rush over were stunned by this fleeting scene. Their footsteps stopped. Nervous and uneasy, they stared at Li Xiaoshui. It seems that there are no three-striped natives left here. Li Xiaoshui swept an expressionless glance at the several people and secretly sighed in relief. Thinking about it, they probably could not have imagined that he would dare to do the opposite and come to their lair. As for the two-striped natives, relying on his mastery of nimbus techniques and usage, he could already deal with them. But, I have to keep my zipper ready at all times. In case it does, it's time to run away immediately. Li Xiaoshui was still wary of his surroundings, but this thought, zipper. Li Xiaoshui awoke with a start. Zipper, can it open that barrier? At the same time, the ground shook with a vast tremor, and the indigenous patriarch who was in a gray space changed his face abruptly as if he had sensed something. You guys? The native clan chief instantly became furious. You guys actually hit our moon clan. He hissed and immediately turned into a 7 or 8 meter tall giant. The one he was in, unable to see his surroundings, a gray space, immediately clicked and was propped up into pieces. His eyes filled with bloody killing intent stared at the several crew members who were in front of him. This ripped through my spatial world. A man shouted in physical pain. Quick, is there any way out? There's still 15 minutes left. The female doctor hurriedly said. Beside her, the grim man clenched his teeth. You guys drag it out. I'll use the mystic object. At the coast, the elders of the two roads were confronting the two crew members. I don't know why, but none of these elder natives actually went forward. Instead, they were full of vigilance. A few thousand meters away from the coast, the seawater here was no longer gray. It was clear and azure. A crew member, with a white face, climbed up from the seawater onto a stationary platform that stood at the intersection of the blue ocean and the gray ocean. A fire was lit. Blood-red smoke immediately surged across the entire sky. Even farther away in an ocean, a huge, pitch-black colored ship was sailing on the surface of the sea. Captain, speak! Inside the ship's office, the young man with a fair and handsome face and a pair of snake-like eyes put down the report he was writing in his hands. A red distress wolf smoke was found to have appeared at the 7 o'clock position. That area is also one of the possible places where Ms. Virla is missing. The crew reported. What? The snake-eyed man immediately got up and went outside the cabin. He noticed the striking red smoke that colored the mid-air in the extreme distance. The map. The snake-eyed man received the map. After a brief scan, his face became a few points heavier. It's actually here. If it's here, it's understandable why no one can be found. He pondered for a moment, and then ordered full speed, head towards Wolfsbane, the underground cave where the native village was located. Another two-striped native was killed to block Li Xiaoshui. Li Xiaoshui was finally successful, and sent the floating zipper to the uppermost part, the area where the blockage couldn't move forward any further. The zipper slowly pulled open. What do you want to do with our moon pearl? The last two stripes native was unable to retreat any further. Desperately, he rushed towards Li Xiaoshui. However, he, like the two natives in front of him, was quickly bound by the rubble again. He desperately struggled. The stone ball on his body was cracking, but he was temporarily unable to get out immediately. The zipper quickly pulled down. Li Xiaoshui's arm was pierced with a slit that ripped through his arm. Li Xiaoshui endured the pain, maneuvered the flying needles, and finally, without that sense of blockage, rushed into the uppermost clean white moon pearl. With a snap, a cracking sound echoed in the cave. The next instant, a click. This underground world crumbled. A hideous crack from the bottom to the top, breaking the entire space apart, breaking the entire cave into two. Immediately afterward, the cave issued a violent tremor and shaking that exceeded the previous tens of times. The entire world spun around. The sudden sense of weightlessness caused the remaining natives and others, along with Li Xiaoshui, to be absorbed on the ground, and for a while, they were unable to move at all. At the same time, large and small pieces of debris began to start falling off. Even a rock as high as a small mountain, detached from the mountain above, violently smashed down on the ground. After a horrifying explosion like the world being destroyed, Li Xiaoshui was shocked to find that this large rock had strangely plunged into the ground. No, not into the ground. When Li Xiaoshui looked back, it was the ground, which was smashed out into a black abyss with no visible bottom. And by the light of the moon, Li Xiaoshui vaguely saw, in the abyss, all over the thousands of densely packed tentacles. And in the center of the tentacles, a pair of oil-green, star-like eyes, incomparably eye-catching. Li Xiaoshui could see only this. At this time, Li Xiaoshui's vision, clamor went out. A darkness remained. The light of the moon pearl was gone. And with the return of the thought power with the needle and zipper, what was sandwiched with it was a small round pearl that glowed brightly in the night sky that was sensed from the moon bead. Is it the one mentioned in the mission, something special? At this moment, it was not the time to investigate. Li Xiaoshui tucked it into his virtual pocket, and his nimbus hastily created a stone chain, holding it tightly as a means to break free from the sense of weightlessness and climb out towards the exit. He did not want to be stranded any longer. Whether it was this cave that would collapse into ruins, or the underground, the creepy tentacles and green eyes. If we stayed any longer, we would surely only end up dead. That said, it was the temple, and those treasures in that stone house in the woods that called Li Xiaoshui to feel some regret. Falling into the abyss, he will never appear in this world again. Soon, Li Xiaoshui smoothly climbed to the entrance of the cave. Without any pause, he continued to hoof it, running towards the exit. Along the way, in his hand was holding the zipper. Tightly holding it, Li Xiaoshui only felt more secure. After all, even if it collapses, he can use the zipper, go through the wall, return to the ground, and can control his own safety. Of course, if it was possible to run away, then try not to use it. Good thing. Along the way, although the cave entrance was also trembling, shattering, and dropping rocks, at most, it only smashed Li Xiaoshui out of some external injuries, not so serious that he needed to use the zipper. A few minutes later, under Li Xiaoshui's all-out effort to escape, he escaped. However, before Li Xiaoshui could breathe a sigh of relief, in front of him, a huge shadow covered his entire body. Li Xiaoshui subconsciously raised his head, and on the swaying island, the indigenous patriarch was standing in front of him, with a little bit of blood on his body, and his gaze was cold and morose, staring at him. Eyes met. As soon as he saw the indigenous patriarch's eyes that were full of killing intent, Li Xiaoshui was, in an instant, like falling into an ice cave. "It's you again." The native patriarch did not roar and growl in anger. Instead, his face was as calm as water, which made Li Xiaoshui feel even more horrible. "Don't worry, this time, I won't kill you. I will capture you. Gouge out a piece of your flesh alive every day. Keep torturing you until you die." The native patriarch continued to add word for word. Li Xiaoshui looked hard at his face and did not respond. At this moment, his mind was racing to find an escape method. This was not a cave anymore. It was impossible for him to use the zipper and return to the cave to die. The possibility of escaping with a zipper had already gone to zero. What to do? The surrounding area was empty. After a few seconds of staring at each other, Li Xiaoshui became more and more anxious. He tried hard to find a way to save himself, in his mind. He didn't want to fail at the last moment. But the native patriarch did not give Li Xiaoshui time to think at all. Reaching out, he attacked towards his legs. Li Xiaoshui could only stop thinking for the moment and quickly jumped away to pull away. But just because the native clan chief had a huge body didn't mean that he wasn't flexible. He grabbed an empty hand, retrieved his hand, and immediately copied a boulder from the ground and threw it towards Li Xiaoshui. His target was not Li Xiaoshui himself. It was the path that Li Xiaoshui was traveling forward. The rock that shot out, like a cannonball, smashed down in front of Li Xiaoshui at a speed that exceeded the speed of sound. There was no doubt about the power of the native clan chief who could easily kill Captain Gatli. The powerful impact brought by the falling stone directly shook Li Xiaoshui, who was fleeing 7 or 8 meters away. With a simple strike, Li Xiaoshui fell to the ground, unable to move anymore. He was dizzy and felt that his internal organs had shifted, and even his breathing was almost out of breath. "The gap is too big," Li Xiaoshui bitterly muttered to himself. Without waiting for him to slow down, the indigenous patriarch once again stretched out his hand and grabbed him tightly in front of his body, along with the soil under the ground. Looking at Li Xiaoshui opening his eyes, the eyes that wanted to be strong, with urgency, the indigenous patriarch sneered, "In order to prevent you from escaping, let me pinch off your arms and legs first." The indigenous patriarch immediately pinched Li Xiaoshui's left hand that was torn apart due to the use of zipper. Under the pressure, the sharp pain that came from the wound along with the nerves caused Li Xiaoshui's cold sweat to flow non-stop. Then, a bone-cracking sound was clearly audible. Li Xiaoshui let out a muffled grunt as his left hand twisted and snapped, hanging down helplessly. Next, the left leg. The native patriarch laughed hideously. With a vengeful mind, his hand doubled in heaviness and pressed on Li Xiaoshui's left leg. With a slight force, the sharp pain once again surged into Li Xiaoshui's mind, and he almost wanted to faint. No matter what, Li Xiaoshui did not want his leg to break. Once it was broken, he was afraid that there would be no possibility for him to escape. But he couldn't fight against this native patriarch. It was at this time Li Xiaoshui heard a sudden cracking sound from below the ground they were on. Li Xiaoshui violently sensed something. Ignoring the severe pain in his body, Li Xiaoshui immediately maneuvered to a huge rock in the distance. The stone quickly rose into the air and moved, and when it reached a few dozen meters high, Li Xiaoshui withdrew his nimbus. Without the control of the stone, it fell heavily on the surface of the indigenous patriarch's place, shaking up a cloud of dust and stone chips. Li Xiaoshui's small action naturally could not escape the attention of the indigenous patriarch. However, he turned a blind eye and did not block it. He did not think that this kind of attack, even if it landed on him, could cause any damage. Instead, he was happy to watch this desperate dying struggle of Li Xiaoshui. You think you... The native patriarch snorted and was opening his mouth to sneer. Suddenly, on the ground, a sharp burst of sound came out. The native patriarch's words came to an abrupt end, and he looked down in shock. In the next second, Li Xiaoshui felt that his tightly bound body loosened. Being in the midst of falling, turning his head to look, his guess was right. His attack, prompted, the surface of the ground collapsed. The skin of the ground shattered, the native patriarch stepped in the air, and the two of them fell together towards the 100-meter deep underground cavern. Of course, Li Xiaoshui's attack naturally couldn't create that much power. It was just that the vast underground cave was connected to the entire island. When it was destroyed, the ground could not be supported, and the ground would naturally fall into the destroyed underground cave space. Due to the weight of the indigenous patriarch's huge body, coupled with the entanglement of the two, the bottom of this area immediately became the place closest to collapse. And so, with a little more force in advance. I don't know if it's a stroke of good luck, or if it's just a pad that I buried to save myself. Li Xiaoshui sighed with emotion, and his thoughts manipulated a pile of rubble to form a rope, binding his body, and then, rooting himself in a location on the ground that had not collapsed. He stopped falling. You! The indigenous patriarch behind him roared when he saw Li Xiaoshui's marvelous ability, and he was about to go and grab Li Xiaoshui. But the fall was too fast, and Li Xiaoshui, who was hanging in mid-air, was far away, so he grabbed an empty hand. Li Xiaoshui glanced at him, and with his unharmed right hand, he grasped the stone rope and struggled to climb upwards. I've always really underestimated you, always having various ways to escape. However, you won't be able to run away. Soon, I'll climb back out and bring you back. Behind him, the falling native patriarch shouted in a deep voice. I'll wait. Li Xiaoshui replied coldly. It was not that he deliberately wanted to anger him, it was purely because he was injured like this. Li Xiaoshui was a bit nasty to play smart. A few minutes later, Li Xiaoshui tugged the stone rope and returned to the ground. At this moment, due to the collapse of this piece of ground, it caused a chain reaction, and the ground collapsed one after another on half of the island. The previous vibrations and shaking of the island turned into rumbling collapses and cracks. I think, this situation to come, this island mountain, all destroyed, just a matter of time. On the island's rocky mountains, it was dangerous. Go to the beach first, that's the safest place for now. Li Xiaoshui made a decision. But just as he was about to descend, suddenly, Li Xiaoshui looked from a high place, and he noticed that in the distance, there was a black, pitch-black ship that was slowly sailing into the gray sea, coming into view. The first moment, Li Xiaoshui was somewhat confused and puzzled. When he slowed down, he was pleasantly surprised. Can't it be that the rescue team is here? The smile, however, quickly stiffened. Li Xiaoshui remembered that Miss Weir was in the cave. Li Xiaoshui hurriedly looked in the direction where Miss Weir was. The mountain had collapsed. Damn it! Li Xiaoshui's face turned white. Miss Weir must not be in trouble. Li Xiaoshui immediately rushed in the direction of Miss Weir. Although his left leg was not broken, but just now he was pinched by the indigenous matriarch. I don't know whether it was a bone crack or an injury to the tendon. Li Xiaoshui couldn't walk smoothly, he could only limp, and spent a lot of extra time before rushing towards Miss Weir's place. But when he arrived nearby, there was no Miss Weir's figure at all. Li Xiaoshui looked down. The collapse of the cave where Miss Weir was located corresponded to the abyss with countless tentacles and a pair of green oil eyes underground. It's over, she should be dead. Li Xiaoshui was dumbfounded, and Miss Weir wouldn't be killed by him. Don't worry, Mr. Crew. I'm still alive. Unexpectedly, in the midst of Li Xiaoshui's worry, a voice came from the void, negating his suspicions. Li Xiaoshui turned his head in shock and looked sideways. A large stone pier at the foot of the mountain suddenly disappeared. This stone pier that did not see any abnormality was actually the illusion of a transparent cloth. Miss Violet appeared at the location of the stone pier. She stood with the guards and slowly put the cloth away. Seeing that Miss Weir did not fall, Li Xiaoshui could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. Miss Weir, it is good that you are safe. The rescue team has arrived. I am here to take you there. Calmly thinking about it, he did underestimate Miss Weir. This woman was calm in any situation. Even if she didn't have any battle power, with her status, powerful cards, she definitely had quite a few of them. Has the rescue team come? Miss Ware revealed some surprise, and then smiled. Let's set off then, I don't want to stay on this island any longer. Li Xiaoshui also did not want to stay. As long as he sent this woman to the rescue team, he would have completed his mission logically. Mr. Crewman, what happened to your hands and legs? While quickly walking down the mountain, Ms. Ware couldn't help but wonder about Li Xiaoshui's miserable condition. Li Xiaoshui glanced at the broken hand and swollen leg, and briefly recounted the incident of being chased by the native patriarch. Even Mr. Gatli died in the hands of that native. Mr. Crew, you actually managed to survive. Ms. Vale said in amazement. It was just luck. Speaking of which, Mr. Crew, last night in the underground, you even saved me once. Miss Veer slowly spoke. It is my duty to protect Miss Veerla. Li Xiaoshui hurriedly replied. Could this be a prelude to giving himself a reward? Other than that, that hidden thing in the party was good. Miss Ware smiled and said aye. She was about to say something. Suddenly, the words lagged, and she looked to the back. Li Xiaoshui similarly perceived that it was a sound similar to a stomping sound that came. The sound was loud and heavy. Li Xiaoshui reacted, his face suddenly changed. Not good. How did he climb out so quickly? Miss Ware, run! Li Xiaoshui shouted, not caring about the headache on his legs, urging Miss Ware and his guards to hastily escape towards the sea. Unsurprisingly, as Li Xiaoshui expected, soon, behind them, a huge, giant figure that exceeded the height of the trees was rushing towards them. It was the native clan chief. Found you! When the native patriarch saw Li Xiaoshui, he laughed fiercely. I told you, you can't get away, I can lock you down. The speed of the chase was so fast that Li Xiaoshui felt despair. It was obvious. With such a huge gap in strength, all three of them, it was impossible for them to escape. In the blink of an eye, the indigenous patriarch's huge figure enveloped the three of them. At this exact moment, Li Xiaoshui noticed that Miss Ware actually stopped in her footsteps. She gasped lightly and looked up at the indigenous patriarch. The native patriarch, immediately, was about to stretch out his hand and slap Miss Ware and the guards to death. Seeing this, Li Xiaoshui was startled, and immediately stopped his footsteps, maneuvered the nearby debris, and wrapped the running legs of the indigenous matriarch. This wrapping, the indigenous patriarch's body lurched, and the hand that smashed down, landed in the air. It hit the ground heavily on one side. Where it hit, the ground sank into a 2 to 3 meter deep crater. The power was terrifyingly frightening. Once hit, it would surely become a meat pie. Li Xiaoshui did not stop his attack, and continued to use countless rubbles to wrap the whole body of the indigenous patriarch, trying to trap him for a moment and buy time for Miss Ware. However, Li Xiaoshui thought too much. His spiritual power might be able to have a limiting effect when dealing with two striped natives, but trying to bind the indigenous patriarch was simply a pipe dream. Only to see the indigenous patriarch, the muscles on his body suddenly puffed up, gnarled muscle groups, instantly crumbling the rubble wrapped around his body. When Li Xiaoshui saw that the means were ineffective, and Miss Ware was still motionless, he clenched his teeth and planned to run away first, leaving Miss Ware behind. Suddenly, a burst of Miss Ware's hand, blue light flashed. Li Xiaoshui looked, a blue light then shot out from her hand, turned into a blue orb, enveloped the indigenous patriarch. The indigenous patriarch was a bit surprised, and struggled to smash towards the orb, but the orb only produced a faint crack, and actually did not destroy it. This, Li Xiaoshui then realized. This woman, it turned out that she was not unable to run, she was trying to stop the indigenous matriarch? I didn't expect a level 3 embodied class mystical object. It still can't completely trap him. Miss Violet frowned. 3. Level 3? Li Xiaoshui's eyes stared like bronze bells. Man, he didn't hear it wrong, did he? Level 3. This woman actually took out a level 3 mystical item to squander? If she gave him a level 3 mystical item, he could trade his life with her. How many points would a level 3 mystery object be worth? Li Xiaoshui's heart was bleeding. It's as hard as seeing a 10 billionaire take out $1 billion and burn it as firewood. Run, Mr. Crew. Many of my props may not be effective against him. Find the rescue captain and we'll be safe. Ms. Vale said. Ah, good. Li Xiaoshui no longer thought much about it, and with Miss Veer, continued to run quickly down the mountain. Obviously, from the blue orb, there were bursts of rumbling, vibrations, and quite a few faint cracks superimposed. The blue orb couldn't support it for long. Here, it was more than 5 minutes away from the coast. What Li Xiaoshui could not have imagined was that, not to mention the 5 minutes of racing, even 1 minute of time was not given to them by the native patriarch. The two of them had only just run 100 or so meters away. The sound of a basket-colored orb breaking rang out. Miss Violet stopped her steps and frowned back. Li Xiaoshui looked over with the same disbelief. According to the party, the level of destruction the native clan chief had done to the blue orb, it was by no means possible to destroy this orb so quickly. What is going on? In Li Xiaoshui's gaze, the blue orb was no longer there. The cold and icy eyes of the indigenous patriarch, who had broken free, looked at them. However, compared to earlier, the indigenous patriarch had changed. As tall as a mountain, a black tentacle several meters long grew from its chest. In the tentacle, there were also some blue glass shards. It seemed that what destroyed the blue orb was precisely the suddenly grown tentacle. As soon as Li Xiaoshuai's gaze met with the indigenous patriarch violently rushed towards Li Xiaoshuai's side. The distance of about 100 meters now, for the aboriginal patriarch, could be reached in a few seconds. Li Xiaoshuai and Ms. Wei glanced at each other, and both saw the pessimism in each other's eyes. Right now, escaping, there was no point. Absolutely. As expected, in the blink of an eye, the native patriarch was already standing in front of the two. Not waiting for Li Xiaoshuai to react, the indigenous patriarch, who was afraid that he would escape again by his cunning, stretched out his hand, grabbed Li Xiaoshuai in his hand and mentioned in front of him. Under the powerful grip, Li Xiaoshuai was unable to move at all. The corners of the indigenous patriarch's mouth grinned, smiling grimly. I told you, you can't escape, I will definitely catch you. Then, a slight tightening in his hand. Li Xiaoshuai could only hear, as if countless parts of his body, crackling and snapping sounds. Li Xiaoshuai could not stop his miserable screams. Li Xiaoshuai perceived that the broken bones had pierced his internal organs. The blood that traveled from his lungs to his throat was spitting out. The drilling and stabbing pain inside his body was even a few more unbearable for him than the pain outside his body. However, will not die. The native patriarch stayed his hand. And you? The indigenous patriarch coldly looked at the underground to cause him trouble. Miss Wei, in disgust, stretched out his foot. Downward is a step, you this outsider. First give me to die. Boom. His foot landed. With a smashing vibration, Li Xiaoshuai's heart cooled down. Miss Violet, dead? Mission, failed? He twisted his head with difficulty and looked down. But, to Li Xiaoshuai's dismay, Miss Wei was actually unharmed, standing in the same place. Li Xiaoshuai's line of sight landed on the legs of the indigenous matriarch. Unexpectedly, the leg of the indigenous patriarch who had sent out the attack, actually disappeared. No, to be precise, it was cut off. His left leg stood alone, and blood spurted underground like a water column from the severed right leg part. Half of the foot that had attacked Ms. Virla was falling to the side. The bright red severance was conspicuous. It was an incomparably flush cut. What's going on? Li Xiaoshuai realized that the indigenous patriarch, at this time, was no longer targeting Miss Virla. His face was grim and gloomy as he stared dead on the left side. Li Xiaoshuai once again turned his head with difficulty and looked at the direction where the native patriarch's gaze was. Underground on the left side was a man with a slender figure and a pair of snake-like eyes. At this moment, his right hand, gently flung out, and the blood stained by the western sword held in his hand, was dispersed onto the green leaves on the side. Following that, the man revealed a gentle smile, put the sword back into the scabbard at his waist, and came before Miss Wei, covered his chest with his hand, bowed slightly, and respectfully said, Miss Wei, I've finally found you. Lord Kaldorf was in a hurry. If I had come a little later, I would have died here. Miss Veer spoke calmly. Suddenly, she looked at the agonizing Li Xiaoshuai in the hands of the indigenous patriarch and said again, Lance, save him. Yes, obey your order. Lance smiled faintly, turned around, tilted his head and looked at Li Xiaoshuai, sighing, what a lucky guy, actually able to make Miss Veer open her mouth to help you. Li Xiaoshuai was unable to speak as blood spilled in his throat. Otherwise, he must be in front of this Lance's face, singing the loudest and loudest praises of Miss Wei's true goodness and beauty. In the next instant, Lance disappeared into thin air. Li Xiaoshuai, who was being held tightly, his unbearable body suddenly emptied. Before reacting to what happened to the sense of emptying, Li Xiaoshuai was shocked to find that he had been saved by Lance from the hands of the indigenous patriarch. He landed gently on the ground. At the same time, a large black shadow actually flashed from the sky above, heavily smashing out a pit. It so happened that this large black shadow was landing not far from him. Li Xiaoshuai saw it clearly. It was the head of the native patriarch, with a look of disbelief still in his eyes. The sudden scene made Li Xiaoshuai subconsciously rub his eyes, doubting that everything currently was a dream, the conjecture that he had fainted to death long ago. After all, in his cognizance, how could such a powerful and terrifying indigenous clan leader be killed by such an easy strike? However, immediately after the head fell, the body of the indigenous patriarch that collapsed with a loud bang completely woke Li Xiaoshuai up. He turned back to his senses. With a complex expression, he looked at Lance, who had a bland smile and eyes like snake eyes. It wasn't a dream. It was real. This man killed the native clan chief in seconds. Noticing Li Xiaoshuai's gaze, Lance smiled faintly at him. But the smile, it was quickly put away by Lance. Without knowing what he had sensed, his gaze suddenly turned to the surroundings, slightly frowning with a thoughtful expression. Then, he looked at Miss Wei and said, Miss Wei, let's hurry up and leave. This kind of lost land has a lord. If we invoke his attention, we're in trouble. Well, let's go. Miss Virla did not choose to delay. However, before taking her steps, she instructed the guard who had been following her, he can't walk anymore, take him to the ship. Yes. The guard carefully pulled up Li Xiaoshui. Lance was astonished. Miss Ware is so kind. This is a reward for his loyal protection of me. Miss Veer said. The island was trembling, the sound of collapsing and falling, one after another. This beautiful and dead mountain island evolved towards a withered ruin. Along the way, a number of crew members also walked into Li Xiaoshui's side of the group. Those people, same as Li Xiaoshui, were mostly covered in blood and miserable. He also saw the female doctor. She had a chest and abdomen that looked like it had broken open. This could barely survive, making Li Xiaoshui admire her medical skills. Not long after, Li Xiaoshui's few people arrived at the coast. However, the shallow waters of the sea, which were originally gray, in the present, were dyed a striking bright red. Li Xiaoshui immediately discovered the source. The dozens of natives who had come to the coast to look for outsiders had been cut into hundreds of body parts and scattered along the edge of the beach. Blood was constantly diffusing from the body parts, down into the sea. I guess this was all Lance's handiwork. In front of the ship docked at the shore, there were a few ragged crew members. Li Xiaoshui did some math and added the few on his side. For this A-class mission, those who survived, there were 9. Among them, the ones that Li Xiaoshui was familiar with were the grim man, the compound-eyed man, the female doctor, and the fat man who sold safe houses. With Lance's respectful welcome, Miss Vale boarded the ship. They, the crew, also boarded the deck. The mission had finally come to the last step. The last worries that everyone was carrying inside, dispersed. Return to the ship, back to the Empire. Lance shouted. The black ship began to move away from the collapsing island. 10 minutes later, Li Xiaoshui, who was treated by the female doctor, was no longer in so much pain. He was barely able to stand up, and on the deck, he saw in the distance, the blue and beautiful sea. The beautiful view compared to this gray sea made his heavy mood a little bit more relieved. According to the distance, it would only take another 10 minutes or so to leave this hellish place. But, what Li Xiaoshui and the others didn't know was, right at this moment, on the island, with the final sound of collapse, the dead native patriarch's godless pupils suddenly flickered, like recovering some kind of final vitality. There was a divine color. He looked around feebly, like he was sensing something. Suddenly, his eyes reddened, tears welled up, and his voice trembled. My people, gods! With the island, finally in ruins, the native patriarch was drowned in the rubble. Violently, the bottom of the sea heaved with a tremor. It was as if some giant creature had awakened. A huge shadow that enveloped the entire gray sea began to slowly float up from the bottom of the sea. On the surface of the sea, an oppressive feeling. The air seemed to be several times heavier. Immediately enveloped everyone on board. Then, there was one heavy sound of breaking water after another. Countless tentacles rushed out of the sea. The churning of the sea surface continued, the tentacles flying and scattering water damage. On the collapsed deck, Lance stood solidly. However, the smile was gone from his face. With a stony face, he looked at the tentacles and slowly pulled out his western sword. Miss Virla, we've been noticed by him. Lance spoke. Probably, none of us will be able to walk out. Outsiders. An ethereal, gentle female voice resounded from the bottom of the sea. Noticing the never-before-experienced sixth sense crisis prompt, the terrified Li Xiaoshui was about to make a reminder to the crowd. Suddenly, a long-lost voice sounded in Li Xiaoshui's ears. Apprentice completing A-rank mission. Apprentice completing A-rank mission. Surviving apprentices will be sent out for examination. The roiling tentacles, the shaking deck, the churning waves, the ethereal voice. Immediately blurred. Waking up in a trance, he returned to the dark area of the mysterious world. A 3D full-body image light screen was reflected in front of his eyes, next to the virtual city and the passageway out to the real world. Completing the mission, the apprentice body will receive a free repair. At the same time, a mechanical sound came from Li Xiaoshui's ears. Immediately after, a warm current wrapped around Li Xiaoshui. All over his body, the dense, overlapping, tearing cracks, wounds, broken bones, were repaired with the naked eye in this warm current. I thought that I had to send Miss Ware out in order to complete the mission. Li Xiaoshui took a long breath. Just now, the intensity of the sixth sense's crisis alert had simply reached the tipping point. Li Xiaoshui had never experienced this kind of feeling before. It could be seen how great the mortality rate was. To know that the existence at the bottom of that sea could never have good intentions. The probability of Miss Ware surviving out was thought to be not high. Alas, in the end, she sort of saved me. Li Xiaoshui softly lamented, then he shook his head, no longer thinking about it. I'm already lucky to come out alive myself. Not a situation I can relate to anymore. As his body was repaired by the warm current, in Li Xiaoshui's ears, a mechanical sound continued to ring. Congratulations to the apprentice who has excelled in completing his first entry into an A-ranked mission. Next, the following rewards will be issued. 1. Virtual points, 40. 2. Basic assessment reward, number of ordinary reinforcements, 1. You can choose to reinforce, body, or spiritual power. 3. Upon inspection, the apprentice has performed well in the A-ranked mission. Receive special reward, level 1 treasure chest. 4. Mystery object reward, a hard wooden board. 4 rewards were given out quickly. 40 points. It seems that the A-ranked mission, compared to the A-rank test, gives double the points. Li Xiaoshui muttered. Compared to the S-rank examination, the rewards this time could not make Li Xiaoshui feel much excitement. Compared to the S-rank rewards, it was clearly a step behind. It was good that he got 2 rewards that allowed him to still have something to look forward to. First, Li Xiaoshui looked at the brown wooden board that resembled the size of a carpet. A hard wooden board. Level 1 mystical object. It possesses an indestructible effect. Introduction. A plank cut from a large mysterious tree. There is nothing that can destroy it in a level 1 mystical object. Too singular a characteristic to make it nearly costless to use. Of course, it is also the case that when using it, you will expend double the amount of energy. Sure enough, it's a level 1 mystical object. Li Xiaoshui revealed a smile. Well, looking at the effects, it seems like it's not very useful. Compared to zippers like this, it's quite a bit worse. However, no matter what, a level 1 mysterious object is equivalent to a minimum of 100 points. He had scored 100 points. How could this not be happy? 2 A-ranked quests couldn't even compare. Next, Li Xiaoshui looked at the treasure chest. Level 1 treasure chest. Opening it will randomly obtain a certain item. Introduction. A level 1 treasure chest is not so bad that it opens Rag's Law. However, it is recommended that you open it when you are lucky. Level 1. Li Xiaoshui still kept his smile to open another level 1 mystery item. I've made a fortune for once. Of course, Li Xiaoshui just fantasized about it. This was presumably the highest level of reward. How could there be such a good thing on an unlucky person like him? Li Xiaoshui put it away, intending to open it again when his hand was good. After all, he really didn't lack anything right now. Next, Li Xiaoshui opened the attribute panel. Putting 1 point of normal reinforcement, he reinforced it on his mental power. His numinous power became 4. 9. Apprentice, Li Xiaoshui. Number, 19679. Identity, gifted villager, you will be granted excellent reflexes, excellent observation, nice physique, advancement, any level 2 mystic item. Characteristics, 6th sense of prevention, enhanced, your mental power is far superior to that of an ordinary person, and you maintain a strong sense of foreknowledge of any crisis, encounter, or person at any moment. Any more powerful, and you'll have the ability to foretell the future if you say so. Mode of advancement, any level 2 mystical object. Mental power, 4. 9 ranked nihilist. Physical, level 2. 1 martial artist. Props, spider orb, unimpressive mystic item. A potion filled with a strange liquid. Sequence 1 choice book. Red crystal, inferior mystical object, X3. Red crystal, normal, inferior mystical object, X1. Face-changing mask, inferior mystical object. A needle that has been specially hardened, level 1 weapon. A rusty long zipper, level 1 mystical item. Sacred worm eggs X3. A purple stone of unknown function. A stone-carved eyeball. A hard wooden board, level 1 mystical object. Level 1 treasure chest X1. What came into view was the pile of 7 things that had been obtained in the A-rank quest. Compared to going to the virtual world to enhance his strength, exchange and sell, Li Xiaoshui decided that it was better to return to the real world first. The 3 days on the island was far longer and harder than the weird village. It was double the mental and physical torture. He wanted to take a rest first. Turning around, Li Xiaoshui entered the door of the real world. When he returned, it was nighttime. The stars were twinkling outside the window, and the full moon was corresponding to the window. The soft moonlight that sprinkled down made the darkened room open to the sight. Phew! So tired. With a long sigh of relief, Li Xiaoshui collapsed heavily onto the soft mattress. Mild temperature, familiar fragrance. Without any pressure or vigilance, the body and mind were light and relaxed. But the strange thing was, obviously in this pleasant environment, the repaired body, but as if the 3 days of island life, the accumulated mental exhaustion, physical trauma, pour out. Li Xiaoshui was so weak that he only wanted to sink into the soft pillow and have a good sleep. Tiredness emerged. Li Xiaoshui, who was looking at the ceiling and fuming, his eyelids sinking, his thoughts seemed to return to the moment when he was finally on the deck. Probably won't go into that world again, right? Without realizing it, Li Xiaoshui closed his eyes. Opening his eyes. It was already dawn. Li Xiaoshui lay on the bed. His eyes fell on the warm sunlight outside the window. Knock knock. A knock sounded on the door. "Come in," Li Xiaoshui said. "Brother, this mission, was it hard?" Li Eveningqing smiled sweetly and came in with breakfast. She who checked Li Xiaoshui's room as usual in the morning, naturally discovered that Li Xiaoshui had returned. In order not to disturb his rest, was delayed until breakfast was ready now. Fortunately, the luck passed quite well. Li Xiaoshui laughed and got up. "Come, let brother touch and relax." "Oh, I said, give brother a massage, relax," Li Xiaoshui said. "Good Lu." Li Eveningqing happily came to Li Xiaoshui's back and kneaded it. Li Xiaoshui was also too lazy to wash up, picked up the hot milk and sandwiches, and began to enjoy the long-lost food. Not long after, Li Eveningqing left with her rice bowl. She still had to go to school. Back in the quiet room where he was alone, Li Xiaoshui couldn't help but feel a slight emptiness. "Alas, it feels like I still need to find 2 wives first, one to massage and one to talk," Li Xiaoshui muttered. Collapsing back on the bed, Li Xiaoshui opened his laptop in boredom. As expected. As before he entered the mission, the entire webpage panel was basically the news of the mysterious world. Obviously, the mysterious world had become the super mainstream of this world that everyone was concerned about. Compared to a few days ago, the people who had entered the mysterious world examination were basically all out. Those who failed far outweighed those who succeeded. As for the assessment, the news revealed that the current highest level passed is a level. Of course, Li Xiaoshui knew that this was just the surface. There were definitely a number of people who had passed the S-class examination alone. For example, in that mission of his, that Li Na, and the woman with long black hair, should have all passed. It seems that for some reason, the country is hiding it. Li Xiaoshui concluded very clearly. As for the rest of the news, there was nothing that Li Xiaoshui was interested in. What about someone who entered a quest and got an item that, in the real world, sold for a sky-high price and became a billionaire? Or what about someone who did a C-ranked quest and became a big star? Plus it's counting how many more people are eligible, etc. Nothing to see here. It might as well introduce some interesting identities and characteristics. After staying in bed for a bit longer, Li Xiaoshui got up and simply washed himself before touching his cell phone and sending a text message. "Can we trade now?" He sent the message to the scar-faced man. After a night's rest and nourishing his spirit, it was almost time to go to the virtual world and deal with the harvest. A few minutes later, the text message was answered. "Okay, see you in the trading area." The scar-faced man gave a reply. Li Xiaoshui put on his helmet and directly entered the virtual city. Coming back in after a few days, the shock that the virtual city gave Li Xiaoshui was still the same. After admiring it for a while, Li Xiaoshui called a rickshaw and headed towards the props area. First of all, Li Xiaoshui had to go and sell the C-Corp's crystals. A mission had squandered all his points. The 40 he just got now was not enough for him to pay for the psychopath card. Soon, going into the props area and finding a nearby store, Li Xiaoshui went straight to the store owner and laid out the C-Corp's crystals. The store owner swept a glance and directly accepted the acquisition. As a matter of fact, Li Xiaoshui was curious about the C-Corp's crystals being so valuable. He could not help but make inquiries. The store owner, an alien, was relatively cold to Li Xiaoshui. But when Li Xiaoshui pulled out 200 C-Corp's crystals, he couldn't help but squeeze out some smiles and responded to him cheerfully. "It's used in certain high-sequence advancements." Getting the answer, Li Xiaoshui collected 200 points and walked away satisfied. But it was the selling of crystals that made Li Xiaoshui notice the palm again. That green fledgling pattern, after the body was repaired, was always still there. It made Li Xiaoshui feel a pang of diarrhea. He had to try to make some inquiries in the next few days to get rid of this thing. Not long after, Li Xiaoshui arrived at the trading area and met up with the scar-faced man. "It seems that you haven't seen each other for a few days. The harvest isn't small." Seeing Li Xiaoshui pull out 110 points in exchange without batting an eyelid, the scar-faced man was somewhat surprised. "In the mission, it was good luck to run into some benefits," Li Xiaoshui said. "Ran into a chance in the mission? TSK. It's not something that can be gotten simply, even if it's a low-level mission, it's a matter of exchanging your life for it." The scar-faced man looked deeply at Li Xiaoshui. Li Xiaoshui didn't answer more. He took the card. Mild psychopath. Creepy category. Mild psychopath. Characteristics: split mental illness that will cause you to have multiple personality symptoms. You will occasionally suffer from different emotional and visual disturbances. Confirming that there were no errors, Li Xiaoshui put the card away and bid farewell to the scar-faced man. He was going to learn the second trait. In the beginning, after completing the S-rank examination, apart from his sixth sense being strengthened, Li Xiaoshui did not actually receive any battle power increase. He had saved up his points. It was for this second characteristic. Now, he finally got it. I hope that the hint of the sixth sense is useful, just don't let me become a psychopath for nothing. Learning this trait, even after convincing himself, it was impossible for Li Xiaoshui to be without stress. After all, This psychopath is an unknown ability. For him to purchase it for use was tantamount to gambling. If this psychopath trait was a chicken rib with side effects, he would have wasted a trait space of his that could enhance his strength and tortured himself. Whether to use sequence 0, mild psychopath, for partially selected second trait? Yes. However, by buying it, Li Xiaoshui was obviously trusting the hints of his sixth sense. He made sure of it. Immediately, the card in his hand turned into a point of light and disappeared. The next moment when the characteristic was selected, Li Xiaoshui felt as if some sort of strange change had occurred in his mind. Li Xiaoshui was silent in place, closing his eyes and trying to sense this psychotic ability. However, he unexpectedly found that nothing was sensed. Is it the same type as the sixth sense at the very beginning, the type that cannot be used actively? With doubts, Li Xiaoshui performed a few or so minutes of wandering around in the same place, trying to make this passive trait appear to have an effect. But Li Xiaoshui's tossing and turning had no effect. There was no change in his perception, or physically. Suddenly, in the trait introduction, the word occasionally attracted Li Xiaoshui's attention. Could it be the reason it wasn't triggered? Li Xiaoshui made a guess. Thinking about it, it seemed highly likely that this was the case. His sixth sense, which was strengthened twice in a row with an accident, was so special with an extremely high trigger rate. Just ask which villager identity, sixth sense could have such an exaggerated ability as his, as well as trigger chance. And this psychopath didn't get strengthened, so the trigger chance was very low. Forget it, the ship will be straightened out. The characteristic ability will be displayed soon. Li Xiaoshui didn't obsess anymore. Right now, the best news was that he didn't suffer the effects of becoming a psychopath, becoming the kind of psychopath in TV dramas, the kind of psychopath who was crazy and only dazed and said stupid things. He is normal. That was something to be thankful for. Li Xiaoshui walked back towards the trading area. Now that the second trait was complete, he wanted to look at it, about the level 2 mysterious objects. Advancing to sequence 1 was Li Xiaoshui's next biggest goal now. It was biased. The advancement requirement for his main identity, gifted villager, was a level 2 mystical item. Li Xiaoshui didn't think that he could buy a level 2 mystical item by spending 200 or 300 points. Just as Li Xiaoshui walked into the crowd in the trading area as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, Li Xiaoshui felt that his consciousness shook. He was caught off guard. A trance, a sense of separation that he couldn't describe. Li Xiaoshui couldn't help but shake his head to keep his somewhat confused self awake. But when he raised his head and looked ahead, strange things appeared. Li Xiaoshui felt that the field of vision in front of him, suddenly, expanded by more than several times. No, or rather, everything in the line of sight, shrunk. Whether it was the crowd in front, the environment, the debris, the corners, all of them, without fail, were reflected into Li Xiaoshui's eyes. Everything was so clear. Incredibly clear. Just when Li Xiaoshui was stunned by the sudden situation, immediately after, something bizarre appeared. Li Xiaoshui's subjective consciousness. He heard, in his mind, thoughts and things that he had never considered or noticed before. The voice rang out. 7 o'clock on the left, at a distance of 21 meters, the bald guy who's a little over 6 meters tall. What's he been staring at me for? Ha! The demeanor is somewhat obvious. He looks like he wants to strike up a conversation with me, and is a bit torn. The first thing that appeared was a slightly impatient vocal tone. 7 o'clock on the left, 21 meters away, bald guy who's a little over 6 meters tall. Why does he keep staring at me? Ha! There's something obvious about the demeanor. He looks like he wants to strike up a conversation with me, and is a bit torn. The first thing that appeared was a slightly impatient vocal tone. No sooner had this voice fallen than another timid voice appeared. There are so many people. It's so hard for me. I hate crowded places. There's a small storage room with an open door at 12 o'clock. There's no one there, go in and stay there. It'll be cozy in that dark place. Wait a minute. No, I can't. It's too far. We'd have to go through a lot of people. Forget it, let's go to 9 o'clock. There's a strange passageway upwards there, so I guess there won't be anyone inside. Li Xiaoshui was dumbfounded. He could be certain that these two voices that appeared in his mind one after another had nothing to do with him. But on the contrary, it was paradoxically able to be perceived as thoughts in his mind. And, in the next moment, his body was also controlled by these two thoughts. First, it was his afterglow, which landed on the 6'6" bald man, and other conjectures and analyses appeared at the same time. Then, due to the dense crowd around him, he inexplicably felt intimidated, terrified, and depressed. This negative emotion instinctively prompted him to flee towards the passageway at 9 o'clock. Wait, why am I afraid of the crowd? Why am I going that way? I'm here to find the level 2 mysterious object. Li Xiaoshui, he snapped awake and stopped his pace. 4 o'clock, 3 meters away, 9 o'clock, 5 meters away. Why are there two people looking at me again? Suddenly looking at me for what? Think I'm weird? Idiots. What idiots? Two idiots who look like newbies. How dare they look at me like that? Should I kill them? But, Virtual City, is it valid to kill someone? Virtual City? Can you kill people? Suddenly, the grumpy voice sounded once again. Li Xiaoshui once again raised his head uncontrollably, his gaze falling on the two. The violent influence that arose under the influence of that thought caused Li Xiaoshui's eyes to float with a kind of palpitating rage and coldness. The two who were watching him were startled and hastily withdrew their sight. Continuing to wake up with a start, Li Xiaoshui panicked. I could never act like this, with this kind of emotion. This psychopath's trait affects so badly? Ah! Don't look at me, why are they all looking at me? Ugh! Come on, get out of here. They're all looking at me. I'm so uncomfortable. Hurry up and go to the 9 o'clock passage. I want to be in a dark place, quiet. The timid voice, which actually carried a sobbing tone, succeeded again after the furious thoughts. Li Xiaoshui realized that his feet immediately lifted and walked quickly towards the passage. Stop! Feet, stop! Damn it! Don't manipulate me, there's no way I'm afraid of this. Li Xiaoshui was in a hurry. This time, after regaining the initiative, he immediately tapped his temples, legs, and shook his head, trying to force himself to calm down and ignore the two split personalities interfering with him. However, Li Xiaoshui, in order to get back control of his body, so that he forgot, this unintentional struggling behavior, twisted self-talk, it is difficult not to be in the dense crowd, attract attention. Being watched by more eyes, these two thoughts, again intensified, the frequency of interference in his thoughts. The non-stop sound, in Li Xiaoshui's brain buzzing non-stop. Li Xiaoshui's emotions, which he had been trying to calm himself down, gradually, involuntarily became irritable. Originally, he was afraid of attracting attention and deliberately lowered his voice. But now, the voice has become louder and heavier. Until finally, turned into hissing, shut up. You two shut up. Li Xiaoshui was close to breaking down. He hissed and growled in place, shaking his head violently, slapping his head, complaining in a low voice, and speaking indistinct words. Like a madman. And with behavior like that, attention was inevitable. More and more people stopped near him. It was like it became a vicious cycle. As a result, the two thoughts in Li Xiaoshui's mind appeared more and more frequently, and became louder and louder, and in the end, the only thing left in the entire mind was this cacophonous sound that made his head almost explode. Just when this torture almost made Li Xiaoshui faint. Steeply, Li Xiaoshui felt that his brain was empty. There was some kind of feeling like a broken touch. At the same time, the two thoughts came to an abrupt end. His head returned to a blank. The buzzing in his ears returned to clarity and silence. Then, the crowd, the noisy crowd, the dense gaze, and the roots of his hair that he had scratched painfully, the somewhat swollen scalp that he had pounded, the exhausted and weak body, all of them were clearly perceived again. Characteristic time, temporarily stopped. Li Xiaoshui, whose face was pale, had a clearly visible look of gratitude and salvation in his eyes. One more point and he would have collapsed in this schizophrenia. Of course. After noticing the gazes around him, Li Xiaoshui, who had regained his composure, felt a trace of uneasiness at these intense gazes. Fearing that the other personalities would drill out again, he hurriedly drilled into the crowd of abilities. I've been affected. Li Xiaoshui bitterly muttered to himself. Just now, that feeling of division that included himself, with the other two personalities, competing for the body's thoughts, the right to control, made him now, still holding the fear of the aftermath. Obviously. On second thought, calming down was not an insoluble situation. The least solution, just go along with the other personality action but inexplicably, this subjective consciousness of his was resisting like he was defending his territorial rights. Li Xiaoshui regretted using this characteristic card. He didn't know if he had lost or won his gamble. First of all, the other two personalities, the effects they brought, were obvious. The first personality was sensitive to the gazes of others. The first personality is sensitive to the gaze of others. It analyzes and guesses the person who is looking at it. The personality is more impatient and irritable. The second personality dislikes crowds and prefers darkness and silence. He pays attention to his surroundings and changes in details, and is timid. It must be said that under any circumstances, having these two abilities is a dream come true. But, the flaw of not being able to control them negates everything. Even the most powerful ability that couldn't be controlled was meaningless. Just like in the creepy village, like on the island, unable to control himself, and substituting for the developments at that time, he was all but certain to die. Although his emotions were not stabilized, Li Xiaoshui continued with the purpose he started with, to find information on the level 2 mysterious object. Grade 2 mysterious objects, not to his surprise, no one was selling them. No, to be precise, it should be, in this underground exchange area which was basically sequence 0 and a few sequence 1, it was impossible for a grade 2 mystic item to appear. During the consultation, Li Xiaoshui got the news. It was only on the exchange area, that is, the first level of the palace above ground, that there would be this item. And hearing the points, it made Li Xiaoshuai's face couldn't help but be heavy. 500 points? Yes, the minimum is 500, said the stall owner, who explained to Li Xiaoshuai. Li Xiaoshuai thought about it. A level 2 mystic item would be very expensive. It was impossible to buy it for 200 and 300 points, but after really determining the price, he could not help but still feel a little helpless. 500 points. It was impossible for him to enter sequence 1 before his next mission. After all, even if he pawned his entire fortune, he might not be able to have 500 points. After thinking for a long time, Li Xiaoshuai chose to leave the virtual city. The torment of the party had always made him a bit distracted and panicked when he saw the dense crowd. He decided to go back first and properly adjust his psyche. Don't become mentally ill yourself without being made whole by this trait. Incidentally, go to the forums to look for any solutions. He didn't want to go to the next mission with this bomb-like characteristic. Returning to the real world, Li Xiaoshuai just collapsed into bed, when suddenly, the doorbell rang. Evening harvest? You didn't bring a key? Feeling puzzled, Li Xiaoshuai still got up and walked to the door. But just as he opened it, he remembered that their house was a fingerprint lock. The door opened. What appeared in front of Li Xiaoshuai was not Li Eveningcheng. It was 2 women and a man. The male was ignored. Standing at the forefront of Li Xiaoshuai was a stunningly beautiful woman wearing a beige trench coat and silver-framed glasses, with an indescribably handsome and bookish flavor. Next to her was the young girl with her hands in her pockets, dyed purple hair, chewing bubblegum, dressed in a borderless hipster outfit, somewhat casual and looking defiantly like a young girl. Are you guys? Li Xiaoshuai asked. He did not perceive danger and communicated normally. The leading woman did not answer. Her calm eyes, instead, sized up Li Xiaoshuai. After a long time, she spoke. Li Xiaoshuai. My name is Nanjing. It is a staff member of our country's mysterious world in charge of the General Directorate. Nanjing stretched out her hand. Mysterious World Responsible General Bureau? Li Xiaoshuai was puzzled. He had never heard of it. Is it the country, the organ department about the mysterious world? Then why was he looking for himself? Li Xiaoshuai politely gripped and rubbed her delicate hand, marveling, so soft. Nanjing raised her eyebrows slightly, her emotions rippling. Is it convenient to go in and talk? Nanjing asked. Not convenient. Li Xiaoshuai refused. You passed the S-class examination, right? I have a good thing here. I don't know if you are interested in knowing about it. Nanjing was not annoyed, her tone was light. Li Xiaoshuai's brows furrowed. This matter, they. No, it was the country. How did they learn about it? He had not told anyone when he passed the S-class examination. In the silence, Li Xiaoshuai suddenly remembered that the woman with long black hair, and the woman called Li Na. It seems that in the future missions, names cannot be casually set out. Okay, come in. Li Xiaoshuai let go of his hand, no more interest in taking advantage. Since the country had come to the door, it was impossible to muddle through by pretending to be crazy. Regarding the matter of the person who had not been proclaimed to have succeeded in the S-class examination, Li Xiaoshuai had long been curious. Perhaps. We might find out later. Li Xiaoshuai sat himself on the sofa, and then the 3 of them, Nanjing, sat opposite Li Xiaoshuai. Hey, male, don't pour a cup of water? The young girl next to Nanjing shouted as soon as she sat down and crossed her legs. There is no water at home. Li Xiaoshuai shook his head. The purple-haired teenage girl pointed at the water dispenser. What's that? That's poison, don't touch it. You. The purple-haired girl glared. Unfortunately, Li Xiaoshuai didn't like lawless and teenage girls, especially this kind of non-mainstream flat-chested 2-girl. He, who loved young women and imperial sisters, did not want to bother with this impolite ninny at all. Xiao Wan. Nanjing spoke. The young girl stopped talking all of a sudden and could only stare at Li Xiaoshuai with an unkind gaze, dead on. There really aren't many ordinary people who can pass the S-class examination. Nanjing directly entered the topic. And then? The country feels that you have a lot of potential and wants you to join the national department. Nanjing said. Boring. Seeing that it was this kind of thing, Li Xiaoshuai lost interest and collapsed on the sofa. Remember to bring the door when you go out. Nanjing did not have 1,000 words and started boring persuasion. Her eyes has been paying attention to Li Xiaoshuai's expression changes. Suddenly, seeing Nanjing's expression of intent, she seemed to want to say something. Li Xiaoshuai directly jumped ahead of her and said, Stop talking nonsense, I am not interested in this aspect. I don't think I have any ability to contribute to the country now, it's fine as it is. Of course, if you can give me 100 points a month as a salary, that's another story. I'll immediately throw my head in blood for the country. 100 points, why are you so shameless? The purple-haired girl couldn't hold her tongue. Everyone's points are for their own use, who's giving them to you? Li Xiaoshuai shrugged his shoulders. Wouldn't that be enough? I think that the most important thing in the current mysterious world, for you new entrants, is not points. Nanjing picked up the conversation. Li Xiaoshui glanced at her, waiting for her words. Nanjing was not in a hurry. In my opinion, it is the information. Whether it's the information of the virtual city, the method of obtaining mysterious objects, the quick way to obtain points, the potential secrets in the quests. Whether it's the introduction of various characteristic classifications, ways to cope with them, information that you don't learn about. Secret news. The country, it can all be given to you. This is the entire national power, the priceless treasure that has been integrated. It's something that ordinary people, how they search in the forums, can't even look up. Most importantly, the country, there are also many detailed pathways for the initial sequence of identity advancement. I think you should also be clear that the strength of the advancement of the identity 0 to 1 sequence is related to the entire future. The effects of a wrong advancement are forever. The state, on the other hand, can provide you with the best current advancement sequence identity options. Even, it can tell you how to advance a powerful identity method. The request is simply to enter into a cooperative relationship with you. The country doesn't need you to do anything. The country instead provides you with information. And, if you really have a need for an item, or, if the country needs your help and needs your item, it will naturally pay a price that you are satisfied with for you to perform. For you, is this not considered a good thing? Nanjing's words stopped here. Li Xiaoshui didn't pick up the words anymore. Looking at Nanjing, he fell into deep thought. Obviously, Nanjing's words set into his heart. Yes. Information, this is currently, the most important thing. It was also something that Li Xiaoshui had been urgently wanting to obtain. Whether it was the contamination on his hand, or the identity advancement, the solution for the mildly mentally ill, the details of the virtual city, all of them were what he desperately wanted. And, there was no price to pay to reap. Just like Nanjing said, he got the benefits. But, inexplicably, Li Xiaoshui felt that something was wrong. As if by agreeing, he had to lose something. 5 minutes later. How's the consideration going? Or does it take a few days? Nanjing inquired. No need, your words are very convincing. Li Xiaoshui said cheerfully, I can accept it, however, I want you to tell me some truth. For example, when you just said the country needs me, it was something that you would let me do. Nanjing said you are needed to deliver information about the mysterious world, as well as, help explore the mysterious continent. Explore the mysterious continent. Li Xiaoshui froze. Many ordinary people simply don't know some of the things that our blue star has really touched in the mysterious continent. I can't talk about it with you now. I can only tell you that right now, we are in desperate need of high-sequence powerhouses. Nanjing replied. Sure enough, there was no such free lunch in the world. Li Xiaoshui made a simple generalization. It was the same as, now, give him information, a platform for free, and when he gets stronger, take the price and let him work? Training mercenaries? Well, it's understandable why he was approached. Compared to those who had a tough time passing through B or A, those like him who could pass the S rank, naturally had a great possibility of becoming a high sequence. Alright, I understand, I have no other questions. Li Xiaoshui made a final response. Desperate for the benefits of the information, coupled with the fact that in a short period of time, there was no need to pay, Li Xiaoshui did not intend to reject it. To Li Xiaoshui's acceptance, Nanjing, as if she had expected it, took out a document and placed it in front of Li Xiaoshui. Just sign your name. Still prepared? We recruit people without fail. Nanjing replied. Li Xiaoshui roughly scanned the document. The terms and conditions inside were relatively clear. The most important content was that after joining, it was not allowed to publish the internal news of the country, as well as joining other countries and organizations and other requirements. After signing his name, Li Xiaoshui asked, how do I read the information? Li Xiaoshui opened his mouth directly and asked about the benefits that he cared about the most. Nanjing signaled the male behind him. The latter's hand reached out, and in his virtual pocket, a black leather case appeared. The leather case opened, a dense row of brand new cell phones. He touched out one and handed it over to Li Xiaoshui. Nanjing said, enter your fingerprints to register. Then, Li Xiaoshui followed Nanjing's prompts and started a series of operations. Soon, after his forum registration was successful, a number was revealed above. Welcome, 52,777th member. There are so many in the country that have passed the S-rank examination? Li Xiaoshui was shocked. How can that be? In here, it's mostly expedition members and cultivated elites within our country. Everyone helps each other inside, exchanging intelligence and providing information. Nanjing replied. Li Xiaoshui nodded his head and asked, are there many people who have passed the S-class examination? Not many, but there are some. However, like you, it is very rare for an ordinary person without training to pass the S-class examination. The other day, learning about you, in order to find you, the State Department went through a lot of trouble. Nanjing said. Speaking of this, Nanjing asked the country is willing to let you into the elite camp training. You. Not interested. Li Xiaoshui did not wait for her to finish her sentence and directly refused. Fine. Nanjing did not force herself. Li Xiaoshui could know that it was thought to be some physical training, developing combat skills and whatnot. But he was a Nianli master. How would this be of use to him? Furthermore, he was a sneaky class, and he didn't need those either. Mysterious world, Blue Star found out, half a year ago? Li Xiaoshui was already browsing the forums during the exchange, but in the first top rule message, he found the date, which was actually half a year ago. It seemed that it was the same as Lina's black long-haired woman's statement. The expedition ones were the first ones to enter the mysterious world. Before promoting it to the public, within our Blue Star, we naturally need to study and understand it thoroughly. Nanjing said, there was no need to hide this point. Then now, our country, the highest sequence, is how many? Li Xiaoshui asked. Nanjing shook her head can't say. After that, Nanjing and Li Xiaoshui recounted some of the most critical matters of the cell phone. Once the cell phone is touched by other people's fingerprints, no matter intentionally or unintentionally, it will be damaged on the spot, and then she must be contacted to replenish a new one. Well, you hear, the processing is over, we are going to the next place. Nanjing got up. Under the purple-haired girl's dead-eyed gaze, Li Xiaoshui reluctantly rubbed Nanjing's soft little hands. Right, before we leave, let me ask you, what is your identity? Nanjing asked. Villager. Li Xiaoshui said. The reply tone fell, Nanjing and the other three people's faces suddenly changed. Universal sequence. The purple-haired girl, with a stunned face. Generic sequence? The looks of the several people made Li Xiaoshui a little puzzled. Oh, you don't know normal. Nanjing explained generic sequence, refers to certain special identities that do not have any advancement restrictions. Seeing Li Xiaoshui's expression still not understanding, Nanjing continued. Let's make an analogy. A certain three people, Sequence 0's identity is a trainee electrician. The Sequence 1 after their advancement will generally only be senior electrician, ordinary electrician, or some special advancement, electrician who can manipulate electricity. The Sequence 1 of the trainee electrician's advancement must be related to the electrician. It is not possible to utilize the identity card to make changes. Let's say, a trainee doctor. Progression Sequence 1, no matter how it is advanced, it will still only be a doctor. As for the generalized sequence, that's different. For example, the identity, ordinary person. Ordinary people belong to the generic sequence. There is no fixed direction when this identity advances. I've seen two identities of ordinary people after they advanced. One, advanced into a gentle teacher and the other, advanced into a pathological murderer. See what I mean? There is 1,000 randomness in the generic sequence, when advancing to sequence 1. Your villagers, likewise. This generic sequence identity is very rare. It's universally hard to pick. As long as you are willing and have enough points, you can even buy powerful sequences and go for advancement. Nanjing said at the end, with a slightly strange look of envy in her eyes. So that's how it is. Li Xiaoshui nodded his head. After a few explanations, he understood. To put it simply, that is, he could advance into any identity, without any restrictions. There was one chance to choose. Of course, it was limited to sequence 0 to sequence 1, this stage. Li Xiaoshui understood and didn't say anything else. Although he also had some questions he wanted to ask about the 4 words gifted in front of him, after thinking about it, he chose to conceal it. Since the advancement sequence 1, others want level 1 mysterious objects, and he wants level 2, it must mean that his advancement will definitely be special and more powerful than others. It is a good thing. This kind of ego's secret, speaking it out, would do no harm but no good. Speaking of which, you are the identity of the secretive class. Alas, it's a pity, if it's the transcendent class, you can save up your points and go for the animal series sequence. Generally speaking, animal series identities have very powerful abilities. Li Xiaoshui could not help but think of the compound-eyed man. According to his observation at that time, the compound-eyed man was either a dragonfly or a fly. Judging from the envious looks in the eyes of others, it was clear that the flying series of animals were not simple. Does the secretive class have any recommended identities? Li Xiaoshui asked. Nanjing shook her head. I'm not a secretive class, I haven't studied it. You can look it up yourself on the forum. Overall, for each attribute, there are very powerful identities. After continuing to talk for a few moments, Nanjing's trio left. The house returned to silence. Lying on the sofa, Li Xiaoshui flipped open the forum. In the search bar, Li Xiaoshui clicked on the 3 words Nianli Master. Turning his eyes, there were rows and rows of introductory posts that appeared in front of Li Xiaoshui's eyes. Li Xiaoshui clicked on the most popular one. On, the power of the Nianli Master. As a Nianli Master that only appears once in 100,000 people, their power is mostly characterized by mystery. What's known is that they can control the battle environment, use a large number of weapons, perform mental attacks, kill people invisibly, and so on and so forth. There are too many abilities. But, as far as I'm concerned, the most powerful thing about a Nianli master lies in just one point. Flight. Becoming a Nianli master, while possessing a strong fighting power, even possessing a more powerful flying ability than certain flying animal series of the Transcendent class. If, when engaging in a battle, you are facing a nemesis master who is flying, how should you attack? If he flies in a place where you can't attack, and utilizes his Nian power to manipulate weapons against you, how do you respond? No solution. This is the most terrifying thing about a Nianli master. Below, I will talk about the various abilities, combat techniques, and response methods of the Nianli master one by one. First, Li Xiaoshui didn't read on. With a stunned face, he repeatedly stared at the words in the row in front of the end flying. A numinous master, able to fly? I actually can fly. In turn, Li Xiaoshui hurriedly pulled the forum to the bottom. There was a paragraph here, which was talking about how to deal with a flying Nianli master. Just in time, a video was inserted. In the video, a Nianli master, stepping on a shield, floated in midair with a calm demeanor. With his hand outstretched, he was maneuvering a sword, and he was attacking the underground martial artist, sharply. The martial artist desperately resisted, using unable to harm the nihilist. Heaven! I can't believe it's like this. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? I can manipulate items to fly, why can't I step on them and levitate in midair? Li Xiaoshui watched the video and widened his eyes as he suddenly came to his senses. Li Xiaoshui put down his phone and stepped onto a carpet, his thoughts manipulating the carpet and levitating upwards. He, too, along with the carpet, stood a meter in midair, levitating. Feeling the stepping sensation of floating, the furniture that narrowed in on the field of vision, the environment. As if he was above everything, Li Xiaoshui, at this moment, had an indescribable excitement. I'm flying. At the same time, on the roadway. Among the walking Nanjing trio, the purple-haired girl who had been wanting to speak, finally couldn't help but speak. Sister Nanjing, that guy, although he's annoying, but, you. Her words stopped, her face showing difficulty. Nanjing glanced at her and said, not according to the standard given to him above, treatment? Well, Sister Nanjing, what you propose to him, it seems like it's just ordinary A-level conditions. Didn't the director say that he has no sense of belonging? Nanjing interrupted her. Not a single sense of belonging to the country. Bad attitude and self-righteousness. After going through a mission and test, he hasn't even sequenced one yet. From the combination of these points, I judge that he's not special. There's no need to give excessive conditions. The young girl and the man looked at each other. For the rest, I will speak to the director. Nanjing continued. Her slightly cold tone, where was the calm gentleness of the exchange with Li Xiaoshui just now? Li Xiaoshui had basically immersed himself in the forum for the whole afternoon. All the questions that had been left unanswered, he had mostly gotten answers to. Although, the most crucial ones were not dealt with for me. But, worth it. Well worth it. This cooperation, it's so worth it. Li Xiaoshui lamented. The most crucial thing that could not be dealt with was the contamination on his hands. He searched around, and there was only one characteristic that existed for pollution poisoning, but it had nothing to do with the pollution he was looking for. Considering that the contamination did not cause any harm to his body for the time being, without finding an answer to deal with it, Li Xiaoshui could only put it aside for now. Next, was the solution for the split personality trait in the mild psychopath identity. In the forum, most of the sequences of the identities were detailed and updated to sequence 3 to 4 and above. But Li Xiaoshui strangely found that the slight psychopath was only updated to sequence 1. Psychosis sequence 0, mild psychopath 1, lunatic on the verge of losing control. The posts related to it were even more minimal. Good thing, as it happens, there's a bit about this trait, with how split personalities are handled. Why the psychopath sequence, only sequence 1? Since the emergence of the mystic world, when it comes to unique and rare identity sequences, the psychotic sequence is one of them. Compared to other ordinary identity sequences, psychosis has an undoubtedly powerful and mysterious. But the powerful ability makes the psychosis sequence. There is a risk that other identities do not have. Loss of control. Yes, a terrifying loss of self-control. It is this reason that makes almost all psychotic sequence apprentices die in the mission. No one advanced to sequence 2. Unable to control your emotions, how can you survive those dangerous missions? In response, I found an apprentice who had just advanced to psychosis sequence 0 and conducted research and investigation. As a result, I accidentally discovered that the cause of the loss of control was not caused by the rest of the personalities, but, rather, by the subjective consciousness of the self. When the split personality begins, the subjective consciousness of the ego, uncontrollably and strongly resists the split personality, and competes for control of the body. Uncontrolled subjective consciousness is equal to your inability to control yourself. Then, obviously, there will be a loss of composure, a loss of thinking, impulsiveness, irritability, and a descent into madness. After a period of testing, I found that there are two ways to keep the subjective consciousness under control. Keep emotions from fluctuating, making the chances of losing control heavily reduced. First, let the consciousness get tired. In the case of consciousness exhaustion, the subjective consciousness, even if it will still put up resistance against the split personality, but its influence on you will be drastically cut down. At such a time, a strong willpower will be enough for you to resist losing control. The practice, too, can be achieved simply by not sleeping. When you are constantly sleepy, your consciousness, then, is in a state of exhaustion. You won't lose control. Secondly, calm emotions. Keeping your emotions calm, even if your subjective consciousness is out of control, you can still be on the edge of not losing control. This approach is more risky, however, you are able to maintain abundant combat power at all times. The approach is more troublesome. For example, finding props that keep the self calm, for example, choosing calm abilities that increase calm emotions, such as the interpol sequence. The post wasn't long. The post, too, didn't have many replies. However, Li Xiaoshui believed it, because his analysis was basically the same as what he felt when he lost control. Obviously, the research was correct. It gave him the direction to save himself. At least, not to be at a loss for words anymore. As for the matter of the sacred worm eggs, he didn't find the relevant information in the forums. Instead, in the details of the virtual city, Li Xiaoshui noticed the name of an old man. A former breeding insect master, drunkard, Old Molly. Li Xiaoshui locked onto this old man. This expert, he felt, might be able to handle his insect eggs. Li Xiaoshui stopped browsing the forum. He had drawn enough knowledge in the afternoon. The spirit was a bit tired. He stretched and collapsed on the sofa to rest. Have dinner later and go to the virtual city. Li Xiaoshui had to go. He had to look for the props that suppressed the psychotic sequence, identify those remaining two pieces of treasure that he had stolen from the woods of the native village along with the token to share the spoils, as well as sell the 7 or 8 props on his body. In the evening, Li Xiaoshui entered the virtual city. Unlike usual, at night, he purposely bypassed the dense crowd and walked in a quiet corner. The reason for this was that Li Xiaoshui had discovered a pattern that seemed to keep the split personality trait from appearing. For an entire afternoon, he was left alone. And within this period, this split personality did not come out once. This caused Li Xiaoshui to have this conjecture. The first personality, sensitive to gazes. The second personality, sensitive to crowds. If he didn't get noticed and avoided the crowd, plus he didn't intentionally try to make the split personality trait appear, is it possible that these two personalities, then, would be less likely to come out? So, he chose to do so. And along the way, Li Xiaoshui confirmed his guess. Emptying his head, he looked for an alien rickshaw that didn't have any conversational mind, and smoothly arrived at a remote, yet somewhat old street. The street was rather cold. There weren't any popular stores. Li Xiaoshui scanned around and immediately noticed, in the detailed introduction of the virtual city, the former breeder of bugs, drunkard, Old Molly. It was the same as the introduction description. This old man who was as short as a meter or so, but had a huge head. At this moment, the drunkard Old Molly was lazily leaning against the wall, carrying the bottle in his hand, vigorously pouring wine into his mouth. But no matter how he shook it, it didn't help. The bottle was already empty. Not a single drop of wine could be dripped out. In his impatience, red-faced, he simply smashed the bottle aside and shrank towards the corner, wrapping his body in his scruffy and tattered robes, finding a comfortable position and attempting to come to sleep in the soft sunlight. Mr. Morley. But Li Xiaoshui's voice stirred up the lucid dream he was about to start. He raised his eyebrows and didn't raise his eyelids, pretending not to hear it. Are you, now, still taking on the job of cultivating insect eggs? Li Xiaoshui continued. The moment these words came out, Old Molly opened his eyes unexpectedly. After a moment of silence, he slowly and laboriously climbed up from the ground, the pair of drunken eyes, staring at Li Xiaoshui for a long time, let out a strange laugh. Hey, did I hear it right? You kid, looking for me to cultivate bug eggs? I haven't heard anyone wanting to cultivate worms for a long time. Mr. Morley, I did look for you to cultivate bugs, Li Xiaoshui said sincerely. Old Molly took a deep look at Li Xiaoshui and said, according to my rules, go and buy a bottle of Jasper wine for me and I will be able to help you. Jasper wine? Li Xiaoshui nodded. Okay, I accept. Asking for wine, thought it was just the price for letting him help. For the sake of this worm egg, Li Xiaoshui could have put in a lot of effort. Spending some points, rightfully so. Hey, fine. As long as you can bring it back. Old Molly teasingly smiled, closed her eyes, and continued to fall back into the ground. These words called Li Xiaoshui's heart thumped. Inexplicably, there was some bad premonition. This is not When he came to the props area with trepidation and purchased this Jasper wine, when he heard that it was 50 points, his face swished and turned ugly. "Boss, this thing, how can it be so expensive? You didn't quote the wrong price," Li Xiaoshui even asked. "Jasper wine is all priced this way, it's the same everywhere you go." The store owner returned indifferently. Now, Li Xiaoshui sort of understood the old man's teasing smile. 50 points. This was too exaggerated. Who would be willing to take out 50 points? This doubled again, would be the price of a level 1 mystical item. That old man is really black and excessive, does he not want to take this job? Li Xiaoshui fell silent. After a long time, Li Xiaoshui sighed lightly and said, "Fine, give me a pot." There was no excessive meaningless behavior. After a short period of weighing the pros and cons, Li Xiaoshui decided to purchase it. Regardless of whether the old man was deliberately making things difficult or what, as long as he bought it, the old man thought he would not be able to find an excuse. Li Xiaoshui decided that the price of the bug eggs was far more than 50 points. Moreover, in this virtual city, the only expert related to bugs was old Molly. There were no other options. After painfully paying the points, Li Xiaoshui returned to old Molly's location. "Mr. Molly," Li Xiaoshui spoke out behind the drunken Molly who had fallen asleep. "Don't come and talk nonsense if you haven't brought back the wine. I'm not interested in listening." Old Molly sniffed without raising his eyelids. It was as if he was used to making this kind of response. "I bought it back," Li Xiaoshui said. But the unexpected reply that followed made old Molly climb up in consternation. When he saw the Jasper wine held in Li Xiaoshui's hands, he was incredulous. "You little guy with sequence 0, actually willing to spend 50 points to buy wine? Gat!" Li Xiaoshui's heart was clear. This old fellow was deliberately making things difficult for him earlier. However, Li Xiaoshui was too lazy to care about the reason why he was making things difficult. He only wanted to hatch the insect eggs successfully now. "Mr. Molly, I have completed the requirements, so you can help me cultivate it," Li Xiaoshui said. Old Molly took the wine, opened the bottle and contentedly took a sniff of the rich wine aroma. "That's right, it's Jasper wine." Then, old Molly took a sip, smashed his smacking tongue in enjoyment, looked at Li Xiaoshui, and sighed with emotion. "Kid, Sequence 0 can be willing to pay so many points for the bugs. It seems that you are not someone who just wants to use the bugs as props. I really like guys like you." Without waiting for Li Xiaoshui to respond, old Molly said again, "Take out the bug eggs first and let me take a look." Li Xiaoshui hurriedly took out a bug egg and put it into old Molly's hands. However, after receiving the worm egg and taking a look at it, old Molly was suddenly stunned. He immediately put down the wine, and with a serious face, he examined the worm egg in the center of his hand and asked, "Where did you get this worm egg?" "Obtained during a mission." "Is there a problem, Mr. Morley?" Li Xiaoshui said. "There is no problem, there is anger and it can hatch. However, I can say that I've seen a lot of bugs, but I've never seen this type of bug egg. And the vitality inside is exuberant, far exceeding ordinary bug eggs by several times. Such a high-quality foundation should be in the iconography, so how could I not have seen it before?" "Mutated?" old Molly muttered. Li Xiaoshui secretly rejoiced. "It's good if it's something good. It seems that ordinary methods cannot make this insect egg hatch," old Molly said. Speaking of this, old Molly returned the bug egg to Li Xiaoshui and shook his head. "Unfortunately, because of some reasons, I have now, long since stopped touching the matter of hatching bug eggs." Li Xiaoshui's eyes widened. This old guy was amusing him? No contact, looking for him to ask for wine. Wanting to pit him 50 points for nothing, right? Li Xiaoshui shakily became anxious. But just as he was about to open his mouth, old Molly stretched out his hand and threw out a roll of parchment towards Li Xiaoshui. "But after taking your wine, I will be able to do nothing. Take this for yourself and go hatch," he said. Li Xiaoshui's gaze fell on the parchment in his hand. "Basic insect breeding technique. Is it to be learned?" Li Xiaoshui's consternation turned to shock. The resentment that arose just now dissipated in an instant. Li Xiaoshui could have read the news in the forum that in the mysterious world, there existed many special techniques, similar to the technology of forging weapons, the technology of manufacturing props, and so on. There is no market for them. No one will sell them. Want to get either is the characteristics of the ability, or is to find ways to find the virtual city of the hidden masters in their place to get. This old Molly even taught him the hatching technique. "Mr. Morley, it's nothing, not anything valuable. The real secret method, how could I just give it to you? Just seeing that you kid is easy on the eyes, and I can't handle this for a while. Count it as a bargain for you." Old Molly waved his hand. Li Xiaoshui didn't give a damn and immediately studied. In an instant, just like the characteristic ability, there was an inexplicable power that made it happen, and in his mind, he imprinted the knowledge of this basic insect breeding technique. After returning to his senses, Li Xiaoshui muttered, "So, special breeding, to be like this. Alright, the deal is done. Now don't come to bother me for a drink, go do what you need to do." Old Moly drove people away. Li Xiaoshui even thanked him a few times, turned around and left, looking for a rickshaw, and went to the material area of the virtual city. It took a good half a day to complete the collection of materials. However, by this time, Li Xiaoshui's face was already very unsightly. 48 points. The nutrient solution for hatching, the materials, an average of 16 points for 3 in total. Equivalently, he spent 98 points to hatch these bugs this time. I can even buy a level 1 mystic. Li Xiaoshui gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that he had killed 200 sea corpses and earned 200 points, it would have been impossible for Li Xiaoshui to, at all, spend such a huge sum of money to incubate this worm. I'm afraid that he couldn't even afford to buy the Jasper wine. I didn't expect that with so many points this time, I've hitched so much on the bug. Li Xiaoshui was bitter for a while. If he didn't hatch that strange bug from the sea, his intestines would have to regret it. Then, Li Xiaoshui found an unoccupied corner and started the hatching work. Pour in the nutrient solution. Pour in the materials. Add the appropriate temperature. Drop his blood. Finally, leave it to rest for 1 day, always keep an eye on the situation. The insect eggs that Li Xiaoshui started to hatch will be put into the virtual pocket. See the results tomorrow. Finishing up the bug eggs, Li Xiaoshui walked towards the appraisal area. Right now, he was left with 22 points. From 220 points of big money in 1 day to 22 points, this exaggerated points overhead was a bit too much for Li Xiaoshui himself to accept. It's a pity. Other people's techniques can earn points, mine can't. People who generally learn something similar to making weapons and props could take the things they made and sell them to earn points. But something like breeding insects in the forums, there wasn't even a single piece of relevant information, it was simply involved. It's cold to the extreme. In the forums, captive creatures are generally animal species that have found mysterious snake eggs and bird eggs hatched in certain quests. Bugs hatching can be different from other creatures hatching. So no one he earns points. One can only use them themselves. Not long after, Li Xiaoshui arrived at the appraisal area. Due to the number of people in the appraisal area, Li Xiaoshui could only stand in an inconspicuous corner and wait quietly. After waiting for half an hour or so, until there were fewer people, he walked up. Each 5 points appraisal fee. But the price quoted by the appraiser made Li Xiaoshui stare directly. 5 points? I came here once before and the appraisal only cost 1 point. Li Xiaoshui was puzzled. We ask for the price according to the quality of the appraisal. The alien appraiser was expressionless and impatient. Li Xiaoshui's heart was dripping blood. Handing over 10 points. Compared to me who hatches worms, it's this kind of appraisal technique of others that makes money, isn't it? This moment of effort, less than 30 to 50 points have arrived. Li Xiaoshui thought sourly. Not long after, the appraisal was completed. The mysterious object was handed back to him. Petrified mystic eyeball. An unimpressive mysterious object. It materializes a real eye, at a location you specify, and shares your vision. Introduction, very good, almost a level 1 mystical object only ability. Purple crystal. A level 1 mystical object. Carrying it, you can increase your speed and strength tremendously. Introduction. This is a crystal that has faded down from a certain high-ranking existence of the indigenous race, and has always been a treasure of the indigenous race. Only, while obtaining great power, you also need to bear the berserk emotions of the indigenous race. Your mind, at times, has a hard time calming down. One level 1, one close to level 1. Only then did Li Xiaoshui recover his smile. With a level 1 mystical object, regardless of the efficacy, at least 100 points were in hand. Next, he was going to sell some points to acquire the mystic object that could suppress the side effects of psychosis first. Alas, if he doesn't get the bugs, and the psychosis card, perhaps, there is a real hope that he can directly reach sequence 1. 500 points, I'll sell all the mysterious objects, it seems like I can scrape it together. Li Xiaoshui sighed lightly. However, it was just a thought. Not necessarily that this was a good thing. Light sequence 1, without the mysterious objects around, he didn't feel that he could survive the next examination peacefully. A blessing in disguise. Taking the 2 props, Li Xiaoshui was about to leave. Suddenly, the consciousness jolted and his feet stumbled. The trance that came through caused him to briefly lose his concentration. Damn it. 7 o'clock, 5 meters away, that appraiser has been watching me. He can't feel his aura, must be a high sequencer. He seems to be in an accident, I'm the one who got these 2 mysteries. His eyes are too obvious, trying to find out secrets on me. I'm so angry. But I'm definitely not his opponent. When Li Xiaoshui returned to his senses, the first personality's vocal voice appeared. Following that, there's a really uncomfortable feeling enveloping me. It's really uncomfortable, I don't like being watched. 11 o'clock, there's a path over there, there are some stores there, but no customers. It's cozy there, go there, and surely no one will look at me. Go there. The second personality also appeared with a voice. Li Xiaoshui could feel it. His body, out of control. On one side, his eyes fell on the appraiser who was staring at him, and on the other side, his pace went towards 11 o'clock. Coming! Li Xiaoshui's face was ugly. Then, he expectedly, instinctively and subjectively realized, resisted the two personalities. Don't interfere with me, don't interfere with me. In the virtual city, I don't need to worry about this. On the contrary, in the next moment, Li Xiaoshui gained a brief moment of calmness. He remembered the forum post, and the first appearance of the psychopathic character in the morning. Li Xiaoshui hurriedly stopped, again, his subjective consciousness, attempting to hand over his body, first, to the other two personalities for control, avoiding the three-way chaos. However, the resistance of the subjective consciousness was instinctive, so repeatedly competing for the body. Li Xiaoshui, again, went through a series of tortures. Fortunately, this time, after his split personality, he trudged into that deserted lane. Under the coldness of the sparse number of people, after 2 minutes of torture, the two personalities dispersed, and he was, thus, relieved. It's killing me. Li Xiaoshui smiled bitterly. The mysterious substance that suppresses the side effects of psychosis must be bought quickly. This kind of split personality, I don't want to experience it even once. The personality appeared once and would not appear a second time in a short period of time. Li Xiaoshui went to the underground trading area and sold up his mystical things. Selling things was simple. In this incessant crowd, the problem of the number of customers would not exist. It only lay in whether the price and function of the mysterious object could satisfy them. It was good that Li Xiaoshui's price tag was not high and was normal. Therefore, in only an hour or so, all of the mysterious objects that he had put up were sold out. He sold most of the unimpressive mysteries that he couldn't use, as well as one level 1 mystical item. It was the purple crystal that Feng had identified. Things that increased the strength of the body were of little use to him. As for the eyeballs, Li Xiaoshui was keeping them. He felt that perhaps it could come in handy some of the time. Just like this, he had 12 points left, and in the blink of an eye, he had another 148 points. Enough to buy the mysterious thing that suppresses the side effects of psychosis. Li Xiaoshui closed the stall, and in the trading area, searched for mystical objects that could possess a calming effect. The trait he was unable to increase anymore. After using the split personality trait, before sequence 2, he only had one more chance to increase his trait. Sequence 0 to sequence 1. So, he only had mystical objects to pick from. However, after spending an hour or so in the entire underground trading area, Li Xiaoshui could not find any mysterious objects that had increased his calmness. Among the many types of characteristic abilities, mysterious items that had the effect of increasing mental and psychological abilities were already uncommon. Moreover, in the underground trading area that belonged to sequence 0 and a few sequence 1s, how many level 1 mystical items were there to choose from? Li Xiaoshui did not feel much disappointment. He walked out of the underground and came to the entrance of the first floor of the palace. Here was the trading area for sequence 1s. Regarding the trading area, Li Xiaoshui didn't go through much of the relevant information. However, he knew very well that compared to the underground trading area, the number of props, mystical items, identity cards, and the ability of the first floor would undoubtedly be much richer and stronger. Here, the chances of finding it were much higher. But just when Li Xiaoshui walked to the gate of the first floor of the palace, suddenly, 2 alien guards at the door stopped him. After testing, you don't have sequence 1 and are not allowed to enter unless the points reach 100. There's still a limit? But that's right. Otherwise the sequence class is chaotic and it would be inconvenient to trade. Li Xiaoshui laughed bitterly while displaying the number of points before being let in. Compared to the underground trading area, the hall on the first floor, which was covered with dark cyan alloy, had no big difference on the surface, except for the order being a bit more stable and less noisy, so there was no need to get used to anything. The first stall that came in, Li Xiaoshui was shocked to see, a serial 1 identity card with a price tag of 200 points. Those who are ready to ascend to sequence 2, or those who have already sequence 2's transcendent sequence can take a look at it. Sequence 2 will open the second concurrently selected characteristic, this third hand's ability. He carried out the introduction. Li Xiaoshui turned his head and left. The transcendent sequence, he didn't even need to take a look at it. Not to mention, it was still so expensive. Just like that, Li Xiaoshui began to stroll slowly through the dense and crowded stalls. On the sequence 1 side, there was hardly anyone selling worthless rags. All of them are worth a lot of money, level 1 and 2 mysteries, sequence 1 cards, powerful props, weapons and equipment, and so on. So much so, that all the way wandering around, the wide array of treasures made Li Xiaoshui have the urge to buy more than once. There were too many that he saw the introduction and functions that he coveted. But, he was poor. In the underground sequence 0 trading area, his 100 plus points was considered a nice little sum. But in this sequence 1 area, 100 points, it was the lowest of the poor. Good things, 100 points, simply couldn't afford them. He could only dryly swallow his saliva. The worst thing was, when Li Xiaoshui nearly spent a few hours, will be a layer of the Hall of the Stalls all see, in addition to harvesting a body of envy and jealousy eyes infrared, calm roll of the mysterious things, he shadow did not see. Is the luck so bad? Li Xiaoshui was bitter. He didn't want to come back tomorrow and experience the pain of wanting to buy it and not having the points to buy it. Just when Li Xiaoshui was sad, suddenly, Li Xiaoshui's afterglow noticed that to the left of the exit, he saw a huge white alloy panel. There were several people walking around there. It seemed like they were hanging on to something and discussing things. Feeling puzzled and curious, Li Xiaoshui walked over. Above the alloy panel, it was labeled with the words, "Seeking Bar." And then, below it were rows and rows of slender wooden boards with words written on them. 200 to 300 points, seeking embodied class, defensive identity card. Message, 100 to 200 points, seeking a level 1 mystical object with a curse effect. Message, 150 points, seeking. Li Xiaoshui was dumbfounded. There was actually something like this? If he had known that there was this, why would he have to work hard for hours and come up with nothing? Without saying anything, Li Xiaoshui picked up a wooden board. Finding things, 10 points for one time. Your Honor. Use it. Li Xiaoshui gritted his teeth. And then, engraved the request, 100 to 150 points, seeking a level 1 mysterious object with a calming effect. It was hung up. The time to hang it up is 24 hours, 24 hours over and no one has left a message is equal to wasting 10 points. Li Xiaoshui hung up and saw the prompt. He could only secretly pray that he would not be disappointed. Finally, Li Xiaoshui left the virtual world. It was very late. Sleepiness surged up. He was also afraid that the split personality trait would commit a crime later. The mysterious item that increased the calming effect, as well as the matter of the insect eggs, it was better to wait until tomorrow to settle things off. A dreamless night. Early in the morning, his sisterly evening Cheng woke Li Xiaoshui up and went out into the breakfast store. It was still a street full of delightful big beauties. Although the mysterious world was distributed to all, there were still quite a few people on the road. After all, most of the people, they would die in the tests and quests. Evening harvest, didn't you collect your helmet? On the road, Li Xiaoshui remembered that his sister had never entered the mystic world. I'm not in a hurry. If I enter the mysterious world and you come out hungry, brother, there will be no one to cook for you. Li Evening Qing said. Li Xiaoshui was moved and rubbed her delicate little hand. That said, the crime rate is so high lately. I heard that there are many sequencers stealing money and robbing things. Li Evening Qing worried. This was something that Li Xiaoshui also noticed in the news. All over the world, just because everyone got the chance to become stronger, it didn't mean it was a good thing. Everyone having a strong power meant that the world had signs of a big mess up. Although for the time being, there were expeditions, special forces to maintain order. But for how long? What if there are strong people among the impure? It's impossible for the world's top brass not to have considered this, but they're still so emboldened. Are they prepared? Or, is there a purpose? A lot of questions, Li Xiaoshui cannot get the answer. After breakfast, accompanied his sister to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities and food. Under the light and leisurely routine, relaxing the body and mind at the same time, Li Xiaoshui worried about the split personality, fortunately did not appear. In the blink of an eye, it was close to noon. The hot sunlight shone, and the temperature of the earth climbed up. Unsuitable for the situation outside, Li Xiaoshui and Li Evening Qing prepared to go home. However, they never thought. Walking to a crowded street corner, the split personality did not appear, and the sixth sense produced a violent reaction. Li Xiaoshui's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly scanned his surroundings. Brother, what's wrong? Seeing Li Xiaoshui acting so abnormally, Li Evening Qing could not help but be puzzled. Li Xiaoshui was about to answer when suddenly, a strange change occurred. The sunlight in the sky was swallowed up in a flash. The bright day turned into night. Everyone, subconsciously raised their heads and looked towards the sky. Then, the shocking scene that appeared in the line of sight made Li Xiaoshui, for a moment, suspect that he was in a dream. The sky was covered by a huge, endless creature. Other than huge, Li Xiaoshui did not know how to describe it. In the line of sight, all that could be seen was the heavy feathers that filled the sky, a dark, alloy-like, spreading a strange black light. Humans, compared to his body, as if, ants, looking up at a mountain peak. Even his face, his outline, could not be seen clearly. What we saw was only a corner of the edge of his body. The air seemed to freeze. An indescribable palpitation and depression, with a sense of fear, enveloped the crowd. All of them, unanimously, had that one thought. What kind of creature is it? How could there be such a creature on the blue planet? Shocked. Suddenly, the giant creature lowered its head, looking down at the city and the crowd underground. The narrow eyes that glowed green on its pointed beak actually revealed a hint of human teasing. Boom! Only the huge creature that was in flight suddenly spread its wings violently. Turning around, a tsunami-like giant wave came down swiftly from midair, and in the blink of an eye, just like a 10-stage typhoon coming down, the terrifying airwaves impacted the entire city. Glass shattered, trees lifted up, and crowds fell to the ground. The sound of the storm rolled with smoke and dust, almost drowning the city. Suddenly, in the area where Li Xiaoshui was, a shaking high-rise above him issued a shattering. Countless pieces of debris shot towards the crowd that was being rolled unsteadily on their feet. Screams of terror resounded. But when the flying rocks were on the verge of hitting the crowd, they strangely, like time standing still, froze in midair. The next second, it snapped and fell to the ground without hurting anyone. Almost didn't stop it. Li Xiaoshui's face was grave. He controlled the rubble. At the same time, the sky regained its sunlight, and the giant creature flew away from the city, disappearing from sight. The chaotic crowd returned to tranquility. Brother, that's scary. Is that a ferocious beast? This is the first time I've seen this. Li Eveningqing's face turned white. A ferocious beast on the blue planet? Li Xiaoshui shook his head. Inexplicably, a premonition appeared in his mind. Is it a creature from the mysterious continent? Blue Star, it was impossible to have this kind of creature around and not be known. Let's go home first, Li Xiaoshui said. Later on, the police and ambulance would surely come over. This incident, again, would become news. Probably, Blue Star is about to be in chaos. Li Xiaoshui had some sort of conjecture in his heart. It was the same as Li Xiaoshui's prediction. The appearance of this creature immediately made it to the global hit list, overshadowing all the news of the mysterious world. People who surfed the internet were almost all discussing the behemoth that was photographed and placed in the forums. In favor of the federal government, no explanation was given. This caused the public to speculate even more. However, Li Xiaoshui did not care about this. The world was in turmoil, and whatever appeared had nothing to do with him for the time being. If the sky collapsed, there was still a taller one to hold it up. What he needed most right now was to make himself stronger first. After eating, Li Xiaoshui entered the virtual city. Quickly entering the first floor hall of the trading area, he came to the seeking board. With apprehension, Li Xiaoshui opened the message behind his board. Li Xiaoshui, who actually did not hold much expectation, could not have imagined. Someone actually left a message. I'm interested in trading with you. I have a level 1 mystical object here that has an increased calmness effect. My virtual city ID is JH3U1844, you can add me. A reply after only one night, 10 points, looks like it wasn't spent in vain. Li Xiaoshui lamented. He immediately added the ID. Coincidentally, at this time, the other party was also in the virtual city. The application quickly passed, and the two immediately made an appointment at a remote location. Soon, a woman who wore a veil and couldn't see her face, arrived on time and made an appointment with Li Xiaoshui. Let's look at the mysterious object directly. Li Xiaoshui did not talk nonsense. The woman nodded and displayed a necklace in front of Li Xiaoshui. A necklace that hides an evil soul. Level 1 mystical object. Wearing the necklace, at any moment, you will remain 100% calm emotionally. Introduction. The owner of this necklace used it to strangle his lover alive. With resentment, his lover became an evil spirit and possessed this necklace. She resents the wearer of the necklace, and if you have a mental lapse, the evil spirit will take advantage of it and attack you. But fortunately, her resentment will allow you to hold 100% calmness at all times. Li Xiaoshui's mouth twitched. An attack? An attack by a level 1 mystical object can't be a small price to pay, right? After pondering for a long time, Li Xiaoshui slowly said, how many points? 150. The woman said, I can't possibly accept that many points, you cost too much. Li Xiaoshui said, 100% calm. The woman's words were concise. 110 points is the highest price I can offer. Although the calm effect is something I need urgently, it doesn't mean it's worth it. Besides, its cost is comparable to a level 2 mystical item. Okay. The woman hesitated for a moment and accepted. The two quickly traded. To be honest, Li Xiaoshui did not really want this necklace. The risk was just too great. But he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to buy any other calming effect mysteries, as well as this mysteries, which had a 100% calming effect, two reasons that gave Li Xiaoshui his intention. Taking over the necklace, a piercing coldness that came from his hand made Li Xiaoshui's body shudder. It wasn't cold, it was a perceptual chill. It was as if, in the underworld, there was a pair of eyes that suddenly stared at him. Li Xiaoshui scanned around, but he did not see those eyes. This is the price. When you don't use it, put it away in your virtual pocket and you'll be fine. The woman saw the change in Li Xiaoshui's complexion and left after leaving her last words. In silence, Li Xiaoshui put the necklace on his neck. At the same time that the unkind icy gaze intensified, Li Xiaoshui perceived an indescribable sense of emptiness in the entire person. No, To say that the sense of emptiness, the description is not clear enough. But to say that it is awake and the consciousness is focused, what is wrong with this statement? After pondering and thinking over and over again, Li Xiaoshui felt that there was a way to say it that was more appropriate, temporarily free of all emotions. I'll give it a try. Li Xiaoshui muttered to himself. He walked to the first floor, then looked for a stall, and in front of a stall owner who was selling level 1 mysterious objects, he blurted out, how about this mysterious object of yours? I'll take my level 1 mysterious objects and add 20 points, and exchange it with you? As soon as the words came out, curiosity made a piece of ice fall on Li Xiaoshui. What came with it was the sound of a split personality, in his head. Ah! So many people are looking at me. Damn it! What are looking at me for? These fools who don't know how to die. How dare they keep staring? I'm so angry, I'm so angry. 3 o'clock, 2 meters, that person, actually looking at me like I'm an idiot. I'm going to kill him, I'm going to kill him. The first personality voiced out. I'm so uncomfortable. There are so many people. Why are they all surrounding me? I'm so sick. At 8 o'clock, 6 more people are surrounding me, they're approaching up to 3 meters. At 12 o'clock, 4 more people are surrounding me, up to 4 meters. Ugh. I'm starting to get hard. Get away from here, go to that small warehouse at 9 o'clock. There must be no one there, it's dark and quiet, it must be comfortable. Li Xiaoshui's body, uncontrollably, began to move. However, a point different from the previous one appeared. Li Xiaoshui's subjective consciousness was calm, although his ears were buzzing and his spirit was irritated and exhausted. But he didn't get confused, didn't get annoyed, didn't get angry, struggled. The subjective consciousness, instinctively, would have resisted, but there was no three-way fight for control of the body like earlier. Apart from his expression, which twisted and grimaced from time to time, Li Xiaoshui was not affected. This won 10 points, it wasn't spent in vain. Li Xiaoshui stood in place for a long time, feeling the interference of the split personality. In the midst of fatigue and depression, he deeply exhaled a cloudy breath. Not being affected meant that he was able to briefly control these two personalities. Let me take a look at your mysterious object. That stall owner had just opened his mouth, revealing a smile interested in trading, but Li Xiaoshui turned away straight away. He didn't have the idea of buying it, it was just an attraction. Coming to a deserted place, when the split personality ended, Li Xiaoshui retrieved the necklace. Immediately afterward, other than a wave of mental fatigue, was no other side effects. It seems that using the calming effect to suppress the personality, the cost is only mental fatigue. That's no problem. Li Xiaoshui let out a sigh of relief. The side effect of the split personality was finally resolved. Now, all that was left was the bug egg. However, there were still a few hours before the bug eggs hatched. Still some time, take a break. Li Xiaoshui wanted to keep his spirit sufficient at all times. This was his second day back in the real world. In other words, in the next few days, there was a great possibility that he would be brought into the second mission. An abundance of spirit was necessary. Who knew what type of mission the next one would be, what level, and how dangerous it would be? A-rank missions are so deadly, just don't give me an S-rank mission. Li Xiaoshui collapsed on the bed, thinking jokingly. If he hadn't gotten a zipper by chance, he was afraid that he would have died in the last mission. A few hours passed in a flash. Night fell. Li Xiaoshui, who had rested enough, stood in front of the nutrient solution in the container early in the morning, staring intently at the insect eggs that were slowly cracking open. This was a very long process. Half an hour ago, Li Xiaoshui realized that the worm egg was cracking. It was waiting for half an hour to reach this new stage, the shell, almost finished cracking, just missing the final step. Just then, after another 3 to 5 minutes, finally, click, 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 3 successive, faint sounds rang out. The worm egg ruptured completely. The bug he was waiting for, from the remnant shell, slowly crawled out. Resting on top of the insect egg shell were 3 small gray bugs that resembled the size of ants. Each of them had 3 heads. On each head, there was a big mouth covered with dense fangs. There were 24 legs and 4 pairs of transparent wings. However, this shape, although similar to the bugs in the tentacles, Li Xiaoshui realized that there was a slight deviation between the two in terms of what they really look like. For example, the bug in the tentacles did not have wings, did not have 3 heads. Not of the same kind, Li Xiaoshui thought doubtfully. With that, the 3 bug heads looked around. Soon, their gazes landed on Li Xiaoshui's body. In the exchange of gazes, in an instant, Li Xiaoshui produced a feeling like he was connected to the 3 bug souls. He subconsciously commanded, and the 3 little bugs, flapping their wings, flew to him. Like domesticated puppies, they leaned against him intimately. So, this is how it is after cultivation, no wonder it drips blood. Li Xiaoshui nodded in satisfaction. Then, he saw the 3 bugs introduced. Devouring bug. Level 0. Introduction, mysterious creature, unknown origin. Perhaps, you need to explore and learn about it yourself. Characterization 1, devouring. It can devour anything, of course, provided it can bite. Trait 2, growth. Devouring will cause it to grow and evolve. Li Xiaoshui blinked. Originally, seeing that it was level 0, he blushed a little, but the two subsequent characteristics that seemed extraordinary made Li Xiaoshui, again, a little surprised. Suddenly, the three bugs, towards Li Xiaoshui's perception, sent out a message. Hungry, hungry, hungry? Li Xiaoshui was stunned. In the first moment, Li Xiaoshui was thinking about getting up and searching the forums to give them something to eat. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Brother, I brought you a midnight snack. Li Evening Qing walked in with fruits. As Li Evening Qing came in the next instant, Li Xiaoshui sensed the emotions of the three devouring insects. They went crazy as if they had seen the most delicious food, excitedly rushing towards Li Evening Harvest. The speed was so fast that Li Xiaoshui could barely see it. Eat it! Eat it! Eat it! The three bugs, at the same time, sent out such a message. Li Xiaoshui was startled and shouted, Stop! Stop! No eating! The devouring bugs stopped in front of Li Nancheng. The loss was transmitted to Li Xiaoshui. Li Evening Qing similarly stopped, her face puzzled. What, no eating allowed, brother? Li Xiaoshui breathed a sigh of relief and squeezed out a smile to explain. You heard wrong. What I said was that there is no rush to eat. You put it there. Yes? Li Evening Qing cocked her head. Then, she put down the fruit. Then you take an early rest, brother. I'm going out. Good. Li Evening Qing left. From the beginning to the end, she did not notice that a dozen centimeters below her, there were three tiny, almost impossible to see with the naked eye creatures. Feeling the emotions with grief and aggression coming from the three devouring insects, Li Xiaoshui became worried. Their food wouldn't be human flesh to satiate them, right? Li Xiaoshui couldn't let them eat random people. In his dilemma, Li Xiaoshui's eyes fell on the fruits on the table. Showing an order, he ate the night snack that was served. The three little bugs flapped their wings listlessly and landed on the dinner plate. In the blink of an eye, all the fruit swept away. The speed of the devouring was so fast that Li Xiaoshui was baffled. Soon, the worm passed on an emotion. There was no hunger anymore, but another kind of no nutrition. Of dissatisfaction. Is it eating human flesh to grow? Li Xiaoshui frowned. Or is it eating cereal creatures? Li Xiaoshui favored the latter. If that was the case, then the only way for them to be nourished and grow was to go into the mission. However, Li Xiaoshui was not raising pets. He was looking forward to these bugs to give him a boost. Afterwards, he practiced the strength of the bugs. Practicing was not troublesome. After spending half an hour or so, Li Xiaoshui gave them a chance to try devouring the wooden blocks, stones, steel, and so on outside the building. In addition to the special defense equipment bought with points, stones, steel, and wood blocks in their mouths, it was as simple as eating a cake, and, with these ordinary objects, it was as if there was no upper limit for them to devour. No matter how much the three little bugs swallowed, there was no change in their body size, much less a sense of satiety. It's no wonder that the worms and the tentacles are so terrifying. If I quietly drill this worm into a person's body, won't I give it a gnaw in the blink of an eye? Li Xiaoshui was slightly appalled. Really helping him dispose of his opponents like this would be a terrifying killer application. This 100 points, it wasn't spent in vain. Li Xiaoshui revealed a smile. Unfortunately, he only had 3. If he could have 300, 3,000. Thinking about it made one's scalp go numb. Time flashed by, and 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Li Xiaoshui, who had run out of points and did not intend to sell any more mysteries, bought almost all of the remaining 28 points for medical supplies. For a bandage of 1 point for 2, Li Xiaoshui bought 10 points. For 5 points, the emergency healing that could quickly recover from serious injuries, he bought 2 of them. 5 points for the prop lotus root prosthetic limbs that could make broken arms and legs grow back. As for the cultivation of the bugs, Li Xiaoshui had tried to let them eat some raw animal meat. The result was not what Li Xiaoshui expected. They were interested. But there was only interest, it did not improve any nutritional value. No growth effect could be obtained. Finally, there was that mysterious giant creature incident. The federal government, without any explanation. With countless speculations, it finally came down to the creatures of the mysterious continent. Some anonymous explorers explained that in the mysterious continent, they had seen horrible creatures of similar size. And, some information about the mysterious continent was conveyed one after another. Those who took a stance said that in that continent, there was another kingdom, another race of people. Of course, this kind of statement was just anonymous information, without any evidence. Dark currents surged. Like a push from a source, let the people gradually understand that mysterious continent. On the afternoon of the 4th day, Li Xiaoshui, who was collapsing on the sofa and looking at the forum messages, was violently pulled into the helmet space. At the same time, a prompt sounded in the dark space. Mission start. Mission, Star Prison. Rank, S-Class. Mission start. Mission, Star Prison. Grade, S rank. Content, Star Prison is the largest prison in the White Cloud Mountain Kingdom. It holds countless criminals with high-priced slaves. No one has ever been able to escape the Star Prison, unless you fulfill the target requirements given to you by the Star Prison. Every year, there are countless criminals and slaves who put out their lives in a death struggle for freedom. You will become one of the prisoners in the Star Prison. At the time of gaining freedom, you will complete the mission. Hint 1, the price of escaping prison will only be death. Hint 2, please be aware of your identity. Special tip, apprentices have completed 2A rank or higher missions and tests. This will be the third A rank or above mission. Once completed, the apprentice will be given the opportunity to audit the floating island once. Please note that the apprentice will be given one chance to be audited by the floating island. Counting down to 10 seconds, the apprentice will enter the mission. 10, 9, 8, 7. The arrival of the mission caused Li Xiaoshui, who was leisurely just now, to instantly look grave. At the same time, inside was an indescribably bitter feeling. He had read the forum. Most of the people, no, basically 90% of the people's quests were at the highest level of B or even B or below. There were very few that had reached a rank. The thought was that those who participated, died in them. How is it that he favors, what he fears, what he comes? He's going to get an S-ranked one? Isn't this killing him? Is it because of his identity as a gifted villager? Li Xiaoshui was helpless. The main thing is, I'm only sequence 0. Li Xiaoshui was most helpless because his own sequence was too low. The cell phone forum that Nanjing had given him about the mission, he had a general understanding of it. Sequence 0 to 1A rank missions, most of the members would be sequence 1 existences. And sequence 01's S-level mission, there was a special elite who survived said that inside, there would even be sequence 2 like this, which existed for a special reason, completely destroying the fairness of the experts. He could never be an opponent of sequence 2. In addition to this, the floating island, Li Xiaoshui seemed to have some impression, as if he had seen it somewhere in the forum. But he couldn't remember. As for the audit of the floating island, what was it? He was even more unknown. Li Xiaoshui's thinking ended here. Immediately, his eyes darkened. When he regained consciousness again, what came to his nose was a strange stench filled with fishy odor and rust, followed by slightly noisy moans, low growls, and words entered his ears. The dampness made the pores and skin very uncomfortable. Li Xiaoshui slowly opened his eyes. The surroundings were gloomy. The faintly dim light coming from the front allowed his sight to barely be able to see his surroundings. This was an iron cage that was about 3 square meters in size. Inside the cage, in addition to the straw on the ground, there were shackles, handcuffs, branding irons, and other props hanging in the air. He fell on a pile of straw covered with wet dark yellow, body side of a few rats and cockroaches in the scurrying and crawling. Next to the pile of straw, in addition to a putrid, broken human body, there was a man and a woman. Both were the same as him, both had just opened their eyes. The cage was built with steel pillars, leaving a small gap. It was possible to see the place from both sides, in front, and from the front. All around him, there were cages. In each steel cage, there were 3 or 4, with different appearances, costumes of prisoners men and women. There were hundreds of cages, circling around a huge hollow, in a circular shape. This hollow, connected up and down for an unknown number of meters. On the side of its walls, walking steps were built. At the ladder of the cage they were in, the number 7 was engraved. It seemed to mean, the 7th floor. S-rank mission. The man sat up first and smiled helplessly. In the darkness, it was impossible to see his appearance. But tall and lanky, with a 2-meter tall figure, it was obvious that he wasn't a Blue Star person. The woman likewise slowly climbed to her feet. She looked around and observed for a moment, then her gaze landed on Li Xiaoshui and the other man. Locking eyes with Li Xiaoshui, the woman suddenly smiled slightly, and in the darkness, her absolutely beautiful features could be seen. Li Xiaoshui withdrew his gaze. Coveting his male color? Ha! Woman! The 3 of them had yet to engage in an exchange of dialogue. But it was at this time. Suddenly, heavy thud footsteps came from the iron corridor. A few seconds later, a bull-faced man wearing a prison guard-like uniform with a long human body, yet twisted and morose, appeared in front of Li Xiaoshui's trio's prison. It took out a key and clicked, opening the cage. Those huge, gloomy eyes stared at the 3. Choose. Newly arrived prisoners. The bull-faced prison guard, without much explanation, spoke in a cold voice. The first, is to become a permanent prisoner in the Star Prison, until you die here. Second, to head to the 100th floor underground, dig out 100 pounds of blood ore, and gain freedom. During this period, there is no chance to go out. Third, go to the gladiator arena and kill, get 10 consecutive victories, obtain freedom. During this period, if you win in a row, you have the opportunity to go out. The sudden questioning caused Li Xiaoshui and the other 3 to freeze. The 3 of them could not help but exchange gazes. It seemed that options 2 and 3 were the methods to complete the quest. Li Xiaoshui fell into thought. Digging blood mines. It didn't sound dangerous. But Li Xiaoshui didn't think that an S-ranked quest would be so easy that he would be able to get out alive just by digging the mine. As for the 10 gladiator fights to get 10 consecutive victories, it was likewise a deadly option. There were God knows what number of prisoners in this prison. Obviously these apprentices of theirs who just came in, I'm afraid they can't even be counted as one of the 9 oxen. Matched against an expert, they wouldn't even have a chance of surviving. Seeing the 3 reticent, the bull-faced prison guard's face sank and roared answer. You, start. He pointed at the woman. Gladiator. The woman replied. You. The cow-faced prison guard pointed at the man. Mining. Finally, the bull-faced prison guard stared at Li Xiaoshui. Li Xiaoshui asked, can I ask a few questions? It's within your authority. The bull-faced prison guard said, you have 3 chances to ask questions. If we enter the gladiatorial arena, what caliber of opponents will we be matched with? Li Xiaoshui asked. The bull-faced prison guard sneered, prisoners on level 7 will basically only be matched with sequence 1. Is there a reward for defeating the opponent? Li Xiaoshui asked. Based on the virtual points you won for Star Prison, you will be rewarded with points. Bullface said. Then I'll choose the gladiatorial arena. Li Xiaoshui said, not asking again. The bull-faced prison guard touched out 2 white light boards and threw them to Li Xiaoshui and the woman. Fill it out. Li Xiaoshui took it and froze for a moment, then silently filled it out. 2 minutes later, the man and woman handed in their light boards. Bullface looked at the tall man. Follow me. Then, the 2 walked out of the cage. Be ready. It will be your turn anytime. Bullface left this sentence for Li Xiaoshui and the woman and turned to leave. In the cage, only Li Xiaoshui was left alone. He could see through the cracks that outside, there were many other prison guards with different appearances that were entering several cages and making inquiries. It was thought that these people were all apprentices who had come to participate in the mission just like him. Ugh! A long sigh was given. Li Xiaoshui actually didn't want to choose the gladiatorial arena. To be honest, with his character, he was more than happy to choose something like mining. But, when he was making his choice, he used his 6th sense and compared the 2 options to each other. It was basically a hint of danger to the extreme. In favor of blood mining, the sense of crisis was even greater. There was a sense of death. However, the 6th sense also reminded me that the blood mine was accompanied by a great chance. It was thought that the great chance that existed in this mission was in the blood mine. However, Li Xiaoshui thought that his life was more important. The blood mine, for the time being, he still didn't want to think about it. Exchange? Just as Li Xiaoshui's gaze, once again, landed on the woman. She guffawed, her voice gentle and light. Well, good. Li Xiaoshui nodded his head. Just as he was about to pick up his next sentence. Knock knock knock. Several heavy footsteps came over. Only a mere minute had passed. A human, scarlet-faced prison guard walked over to the front of the cage. Luo, come out. The light board in his hand that he was looking at stared at Li Xiaoshui. So fast? Li Xiaoshui was dumbfounded. The light board that they had just filled out contained an introduction of themselves. It was names, sequences, combat abilities, and all that. It was thought that the information was collected for the purpose of choosing an opponent. But, this was just written right. Could it be? This light board, is it a data transfer like a computer? That's what made it possible to match the opponents so quickly? Li Xiaoshui couldn't understand, but he could only walk out. Luo was the name he wrote. After being approached by the state 2 days ago, Li Xiaoshui grew a memory and didn't fill in his real name anymore. It was just filled in randomly. Devi, come out. The orangutan prison guard continued. The woman got up and followed after Li Xiaoshui. The 2 of them walked out of the cage one after another, led by the orangutan prison guard to the mouth of the steps on the wall of the giant cave. One by one, layer by layer, upwards. Yes, upwards, not downwards. This made Li Xiaoshui feel puzzled. Wasn't he on the 7th floor? Going to the gladiatorial arena, how could he be going upwards? At the mouth of the steps, Li Xiaoshui subconsciously looked down. Unexpectedly, when his line of sight fell below, what he saw was not flat ground, but an unfathomable abyss with no end in sight. A palpitating feeling made Li Xiaoshui's body go cold. Could it be? It's not that the gladiatorial arena is on top, but rather our prison, constructed underneath the ground? Li Xiaoshui snapped out of it. Along with the orangutan prison guards, bypassing the 5 levels containing the prisoners, 4 levels, 3 levels, reaching the first layer. Seeing everything in the outside world clearly, Li Xiaoshui finally confirmed his inner guess. Indeed, the construction was underground. At this moment, he was standing at the edge of the platform on the bottomless pit where countless cages were built. Around him, a black alloy construction wall hundreds of meters high, invisible to the top, surrounded the bottomless pit without any gaps. Looking at the top from below, it was like looking up at the sky from the bottom of a well. As for this wall, without touching it, Li Xiaoshui could sense that the thickness was beyond his sense of heaviness. And, standing by the wall, the sixth sense was hinting at a crisis. As if there were many pairs of gazes that could cause a fatal attack on him, staring at him from nowhere. Apparently, receiving the mission, getting the prompt jailbreak will only lead to death, was no joke. The woman next to him, Devi, similarly scanned her surroundings with her gaze. She was also analyzing the situation here. The two of them exchanged gazes. There was no communication for fear of violating taboos. The orangutan prison guard, who knew his way around, quickly brought the two to a central point in the alloy wall. It was silent for 2 seconds. There was a click. Flawlessly, like a naturally formed alloy wall, a smooth circular passage appeared. The three walked in. The passageway was gloomy. On either side of the passage stood guard after guard, half-naked, wearing brown armor and holding shields and spears. Each man was silent and motionless, his eyes staring ahead, emotionless in general. The three walked through the long, dark tunnel. In the silence, Li Xiaoshui, who did not know how it would develop, came to the wall at the end, and suddenly, heard a strange movement. It was a faint sense of vibration. The person has been brought. The ape prison guard shouted. His voice fell, and the next moment, the wall in front of them opened a door. A blinding bright light came in. Then, it was blank. The mind went blank. Li Xiaoshui realized that his ego was out of control, and all senses of perception and touch disappeared at this moment. A tsunami. I don't know how many people combined to form cheers, shouts, and roars, instantly enveloping him completely. The passageway trembled, and space shook, shouting impassionedly, drowning out this world. You, walk out. The orangutan prison guard shouted, pointing at Devi. Dai Fei's face remained unchanged, and she smiled faintly at Li Xiaoshui, then walked out of the exit that was filled with bright light. The passageway closed once again. The sound came to an abrupt end. As the space regained its tranquility, Li Xiaoshui came back to his senses from the shock. It seems that the outside is a gladiatorial arena. Inwardly speaking, Li Xiaoshui looked at the orangutan prison guard later on. Am I going to walk out like this too? Is there no process? The gorilla prison guard was expressionless. It's very simple. You walk all the way to the gladiator arena. Either you kill your opponent, or you get killed. He was concise. Li Xiaoshui did not even have the chance to pursue the question. He could only take a deep breath, adjust his state, emotions, and at the same time, putting on the necklace. What Li Xiaoshui couldn't imagine was that he wasn't given more time to prepare. It had only been 2 minutes since Devi walked out, and the passageway door opened once again. Under the gaze of the orangutan prison guards, Li Xiaoshui stepped out beyond the blinding curtain of light. There was still a mountain of shouts. After experiencing the shock of the party, now, Li Xiaoshui was adapted. At the same time as the passage door closed behind him, Li Xiaoshui also saw everything in front of him. Up above, there was a brown stone dome with a slightly old color. He was at the edge of a lake shrouded by the dome. There was a straight passage under his feet, leading to the gladiatorial arena. And coincidentally, at the entrance, there was a disfigured, meatball corpse that was being carried in by 2 guards and thrown into the lake like garbage. The clothes of this corpse are very familiar. Dai Fei. She, dead. Li Xiaoshui's heart suddenly sank. A sense of unease surfaced. Li Xiaoshui walked towards the exit. One step after another. At the same time, in the midst of the shouts and roars, Li Xiaoshui heard the high-pitched male voice of the radio. Kia's next opponent is here. His name is Lo. It's a newcomer. Record, 0 wins and 0 losses. My goodness. This newcomer, he's actually a level 0 sequence. Wait. That's not right. He's a Nianli master. This newcomer, he's actually a nihilist. A rare Nianli master. A level 0 sequence Nianli master will face off against a level 1 sequence Kia. What a battle to look forward to. It's 5 wins and 2 losses, and the first time facing a nihilist, sequence 1 Kia will win. Or, will sequence 0 Nimishi, who can fight across the ranks, win. Audience members, the next gladiatorial arena is about to begin. The odds have been opened. Please place your bets within 10 seconds. The male voice on the radio became more and more impassioned in his commentary, driving the atmosphere of the room. The audience boiled and erupted with cheers like a tidal wave one after another. This emotion drove Li Xiaoshui's emotions. Inside him, he could not help but feel an inexplicable sense of excitement and surging. He stood up to the gladiatorial arena and raised his head. It was a concave-shaped building. The gladiatorial arena he was in was the lowest position in terms of terrain. Made from a large piece of land, floating on the surface of the lake, it was a square ring nearly 100 meters long and wide. Around it, other than a few straight paths that led to access points in different directions, all that was left was the unfathomable depth of the lake. In all directions of the ring, were layer after layer, built-up structures like stone corridors. There were 7 or 8 layers in total. On each layer, it was densely packed, filled with an unreadable number of people. From this volume of sound, the sense of visual impact. Thinking about it, there had to be more than 100,000 people. Countless gazes fell on the body, like a hot on that was fiery. And Li Xiaoshui, who had never had such an experience before, realized that his hands and feet, he couldn't help but have a slight tremor. Is it nervousness? Li Xiaoshui felt that it might be a little. But more than that, it didn't seem to be this feeling. It was some sort of indescribable excitement. Suddenly, a tingling sensation of the skin entered the senses. Li Xiaoshui fiercely looked right in front of him. A tall bald man with cold, emotionless eyes was holding a black railroad covered with strange patterns, watching him. Li Xiaoshui's gaze similarly sized up the tall man. There were two features that were incomparably striking. A gnarled, explosive mass of muscles. Striking, almost through the body scars. That's terminated. That's terminated. Counting down to 5 seconds, the duel is about to begin. The commentator continued to sound off. At the same time, Li Xiaoshui's consciousness trembled. It's coming. The split personality trait appeared. The first personality, with a slightly struggling, troubled, and angry voice, sounded out. So many people, they're all looking at me. These trash, scum boys, what do they mean by looking at me? What do they take me for? Looking for death. Looking for death. Nope. This guy in front of me, who unknowingly looks at me as prey, deserves to die the most. This guy, however, doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Judging from the strength he has for his body, he's reached the remarkable level of an ordinary human. It's absolutely unreasonable to engage him in melee combat. I might break my bones if I block one of his moves. I'll have to switch combat styles. His mental state is so focused that I can't do a sneak attack with a needle. And, judging from his demeanor and the preparatory movements of his tense body joints, he will attack immediately once the time starts, without any pause or trial and error. He has a high density of calf muscles, and from the distance he traveled to me here, thought I would only have 2 seconds to react. The first personality quickly analyzed Kia's situation. Then, the second personality, too, interjected. It's so hard for me. I've never been seen by so many people. It's really hard. I want to run so badly. Is it true that the only way to run is to kill him? Ugh. I'm so overwhelmed. Hurry up and kill him, then walk to the shadowy cage. I love it there. On the contrary, the second personality at this point, for the time being, didn't provide any assistance. However, Li Xiaoshui breathed a sigh of relief. This was enough. Compared to the first personality, he was most afraid of the second personality. He was afraid that the second personality would choose to run away and fight against his subjective consciousness, creating a short-lived sluggishness that would affect the fight. Good thing. Having entered the mission, the two consciousnesses, on the contrary, precisely maintained the same cognition as him. This caused, under the necklace's augmentation, his spirit, his emotions, to not falter or ripple in any way. 3, 2, 1. As the commentator finished the countdown in an almost growling voice, "Jousting, begin." The crowd's shouts rang out like loud thunder. There was a cracking sound. It was the terrifying force that erupted from Kia's feet that caused the stone tiles to shatter. He was the first to make a move. Like a cheetah, he burst out from his spot. In an instant, he rushed in front of Li Xiaoshui. The iron rod in his hand swung down fiercely. The ground trembled and stones splashed. Where Li Xiaoshui was, an eye-catching deep pit appeared. However, within the pit, there was no bloodstain and Li Xiaoshui's figure. Kia lifted his head expressionlessly, only to see that Li Xiaoshui had stepped on the level mysterious object, the hard wooden board, and floated in midair, dodging the attack. Kia crouched down, jumping in a ready position, about to leap up and continue the pursuit. Just when Kia was poised for the next moment, suddenly, a sense of crisis surged out. This was an instinctive perception that he possessed after years of experiencing hovering on the edge of life and death. Kia's face suddenly changed, fiercely rolled back. With a piercing sound, a blood-stained needle passed through his cheek, taking away a piece of bloody skin. It was only a few centimeters away from his temple. Invisible weapon. Kia's face sank. This was big trouble. Li Xiaoshui, on the other hand, had a chagrined face. What an idiot, waste, trash. This is the best opportunity. How could you miss it? Damn it. It's just that you don't have a third personality. The combat power is too weak. The first personality angrily roared at Li Xiaoshui. The moment the jousting started, Li Xiaoshui relied on the first personality's instructions. At the first time, with the best escape angle, he flew to the mid-air range where the pathetic attacked to, serving as a decoy. And then, utilizing the needles released silently, he stopped in place and waited for Kia to make a sneak attack when he was about to continue his attack. Everything. It's the same as what the first personality set up. But, the sneak attack failed. Li Xiaoshui was also helpless. He didn't do anything wrong. The scolding him can be useful? Who would have thought that he would weirdly dodge away? A crater was broken on the ground, about 176 centimeters in length and 103 centimeters in width. Based on the ground's soil density, there will be 53 kilograms quantity of mud with stones falling on the surface. With your numinous power, you can manipulate these mud and stone blocks. The second personality provided new data. Li Xiaoshui immediately took control, not giving Kia the chance to continue his attack anymore. The ground full of rubble and mud, immediately like a magnet, attached to Kia. He was caught off guard and was surrounded into a mud ball. This move, having killed several Two Stripes natives, Li Xiaoshui was quite experienced with it. The needle immediately stabbed at his temple. But Li Xiaoshui underestimated Kia. He was not that ordinary two-striped indigenous, only to see that at his exposed neck, his veins rippled, and the sinews of his neck violently swelled in a circle. At the same time, the inner part of the mud mass that trapped him collapsed with a bang, and cracks appeared. The crack rapidly expanded and split in half. Kia, whose entire body swelled in a circle and was full of hideous muscles, broke free and dodged the new wave of the needle's attack. He's a transcendent class ability. The strength of his body increases. First characteristic alerted. He circled around behind you at 8 o'clock, which is the blind spot of your vision. He's going to jump up and attack your back. The second personality followed with a voice. It is not recommended that you form a shield with rubble to resist. At this time, his power burst is about 2,300 kilograms. The current clay defense strength is only 1,800 kilograms at the highest. Li Xiaoshui hurriedly stepped on the hard wooden boards and flew away from the spot. And in this instant, coincidentally, Kia jumped in midair and swung his iron rod, falling short. Kia was in disbelief. With a speed like his, Li Xiaoshui, who was not a martial artist but only a Nianli master, was able to react with a transfer before he could even jump. During the time period of falling from midair, Kia was unable to make any attacks or dodges. It was at this moment that the stones all over the ground, under Li Xiaoshui's Nianli manipulation, melted into sharp stone knives, which, together with the invisible needles, stabbed at Kia from all directions. Kia hurriedly wrapped his body quickly into a sphere, protecting his vitals and tensing his muscles. The stone knives and needles, without any obstruction, all stabbed him in every part of his body. With the splattering of blood, Kia fell heavily to the ground. It's done! Li Xiaoshui was elated. But, Li Xiaoshui's smile, in the next moment, froze. Kia, who had fallen to the ground, climbed up. His body was covered in blood overflowing non-stop, blood and flesh. He couldn't feel anything like pain, and his mental state and cold eyes didn't change in any way. His muscle density is too high. Using an unknown transcendent class trait to enhance his defense, you only damaged his surface layer and didn't injure his vitals. The first trait reminded. Using your nimbus to create a large number of objects like this will cause your nimbus to be overly consumed. Use with caution. The second personality reminded. You didn't get hit hard even like that? It was even if the earth blocks had no effect, but on the contrary, all of his needles only penetrated the palms of his hands and didn't penetrate deep into his skull. The over-exaggerated protection caused Li Xiaoshui's heart to cool a little. Such a good opportunity did not appear to be effective. Can only rely on the thought of entanglement, waiting for the flying needles to succeed in a sneak attack? Not to mention the fact that it is difficult to sneak attack. Just his thoughts. The consumption is very fast. You have to know that he was manipulating needles, wooden boards, and the underground rubble. The cost of using the wooden planks was to double his energy, which exacerbated the depletion of his energy. Li Xiaoshui floated in the air, anxiously searching for a method. Relying on his own battle power, it was only a matter of time before he fell. Underground, Kia was gazing at Li Xiaoshui. The lesson from the party made him choose to think deeply before acting. Wait! The agonizing Li Xiaoshui suddenly was noticing something. His gaze fell towards the lake. Li Xiaoshui awoke with a start. He had a solution. Li Xiaoshui acted. Ignoring the hints of the two personalities, Li Xiaoshui landed on the ground from midair. The hard wooden boards hung in front of him as protection, in plain sight. Li Xiaoshui made an incomparably strange behavior. He, with a smile, walked towards Kia. The sudden scene. It caused the high-pitched voice that was commentating on the battle between the two to pause. The audience's shouts couldn't help but be silent for a split second. Sequence Zero's ninjutsu master, giving up his mid-air advantage? What does he want to do? Looking for death? Nearly identical doubts appeared in everyone's minds. This situation, it was too abnormal. Even Kia was a bit stunned. According to common sense, at this distance, he would have rushed over and immediately killed him. Kia, retreated backward with a gloomy face as Li Xiaoshui approached. His muscles were tense and his spirit was highly concentrated, always ready to counterattack. He did not think that Li Xiaoshui would send up for him to kill. He was so emboldened. Could it be that he had some mysterious object? Koyelio got a little nervous. Li Xiaoshui slowly approached. Kia retreated more and more, until Kia retreated to the edge of the lake, with no way to retreat, Li Xiaoshui stopped. Afterwards, Li Xiaoshui let out a sigh of relief and said, I was really afraid that you don't have a brain, and when you see me coming down, you will come over and kill me. Fortunately, you have a brain. Reverse thinking, sometimes it's quite useful. The inexplicable words made Kia feel puzzled. Cold. Kia had some bad premonitions. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, his face showed panic and he hurriedly tried to scramble away from the lake. But it was too late. On the surface of the lake, a large area of lake water surged out, spreading to the edge of the ring and violently wrapping Kia in. Kia held his breath and panicked as he tried to drill his way out of the lake. However, the moment Kia was wrapped up, the countless rubbles on the ground had already shot up to the front of his lake water mass. The rubble quickly formed a square-sealed sarcophagus, shutting the lake water along with Kia, tightly and seamlessly in it. Bang! Kia struck the wall. The wall shook slightly and did not shatter. The resistance of water is 12 times that of air resistance. With such a big cut in strength, how could it break my wall? Li Xiaoshui was inwardly indifferent. In the following 3 to 4 minutes, Li Xiaoshui always stood in front of the sarcophagus without moving. He just watched the walls of the sarcophagus as Kia kept beating down the sand and dust. Of course, his force became weaker and weaker, until finally, there was no movement. But Li Xiaoshui did not let go of the sarcophagus. Even though manipulating a large amount of water and stones made his nianli pay a large amount of consumption, and his face was a little white, he still chose to wait quietly. Because, the sixth sense, there was a crisis prompt. A human's breath-holding record was 5 or 6 minutes. And Kia, this kind of transcendent class of strengthened human, most likely will also add some time. Since the sixth sense prompted, it is obvious that Kia is still safe and sound. Once it was dispersed, it was his turn to die with almost all of his power consumed. Kia this kind of power, his body bones, but any touch, not half dead also have to be bad enough to break the bones and muscles, no combat power. Before the woman is a warning. Furthermore, the water raid, there will not be a second chance. The weight of such a large amount of water in the party was simply not something he could support to move quickly with this level of nianli. It was only by luring him to the edge of the lake that the opportunity was created. It had to be foolproof. And so another minute passed. Inside the coffin, Kia finally stopped camouflaging and let out a violent pounding. It was stronger than even the party's. Obviously, it was his last dying struggle. Unfortunately, it was in vain. It lasted for a few dozen seconds, and the movement disappeared once again. After a little more time, feeling mentally exhausted, while his sixth sense ran out of crisis cues, Li Xiaoshui heaved a sigh of relief. He dispersed his thoughts. He dispersed the sarcophagus. The water then overflowed to the ground. Kia, dripping wet, staring with eyes and a pained expression, collapsed to the ground without a sound. Kia actually drowned. Kia, too careless. Fighting against a nianli master and actually walking to the lake. The surface of the water, that's the territory of a nemesis. The fight is over. With 5 wins and 2 losses, Kia loses. And the newcomer nemesis, Lo, won. 1 win and 0 losses. He blew a big upset and won the match. As the commentator's voice fell, the crowd once again erupted with cheers like the start of the previous gladiatorial battle. At this moment, Li Xiaoshui, who was somewhat overdrawn in his nianli, was sweating coldly and had an indescribable sense of fatigue. In this situation, the two personalities that had helped him during the fight, after stopping the fight, began to transmit different thoughts due to the crowd's attention. He, who was in a bad state, was somewhat disturbed. And, as he slacked off and lost control slightly, an incomparably cold feeling came from behind him. It was the cost of the necklace. This caused Li Xiaoshui to have to forcefully concentrate, enduring the irritation and suppression of his mind. Now was not the time for him to take off the necklace and relax. Once he took it off, he would lose control, and he had to support himself until the personality disappeared. The staff came up. Li Xiaoshui picked up the iron rod from Kia's corpse and put it into his virtual pocket. Then, Kia was carried away. As for what happened next, Li Xiaoshui could guess from the woman. Do you want to proceed to the next game? A staff member inquired. You have the right. Refuse. Li Xiaoshui shook his head. Then come with me, you won the match, you will get the reward that belongs to you. The staff led Li Xiaoshui to the original path. Not long after leaving the gladiatorial arena, Li Xiaoshui's split personality stopped. He took the elevator that appeared in the passageway and was brought to an office on a high floor. Here, it was inside the piece of black alloy wall that surrounded the prison of the bottomless pit. It's really the first time I've seen a sequence 0 survive the first one. As soon as Li Xiaoshui walked in, the short, four-eyed middle-aged man sitting on the seat wore a smile and pointed to the seat in front of him, gesturing for Li Xiaoshui to sit down. Well done. After that, Sequence Zero's identity as a nihilist is a good publicity signboard. Li Xiaoshui sat down and squeezed out a smile in agreement. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the supervisor in charge of distributing rewards to you, Pu Xing. You can just call me Supervisor Pu. Pu Xing said. With that, he extended his hand and crossed a string of points to Li Xiaoshui. Li Xiaoshui glanced at the amount of points. Originally, there were just 3 points left. At this moment, it became 153. Li Xiaoshui froze. He rubbed his eyes. Didn't see it wrong. 150. After winning the first game, he actually got 153 points? If he wins 10 games in a row, wouldn't that be at least 1,000 points? Or even double? In an S-ranked mission, the reward was this exaggerated. In horror, Li Xiaoshui suddenly remembered the scene just now, not knowing how to deal with Kia's situation. A chill like a pot of cold water poured down made Li Xiaoshui feel that the reward was reasonable. This is taking a life in exchange for sign it and you can go. Pu Xing then handed over a contract. Li Xiaoshui glanced at it. It was a human rights contract owned by the prisoners of Star Prison. However, it showed that Li Xiaoshui's first game, the points he got rewarded, was not 150, but 183. This, Li Xiaoshui subconsciously wanted to ask the reason, and noticing Pu Xing's smiling expression as he looked at him, he couldn't help but stop his words. He was not an uninitiated person. This Pu Xing was clearly deducting his points. 33. This person has gone too far, hasn't he? Li Xiaoshui felt his heart dripping blood. But in the end, Li Xiaoshui didn't meaninglessly go out of his way to make a sound, this kind of unspoken rule to break. The points won't come back, not to mention that he was afraid that he would have to wear small shoes. Signed. Pu Xing smiled even more broadly. Supervisor Pu, can I conveniently ask you something? Li Xiaoshui opened his mouth. You say. Having successfully hacked the points, Pu Xing naturally wouldn't be stingy. What level is Kia at in a gladiator of my level? Li Xiaoshui asked. Well, you're asking. Pu Xing thought for a moment and said there are so many gladiators, I am not sure what level he is at, but according to the information, his highest record is at the level of 2 consecutive victories. In the division in Star Prison, it belongs to the bottom tier of combatants at your level. Li Xiaoshui's face changed. Then the middle tier of our level refers to those who can reach 5 consecutive victories? The high level, those guys who can have 8 or 9 consecutive victories? Well, pretty much. Pu Xing nodded his head. Li Xiaoshui's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. In the battle against Kia, perceiving the strength of the two, almost not in the same class, Li Xiaoshui realized that he had fallen for the sixth sense illusion. Yes, the sixth sense was right. The blood mine was filled with absolute crisis. But that didn't mean he had to face it. However, this 10 consecutive victories, he had to face each and every one of them in a duel. With such a difficult to deal with Kia, all of them belonging to the weak, then how could he complete the 10 consecutive victories? Split personality, even stronger aides couldn't hide the fact that his sequence was too low and his chanting power wasn't strong enough. Supervisor Pu, I remember that we were given the right to choose at the beginning. Can I modify to go digging for blood mines now? Li Xiaoshui even said that he regretted it. Pu Xing faintly said, it's not that I'm intimidating you, digging blood mines is much more dangerous than this. You buy a level 1 mystical object in the Star Prison camp and break through sequence 1, with your potential 10 consecutive victories, is not without any hope. Li Xiaoshui secretly grumbled. He could break through sequence 1, and he was still so afraid? The problem was, he wanted a level 2 mysterious object, which was something that could be gotten with a couple hundred points. Furthermore, he didn't want to make a random breakthrough. He planned to consider a suitable identity before making a breakthrough. I still wish to turn. Li Xiaoshui insisted. That doesn't mean you can just turn. If it's all like this, it'll be a mess. Pu Xing shook his head. Of course, for a newcomer like you who has no reputation, I can use my authority to help you out a bit. Pu Xing gave Li Xiaoshui possibilities again. Li Xiaoshui hurriedly said, Supervisor Pu, what are the requirements? Just say it, as long as I can do it. Very simple. Win the next game again. Give me half of the points. Pu Xing said. Li Xiaoshui was silent for a long while before nodding his head and agreeing, all right, I promise. He firmly believed in his choice. Even if he won more points and was unable to complete the 10 consecutive victories, more points would be useless. Besides, in the last 10 consecutive victories, one might even run into a sequence 2 expert. He would rather go for the optional dig than the certain death of death. Alright, for the next joust, I hope you can come over alive to collect your points. Pu Xing laughed. Of course, you still have the chance to reconsider. I will first have someone take you down to see the underground world. Li Xiaoshui left, and the 8th prison guard who had brought him here earlier, took him back to the bottomless void and headed down. Soon, the two passed by the 7th floor. Due to Pu Xing's orders, the orangutan prison guard would take Li Xiaoshui to the underground world. At the dome, a light fell. For the first few dozen floors, the two could see the steps going down. But when they reached the 50th floor and went down a distance of hundreds of meters, the light from the dome could not reach this distance and disappeared. Li Xiaoshui and the prison guard could only borrow the dim light embedded in the steps under the 50th floor, and walk down carefully. Let me remind you not to fall down, the orangutan prison guard vocalized as he entered the 50th floor. How did Li Xiaoshui need him to remind him? He was always ready to float. Suddenly, someone is looking at me. What a scary, disturbing feeling. Damn it. Get out of this hellhole. The first personality voiced out. This place is so quiet, but I can't feel comfortable. I'm also uneasy. The second personality followed suit. Li Xiaoshui's face suddenly changed and he hurriedly put on the necklace. Damn. How did it appear again at such a time? How long has this just appeared? Furthermore, who's looking at him? Isn't it dark and gloomy? Personality inexplicably appeared as a reminder, calling Li Xiaoshui a palpitation. Here, is there a human being incarcerated? Li Xiaoshui couldn't help but ask the 8th prison guard. The orangutan prison guard stopped walking, looked back at Li Xiaoshui, smiled wryly, grinned and opened a row of white teeth. What do you guess? The gloomy light made it impossible for Li Xiaoshui to see if anything was being held in the dark cages around him. On the contrary, since the sixth sense went down, it started to produce crisis hints. He could not get the information of the defense cage. Li Xiaoshui could only tighten his mind, controlling his personality while not being distracted to watch, thinking that he was safe by not doing more meaningless things. Step by step, he went down. Li Xiaoshui silently counted to the 80th floor. At this time, the site was no longer dark. Underground, a faint red glow barely reflected the path that would lead to these 80 floors. After the 80th floor, there were no more cages. It was all gray walls. In the deathly silence, the red glow of the underground, with an eerie, evil, weird feeling, surged into Li Xiaoshui's perception. Fortunately, the necklace's calming effect was there. Li Xiaoshui's emotions did not change. It was just that deep inside, it became even more insubstantial. Gradually, the ladder reached the 90th floor. The red light underground became even more dazzling. At the same time, a sense of dry heat made Li Xiaoshui feel that his skin was on fire, as if he had stepped into a furnace. However, at this distance, Li Xiaoshui was able to see the appearance of the 100 underground floors. Red. Striking blood red. A piece of dry and cracked earth was radiating a strange reddish color. In the cracks, smoke entrapped with high temperatures filled the air ceaselessly. On the blood-red ground, scattered one after another, rotting, broken, dry corpses, bones. It was an endless, creepy number. In the forest of corpses, strange maggots and flies, snakes and rats, roamed around and scurried. The rich fishy odor combined with the rotting smell, spreading a nauseating scent that made it difficult for people to control themselves. The two didn't stop their steps, and still continued to go down. It was just that with every next layer, the high temperature was climbing twice as high. The steps under their feet were like boiling hot water. The dazzling sizzling red aura stabbed at his body, and Li Xiaoshui still had an indescribable pain. If he had to describe it, he felt that it was like the blood was being vaporized. Further down, if you don't get the daytime ice stone in half an hour, you'll be roasted to dryness. The orangutan prison guard stopped at the 95th floor. Li Xiaoshui wiped his overflowing sweat and sighed in relief. Walking any further, he was going to melt. Standing on the 95th floor, closer than the 90th floor, Li Xiaoshui was able to see that blood-red place more clearly. He suddenly noticed that not all of the bright red ground was filled with dead corpses. Certain human trunks, which only had skeletons and human skin left, were even emitting a faint writhing. Still alive. They were panting with difficulty, as if looking for straws to save their lives. They were climbing towards the blue palace standing in the center, bit by bit, bit by bit. But the body was baked dry water and dry limbs. There is not much energy to move. If not observed, simply could not find that they had a weak movement. At the same time, Li Xiaoshui also noticed that the blood-red ground connected to the bottomless pit of rock corners. There are countless densely packed, similar to the rat hole general hole in the ground. From these holes, a faint red light could be seen. Here, could this be the place where the prisoners went in to dig? There are a few basic things in this underground 100 floors. As Li Xiaoshui was thinking, the 8 prison guards suddenly spoke. First, during the day, you need to take 1 pound of blood or in exchange for an ice stone that can withstand the scorching heat. Second, at night, you need to take 1 pound of blood or in exchange it for a night stone that can withstand extreme cold. Third, if you can turn in blood or every day, you can get 3 free meals. Even 0. 1 gene will do. These will all accumulate into your 100 pounds. Finally, when you turn in 100 pounds of bloodstones, you can leave the star prison directly. Of course, the first day you go in, you will be provided with ice stone, fire stone, and 3 meals for free. Only for the first day. Li Xiaoshui was stunned and looked at the 8 prison guards. So simple? The orangutan warden smiled morosely. When you realize that you can't dig up the bloodstone and become an ice sculpture, rotten meat, and a dry corpse, then you will know if it's simple or not. Besides, what is in the underground blood mine? What will be the limitations? You can only understand if you go in. Li Xiaoshui fell silent. He was clear that these were not words of intimidation. The rules were simple. and the excavation of the blood mine could never be simple. Looking at the piles of corpses all over the ground, Li Xiaoshuai's mood became a little complicated. It was bad to say that the moment he went down, he might become one of them the next day. Participating in the gladiatorial arena, you can at least have a safe place to stay and eat. Even if you die, you won't have to go under a blood mine and experience a life worse than death. Well, that's all I have to say. I've fulfilled Supervisor Poo's request. Go on up, you have a chance to reconsider. That was the end of the 8 prison guards' words. Li Xiaoshuai nodded his head. He also did not want to stay in this hell-like place that also stank to the point of making one's stomach retch. The two immediately headed upwards. However, even after the horrific situation observed after this encounter, and the orangutan prison guard's persuasion, Li Xiaoshuai still did not waver in his thoughts. The blood mine might be deadly and horrible, but in a gladiator fight, for a Nianli master like him, failure was certain death, and the chances of surviving were not high. If there were resurrection cards, Li Xiaoshuai would really be happy to choose the gladiator arena. Not to mention, the exaggerated points were worth fighting for his little life once. Not to mention, it would be able to exercise his fighting ability and enrich his fighting experience and skills. The importance of this aspect was self-evident. One must know that he was still unskilled even in how to use his split personality trait, paired with his sixth sense and nihility to fight. Unfortunately, there was no resurrection card. All of this could only be given up. Little life, only once ah. Sighing lightly, Li Xiaoshuai's thoughts returned to the blood mine. Coldly, Li Xiaoshuai vocalized a question, is there any special effect of the blood mine? The orangutan prison guard did not think twice and said yes. There are great benefits. Looking at Li Xiaoshuai's stunned expression, the orangutan prison guard smiled wryly provided that you can use the opportunity. Without getting the statement of the blood mine's usefulness, Li Xiaoshuai returned to his 7th level iron prison. He lay down on the straw, looking boredly at the rotting corpse lying next to him, engaging in deep thoughts about the blood mine land he had seen today. Although this corpse was ghastly, after experiencing 2 quests and examinations, to Li Xiaoshuai, there was nothing more to feel other than a slight discomfort from the stench. He had already exercised a strong heart. Helplessly, outside the iron cage is one after another, walking non-stop sound, which keeps stirring up thoughts. There were steady footsteps, there were moans of pain. It was out to fight, with the prisoners who came back alive. It wasn't until several hours had passed, as if it had reached the late night stage, in the prison, that peace was restored. It had been a long time since he had experienced such calm serenity in a mission. Li Xiaoshuai was still a bit uncomfortable for a while. Tomorrow will be my turn to fight in that one. I wonder, will it go well? Li Xiaoshuai muttered. According to the saying that everyone in Puxing was divided by strength, it was thought that people with a high winning streak would only match opponents with a high winning streak. Even if he was a Nianli master, Sequence 0 could match, at most, a 2 to 3 win streak. How else would it be interesting to watch? How could the audience be enthusiastic? The trouble is, the water attack is probably ineffective. Li Xiaoshuai lamented. It was hard to get away with repeating the same maneuver once. Li Xiaoshuai just pondered about the mysterious object that could fight tomorrow, the split personality aid. Suddenly, a possibility appeared in Li Xiaoshuai's mind. Waking up after a sleep. After eating lunch, Li Xiaoshuai was summoned out by the 8 prison guard. It's your turn. As expected, Li Xiaoshuai calmly walked out. After resting, the numinous power and spirit had been restored. Just like yesterday's journey, Li Xiaoshuai quickly walked to the end of the passageway. As the passageway opened, a blinding light shot in. That deafening, mountainous roar, once again resounded. Again, there was an uncontrollable feeling of heart pounding. Now out on the stage, is Sequence 0's rookie numinous master, Luo. Yesterday, he defeated Sequence 1, who had 2 consecutive victories over Kia, with a bright performance. The current record is 1 win and 0 losses. And Luo's opponent today is our old acquaintance, Sequence 1's Weird Amanda. Yesterday, he used his powerful strength to crush his opponent and complete another 3 consecutive victories. He still holds the record of defeating opponents without a single survivor. The current record is 11 wins, 4 losses. Immediately, the level 0 Sequence Nemesis will face off against the level 1 Sequence Monstrous Adamantin. Will it be Sequence 0's Nemesis Master Luo, who continues to work miracles and win? Or will Adamant get his first 4 consecutive victories in the arena? This match is full of suspense. Audience members, the gladiator arena is about to begin. The odds are open. Please place your bets within 10 seconds. Li Xiaoshuai's face was a little unsightly. He had expected an existence weaker than Kia to appear and pass through. He didn't expect a guy with a nickname who had won 11 games to come. What kind of suspense was this? That's the kind of crap you can pull off. Under normal circumstances, his failure rate would be at least 80%. Sighing lightly, Li Xiaoshuai looked ahead. In the line of sight, a man with thick arms and a head full of scales stepped out. He wore a pair of fisthooks, created with 4 rings to cover his fingers, and a blade stood on the periphery. Cold rays were mapped on it, and it was obviously incomparably sharp. Being touched, one would be seriously injured without dying. Alas! So how can one choose to joust? Can you survive the next one by chance? Running into a cold-blooded expert would only be a dead end. Li Xiaoshui smiled bitterly and shook his head, walking across the ring with Amanda, together. As the commentary's countdown ended, the battle begins. The commentator roared out. Lo! It was Lo who struck first. The commentator hissed out. In the ring, Li Xiaoshui reached out and maneuvered the stone powder all over the ground, forming a barrier and wrapping it around Adaman. Adaman's combat experience and skill was far superior to Kia. Not giving Li Xiaoshui any chance at all, his body was as fast as lightning, leaping out of the encirclement and landing not far from Li Xiaoshui. With a flash of sharp cold light, Adaman's fisthook heavily smashed on the hard wooden board in front of Li Xiaoshui. Stinging sparks spattered. The terrifying power that Adamant erupted smashed away Li Xiaoshui's wooden board. Li Xiaoshui's Nianli was unable to resist this force. Li Xiaoshui's face suddenly changed. He hurriedly jumped away, once again retrieved the wooden board, stepped on his feet, and was about to fly up. Adaman sneered, reached out and somehow grabbed some mysterious object, smashed it on the ground, and a mud puddle appeared. He jumped inward. It disappeared into the ring. In the next moment, Adamant actually crashed through the layer of mud from behind Li Xiaoshui and leapt out tens of meters, descending from a high height in an attempt to block Li Xiaoshui's escape route and cut off his head. Sure enough, Li Xiaoshui glanced at the sky above. He knew Adamant's move. The battle began, and the first personality, the second personality, immediately appeared as the audience watched. When Adaman used the mysterious object, with the faint vibration of the ground, the second personality, who had a detailed control of the environment, analyzed the information and guessed this possibility. With the experience of yesterday's battle, Li Xiaoshui had made all kinds of preparations. Adaman jumped in midair. Midair has not yet fallen. His body shape is suddenly a beat. Suspended in midair. Adaman looked at his feet in shock. His 2 bare feet were wrapped tightly by a mass of stone powder floating in the air. The attack failed. I'll send you down. Li Xiaoshui spoke calmly, violently flinging him up into midair without any borrowing point, causing him to only fall in gravity, in an open position. At the same time, the countless sharp debris under the ground formed sharp-pointed needles, and together with his invisible needles, they turned into thousands of sharp arrows, enveloping him without any dead angle. Annoying nemesis. Noticing the scene, Adaman sullenly shielded his head. The defensive action was the same as yesterday's Kia. As the sword needles fell all over his body and blood splattered, Adaman slammed heavily into the ground. Adaman quickly rolled to his feet. From the force of his tensed muscles, he glued and shattered the stone-tipped needles. Then, from his chest again, he pulled out a thin, bloodied invisible needle and coldly looked at Li Xiaoshui. Alas! Li Xiaoshui sighed lightly, wanting to kill him. Indeed, it was impossible to rely on this simple method. His numinous power was still too weak and too weak. If this is your level of Nianli, you will definitely die in this fight. Adamant spoke. Li Xiaoshui looked at him. Suddenly, he smiled slightly. You lose. Adaman was stunned. I lost? And then, he snorted, just you can make me lose? What do you think a tactic like yours counts for? Didn't you find anything wrong? Li Xiaoshui asked, looking at his chest. Adamant frowned and looked down at himself. Although there was blood flowing from all over his body in all directions, it wasn't a serious injury. At most, it was just a tingling pain, so it would pass after enduring it. What was wrong with it? Deliberately tricking himself? A huff flashed in Adamant's eyes. He took a deep breath, and murderous intent filled his eyes. He was about to prepare to take out his characteristic ability. But then, out of the blue, the gripping pain that had been in his body earlier had somehow transferred to his body, and intensified. Adamant fiercely covered his chest and stared wide-eyed. Plopping sound. Adaman fell heavily to the ground, without a sound. How could I not know that my attack wasn't of much use to you? I just wanted you to mistakenly think that I was making an ineffective attack, Li Xiaoshui muttered. He stepped on the wooden board and slowly flew to Adamant's corpse. Removing Adamant's fisthook, he picked up the underground mud pit mystical object. Of course, no one noticed that in silence. There were 2 miniature bugs as tiny as ants. From Adamant's body, one of the inconspicuous wounds quickly flew out and returned to Li Xiaoshui's hand. This was the killer weapon that Li Xiaoshui suddenly remembered last night. Devouring insects. Fighting on the ground, luring Adamantin to reach midair, and putting Adamantin on the defensive were all Li Xiaoshui's plans. Along with the countless stone needles, the devouring insects were also thrown onto Adamant's body by Li Xiaoshui silently. In this way, the stinging pain of the phage worms biting through the skin, Adaman, naturally, was unable to realize, allowing the devouring worm to smoothly enter the body. Then, the one who won would only be him. I didn't spend the points in vain to nurture you to get up. Li Xiaoshui smiled. And at that moment, the commentator, who was stunned, as well as dumbfounded, by the sudden status quo, reacted. Heavens! Oh my god! Adamant, dead. Testing, Adaman, is dead. What happened? What the hell happened? The battle has just begun, and Adaman is dead. It's unbelievable. Sequence Zero's nemesis master, Luo, miraculously killed Adaman. Luo has won 2 consecutive victories. The commentators were shocked, and the audience was also in an uproar. In this one, not many people dared to favor Li Xiaoshui at all. This was clearly a foreplay for the next high-quality matchup in order to pad Adaman's record. But who would have thought that such a bizarre situation would arise? How did he kill Adaman? In the ring, the watch Li Xiaoshui, his face always calm, refused the staff's request of whether or not to proceed to the next match, and went to the reward collection office. As soon as Li Xiaoshui entered the office, he was greeted by a smiling and applauding Pu Xing. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Luo, you actually managed to win against Adamant, exploding the big cold ah. This time, the points should be higher than yesterday, right? Li Xiaoshui asked with a smile. Of course. Pu Xing immediately took out the sheet. The display on it showed that Li Xiaoshui could get 277 points. Dividing Pu Xing in half, 138 points remained. The exorbitant amount, even though Li Xiaoshui was prepared in his mind, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. It was close to 100 higher than yesterday. Here, it was simply a paradise for earning points. How are things considered? Of course, whether you have regrets or not, I've already scratched away half of the points. Pu Xing said. Li Xiaoshui did not think twice. I still want to go to the underground 100th floor. Is that so? It's a pity. You had such an outstanding play at Sequence 0, as long as you can advance to Sequence 1, you can definitely become a star player in Star Prison. Pu Xing regretted. Supervisor Pu. Then, I'm as good as my word. I'll immediately modify your profile and let you go into the 100 underground floors. Pu Xing said. Thanks a lot, Supervisor Pu. The request was reached. Li Xiaoshui had no need to linger. But before he turned to leave, Pu Xing suddenly called out to him and left a message. If the blood mine can't be excavated, you can look for Elmwood to mention my name, and I will help you once more. However, by then, my conditions will be a bit harsher. Returning to the cage, Li Xiaoshui was not called out until the evening. When he came to the step entrance of the 7th floor, Li Xiaoshui was surprised to find that there were 7 other people who went to the underground 100 floors to dig for minerals together. Among them, there was also a blue star human-looking person. This made Li Xiaoshui feel puzzled. It wasn't even the start of the second day, it was impossible for someone to be like him and reselect, right? Could it be? In this mission, there were newcomers coming in? This quest, there would be unlimited newcomers? Li Xiaoshui came to a conclusion. Due to the presence of the guerrilla guards, Li Xiaoshui did not ask more questions and chose to remain silent. What called Li Xiaoshui unexpected was not only the newcomers that came. When walking under the 90th floor, he noticed with dismay that here, it was no longer the scorching heat of yesterday. Cold! It was incomparably piercing cold. The cold air that permeated the area caused everyone to tremble and shiver uncontrollably. Their hair was covered in ice flakes, their bodies were covered in frost, and the air they breathed out coalesced into ice crystals. The temperature was so low that almost even the blood was about to be condensed. Yesterday's underground corpses, at this time, has become a single, blood-red human-shaped ice. Without any vitality. What remained unchanged was only the blood-red ground and the red gas that kept rising. Deputy Warden Elmwood. The orangutan prison guard was also shivering uncontrollably, wrapped around his body, and couldn't help but yell out. What are you shouting so loudly for? Underground, a female voice came out in dissatisfaction. Then, at the azure-colored palace, a figure stepped on a golden chakra and quickly floated up. It was a stunningly beautiful red-haired woman wearing incomparably revealing clothes, almost naked and frighteningly plump. She frowned with an impatient look on her face. Flight. Nemesis. Li Xiaoshui's pupils shrunk. A Nianli master in general with him. Is this all of today's batch? The plump woman asked. Yes. The orangutan prison guard said. Without any nonsense, the plump woman, Elmwood, reached out and threw her hand, and more than a dozen small, round beads of different reds and blues floated in front of the 7 people. The blue ones are ice stones. Used during the day, it can withstand the heat for 12 hours. The red one is the night stone. Used at night, it can withstand low temperatures for 12 hours. Free supply for the first day only. After that, use 1 pound of blood or before you can go to the palace and find me to exchange for 1 ice stone or night stone. This is an exchange, not within the scope of turning in blood or. You must additionally, excavate 100 pounds of blood or to turn in before you can leave the star prison. Turning in blood or is 0 per day, without 3 meals. Is that clear? Elmwood's unquestionable words and cold impatient look made people not dare to open their mouths even if they had questions. Understood. The crowd responded. Li Xiaoshui was the same as the others, unable to resist this chill. After receiving it, he hastily swallowed the night stone. A stream of warmth surged out from within his body. It was like a furnace had entered the body, and the coldness in the body, in an instant, was scraped clean. However, it was limited to that. Outside of the body, the perceived temperature was just like in life, experiencing a hypothermic winter. It was still somewhat cold. Go! The exposed beauty, Elmwood, reached out and waved her hand, and Li Xiaoshui was shocked to find that he, along with the other 8 people, immediately lost control of their bodies and floated in midair. Then, along with her, they flew downward together. She can actually manipulate the bodies of so many people. Li Xiaoshui was a bit incredulous. This was the basic ability of a nimble master. But, manipulating people was different from manipulating dead things. Similar to needles, knives, stones, and other such things, they would only have their own weight. As long as the power of the mind is strong enough, it can be manipulated. However, manipulating a living thing like a human body, that's different. With a living thing, the body would explode with power, and with this power, the mind power would have to support it as well. And the power of a martial artist of the same level would not be much weaker than a Nianli master's Nianli at all. Trying to levitate them was something that was basically impossible. For Elmwood, to do so with such ease, it was evident. She was an extremely powerful high sequencer. It's cold. As they went down, one person couldn't help but shiver. Yes. Even after taking the night stone, Li Xiaoshui could still feel the temperature dropping dramatically as he fell. Even when reaching the ground, the temperature perceived by the skin was already at -°C. This is still the case of taking the night stone. If one did not take it, the consequences would be unimaginable. One for each person. Elmwood grabbed in the void in the palace, then dozens of black shovels were flung out. Li Xiaoshui took it and discovered the shovels with an indescribable heaviness. Get lost. Elm flung out his hand and walked into the palace. Li Xiaoshui and the others looked at each other. Deputy Warden Elmwood, where are we going to dig for blood mines? One person hurriedly asked, but the door of the palace had already closed. Elmwood didn't even bother. Obviously, there was no point in asking. I just saw so many small caves up there. There, that should be where the excavation is taking place. A woman spoke up. This woman was a blue star. I thought so too. Let's go take a look together. The others picked up the conversation. Although everyone had carried out the mission many times and were not weak, but with an S-class mission, anyone was cautious. Coupled with the excessive cold, everyone leaned in close and chose to move together. No, I'm too cold. Whoever has something like a sweater, I'll offer 5 points to exchange with him. A half-naked man shuddered. No one responded. Who virtually pocketed and carried these things? Who would sell him 5 points if he had worn it himself long ago? Not long after, everyone walked to the nearest cave entrance. At the entrance of the cave, a piece of blood-red wall path that was frozen by thin ice was visible. Looking at each other, with Li Xiaoshui taking the lead, he walked down. It was simple. The reason why he dared to be the first to go down was because Li Xiaoshui realized that his sixth sense characteristic recovered. He didn't notice any danger. Obviously, yesterday when he came down, there was always a sixth sense of crisis prompt. This sense of crisis, the choice disappeared. Li Xiaoshui could not think of a reason. The only thing that could be guessed was the difference between hot and cold. Was it the temperature? Or was it something deeper, something he could not know? Li Xiaoshui could only wait until tomorrow when it warmed up to be sure. 8 people, one after another, walked into the cave. Underneath the dark and narrow wall passage, there was a place that was connected, with a dim light shining through. After drilling out of the wall passage, what appeared in front of the eyes of several people was a vast, rugged and lifeless gray flatland. There were yellow crystals emitting light in the sky. In the space, the clanging sounds of shovels clashing against hard stones echoed incessantly. These sounds originated from the ground, where hundreds of deep holes had been dug out. Some of the holes were empty. Some of the holes produced a striking blood-red piece of strange crystals. And inside these holes, they were surrounded by crowds of people grasping and waving shovels. These people, coincidentally, were all wearing tattered, old, yellowed clothing. And their bodies were thin and their faces were waxy. Their bodies were densely covered with scars, sores on their skin, and rotting pieces of flesh. Miserable beyond measure. The weird thing was, Li Xiaoshui found that the incessant hammering of those shovels seemed to be unable to produce the slightest harm to the blood-red crystals that grew underground. But even so, even some people's palms were bleeding non-stop, and they didn't stop to rest. Suddenly, someone noticed Li Xiaoshui and the others. Inside the tired and near-collapsed eyes were sudden icy coldness. Roll! He shouted angrily. Then, someone else vocalized, "Get out of cave 1. Get out! Or I'll kill you all. Go to the other caves. Get out!" The sudden scene left the 8 people dumbfounded. Facing the eyes of the crowd that were full of killing intent and threats, A few people stumbled for a moment before turning around and crawling out of the cave. Those people, what's going on? Back on the icy ground, the half-naked man's face was ugly. With his temper, if it wasn't for the fact that there were too many people, he would have killed them. Is it because you're afraid that we'll rob the blood mines to dig? A fat man said in disbelief. What I'm more concerned about is why they all look that miserable. Li Xiaoshui opened his mouth. This matter was likewise what the others cared about. No, the crowd fell into silence. Unexpectedly, an idea surfaced. They might become one of those miserable-looking people in here. This possibility caused the mood of the 8 people to suddenly become heavy. But the low mood only lasted for a moment. Regardless of what the inside story was, they knew that what was most urgently needed right now was to find a cave that they could enter to dig for blood minerals. Without being able to redeem the night stone and ice stone, there was only one way to die in this bizarre temperature. The crowd continued to walk towards the cave afterward. However, the strange situation in the first cave was no coincidence. 8 people, who had entered about 30 caves one after another, all ended up being driven out. Facing them as outsiders, as if they were wary of something, they were on the same page, and were quickly driven away. The 8 people were in a state of depression. And now, it was time to enter the 38th cave. It was still a grayish-white world. The dim light of crystals reflected. This cave, however, was extremely different compared to those earlier caves. The ground was mostly flat. And, there were only a scant 7 pits. Inside the 4 pits where blood mines appeared, there were only 7 or 8 people desperately digging. Like newly developed caves. Li Xiaoshui and the others came in and were quickly noticed. You 8, want to dig? Go make holes by yourselves. A man who looked like he had survived here for quite a long time had a low voice. After not being kicked out, the 8 people couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After a brief discussion, they decided to stay in this cave. It seems, not every pit can be dug for blood or... Blue Star's woman scanned the circle and frowned slightly. It's fine, leave this to me. One of the women smiled bashfully. And then, her gaze swept. At the same time, in her eyes, a subtle purple aura appeared if nothing else. It was her characteristic. Soon, she pointed at a piece of land not far away. There are blood mines over there, and quite a bit of production. To be honest, I still have quite a few doubts. Among the 8, there was a short man whose gaze fell among those digging. I have too. But, it probably won't answer us. A short-haired beauty shook her head, having been driven away earlier had left her somewhat psychologically stunned. The 8 decided to make the first move. The answer, it was thought, would come from the excavation. After all, in the 8 people's perception, digging was not really considered much of a laborious task. Everyone possessed great strength and extraordinary abilities that far exceeded those of ordinary people. But this idea, immediately shattered when they started digging. Clang! The sound of several strikes resounded heavily. The faces of the people who dropped their shovels together all changed. Can't dig. The vibrations are hurting my hands. What's going on? The ground was hard. Scary hard. Like knocking on an alloy object. The obese man immediately squatted down and caressed the ground. Immediately frowned strange. This ground is not much harder than the general ground. Several people touched it one after another, coming to the same conclusion. But, since it was the same as ordinary ground, how could they not be able to dig? The low temperature wasn't so low as to affect the thickness of the ground. Idiot. Not far away, in a pit, a man sneered. Don't you realize that your powers have changed to be exactly the same as an ordinary person? Sudden words, called 8 people were all stunned. Li Xiaoshui immediately opened his own attribute panel to check. The result was the same as what the man said. The values in the panel all turned to 1. Li Xiaoshui's face became grave. No wonder. Those blood mines are as solid as a rock, and they don't move even when they're hammered. So, they have all become ordinary people. Is it that the power can't be used after coming down to the 100th floor underground? This cave, with an ordinary person's strength, if you want to dig out 2 pounds of blood ore, you need to go all out for at least 20 hours of continuous digging without any intervals. Suddenly, another clear female voice reminded. The 8 people changed color violently. The meaning couldn't be simpler. You have to dig non-stop for 20 hours in exchange for 1 day's worth of night stone and ice stone to sustain your survival? Wouldn't that be equivalent to the fact that once you stop, you'll only die? Humph, since when have you been so kind as to go and remind for free? The man who spoke out to sneer, spoke in a disgusted tone. Just returning a favor. The female voice said. When the woman first spoke, Li Xiaoshui felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. Now that it appeared again, he felt that it was even more familiar. He couldn't help but turn his head to look. It's you! Long black hair. Li Xiaoshui was stunned. At the sight of the vocalizing man, there was a tall, long-haired Blue Star woman. Although her appearance was a bit dirty, Li Xiaoshui could ascertain that this was the woman with long black hair that he had encountered during the first S-rank examination. She, actually, was also in this mission? It's me. The black long-haired woman nodded her head. Li Xiaoshui didn't know if he should now be glad that he ran into an acquaintance and got the information, or be bitter about this sad and torturous excavation work. However, the difficulty of the mission was not only him, I think everyone else, had been psychologically prepared for it. Having learned the rules, what else could they do but obey? No one wanted to die in this kind of S-ranked mission where a heavenly chance could exist. After looking at each other, there were no more complaints, and they all chose to start digging. Clanging sounds began to ring out. The conical head in front of the special shovel kept digging out dirt underground. The recoil that came from it soon caused several people's mouths to ache and their arms to go numb. However, it would take 20 hours to dig up the amount of blood ore that would live. In other words, they had to dig out the whole pit within 4 hours today, and, for the rest of the time after that, endlessly digging blood ore. This, in order to survive. For this reason, even though it was painful, no one dared to be lazy and slack off. Who dares to joke with their lives? It was only Xiao Shuai who was lucky enough to not have to suffer this kind of crime. Relying on the power of the Nianli saved them the trouble. Just like that. In order to stay alive, this boring and painful excavation work gradually went on. An hour or so later. How much deeper is this underground blood mine? Fatty couldn't help but voice out and ask the woman whose eyes possessed characteristic observation power. His hands were covered in blood and in the freezing cold, he kept shivering. Almost there. There's still 1 or 2 meters to go, she said. That's not even deep enough. We've only dug about 1 meter. The short-haired beauty clenched her lower lip, and from the look of her snow-white skin, it was obvious that she wasn't the material that could do this kind of work. I want to take a break, the Blue Star woman said. But as soon as these words came out, the cold gazes of the rest of the people shot in, and her face suddenly blanched. Just say it. Digging is so hard, it's no wonder others chased us away, the half-naked man said. The crowd was silent. Li Xiaoshui read the other meanings in his words. It was simple. A warning to the others that they were not allowed to sit and enjoy themselves, or else they would be driven away. But, Li Xiaoshui felt that this was not the reason for the others to drive them away. Even if they were not allowed to sit and enjoy themselves, it was not so much as to drive them out of the cave. They could have completely dug the ground pit on their own. As for the reason, Li Xiaoshui remembered the words "this cave of ours" 6 in the sentence black long hair said just now. Black long hair, isn't it true that the hardness of the blood ore differs from cave to cave? Li Xiaoshui shouted out. Your observation is still as sharp as ever. Black Longhair responded. Right guess. The time to excavate 2 pounds of blood ore was not the same for different caves. Maybe certain blood mines, only 10 hours. Certain blood mines, 15 hours. Rejecting them is purely a matter of them going into their own cave and grabbing the resources. The reason they're not kicked out here is because no one comes to these caves where it takes 20 hours to mine 2 pounds of blood ore. Do you know what the blood ore does for us? No. The woman with long black hair immediately responded, using blood ore can permanently strengthen your body's ability, with no upper limit. Moreover, it is said to have some sort of peculiar effect, but what it is, not much is known. The matter of blood mines having a mysterious effect was the first time that the other 7 people, other than Li Xiaoshui, had heard of it. Hearing about the enhancement of the body's ability, the 7 people showed surprise on their faces. Why did no one learn about it? Fatty couldn't help but ask out loud. Put. Ha ha. But when this came out, it immediately caused many people to laugh. Then, someone answered Fatty because that's only known by the dead. Fatty was dumbfounded by this. When he came back to his senses, he realized why he was being laughed at and blushed. The woman with long black hair said 10 pounds of blood ore can let you enhance 1 point of combat ability. 100 pounds of blood ore to get that strange ability. It's hard for everyone to stay alive, so who can take out that much blood ore to use? So, naturally, no one knows about this peculiar effect. Li Xiaoshui smiled bitterly. What he could not have imagined was that the role of the blood ore was to increase physical abilities. He was a Nianli master. What was this going to do? Is it hard to make him a Nianli and a martial artist at the same time? Well, it's impressive, but he doesn't have the energy for it. There's only 1 reinforcement point after the mission. Besides, he couldn't get that much blood ore. So, it was meaningless to him. This topic stopped there. The digging continued. Until almost 2 hours later, when the 8 people had basically reached a state of exhaustion and fatigue, they finally dug into the blood mine. Underneath the ground, a scarlet blood-colored mineral was bright and vivid, transmitting a kind of magical power that made people's minds go haywire. Clang! When Li Xiaoshui just surfaced, the thought of reaching out to touch it, violently, a shovel slammed down heavily. The tip of the cone hit the surface of the blood ore, splashing out a blinding spark. It was the short man. After digging the pit, he didn't stop for anything. Ignoring the stunned gazes of the remaining few, he hammered the blood ore. Stand your ground, don't make a mistake with someone else's dropped blood ore and make a misunderstanding. I don't want to waste time. he said in a deep voice. Li Xiaoshuai's few people woke up with a jolt, almost forgetting that they needed 20 hours and could not rest. Hurriedly, they wielded their shovels. However, digging a blood mine was different from digging the ground. When the shovel landed on the blood ore, the perception that came from Li Xiaoshuai's mind was like hitting a heavy alloy steel plate. The blood ore, instead of suffering any damage, annoyingly shook the shovel straight. It was hardened to a terrifying level. No wonder. It took 20 hours of digging to get 2 pounds. Of course, Li Xiaoshuai had thought of using mystical objects, or even characteristics and such things instead, in an attempt to dig out more blood ore. As a matter of fact, this idea would be there for anyone. The digging had just begun, and the man, who was half naked, grabbed the front to try. The result. Level 1 mystical object, knocking this blood mine. Instead, there was a rupture of the status quo. The naked man's mouth ached with pain. As for the short-haired woman who used the manifestation class feature, she similarly got no effect. Apparently, only this special shovel could dig up the blood ore. And, in the midst of digging, Li Xiaoshuai's nianli, with the passage of time, began to deplete. Isn't there a special way to dig blood ore? Li Xiaoshuai looked at the other people's hands full of blood, his face was unsightly. At this rate, he would have to start using his body to dig blood ore just like them. The air grew colder and colder. The clanging and incessant pounding echoed within the conversationless cave. As time passed, Li Xiaoshuai, who had exhausted his nianli, had just become one of the miners grasping the shovel and hammering the blood ore. Returning to an ordinary body, the accumulated mental exhaustion, tiredness, pain from such a long period of exertion, and so on, the negative state of his body made Li Xiaoshuai a bit overwhelmed. Deep inside his heart, the temptation to put down the shovel and rest for half an hour arose all the time. Fortunately, Li Xiaoshuai was able to maintain his sanity. He knew that he had to persevere. The tiredness passed, and after surviving today, he would only have 4 hours of sleep tomorrow. Once he stopped and slept, he missed the time and would not be able to gather those 2 pounds of blood ore. Moreover, in a little while, the chanting power would be restored, and by then, there would be no need to suffer this sin. Looking at the dim crystal light with no time difference, Li Xiaoshuai smashed down another smattering of blood ore fragments and put it into his virtual pocket. This was the 6th smashing down and the 0.6 pounds of blood ore powder. Based on the efficiency of 0.1 pound per hour, he had been hammering down for 6 hours. Counting the 4 hours of coming into the cave and digging, coming underground, he had been digging for 10 hours without stopping. No wonder it was so tiring. As Li Xiaoshuai's thoughts were racing, he grabbed the shovel and heaved another shovel down. Suddenly, a dong 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 dong. The sound of gongs and drums rang out. At the exit of the cave, Deputy Warden Elmwood grabbed a snare drum prop, and the vibrations resounded through the cave. Meal time. Elmwood voiced out. It's finally mealtime. Starving. The doppelganger that Deputy Warden Elmwood came with today seems to have a good temper. The prisoners immediately stopped what they were doing. 7 by 7, they rushed to the front of Elmwood and lined up. Split? Li Xiaoshuai frowned. He had noticed that this Elmwood in front of him, although he looked the same as the previous Elmwood, was dressed incomparably conservatively and had a smiling face. It wasn't the same person at all. Deputy Warden Elmwood, there are many doppelgangers with different personalities, responsible for managing the basic matters of these caves. And the main body basically won't bother with us. Behind him, a voice came out. Li Xiaoshuai glanced sideways. It was the woman with long black hair. How long have you been here? Li Xiaoshuai asked. Several days. The black long-haired woman said. Receive your meal, eat and continue digging. In another hour, it will be 5 p.m. The temperature shifts at 6 p.m. Prepare to die. The long black-haired woman walked over. Li Xiaoshuai's face was gloomy and followed her. To die. Will something happen? Li Xiaoshuai asked. When the time comes, you'll know. The woman with long black hair did not explain. Li Xiaoshuai walked over. As a newcomer, he could receive a free meal for a day. The meals were simple, basically energy food to replenish the body. The cave quieted down as the food was distributed. Some people accelerated their gulping, while others took the opportunity to use bandages and repair their wounds. There were people whispering, and there were also people with uneasy faces. Li Xiaoshuai approached the woman with long black hair. Is there any way to dig quickly? Li Xiaoshuai asked. The black long-haired woman did not raise her head. Characteristics and mystical objects, weapons, are of no use to blood mines. One can only rely on physical abilities. Of course, there may be certain special things that can. It's just that I haven't heard of it. Not getting an answer, Li Xiaoshuai was not discouraged. As a rare acquaintance, Li Xiaoshuai was asking a whole bunch of questions. The black-haired woman was not less patient and calmly answered Li Xiaoshuai. This time, Li Xiaoshuai finally took the opportunity to learn some information about the 100 underground floors. A short gap was given a break. Soon, it continued back to the excavation. Another hour or so passed. A feeling of warmth began to dissolve the chill. At the same time, a rustling sound rang out. With this sudden movement, other than Li Xiaoshui, who had gotten the information from the woman with long black hair, the other 7 people in the pit all looked around in panic. The sound came in from outside the cave. Although the volume of sound is not big, but some of it is harsh and sharp. What is this sound? The Blue Star woman asked out loud. However, just after her words fell, Fatty's face was unsightly. The temperature we have here doesn't seem right. Several people naturally sensed the situation. Just now, the chill had only been dispelled. In the twinkling of an eye, the heat actually found a drastic climb. In a short period of time, it was as if they had shifted from standing in a soft spring to the surface of a magma. And, every second that passed, the temperature was rising by tens of degrees. The boiling blood skin brought heavy pain. Li Xiaoshui hurriedly looked around. He noticed many people that were swallowing ice stones. Seeing this, Li Xiaoshui did not dare to delay at all, and one after another, he also touched the ice stone and swallowed it. A coldness dispelled the chill. Unlike the night stone, taking the ice stone, it was like a thin vapor appeared all over his body, constantly resisting the high temperature. That painful feeling disappeared, even if the skin was still slightly burned painfully. But this, at least, would not jeopardize their lives. The remaining 7 people, likewise not daring to delay, swallowed the ice stone. Li Xiaoshui, who was breathing a sigh of relief after his body was relieved, discovered that there were a few people in the cave whose skin did not emit water vapor. Didn't eat the ice stone. Li Xiaoshui frowned. No, I can't take it anymore. Domo, I beg you. Save me. A half a kilogram of blood or I still have my 300 points, I'll give it all to you. Please give me an ice stone, please. A stunningly beautiful woman dressed in rags plopped down on her knees and begged a man. This man Li Xiaoshui was familiar with. It was the man who started to allow them to find a place to dig a hole on their own. What do you think? 300 points, here, is good for. Domo coldly said, who made you guys not know how to die, not use the blood or for ice stone night stone, and quietly go and use it? I was wrong, I will definitely pay you back, Domo. No more, I don't have any more blood or. Tama refused. No, I don't want to die. Someone save me, let me do anything, please. The woman looked around in desperation. But everyone's expression was cold, as the temperature rose to a certain extreme at that moment, only to see the woman evaporate in the heat. The woman's smooth, white skin began to darken and dry up. The blood, flesh, and bones of the body collapsed rapidly. No, I can't die, I just found out the top secret in this mission. I can get into the floating island. Ah, so painful. Help me, please help me. I'll tell you the secret. The woman howled incomparably harshly. The remaining few, too, howled incessantly. Their voices were hoarse. It could be seen how painful the torture was. As they turned into dry and tiny dry corpses, the screams came to an abrupt end. In the cave, silence fell. Gulp. The short-haired beauty, her face white, was beside Li Xiaoshui and gulped. Incredibly refreshing. No ice stone, night stone, and that's how it ends. Among the 8 people, the short man spoke out, scanning several people. Remind you that for the sake of your little lives, a little bit of skin and flesh suffering, it's better to endure it. Hold on well, and you can always save up blood mines. As for using blood or, it is better not to think about it. Not waiting for several people to respond with deep thoughts, Li Xiaoshui sighed softly. This is not necessarily the case. There are other reasons for not being able to gather all the blood minerals. Several people looked at Li Xiaoshui, who made a sound in shock. I hope we all have better luck. Li Xiaoshui said. What? The naked half-bodied man vaguely sensed the hidden meaning in Li Xiaoshui's words. Li Xiaoshui was just about to start, when suddenly, in the cave, scurrying sounds rang out. Coming! Li Xiaoshui stopped his words and gazed ahead. Due to the miserable screams of a few people, making the ground, Li Xiaoshui did not notice that the sizzling sound that originally came from the cave had already entered the entrance of the passageway of the cave. Accompanying the shrill sound was the climbing movement of dense creatures. At this time, all the people in the cave, as if they had been prepared, stopped the digging work at hand, and with heavy faces, looked towards the cave. With that climbing sound scurrying out, Li Xiaoshui and the others saw dozens of hundreds of spiders, rats, maggots. It was exactly the creatures that Li Xiaoshui had seen yesterday, led by the 8 prison, in the high places, beside the dried corpses in corpses. However, the size was different. Each of these guys in front of him is comparable to the size of a human body. They looked like the creatures on the ground as they grew. Their writhing and crawling bodies emitted a pungent stench of decay. On the distorted faces that resembled human faces, there were horrible spikes, scales, and fangs. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at everyone in the cave. There was a moment of breathless silence. The monsters began to move. The monsters' line of sight first landed on a few dry corpses on the ground. A few rats came out and crawled over quickly. biting the dry corpses back into the pile of insects. Then, a maggot crawled out and came to a tall man. Blood-red eyes stared at him. The man's face sank, and with a clench of his teeth, he threw out 0.1 pounds of blood ore. The maggot swallowed the blood ore and crawled back. Then, another spider crawled in front of yet another prisoner miner and got another 0.1 pound. As if they had reached some kind of agreement, these spiders and rats and maggots, one after another, methodically walked out, crawled to the crowd, and left as soon as they asked for the blood ore, without attacking anyone. Hey! Suddenly, the short-haired woman pushed Li Xiaoshui. Li Xiaoshui jolted awake. He came back to his senses and saw in front of him the giant maggot that revealed impatience and killing intent, and hurriedly touched out 0.1 pounds of blood ore. The latter swallowed it before leaving in contentment. Seeing that Li Xiaoshui was still distracted at a time like this, the short-haired woman could not help but somewhat admire his big heart. However, she simply did not know that at this time, inside Li Xiaoshui's heart, there were shocking waves that no one could imagine. When he communicated with Black Long Hair, Li Xiaoshui knew that there would be creatures coming. The solution that Black Long Hair had sent him was that if he was approached, he would be safe and sound by throwing out 0.1 pounds of blood ore. Li Xiaoshui had thought that these creatures were the Star Prison, purposely gotten to squeeze them, but he could never have imagined that these creatures, actually, could swallow the blood mines. This caused Li Xiaoshui, violently, to have an idea. Could his devouring insects have the possibility of digging blood mines? At first, since Li Xiaoshui was clear that the devouring bugs were unable to swallow items that were too hard, he hadn't considered taking the devouring bugs and using them. But those creatures of his, they could swallow blood mines. Did this mean that his worms could have an effect on blood mines? After all, it wasn't necessarily true that certain special possibilities existed for blood mines. Li Xiaoshui felt his heartbeat accelerating violently. If it was possible, he was going to be rich. Getting rich. After regaining his senses, Li Xiaoshui tried to calm his emotions. He knew that it was not the time for him to make a move. Got to wait for the place to regain its tranquility. Luckily, the wait wasn't long. These monstrous creatures, after basically claiming the blood ore from everyone, left in a swarm. Seeing this, many people were shocked and relieved. Fortunately, it didn't stop at our hole today. Maybe more died yesterday and spared us today. Some people were talking, like they had run into some kind of fluke. Obviously, these monsters had some sort of ghastly threat, only this time, it didn't explode. But Li Xiaoshui's mind was not here anymore. As the sounds of digging within the cave rang out one after another, when it returned to the heavy and noisy atmosphere from earlier, Li Xiaoshui, who was digging, deliberately walked to a remote location that the remaining 7 people could not notice, and silently put the 3 devouring insects in his pockets into his feet, and while resisting the high temperature, he silently stuck them onto the blood ore. Just like this, Li Xiaoshui waved the shovel carelessly while quietly waiting for the reaction of the devouring insects. Time passed bit by bit. Half an hour. 1 hour. Hour. In Li Xiaoshui's perception, the devouring insect never stopped tearing into the blood ore according to his realization. But, too hard? Not useful? Can only swallow, not dig? Li Xiaoshui was lost for a moment. It was him who was daydreaming. Moreover, Li Xiaoshui realized that the 3 bugs, leaning around him, would take away from his ice stone effect. He had the feeling that the effect of the ice stone that he had swallowed in his body was divided by them, making it difficult to hold on to the normal time. Li Xiaoshui decided to take back the devouring insects. Since there was no hope, he couldn't let it cause him to be roasted to death because his ice stone didn't last long enough. The consciousness had just sent a recall message to the devouring insect, when the devouring insect suddenly transmitted a response. Bitten off. Bit off. What a big piece. What? Li Xiaoshui's eyes widened violently. Bit off a good-sized piece? The lost emotion turned to ecstasy in an instant. Li Xiaoshui immediately maneuvered the 3 devouring insects to fly back inside the virtual pocket. One of them opened its mouth and spat out a blood ore. After a slight inspection, the blood ore weighed around 2 pounds. It's actually really possible. Li Xiaoshui could not express the excitement in his heart. In 2 hours, it could be as high as 2 pounds of blood ore. Wouldn't this mean that by digging for a few days, he would be able to gather the indicators to leave this mission? Even so, he could still save up a lot of blood ore. Even though Li Xiaoshui's mind was considered to be calm, his breathing was still uncharacteristically rapid. He's going to be rich. Really going to get rich. The other people who had been busy digging did not even notice that there was a small opening missing from the blood ore by Li Xiaoshui's feet. Li Xiaoshui then recklessly let the devouring insects dig up the ore. And what was originally a painful time for him became blissful. He contributed to the work, pretending to be lazy by wielding the shovel. All the while, he let the devouring insects do the picking. During this time, another mealtime came. Taking this opportunity, Li Xiaoshui and the woman with long black hair once again learned some basic common sense. For example, the exchange of night stones and ice stones can be traded when the Elmwood deputy warden's doppelganger delivers the meal. Normally, in matters of privacy, one could go up to the outside of the cave if they wanted to go to the restroom. It's limited to periods of low temperatures, though. During high temperatures, it's those monsters out there. Once you leave the blood mine, you will be captured and killed by them. And at low temperatures, 100 underground layers will freeze. Those monsters will then be frozen. It's the only chance to get out. As for Li Xiaoshuai's question about why there was a change in high and low temperatures, the woman with long black hair gave a shake of her head. She stated that she hadn't come in for many days either. It was not clear about these circumstances anymore. This secret could only be explored by Li Xiaoshuai himself. The reason why Li Xiaoshuai was curious about this was because as soon as he entered the high temperature, his sixth sense failed. What he sensed was only an endless sense of crisis. This was very unusual. Definitely. There must be some kind of change at the bottom of this ground. It's not good to say that it's related to this blood mine, Li Xiaoshuai muttered. He could only hope that this would not present a danger that would kill him. In the blink of an eye, 12 hours passed. The high temperatures subsided, returning to the icy cold that filled the ground. During this time, nothing special happened except for another batch of newcomers who were driven here. And in these 12 hours, the blood ore in his virtual pocket had reached 8 pounds. It should have been 12 pounds. But without the crowd noticing to see it, he approached Deputy Warden Elmwood to exchange 2 each of night stone and ice stone. The reason for this was that these 3 little guys would consume the ice stones. He had to be on guard. It was also fortunate that Li Xiaoshuai had defenses. At the 6th hour of high temperature, the ice stones on him were consumed. If he hadn't bought new ice stones, he was afraid that he would have been roasted to death. In this regard, he came to the conclusion that for 3 bugs, he needed to use 1 ice stone for 12 hours. He needed 1 stone for 12 hours. 2 parties, 24 hours, would have to use 4 pills. It was a lot of consumption. But the harvest was greater. After digging a few more pounds and exchanging it for a few ice stone nightstones, I'll use the blood ore to see. Since he could dig blood ore in large quantities, Li Xiaoshuai definitely didn't want to waste it. His digging speed, which was 10 times faster than others, definitely wanted to use the blood ore until he was satisfied. Well, it wasn't for the sake of enhancing that physical quality. Purely, 2 things that attracted him. First, the peculiar effects of the blood mine. Secondly, the woman who was roasted to death ate the blood ore and said that she learned the secret of this S-class mission. Li Xiaoshuai was very interested. The 2 should be connected. He thought that there could be a heavenly harvest. This S-ranked mission must not be a wasted trip. Once again, it was mealtime. Now, it was close to 24 hours since Li Xiaoshuai came into the cave. The high temperature time period was still a few minutes away from going back to low temperature. Most people, one after another, ate their meals. In the cave, it was quite quiet. Of the few pits that were still holding on to their digging work, there was Li Xiaoshuai's one. The reason was simple. On Li Xiaoshuai's side, the first day he spent 3 hours digging the pit, together with the consumption of some trivial meals during that time. They only had to dig for 24 hours without sleep in order to gather enough 2 pounds of blood ore. Even more, there was a large consumption of medicines to maintain normal body functions, although most of the 8 of them had completed the standard. But there were still 2 people who, in the last few minutes now, were in a hurry and couldn't gather all the blood ore. The woman from Blue Star, as well as Fatty. Both of them, just like Li Xiaoshuai, were siphoned off 0.1 pounds of blood ore by those monsters. No way. It's too late, I'm still 0.1 pounds short. The Blue Star woman was in a hurry. Me too. Fatty hurriedly shouted, is there anyone selling me 0.1 gene of blood ore? Friends, I'm willing to pay a high price for it. Me too, sell me, anything you want, it's all negotiable. I only need 0.1 gene. The Blue Star woman followed. The fate of those who didn't gather the ice stone people in the party was fresh in their minds. If they couldn't gather the night stones, I'm afraid that both of them would immediately freeze into ice corpses at extreme temperatures. But no one cared about them. Everyone was fighting for the few blood mines who would sell them. There wasn't even enough to go around. Furthermore, not everyone was a Mystic World owner. Quite a few were ordinary prisoners. They were all frying for 10 pounds of blood ore to leave alive, and the deal was, for them, useless. What price are you offering? The 2 were at a loss for words when suddenly, Li Xiaoshuai's voice sounded slowly. In an instant, many gazes fell on Li Xiaoshuai. Li Xiaoshuai ignored it. It just so happens that my trade has allowed me to get an extra 0.2 pounds. After the exchange, I still have 0.1 gene of surplus here. Li Xiaoshuai continued to add. Li Xiaoshuai did not want to draw attention. As a newcomer who was barely able to be self-sufficient on his first day, if he was able to take out too large an amount at once, it would definitely cause people to care and be curious. But Li Xiaoshui didn't want to miss this opportunity to extort. It just so happens that taking out characteristics is used as an excuse. Taking out 0.1 pounds would be justified. Li Xiaoshui's words were like heavenly music to the two. In excitement, the woman immediately said 100 points. I'll give you all 100 points. I'll give you 100 points, plus one level 1 mystical object. Fatty said urgently. I 200 points, plus one level 1 mystical object. The woman gritted her teeth. Fatty's face suddenly changed. Obviously, he was not rich in terms of mysterious objects and points. No more? Li Xiaoshui faintly asked the fatty. Sell it to me. We'll trade right away. I can even give you the mysteries and points first. The blue star woman urged. I'll give you 100 points, one level 1 mystical item, plus one resurrection card. Fatty said in a deep voice. As Fatty's words fell, many people rose violently. Resurrection card. I'll trade with you. I'll take it. Several people spoke out. Give me 0.2 pounds of blood or I'll trade with you. Another person spoke out. This person was none other than Duomo, who the dead woman had begged for earlier. Li Xiaoshui was dumbfounded. Fatty was also dumbfounded. Li Xiaoshui was ecstatic and wanted to accept it when he was intervened. Resurrection card, days. This was something that he was bitterly seeking. However, Li Xiaoshui could only resist the urge to go and spend more blood mines to scramble for it. Once he acted on his impulse, he would be exposed. After all, the resurrection card had a high value. It wasn't just that domo. In the cave, many of those who had saved up their blood mines were scrambling for the resurrection card. In the end, it was someone who took out 0.5 of blood or to snatch it. He couldn't take 0.5 pounds out, could he? Li Xiaoshui was reluctant, but he could only helplessly exchange it for 100 points, and 2 level 1 mysteries. It's a pity. Li Xiaoshui sighed lightly. Soon, the scene returned to tranquility. Fatty and the blue star woman both got a chance to live and quickly went to exchange the night stones. Not long after, extreme cold descended. The sixth sense was restored. Li Xiaoshui, who was a little more solid in his heart, chose to sleep at this time. I hope to wake up and dig some more blood ore for me. Li Xiaoshui blocked underneath his body, the devouring insect that didn't need sleep, and slowly closed his eyes. I don't know how much time passed. Li Xiaoshui was woken up by the short-haired beauty shouting. You can't sleep. If you sleep again you won't have enough blood ore. Opening his eyes and looking at the short-haired beauty pushing himself, Li Xiaoshui was helpless for a while. I ran into a kind and good person. Naturally, Li Xiaoshui couldn't go back to sleep, otherwise it would be a bit perverse. Just when Li Xiaoshui got up, ready to check the harvest of the devouring insects, he didn't expect that he would get a message from the devouring insects. Master, eat the blood ore. Eat the blood ore. The 3 devouring insects simultaneously voiced out towards the sleeping and waking him. Li Xiaoshui could not help but be stunned. In doubt, Li Xiaoshui put the devouring insects into his virtual pocket. With 4 extra pounds of blood ore, he should have slept for 4 hours. The blood ore now reached 12 pounds. These little guys, how come they suddenly want to eat blood ore? Li Xiaoshui pondered. Was it the blood ore, stored to 10 pounds? Could it be that the amount of 10 gene is enough to strengthen themselves once, and it is also effective for them? Li Xiaoshui felt that this was highly probable. Sensing their crazy urge for blood ore, far more than for humans, after a little thought, Li Xiaoshui agreed to a phage insect to eat the blood ore. He remembered that the devouring bug had a characteristic ability to grow. If it could grow so that the digging speed could be accelerated, it would be a good investment. Well, if it doesn't evolve, then consider it an experiment. There will be many more days to come, 10 pounds will make up for it. With Li Xiaoshui's consent, the first devouring bug immediately swallowed the 10 pounds of blood ore in the virtual pocket. After hiccuping, it floated in the virtual half-air for half a circle, and then suddenly its eyes closed, planted on the ground, and fell asleep. A few moments later, its body began to grow a layer after layer of cocoon. It wrapped into a ball. It was the kind of cocoon that started hatching them. The color of the cocoon, however, changed from gray to red. It seems that true growth has evolved. Li Xiaoshui lifted his eyebrows slightly in sight in relief. He didn't waste 10 pounds of blood ore. Li Xiaoshui didn't bother anymore. Just wait for the evolution to complete. He commanded the remaining 2 phage insects to dig up the ore. Without the first phage bug, the output of the other 2 was even less than 0.7 pounds in 1 hour, so he would have to work hard to add some volume himself. Just like this, while digging the blood ore, Li Xiaoshui waited for the cocoon to move. After a long 10 or so hours, Li Xiaoshui, who always cared, was able to get the virtual pocket, the evolved devouring insect, to transmit its voice. Master, I'm awake, I'm awake. Li Xiaoshui hurriedly looked at the virtual pocket. On the floor of the pocket was a faded red cocoon. The devouring insect was floating in mid-air. Li Xiaoshui could sense its joyful emotions. and what was originally gray turned red after this evolution. However, it only changed color. There was no change in its appearance, and its figure was still an ant-sized little nub. Li Xiaoshui frowned slightly. He wouldn't spend 10 pounds of blood or to dye this little guy's color, right? That would hurt him. Ha! Li Xiaoshui noticed a change when he looked at the attribute panel of the devouring insect. Devouring bug. Level 1. Introduction, mysterious creature, unknown origin. Perhaps, you need to explore and learn about it yourself. Characteristic 1, devouring. It can devour anything, of course, provided it can bite. Trait 2, growth. Devouring causes it to grow and evolve. Trait 3, reproduction. It has the ability to reproduce. Breeding. The added traits made Li Xiaoshui suck in a breath of cool air. To be able to give birth, doesn't it mean that his devouring insects can go from 3 to 6? From 6 to 12? And then, unlimited growth? Goodness! If he has that many worms, how much blood he can mine? Li Xiaoshui felt like he was hit by a big pie, his brain buzzing. Hurriedly, he communicated with this devouring bug, trying to inquire how often it could reproduce. However, the little guy's spiritual intelligence was too low, and apart from basic communication, he was unable to understand his meaning. Li Xiaoshui could only give up. He dispatched the reddened devouring insect as well and started digging. Wanted to see how much it had been enhanced. 1 hour later. After evolving for 1 hour, it can dig 1 pound alone. Li Xiaoshui stared wide-eyed. With such an exaggerated amount, how could Li Xiaoshui hold back? It just so happened that, waiting for the evolution, counting the digging during those 10 or so hours, he had accumulated almost 10 pounds. Immediately, he fed the other phage insect with blood ore. If he let all 3 evolve to completion, he would be able to dig out 3 pounds in 1 hour, and in 1 day, he would be able to dig out 72 pounds. A yield that was 30 times that of the others. 30 times At that time, using 100 pounds of blood ore and getting that peculiar effect would only be a matter of a short time for him. Li Xiaoshui couldn't help but snicker and was accidentally noticed by the short-haired beauty next to him. Why are you smiling so happily? Obviously so tired. She asked. Oh, nothing, I remembered something happy. Li Xiaoshui said. Suddenly, the short-haired beauty's afterglow landed at the bottom of Li Xiaoshui's feet, and she couldn't help but be stunned. The blood mine underneath your feet, how do you feel that there are some mouths missing? Is there? It's always been like this. It's your illusion, right? Is it? The short-haired beauty thought about it, thinking that it might be due to the lack of sleep and bad spirits, shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Favorably, these thoughtless words gave Li Xiaoshui a wake-up call. Yeah. If I dig in large quantities, it will definitely attract attention. What should I do? Li Xiaoshui was in a difficult situation. He had to think of a solution. As time passed, once again, it turned hot. There was still one dead. Then, after a rustling movement came out, dozens and hundreds of maggots, spiders, and rats appeared in the cave again. I don't know if it was due to the extra people coming to the cave, but the number of these monsters was a little more than yesterday. As with the previous process, after grabbing the half-dead corpses that were roasted, they asked for blood ore from various people one after another. But today, after collecting the blood ore, they should have left, but they showed a different behavior from yesterday. These monsters stopped where they were and did not stare at the crowd. This scene made Li Xiaoshui's heart jump. He had a bad premonition. But at this time, the damned sixth sense was restricted and could not come in handy. As expected by Li Xiaoshui, the monsters made a move. A human-faced mouse walked out of the monster group and came in front of a plump woman. The plump woman's exquisite face, Shushi's face, was pale. Guess, which of my hands, there are blood mines. Guess, is yours. The mouse monster actually issued a sharp and ear-piercing voice. It could talk. Those two twisted claws that reeked of rotting stench, clenched tightly, were placed in front of the woman. 5, 4. The rat counted down. Left hand. The woman panicked. Ah, congratulations. The mouse sounded surprised, deliberately a few tones higher, and then, with a strange laugh, wrong guess. It spread out its hands, which are not. You lost. Mouse's smile more oozing than according to the rules. Your skin, it's mine. The woman shouted no. You're cheating. Not fair. She took 2 steps back and turned to run. The rat pounced on her and bit her neck with one hand. Its 2 sharp claws probed into the bite wound and violently tore it. A fuzzy humanoid shape came out of the air. The rat joyfully walked back with the skin. And that, apparently, was just the beginning. A maggot, wriggling up to a man. I have a few teeth. It grinned. The fishy stench in its mouth, separated by dozens of meters, was clearly smelled by Li Xiaoshui, and a wave of revulsion ran through his stomach. 3, 2, wait, let me guess, 1. The maggot hammed and hawed time's up. The rotting face opened its bloody mouth and bit the man in two as soon as The unreasonable riddle killing method plunged the atmosphere into a deadly quiet and heavy. Suddenly, another rat walked out. After surveying the crowd, it came in front of Li Xiaoshui. Li Xiaoshui screamed in agony. How is it that everything unlucky happens to him? He sort of understood that these guys, after collecting the blood mines, had the right to kill them. Of course, the premise was that they couldn't answer the questions. Li Xiaoshui squeezed out a sardonic smile to look at the mouse monster. The latter grinned and stretched out two clenched fists. Guess where my blood mine is? Well, picked him. Suddenly, consciousness shook. The strange rat 1 meter in front of me is actually looking at me like I'm dead. That damn rat. If I hadn't been restricted, I would have definitely slaughtered him. Must have slaughtered him. Thinking that this kind of imbecile creature's tricks can fool me? Its fist is clenched in its left hand. The length of the clenched fist is at 7.12 centimeters, and the width is at 4.97 centimeters. The length of the right hand's clenched fist is at 6.75 cm, and the width is at 4.43 centimeters. There is a subtle imbalance between left and right. Obviously, it's hiding something in its left hand. This time, it's not a swindle. The first personality was furious and abnormal. Then, unexpectedly, came the second personality. So many people are looking at me. I'm so uncomfortable. Why are there so many people here? Ugh, there's no place to hide here. So many scary auras outside the cave. Strange. The cave gives me such a strange feeling. How is it like, there's a pair of eyes, staring at me? I'm a little scared. Li Xiaoshui's body actually couldn't help but tremble in the next moment. A sense of panic surged out from Li Xiaoshui's emotions. Eyes? Where are the eyes? Li Xiaoshui felt stunned. But this was not something that Li Xiaoshui should think about now. Li Xiaoshui realized that he wasn't wearing a necklace and was starting to be swayed to consciousness. 3, 2. The rat counted down. Li Xiaoshui even said left hand. There's something hidden in your left hand. Mouse's face suddenly changed, and he said, are you sure? Are you sure it's your left hand? I'm sure. Li Xiaoshui gritted his teeth. The rat's face showed a scowl. If you are wrong, I will peel off your skin. I'll give you a chance to think it over. I'm sure, it's the left hand. After answering in time, Li Xiaoshui felt the necklace out and put it on. A cold sensation suppressed all the different emotions in his body. The rat showed his teeth and unwillingly let go of his left hand. In his left hand, was a small mass of blood ore. You win! The rat roared lowly, his eyes cold, staring at Li Xiaoshui with a deadly stare, as if he wanted to memorize his appearance. There was no hiding of resentment towards him. It can be seen how much it holds a grudge. Afterwards, according to the rules, it left the blood ore behind and left. Li Xiaoshui picked it up and weighed it slightly. 0.3 pounds. The average person's harvest for 3 hours. The next few people were envious, but to Li Xiaoshui, who had the devouring worm, it was not worth mentioning at all. For this reason, he was also held a grudge, and the loss was not worth it. He only wanted to be a good boy and secretly dig for minerals. Alas! Li Xiaoshui sighed lightly. There was nothing he could do about this. As these monsters gradually left, Li Xiaoshui's split personality trait gradually faded away. Like the others, he resumed his previous boring mining routine. Only, Li Xiaoshui's gaze would always glance around from time to time. Obviously, there was no surveillance, or people looking at him. Why did the second personality say that there were eyes? Li Xiaoshui would not doubt the second personality. The observation of the environment with the details of the surrounding situation changing and so on, was his exclusive ability. Then the reason was left to one. It was the eyes that he couldn't see. It should be harmless to me for now, Li Xiaoshui finally concluded. The continued digging began. The high temperature slowly turned into a low temperature. Li Xiaoshui took the opportunity to take a nap. And now, close to 20 hours had passed since the first phage bug had finished evolving. The 3 devouring bugs, all completed their evolution and turned blood red. In his virtual pocket, there were still 20 pounds of excess blood ore left from this time of production and consumption. And, it had been growing rapidly. I would like to see what peculiar effects I can get from eating 100 pounds of blood ore. Li Xiaoshui decided to try the effects of the blood ore first. Li Xiaoshui left the cave. It was possible to go out during the ice-cold period. He did not want to use it in the cave. So many pairs of eyes were there, being discovered was inevitable. Outside the cave, it was snow white, a blinding snow white. The ground was frozen with countless skeletons. Compared to the slightly vibrant cave, the thick and heavy dead air trapped in the air was uncontrollably chilly. The temperature was so low that Li Xiaoshui could not help but shiver. So cold. Vaguely, Li Xiaoshui could still see several silhouettes not far away. It was the other caves, the people who went out. Li Xiaoshui did not care. He touched out 10 pounds of blood ore. For the blood ore, the information that was scanned was a small amount of blood ore, transformed by some mysterious substance. There exists certain special effects, and it is an extremely rare item. I don't know how the news of it being edible got out. Such a hard thing, someone actually dares to eat it, Li Xiaoshui muttered. Then began the swallowing of the blood ore bit by bit. Strangely enough, while swallowing the blood ore, Li Xiaoshui realized that there was no imagined phenomenon of choking teeth, stinging pain, difficulty in swallowing, and so on. Instead, as soon as it was swallowed and came to his throat, it was like it turned into a puddle of water and melted into his body, one bite after another. Gradually, when the amount consumed reached a certain number, Li Xiaoshui felt that deep in his soul, there was an indescribable comfort and pleasure. This kind of similar feeling, Li Xiaoshui also had a feeling at the log that couldn't be moved in the aboriginal village. There is a magic that makes people want to stop. Li Xiaoshui couldn't help himself and accelerated swallowing the blood ore. The speed is getting faster and faster, the movement is getting more and more urgent, greedily pursuing this extreme pleasure. Suddenly, it's gone. Li Xiaoshui came back to his senses and realized that his hand was empty. 10 pounds, that's gone? Continued edible cravings hit his consciousness. No! Li Xiaoshui awoke with a jolt. Something is wrong with my emotions. Li Xiaoshui hurriedly pulled out the necklace and hung it on his body. Instantly, the icy coldness allowed him to bring that overwhelming desire under control. Addicted? After calming down, Li Xiaoshui could not help but float this thought. Li Xiaoshui had a moment of some fear. But after a slight pondering and testing, Li Xiaoshui frowned. Seems like, it's not an addiction. I don't have that kind of feeling that if I don't eat blood ore, it's hard and painful. I'm quite normal. How can I describe it? Eating blood ore is like, it's a dry mouth and tongue after running a few thousand meters in the sun. It's like running into water and wanting to quench your thirst and drink to satisfy it. It's the soul's sense of need. It wanted to eat enough blood ore in a hurry and get some sort of sublimation. This was the only adjective Li Xiaoshui could find. Specifically, he couldn't, anymore, express it. It was beyond the scope of his understanding. I also figured out why some people, who would rather die desperately and not have enough quantity to trade for ice stones and night stones, would also go and eat blood mines. Li Xiaoshui lamented. Even after using the necklace, deep in his soul, he still had the desire for blood ore. The pleasure of the soul was an enjoyment that far exceeded the most extreme pleasure of the body. Other people couldn't control themselves. Perhaps, eating up to 100 pounds, this thirst of the soul could subside. And the strange ability that could be obtained by eating up to 100 pounds, as the woman with long black hair said, would probably appear as well. There's no rush. I'm calm. 100 pounds is a matter of 2 days for me. Li Xiaoshui took a deep breath and calmed down. At the same time, he opened the panel. Mental power, 4. 9 level nihilist. Physical, 4. 1 level martial artist. My physical qualities are going to exceed the spiritual nihilist. This is going to eat 100 pounds, my body level can reach 12. I don't even know if I should be a martial artist or a numinous master. Li Xiaoshui smiled bitterly. He decided to not think too far ahead first. Eat up to 100 pounds and then consider other situations. Li Xiaoshui returned to the cave. His actions did not attract much attention. There were quite a few coming in and out, not missing him. Soon, it reached mealtime. The cave returned to quiet. This was a rare relaxation phase. Favoring this kind of time, Li Xiaoshui suddenly stood up, breaking the tranquility. Excuse me for a moment. Today, I just won 0.5 pounds of blood ore from that rat monster. Now I want to sell the blood ore. The exchange is under the condition of a sequence 2 mystic item, or sequence 1 sneaky class identity selection card. If you are interested, you can come to me. Li Xiaoshui opened his mouth, and also deceptively raised the amount of winnings. When from the rat monster, he got these blood mines, Li Xiaoshui had the idea of trading with these blood mines. Li Xiaoshui intended to get all the conditions to be able to sequence 1 in this quest. Try to advance to sequence 1. As for asking for the identity selection card, it was because even with the sequence 1 selection book, he, who had the universal sequence, still wanted to try and find a stronger identity. 0.5 pounds of blood ore. For a level 2 mystic item? Identity card? Unsurprisingly to Li Xiaoshui, these words caused an uproar. The degree of importance of the blood ore, in this quest, needed no explanation. It was difficult for everyone to save much after digging tirelessly, who would sell so much. It immediately made a group of people dumbfounded. The eyes that looked at Li Xiaoshui were all a little strange. Li Xiaoshui was unimpressed. There was no harm in being treated like a fool. If not for the fact that he was not allowed to see the light, he would have wanted to take out all these blood mines and exchange them for a few thousand points. You really want to sell? A man asked. Of course, Li Xiaoshui said. Many people looked at each other. It wasn't that they didn't want it, but level 2 mysterious objects and sneaky class identity selection cards were rare. After all, this cave was mostly newcomers, basically sequence 1, who didn't lack level 2 mysterious objects, exchanging it for 0.5 pounds of blood or wasn't exactly cost effective. Everyone hesitated. It wasn't until a long time later that one person got up. "I'll trade with you." It was a slim woman. His hair was disheveled and his face was so dark that he couldn't see his face. He handed over a green rope. "Grade mystery object." Without thinking, Li Xiaoshui submitted 0.5 pounds of blood ore. It went well. With a level 2 mystical item, I'll have no problem advancing to sequence 1. Li Xiaoshui contentedly put the green rope into his virtual pocket. Now, all that was left was the powerful identity selection card. Wait for some days, then come back to sell the blood mines. He didn't want to leave. When he could go out one day, he couldn't say it well, he could even advance up to sequence 2. It's so good. Li Xiaoshui was satisfied. He had never felt that the dreadful S-rank mission would actually be like heaven one day, making him enjoy it so much that he couldn't leave. Time rolled around, low and high temperatures, passing twice in a row. Close to more than 30 hours had passed. Li Xiaoshui was always the most relaxed one in the cave. During this time, other than the rats and maggots coming over and asking for another blood mine, and the quiz killing a few people, there was nothing that disturbed Li Xiaoshui. He had been waiting for the phage to dig, and for the phage to multiply. After 30 hours passed, and several times of exchanging night stones and ice stones, under the incessant digging of the phage bugs, the blood ore on Li Xiaoshui's body reached 90 pounds. However, the devouring worm never showed any sign of having a pup. At this point, Li Xiaoshui gave up his expectation of having pups. He felt that this might not be something that could be resolved in a short period of time. Right now, his mind was all on the current high temperature. If I remember well, there are still a few more hours. It'll be hypothermic. It'll be able to go to the ground and eat the remaining 80 pounds. But suddenly, the short-haired beauty on Li Xiaoshui's side spoke. "I really feel that the blood mine there under your feet seems to have become a lot less." She looked at Li Xiaoshui. This was the second time she had raised such a question. As the voice fell, the remaining 6 people in the pit they were in, coincidentally, cast their gazes towards Li Xiaoshui's feet. Indeed, compared to the others, the blood mine under Li Xiaoshui's feet was conspicuously missing a piece of. A few people looked slightly strange. "Is that so?" Li Xiaoshui revealed a puzzled expression. "I didn't notice it. Could it be this blood mine under my feet? Is there a problem?" Li Xiaoshui keenly changed the topic. A few people's expressions instantly became grave. Obviously, Li Xiaoshui's feigned unintentional words were extremely credible to them. As for the idea that Li Xiaoshui had secretly dug up such a large pile of blood ore, it would not have appeared to anyone. Everyone's shovels were smoking, and they couldn't even snap out a tiny bit, not to mention such a large piece. "Let's pay attention. It's inevitable that there are some strange phenomena in the blood ore," the short man said. Seeing that it was perfunctory, Li Xiaoshui was relieved and at the same time secretly called for trouble. It was impossible to stop the matter of insect-eating mining. But, if he dug like this for a few more days, the gap would be too large, and it would inevitably give them new ideas. What should be done about it? Li Xiaoshui muttered. Right in the middle of Li Xiaoshui's deep thoughts, the fat man next to him sighed a long chali, his tone pessimistic. "This way to save up to 100 pounds, far away. There are still so many dangers." The naked half-bodied man's movements gave a beat, seemingly infected, bitterly smiled, and said, "I've saved 0.2 pounds of blood ore until now. Even if it's completed, I don't know how long it will be. I'm afraid that my batch will be 1 or 2 orders higher than me. What's the point of a higher rank? A solid foundation is much more important. How many sequence 2s are there that aren't sequence 1s? Finding the secret in the S-rank mission is the most important thing." The woman whose eyes possessed characteristics said. "Yeah, it's not like the mysterious world screens us based on sequence height." The short-haired beauty consoled. "Screening?" But it was this sentence that made Li Xiaoshui freeze. "What does screening mean?" Li Xiaoshui asked. Listening to this question, several people had odd gazes. "Low civilization?" Fatty asked in disbelief. This was déjà vu. Li Xiaoshui had heard it from that green-striped man and woman during the first examination. "You don't know?" the short-haired beauty asked. Li Xiaoshui shook his head. "It seems you guys should have also gotten the mysterious world's lower-class civilization by a fluke." The short-haired beauty was a little surprised. "Is it convenient to explain?" Li Xiaoshui asked. Regarding the mysterious world, Li Xiaoshui was holding curiosity. Although it was announced, it was to save the survival rate of men. But after one mission, Li Xiaoshui was certain that this was not the main reason for the mysterious world's existence. So many aliens, strange abilities, terrifying mission contents. Like there was a purpose to it. These circumstances, not only Li Xiaoshui, many people had the same idea. In the forum, many people were making guesses, but none of them got an explanation from the world government. And on the blue planet, there were definitely quite a few people who knew the purpose. "It's nothing inconvenient. The short-haired woman was not like the fat man, who produced a slight contempt in Li Xiaoshuai's eyes. Gently, she said, the mysterious world is an examination issued by our Blue Luo star domain. Blue Luo starfield? Li Xiaoshuai froze. Your civilization should have reached a basic understanding of the galaxy, right? The short-haired woman asked. Aha! The Blue Luo starfield refers to a region of the universe that consists of the entire 10,086 galaxies, including you, as well as our galaxy. It's called the starfield. We all belong to the Blue Luo starfield. How many? 10,086 galaxies? Li Xiaoshuai froze. The solar system, in his knowledge, the current human race, would not be able to complete the exploration. Not to mention, the Milky Way galaxy with hundreds of billions of planets, which included the solar system. According to speculation, the Milky Way, at least there are tens of millions of living planets. The size of the galaxy is 100,000 light-years. 10,086 galaxies? God! What kind of concept is this? Without waiting for Li Xiaoshuai to calm down, the short-haired woman continued. In the universe, generally those who are more than a rank 1 civilization and do not belong to slave galaxies will be given mysterious worlds issued by the Blue Luo starfield. Those below level 1 civilizations that can't even break through to a star system belong to low-class civilizations. Generally speaking, these civilizations, with low potential, cannot get the mystic worlds distributed by the Blue Luo star system. It's probably some sort of coincidence that you guys were able to get it. And the Blue Luo Star Prison is through this year's release of this mysterious world to screen geniuses. As for what it's meant to be, more on that, I don't think there's much point in talking to you right now. If you become a high sequence, or enter the floating island, you'll be able to learn a lot about it. Mysterious world. It's a test to screen geniuses? Li Xiaoshuai was stunned. Not only him, but the blue star woman next to him, who obviously did not know about this information as well, had a dumbfounded expression. After a long time. Only then did Li Xiaoshuai come back to his senses. So, it's like this, Li Xiaoshuai muttered. To be honest, it's not often that a low civilization enters an S-ranked mission. Moreover, 2 of them appeared at once. The short man, his gaze hovered over Li Xiaoshuai and the blue star woman. Coldly, a hoarse female voice rang out. Work hard if you have potential. If you can stand out, you will see everything you have never seen before. The vastness of the universe is far beyond the limits of what a low civilization like yours can imagine. Out of 8 people, there had been a woman who had never opened her mouth. The one who had been the least noticed. Now a rare voice was raised. Then, she resumed her reticence. The topic, too, quickly stopped. Li Xiaoshuai's emotions remained rippling for a good while. It wasn't until low temperatures descended that he regained his composure. The short-haired beauty is right, it makes no sense for me to understand that. It's still too far for sequence 0 me. It's better to finish this S-rank mission first. The long-awaited cooling arrived, and Li Xiaoshuai did not delay. Coming to the unoccupied icy ground, he began to take the blood ore. As before, after the blood ore entered his body, his soul let out a cry of joy and longing. Again, he was unable to control himself and began to accelerate his devouring speed. 10 gene, 0 gene, 30 gene. A large amount of blood ore quickly dissolved into the body. However, Li Xiaoshuai did not feel any sense of satiety. On the contrary, the soul remained like a bottomless pit, allowing the blood ore to keep filling up. As the blood ore was used more and more, to the extent that he couldn't even remember how many hours he had used it, there was actually a feeling like he was about to break through some bottleneck. When the 80 pounds in his hand were used up, ka! A cracking sound resounded in the depths of the soul. It was as if the soul had broken some kind of shackle, shattering the outermost membrane. For a moment, he had a sense of having reached some higher level of transcendence. A never-before-seen sense of enjoyment and fulfillment filled his body and mind. And this, only for a brief moment. Without even being able to savor it, this perception dissipated. But then, Li Xiaoshuai noticed a change in his body. His vision became clearer. He could see clearly from several hundred meters away. His sense of smell was similarly sharpened. He could smell from the icy breath, hidden underground, those corpse stench, rotting, blood, and many other scents. His head was also indescribably clear. He had the feeling that even if the split personality trait appeared at this time, he wouldn't be disturbed that badly. However, is that all? While his senses were satisfied, Li Xiaoshuai frowned. He looked at the attribute panel. Mental power, 4. 9 level nihilist. Physical, 12. 1 level martial artist. Martial artist attributes grew another 8 points. This is just normal growth after eating 80 pounds. But didn't it say that with 100 pounds, you can get strange abilities? Li Xiaoshuai was most concerned about this. It couldn't be just this little effect that he perceived right now, could it? To him, perhaps this 100 pounds, getting it was a bit light. But to the rest of the people, 100 pounds, it was like a mirage. The blood or that was hard to come by. If it was only these effects, how could it be so precious? There must be. It's me who didn't realize it, Li Xiaoshui said with certainty. After contemplating for a moment, Li Xiaoshui did not dwell on where the 100 pounds of blood or strange ability was for the time being. Perhaps it wasn't something he could perceive. He stretched out his foot in order to test the power, and stomped downward with force. There was a loud bang on the ice. A small hole crater appeared. A level 12 martial artist is really strong. Li Xiaoshui revealed a smile at this time. Let me run into that Kia and Ada man again. I don't need to rely on my Nianli to kill them. After pondering, Li Xiaoshui opened his mouth and ate another 10 pounds of blood ore. However, something strange appeared. Calm. The soul had no ripples. And, the attribute panel, no growth. Could it be that the human body can only eat up to 100 pounds? Li Xiaoshui froze. Li Xiaoshui did not get much disappointed when he sensed the reason. If it was really possible for him to eat unlimited blood mines and have unlimited growth and strength, that would only seem strange. After all, this was only a sequence 1 level quest. One could only say that it was unexpected and unexpected. He was satisfied to have 10 points of martial power growth. At least, physical combat strength, which had always been at the bottom of his class, had definitely caught up with the first tier now. It's useless for me to eat it, so will my worm, eating 100 pounds of blood or, have a special effect? It's not good to say that I can find that peculiar ability from the bugs. Li Xiaoshui had a sudden thought. He wanted to practice it. Li Xiaoshui walked back to the cave and returned to the pit. Ha! Just after seeing Li Xiaoshui, the short-haired woman on the side lifted her eyebrows slightly. What? Why do I feel? You seem to be different somewhere, the short-haired woman said. She felt that there was something different between Li Xiaoshui and before. But again, she could not detect where the difference was. As if, he was more charming, more unique, ethereal. The few people beside him looked at Li Xiaoshui and were similarly stunned. How? There is indeed an indescribable feeling. What did you go out for? The other three couldn't help but be puzzled as well. Did I become handsome after I went to settle my physiology? Li Xiaoshui asked. The few people lost interest and continued digging. Is it because of certain changes that occurred after I ate the blood or? Li Xiaoshui muttered inwardly. Just when Li Xiaoshui was wondering about this, suddenly, there was a loud boom and a violent shaking sensation came out. Everyone in the cave stopped digging. Their faces were stunned and filled with panic. The cave was shaking. A violent tremor. It was about to collapse. At the same time, the blue palace on the ice ground. Inside the palace, among the countless seated, identical-looking nanites, one of them snapped his eyes open and slowly stood up. In fact, Nanaki had many doppelgangers. The one that most people recognized as the one in revealing clothes was actually not the real Nanaki. The real Nanaki was the current Nanaki, dressed in plain clothes with a bland expression. How long has it been? Why is this happening again? Nanaki looked into the distance, his face heavy, shaking. The 100 underground floors were constantly shaking. Under the violent shaking, even the cold ice layer on the ground shattered with a few faint cracks. Nanaki looked into the distance, but did not make any new movements. A moment later, Elmwood. What happened? A tall, 3 or 4 meter ape-like giant landed next to the palace. Without consuming the night stone, endless coldness surged over him, but he was unable to cause any damage. Obviously a high-sequence powerhouse. I wonder which little guy, who consumed 100 pounds of blood or, was sensed by that guy underground. Elm said indifferently. The tall giant man's face changed that. It's fine, it won't come out. At most, it will toss some things around and die. Elmwood said. Oh, if that's the case, it doesn't matter. It's mostly apprentices from the mystic world anyway, so it's fine if more people die. The tall ape-man sighed in relief. After saying that, the ape-man looked at the prisoners who kept running out, and a wave of envy appeared in his eyes. 100 pounds actually managed to survive. How long do I have to stay here? Isn't there a lot of blood or here? You want to use, feel free to take. Elmwood said. Oh, this is handed over. I wouldn't dare touch it even if I had 10 guts. Besides, I've missed that stage. After using 100 pounds, the life level, too, can't be raised. Ape-man shook his head and smiled bitterly. In Elmwood's eyes, there was also a complex look life level raising. On the surface of the ice, it was soon filled with a dense crowd. This vibration, as if 100 layers were going to collapse, who would not be afraid? And as the crowd came out, the vibration gradually subsided with it not long after. What are you guys running out for? There was a vibration, just some special phenomenon. The cave won't collapse. Why don't you go back and continue digging? If you dare to come out recklessly again, you won't even want the ice stones next time. Elmwood's voice was not loud, but it seemed like loud thunder, shaking everyone's ears. No one dared to joke about the ice stone. Panicking, they went back into the cave. Before long, on the ice floor, it was back to being empty. What do you think? that guy, how will he fold? Ape Man couldn't help but ask. Elm glanced at him. Why don't you stay for a day and see? Forget it, I'd better go. Ape Man even said. The ape man seemed to be afraid of something as he hurriedly got up and left. The earthquake started. Li Xiaoshui sensed that something was wrong. His sixth sense, at that time, disappeared its effect again. Obviously, the sixth sense would only disappear when it was high temperature. Now that it was clearly low temperature, it also disappeared. This perverse situation. It made Li Xiaoshui feel alert. His mind was not even on digging anymore. His eyes were always looking around. However, other than the ground, from time to time, dropping some rubble that had not fallen from the dome during the party's shaking, no danger appeared. Even after a few hours, there was still no particular change. It seems that I was too careful. It should be some sort of natural change. Li Xiaoshui muttered. Relieved, he began the work of digging. The three faintly unnoticeable devouring insects swallowed their respective night stones, and silently flew to the feet of the few people next to him who couldn't discover them. Since he was digging too much on his side and might be able to discover it, then let the phage insects run next to them and dig. Such a small devouring insect would be hard to spot in the eyes of the crowd that was always under exhaustion. The body of the devouring worm could be devoured in large quantities, and there was no problem storing at least a few dozen pounds. He was in no hurry to retrieve it. Arranging everything, just when Li Xiaoshui was ready to lie down to rest. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Huh, what's wrong with you? In the pit next to him, a person pushed the sleeping man in confusion. But no matter how much he pushed, the sleeping man was indifferent. This scene attracted the attention of many people, including Li Xiaoshui, casting a puzzled gaze, only to see that the man could not help but reach out and probe his nostrils. No breath. He was stunned dead? What happened? Didn't I say, just sleep for a while? Dead? How can that be? Several people beside the corpse, one after another, went to measure the breath, the vital characteristics. The result. It was indeed dead. A few people exchanged glances. Is it because of too much exhaustion? How could we die from exhaustion? Who hasn't been digging for days? I haven't seen that either. That's a bit strange, isn't it? They discussed. However, it didn't cause much concern. In the mission, people died every day. Dying a person was not something noteworthy. Soon, the discussion stopped. This matter just skimmed over. Only as time gradually passed, Li Xiaoshui keenly discovered a strange phenomenon. In the cave, compared to earlier, it was a lot quieter. At this time, it belonged to the usual normal rest time. It wasn't unusual for someone to be resting, it was just that the people resting far exceeded the previous scale. Compared to earlier, when everyone was resting, it was familiar people taking turns with each other, alert to possible dangers. But now, all of them were asleep. Li Xiaoshui felt something strange, and could not help but associate it with the person who had died just now. However, the rising and falling breaths were clear in his perception at this time. It was not a death phenomenon. Maybe it's because I don't have a sixth sense, I'm prone to worrying and overthinking. After pondering over it, Li Xiaoshui eventually blamed it all on the fact that it might be the vibrations of the party that made everyone's emotions a little tense, and now they chose to relax appropriately. And, I don't know if he was infected, but Li Xiaoshui also felt a little tired. After instructing the devouring bug to continue digging, with a slight tiredness, he found a cozy corner and slowly leaned down. As Li Xiaoshui fell asleep, this tiredness swept through one person after another. Even the short man who had always been consistently averse to resting, could not help but close his eyes at this moment and chose to rest. Inside the cave, it became quieter and quieter. In the end, bizarrely, everyone fell asleep. The cave fell into a tranquility that had never been seen before. Li Xiaoshui slowly opened his eyes. A piece of fog that blocked out all sight. The sudden scene made Li Xiaoshui a little dazed. He hastily became alert and quickly looked around. This is not in the cave. Li Xiaoshui sank his face. There was no sense of coldness, no sense of heat. Although it was difficult to see the environment, the underground was not the grayish-white ground of the cave, there was no blood or no digging sounds. He couldn't even determine where he was in this white haze. Strange. Li Xiaoshui's heart was filled with doubts. Somewhat at a loss for words. How did he come to this place? Brought by someone? That's not right. If there was danger and someone was approaching, the devouring insect would obviously come to warn him and protect him. Standing in this mist, Li Xiaoshui had an inexplicable uneasiness. All over his body, it was indescribably uncomfortable. But he didn't dare to open the fire. If he opened the fire, if there was any danger, he would be the first to be noticed. After thinking about it, Li Xiaoshui decided to walk and take a look. The most important thing is to feel out where I am and why I am in such a place. With slow footsteps, Li Xiaoshui walked towards the front. Carefully, Li Xiaoshui walked towards the front. The split personality trait didn't appear, which didn't mean that no one was looking at him. After all, this was in the fog. It was normal to not be able to see people. It was bad to say that there were still people around. Li Xiaoshui put on the fisthook that was brought from Adaman's side. This is a level 1 weapon. The killing power is very powerful. Now compared to the nimble master, his martial ability was a few levels stronger. In close combat, it was natural to use it. Of course, the level 2 mystic object that was exchanged for 0.5 pounds of blood or, Li Xiaoshui clutched it tightly in his hand. Rope of Solace. Level 2 mystical object, transcendent class. It can strangle anyone you want. Introduction. It is a bizarre rope made from the hair of a certain high-sequence creature, condensed into a. While you're strangling someone, you'll experience 90% of their pain and damage. Hold on, either you die or he dies. The price is very high, but to put it another way, it's a very powerful life-saving mystical object. As for level 2 mysterious objects, it will be divided into attributes. This point, Li Xiaoshui noticed when he was looking at the price of level 2 mysterious objects at that time, while walking step by step. Suddenly, Li Xiaoshui was surprised to find a piercing light in front of him. Soft, warm, like sunlight. Exit? Li Xiaoshui was elated. However, Li Xiaoshui did not go forward first. He subconsciously wanted to call the devouring insect to check the situation in front of him. He then remembered that the devouring insect was not in the virtual pocket. The devouring bug was still left in the cave. I hope these babies are not alright, Li Xiaoshui thought worriedly. After a brief thought, Li Xiaoshui maneuvered the hard wooden board and gradually flew into the light. The wooden board did not receive any attacks. After hovering back and forth for half a day, it was safe and sound. Li Xiaoshui breathed a sigh of relief and retrieved the wooden board, before he dared to walk forward. Stepping into the light, the fog disappeared. The soft temperature sprinkled on his body, a cozy and comfortable temperature that he had never felt since entering the 100 underground floors. Then, Li Xiaoshui saw everything currently. Now, it was exactly noon. On the slightly cold streets, pedestrians walked in 2s and 3s. Surrounded by lush green trees, there was a small car and an electric car parked next to it. The concrete floor, and the high-rise buildings in front of them were so familiar. I've returned to Earth? Li Xiaoshui was stunned. This place, he couldn't be more familiar with it. It was exactly the Earth when he crossed over to the blue planet, underneath his home. Li Xiaoshui hurriedly turned his head. But the misty cave entrance that he had originally come out of had already disappeared. What the hell is going on? I went from the cave, changed to who knows where, and then returned to the real world? Li Xiaoshui was unspeakably shocked. He subconsciously walked into the small area. The familiar everything made Li Xiaoshui's mood a little complicated. Without realizing it, he walked to the door of his house. The fingerprints were checked and the door opened. Could it be? Dreaming? I've never been to the Blue Star. The reality of everything hit Li Xiaoshui's emotions. But soon, Li Xiaoshui woke up again. Not right. Not right. His Nianli was still there, and the attribute panel was still there. Mental power, 1, level 4. 9 nihilist. Physical, 1, level 12. 1 martial artist. It's still 1, but my actual ability is still there. But why is it 1? Didn't I leave the cave? Another question arose. Too many questions and changes made Li Xiaoshui a bit distracted. So much so that, walking into the house, he didn't even notice that a pair of bloodless hands, silently, appeared behind him. Just as Li Xiaoshui was about to turn back, these hands violently pinched his neck. With all his strength, the veins on his hands were bulging. Caught off guard by the attack, Li Xiaoshui was so scared that he didn't have time to react calmly. Then, it was sharp pain, suffocation. He felt like his neck was about to be twisted off, and in an abnormal state of panic, he struggled in a hurry. But he couldn't struggle away. The strength of these hands was far greater than his. The struggle was ineffective, and he began to run out of oxygen. His consciousness began to drift. I'll die. The smell of death came. This was not an illusion. In desperation, Li Xiaoshui threw out the secondary mystical object that he had been keeping in his hand. The green rope was thrown back. Swish! The rope transformed into a small snake and quickly slid away from the arm of the neck. The next moment, with a mournful scream coming from behind him, Li Xiaoshui's neck loosened and rolled down to the ground. Drawing in oxygen once again, Li Xiaoshui gasped with a large breath. Almost. Li Xiaoshui was in shock. Without waiting for him to be relieved, the next moment, another choking sensation came. It was an invisible choking sensation. At his neck, there was clearly nothing, but it was violently pulled tight, and would be ripped off in general. Li Xiaoshui knew that by using the green rope there would be such a price coming, but he did not expect that the price would be nothing less than the pain of the party. Fortunately, he was prepared this time. Li Xiaoshui adjusted his direction, and his eyes, which were red under the suffocation, were finally able to see ahead. It was a familiar figure. Cousin, it's, ho, it's, me, you let go. The cousin who was hosting his family. Li Xiaoshui was shocked, but reason stopped him from loosening the rope back. This couldn't be his cousin. How could she have such strength? How could she sneak up on him like this? Li Xiaoshui stared at her, observing her. At this moment, her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Her body was leaning back against the wall and struggling, but the muscles of her legs were tense, obviously more strength, left in preparation for action. Still trying to attack herself. Who the hell is she? Li Xiaoshui maintained his caution, not daring to be careless. But it wasn't just staying cautious that would solve the problem now. The swelling head, the blackened vision, all of them showed that he would not be able to hold on and was going to pass out. The cost of the rope was 90% of his opponent's. The pain and suffocation he endured would not be much better than the other party. If the other party's endurance was stronger than his, later on, he would be the one to pass out and become the lamb to be slaughtered. Li Xiaoshui quickly formulated a plan at this moment. Hold on for a few more moments. Compete in endurance. If he still can't get her, before losing consciousness, let go of the rope, turn around and run. His strength inside the cave was the same bound, not running, absolutely only a dead end. Two pairs of bloodshot eyes stared at each other. No, can't support it anymore. In just a few seconds, Li Xiaoshui reached his limit. When he was about to let go of the green rope to escape, suddenly, cousin was the first to be unable to carry on. Her eyes rolled over and she fell down heavily. But not waiting for Li Xiaoshui to breathe a sigh of relief over this and check the situation. Suddenly, the line of sight blurred. When the line of sight became clear again, it was bone-chilling coldness. It was inside the cave, and he was lying next to the pit's blood mine. The cave was quiet. Dream. Li Xiaoshui muttered, I don't seem to have slept much. Cough. Cough. Before the words left his mouth, the unpleasant dryness in his throat caused him to cough. The hand covering his mouth was stained with a few traces of blood. His neck was slightly sore. Li Xiaoshui's face turned ugly in an instant. It's not a dream. What's going on? That wasn't a dream? Another bunch of questions flooded his thoughts. He couldn't help but turn his head to look around. One after another, there were a few people, slowly crawling up, but most of them fell to the ground and fell asleep. In the senses, some of them were actually not breathing, including in his pit. The fat man and the woman whose eyes possessed characteristics were also not breathing. What on earth? What happened? Li Xiaoshui took several deep breaths to keep himself in the most extreme composure and meticulous thoughts. He knew that great danger was coming. This must be the thing that always affected his sixth sense. Soon, all those who could wake up woke up, and those who didn't, died. In the cave, as of yesterday, with the new arrivals, there were 64 people. 21 dead. 43 left. And no one is a rookie just going through a mission in an S-rank mission. Everyone was experienced, and the problem with the dream was immediately sought out. Faced with this strange threat of death, the people had to stop digging, take time out, and have a discussion. Organized by the one called Tama. The first thing that was emphasized was the study of the dream world. But in the dream world, the only content that was connected was the fog that appeared at the beginning. Then it goes out into all sorts of familiar places and is attacked by all sorts of weird people and things. Can't guess why like that. Tama shook his head and looked at the crowd. Do you have any other ideas? I've been here for a long time and have never experienced anything like this. A man with long white eyebrows and a head full of scales said in a deep voice, however, I have heard a rumor about this place. Rumor? Numerous gazes were directed at him. This blood mine was formed from the blood of a certain monster. And this monster is, in fact, under the blood mine. The white-browed man said. There's a monster underneath? This? Impossible, right? So many blood mines, such a large piece of land. This monster, how big must it be? Impossible. Never. He's right. I've actually heard similar rumors from a person who completed the mission. But don't worry, the monster can't get out. Really? Could the vibration just now be the monster awakening? One after another, people spoke out secrets. In the end, the possibility that there was a monster underground was established. Then it seems that what threatened us in the dream was some sort of characteristic. Li Xiaoshui lamented. The discussion came to an abrupt end. Obviously, Li Xiaoshui had stated the greatest possibility. But it was this possibility that was the most deadly. If this was a characteristic of some kind of high-sequence creature, that meant that there was no way to go about solving this problem. That monster underground, why does it suddenly want to kill us? You dig up people's blood and they don't kill you? But why is it attacking us now? It was fine before. Domo frowned. This kind of secretive type of trait is the hardest to deal with. I was in the dream world and almost died. We must discuss a way to come. We can stay awake for 2 days. We can't stay awake all the time, can we? One person sneered. Next, it was the crowd's discussion to find a solution. Li Xiaoshui's mind did not go there. Li Xiaoshui felt that there was no role. The only way might just be for the self to resist in the dream world and dispose of the thing that killed him. I don't know, will there be a sequence card like the last mission? Li Xiaoshui said silently, perhaps getting the sequence card would be helpful in solving this matter. In the end, the crowd discussed briefly and figured out the first solution. Take turns to fall asleep. Sleeping for 10 minutes and waking each other up once, using this to avoid the dream world. That's the extent of the discussion. There was no way to go deeper into the unknown. Besides, the blood mine can't stop digging, compared to the exhaustion and wretchedness from earlier. In the blood mine, the atmosphere at this time was more heavy. Incredibly heavy. The body was tortured, and the heart bore pressure. Although they had survived in the dream world, but anyone who did had experienced some risk. And, with so many people dying at once, who knows, if they will dream again, if the dream will be even more terrifying, if they will be able to survive? So much so that this non-stop digging is continued for 2 consecutive days. No one dared to sleep, including Li Xiaoshui. Some, with sleepiness, were even willing to allow themselves to be traumatized and bring about pain to raise their spirits. After all, none of them want to die. Saying that they were monitoring each other, reminding each other, who could guarantee that this would be effective? And yet, one must sleep after all. Not to mention being so exhausted. Finally, someone couldn't resist. I'll sleep for 10 minutes, you guys remember to yell at me. The one who fell asleep was the blue star woman next to Li Xiaoshui. She, who was the first to resist the tiredness, became the object of observation for everyone. As if she could wake up peacefully, then everyone could sleep at ease. As she fell asleep, Li Xiaoshui, who was mentally sleepy to the extreme, silently counted down the time in his heart. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Time's up, Li Xiaoshui said. The short-haired beauty immediately shouted for the blue star woman. However, no matter how she called out, it lasted for a few minutes, and even when Li Xiaoshui rolled up his sleeves and went up to give a few big slaps, the blue star woman had no signs of waking up except for her red face swelling a bit. Unable to be awakened by external force. She is still alive, Li Xiaoshui said. This conclusion made the previous discussion, all meaningless, dissolve into nothing. Damn! It's not enough to not be killed by those monsters every day, but you still have to be tossed around by the dream world. One person finally couldn't bear it anymore. Just die, I'm just too sleepy. If I can't wake up, I'll be unlucky not to have this S-rank special reinforcement reward. Analyzing from the tone, it seemed that there was a resurrection card. It's only 100 points, I have to think of buying a few. Maybe I'll die in a quest one day. Li Xiaoshui thought inwardly. To the current him, 100 points was nothing. The mysterious items, weapons, and props on his body, if he sold them casually, he could have thousands of points. Not to mention, the mission was only up to where? As long as he didn't die, he would be able to earn tons of points. As one person after another couldn't hold on, Li Xiaoshui also stopped trying to be brave. This time, before going to sleep, he recalled the 3 devouring insects, and chose to walk out of the cave. In the dream realm, things that were not on one's body could not be recalled, and the devouring insects were an important aid for him, so it was impossible not to bring them with him. Going out to the cave, on the other hand, was for that 12 martial ability. He counted the time, it was now not long after he had just entered the low temperature. He couldn't have slept for more than 12 hours and been killed by the heat and monsters. And on the ice, at least he had the 12 martial artist ability. This was likewise one of his killer abilities. In the piercing cold, Li Xiaoshui found a corner and slowly leaned down off the ground. Won't be able to dream, that's good. Phew. Shuffling his breath, Li Xiaoshui looked around, his eyes quickly stopped in front of him, on the corpse of that cousin. Li Xiaoshui frowned. Dreams actually articulate. He smiled helplessly. He detected the attribute panel. Mental power, 4. 9 ranked nihilist. Physical, 12. 1 level martial artist. Good, all normal. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Li Xiaoshui sighed lightly, his complexion somewhat. Going to the blue star and then coming back to the real world, the mindset will really create waves. Li Xiaoshui lamented. Returning to the room, that familiar everything, again made Li Xiaoshui froze for a long time. This is all my dream, there is no need to dwell on it. Can't come back should. Li Xiaoshui consoled himself. Right now, he needed to remain vigilant at all times. God knows, what would happen later? Just when Li Xiaoshui wanted to fall back into the big bed that he had slept in for years, suddenly, ha! Li Xiaoshui looked out of the window in surprise. Outside the window, corresponding to a garden not far away, on the small curved dome at the mouth of the fountain constructed in the center of the pool, there floated a light blue card. Characterization card. Li Xiaoshui rubbed his eyes. It wasn't wrong. Nope. It's not right. There's something odd. Li Xiaoshui's face was heavy. How could there be characteristic cards in the real world he was in? Moreover, the matter of characteristic cards was something he had only fantasized about before he came into the dream world. It reads my heart. Li Xiaoshuai's heart fluttered. Could it be that after entering the dream realm, this dream could read their inner thoughts? Not only could it create shenanigans to kill them, Li Xiaoshuai couldn't help but breathe sharply for a few minutes. This ability, it was too terrifying. But it's not like a fake, Li Xiaoshuai observed. With his current perception ability, everything in his line of sight was clear to see. Li Xiaoshuai subconsciously swept his gaze around the park. It was still those old grandmothers and grandfathers that he was familiar with. Going to take a look? Li Xiaoshuai muttered. Regarding what sequence he was going to take, Li Xiaoshuai hadn't been sure yet. He wanted to find powerful abilities. Once it was fixed, it could not be changed anymore. There was a need to find the ability that best suited him. If it was this dream sequence, he had some expectations. After all, this dream's ability was too bizarre. Called Li Xiaoshuai the only hold but there was that this characteristic card might just be presented in his dream realm for tempting him. In case you get it and it turns out that you can't bring it to the dream world, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? After a long silence, Li Xiaoshuai decided to take a look. Even if I can't get the characterization card, I'll probably be able to know what sequence this sequence is. It's not good to say, but I can also find a way to save myself. Li Xiaoshuai muttered to himself. Li Xiaoshuai went downstairs. In the elevator, he ran into another acquaintance from Earth, a neighbor's big sister. She flashed a smile for a friendly conversation. Li Xiaoshuai maintained 100% vigilance, and the devouring insects even began to float in the collar of his body, always ready to counterattack. This time, however, there was no attack. This dream, it will shake me. Li Xiaoshuai sighed softly. It was hard for him to keep the no waves in his mission. Torn again and again, he put on the necklace. The chill of the resentful soul's gaze calmed him down. Fake. All created by reading my memories. Li Xiaoshuai muttered to himself. Walking out of the gate, he went to the park. It was still a familiar road, and in the park, there were all familiar figures. Xiaoshuai, I haven't seen you here for a few days. Oh, yes, I haven't seen you for a few days. The park grandpa and grandma greeted with smiles. As a familiar visitor to the park, the enthusiastic Li Xiaoshuai was much loved by the elderly. Li Xiaoshuai was like returning to the earth moment. Just walking. It wasn't long before Li Xiaoshuai noticed something inexplicably wrong, making him a bit uneasy. The old people who greeted him seemed to be following him. From the 2 or 3 earlier, to the 7 or 8 behind, even unfamiliar figures, a dozen of them, followed closely behind him. As his footsteps quickened, these people, their pace followed suit. The original amiability, at this point turned a little weird and hideous. Little Shuai, don't walk so fast, we have something to find you. Yeah. Why are you walking so fast? If you're like this, we're angry. Li Xiaoshuai naturally sensed that something was wrong. Sure enough, the people who appeared in my dreams are all trying to kill me. Li Xiaoshuai's heart was empty for a while, and he sighed lightly. Although with regards to killing people, Li Xiaoshuai was used to it. After all, it was in a dream, after all. It was the mysterious world. But this is always the company he grew up with, those intimate neighbors. Li Xiaoshuai had some thoughts, but not until he had to. He couldn't lay his hands on it. Stretching out his hand, the nearby sports equipment, stone piers, and trees, under the control of his mind, quickly shrunk into a ball, surrounding the group of old people in the center, trying to solve this trouble. But not yet waiting for Li Xiaoshuai to breathe a sigh of relief, this group of obstacles, with a bang, was pushed back open. The group of old people scrambled to rush out from the gap. Even if those iron pieces, broken branches cut off the skin, poked bleeding mouth, they remained senseless and stared at Li Xiaoshuai. The killing intent was gone. The weirdness was gone. Instead, the expressions were somewhat surprised. It's you! Finally! The old people suddenly spoke out one after another as if they had discovered something. The inexplicable words made Li Xiaoshuai freeze. It was him? What did it mean? Li Xiaoshuai just wanted to voice out in confusion, when suddenly, this group of old people, abruptly disappeared. Just for a split second, like smoke, they disappeared into thin air. Li Xiaoshuai was stupefied. What the hell is going on? The inexplicable change caused Li Xiaoshuai to feel a lot of apprehension. Tangled again and again, unable to find the answer, Li Xiaoshuai also no longer think much, walked towards that fountain that came to the blue card before. Just when he was ready to get up and take it. In mid-air, there was a wave of space. Like a drop of water falling into a pool of water, it caused a ripple. Following that, one by one, tiny fragments of various colors were pieced together in mid-air, and a few seconds later, a silhouette appeared in mid-air. A woman with a marvelous figure, nearly naked, with only a few thin pieces of blue crystals protecting her key parts. She landed on the ground and looked towards Li Xiaoshuai. Li Xiaoshuai hastily stepped back. This batch, the one who got a life level increase, is you. The woman opened her mouth, her voice cold. Life level enhancement, what is it? Li Xiaoshui subconsciously asked. The woman was silent for a while, and snorted also. Now this belongs to sequence 1's mission. It's normal for those who don't know. And then, her eyes sharpened. Lucky guy, you accomplished a certain standard. That is, the secrets in the mission. In the floating island. So, you got the chance to test. Defeat me and complete the qualification test, and you'll receive the qualification of the Master's Believer, and receive a special reinforcement card for the Master's sequence. Fail, and you lose this opportunity. Li Xiaoshui was keenly aware of the life level raising thing. He recalled eating 100 pounds of blood or, to think, this was it. It was a secret in the mission. What he was curious about was who her owner was. Was it the mysterious creature trapped underground? Suddenly, Li Xiaoshui remembered the deity underneath that indigenous village in the last mission. Both. Is there something in common? Ready? Without waiting for Li Xiaoshui to reply, the woman spoke indifferently. Li Xiaoshui just had a question and thought that she wouldn't answer it. Alright. Right. Li Xiaoshui's words just fell. A slender weapon similar to a katana surfaced in the woman's hand, and with a flash of her body, the light of the slender blade had landed in front of Li Xiaoshui's cheek. You didn't say it was a combat test. Li Xiaoshui was startled and quickly backed away. The woman didn't say anything, lightly turned around, the blade slanted and pushed Li Xiaoshui's vital parts again. Li Xiaoshui knew that it was pointless to talk nonsense. He immediately grabbed out the virtual pocket's dark long stick and quickly blocked it. Dang, with a sound, the weapons clashed together. Li Xiaoshui only felt that the thin blade had turned into a giant hammer, and the moment of impact, it shocked his arm to swell and numb his fingers, and he almost couldn't grab this baguette. Seeing that the woman was going to continue to swing the knife, Li Xiaoshui hurriedly wrapped the mud and sand all over the ground with his mind power and pounced on the woman, using this to run away from some distance. The mud and sand turned into a wall, wrapping the woman. Suddenly, several blinding white blade lights flashed. The wall of sand was chopped into dozens of sections and scattered all over the place. The woman's feet burst with power, leaving only a residual shadow in place. Reappearing, she was again in front of Li Xiaoshui. It was still the same simple attack of the party, a terrifyingly monstrous force. Li Xiaoshui was exhausted even with his defense. If not for the fact that he could still rely on his thoughts to pull him back, he was afraid that he would have been injured. Not to mention if he took out the mysterious object to counterattack. The woman's frown grew tighter and tighter. Stop! Finally, Li Xiaoshui couldn't help but shout, it's not fair, it's not fair. The woman jumped away and landed a few meters away from Li Xiaoshui. What's unfair? You're so strong, how can I possibly beat you? Li Xiaoshui shouted. In the dream world, I am of the same physical quality as you, the woman said. Ha? Li Xiaoshui was dumbfounded. The woman fell silent. She sized up this Li Xiaoshui, and after a long time, she asked, your body's explosive power, your fighting skills, why are you as weak as an ordinary person? Or rather, you are like an ordinary person who has no combat ability and can only clumsily use his body and mind power. Do you rely on traits and mystical objects to accomplish tasks with life level raising? But I didn't see you use these things when I fought. A bunch of questions were asked, and Li Xiaoshui was a bit overwhelmed. Combining a bunch of words, the content was, why are you so weak? I'm this. Not normal? Li Xiaoshui was a little struck. He thought he was pretty strong. After participating in several missions, it seemed like he had never lost to someone of the same class. The woman sighed in disappointment. You can't. You're too bad. Li Xiaoshui was a bit hit. I am a Nianli master. Originally my physical combat power is not strong. A Nianli master is not the kind of person to execute combat like you. It seems that either your civilization is very low or it's that you're new to this stuff and have no guidance. The woman said. Gotta be, he was too synthesized. Listen up. Explosive strength means that the sane body, trained, can explode several times its strength. Yet only a short double. Nianli, not even double. Not to mention combat skills you don't have, and combat experience is still too weak. You have no possibility of passing the mysterious world screening. The foundation is too poor, too poor, too poor. It seems that you're just lucky. Out. Unfortunately, the master is going to be angry. Alas. The woman's figure, from her feet, began to turn into fragments, slowly floating away in midair. Eventually, it disappeared from Li Xiaoshui's line of sight, and Li Xiaoshui also realized that his body was rapidly dissolving. Feeling a blur of consciousness, Li Xiaoshui reacted violently that the dream was going to end. He hurriedly got up and put away the blue card that was hovering there in the fountain, into his virtual pocket. Afterward, he also disappeared in midair, just like the woman. In the cave, Li Xiaoshui slowly opened his eyes. The surroundings were quiet and dead silent. He was still on the ice. Ugh, I'm too bad? The woman's words from earlier still lingered in his ears, which made Li Xiaoshui's mood a little complicated, without the joy of leaving the dream world. Thinking about it, it might be. After entering the mysterious world, he had been relying on his nianli, mysterious objects, and sixth sense to escape dangers and accomplish tasks. The most head-on fights with people had been in the ring on this mission. He still takes tricks. Relying on water, relying on the devouring insects, and relying on characteristics. Li Xiaoshui thought that these were also part of strength. But it couldn't hide the fact that he was weak in his own right. How would I know how to become stronger? Make the so-called explosive power higher? Li Xiaoshui smiled bitterly. He did not think anymore. Thinking more would only trouble himself. It was better to put his mind on the mission now, and when the mission was completed, he would go to the virtual city and take a good look at the situation. Li Xiaoshui looked in his pocket. The blue card was inside. I wonder if it's an encouragement prize for me. Li Xiaoshui muttered, opened the card and read the introduction. Sequence 1 selection card. Special item for identity advancement. Special sequence. Type, secretive. Identity, dream entrant. Characteristics, you can enter other people's dreams and read everything in their dreams. Special sequence? Dream entry master? Li Xiaoshui muttered. He hadn't really seen this kind of identity in the forums. Looks like it's the same as what everyone guessed. It will go after our dreams. However, it seems that this underground monster should be of a very high sequence. From reading dreams, it has turned into being able to modify dreams and even kill people in their dreams. Li Xiaoshui muttered, thinking that there would be even more terrifying ones that just weren't shown to them. Looking at the interesting identity, it could be put into the pre-selected advanced identity for the time being. It was a pity that the so-called special reinforcement was missed. Li Xiaoshui walked back to the cave. Under the cave, no one woke up. However, compared to when they went to sleep, Li Xiaoshui noticed that more people's faces showed a painful, tormented look. It seems that had bad dreams. It was after a few more minutes that someone slowly woke up. 1, 2, 3. Everyone had the terrified expression of a hijacked life. In the end, the remaining 30 or so people, in this dream, only 24 people were left alive. In Li Xiaoshui's pit, the man with a bare half-body, the short-haired beauty, both of them, also died. This kind girl died. Li Xiaoshui is still a little afflicted. Originally, he also thought that if the situation was okay, he would take some blood or to help her. Why does my face hurt so much? The blue star woman covered her swollen face. She survived with a puzzled face. I didn't get hit in the face in my dream. The remaining few people froze. Li Xiaoshui looked at her with his eyes and nose, twisting his head to not look at her. This time, the dream was originally normal. I was almost over it, but as a result, you suddenly became scary too? Almost. I almost couldn't come back. The crowd then continued their discussion of the dream. Coldly, Li Xiaoshui remembered, before that woman disappeared, the words, the master will be very angry. Is it that the dream world will still strengthen? If so, won't survive the next dream. The more the conversation went on, the more gloomy and ugly everyone's faces became. But this was the most hopeless. They were digging and could only endure the torture of this dream. If they didn't gather enough £100, they couldn't leave this cave except to die and fail the mission. The S-class mission, which was already difficult, had too many unknowns. It wasn't long before the digging continued to resume. The dream world could not be jumped off, and the blood mine could not be dug. The atmosphere was still depressing. The number of people had, in just 2 days, decreased by a large portion, and the sound of digging in the cave was much quieter. And this situation, again, was completely destroying Li Xiaoshui's plan. It seems that it can't go on digging in such a calm manner. I might be lucky this second time and not run into a terrible situation. What if I die in the next dream realm? Li Xiaoshui was worried. He still wanted to rely on mining, digging his way to the top and saving a few £1,000s. After 100 pounds of blood ore, the strengthening of perception made Li Xiaoshui's thoughts always clear. I have to leave. Li Xiaoshui produced a decision. It was simple. The 100 underground floors, he had gotten all he could. Whether it was the 100 pounds of blood or the secret exploration. Only, neither of them made him feel rewarded. The 100 pounds of blood or got a life level increase that he didn't know the effects of. The secrets explored were also eliminated after the test. There's no point in staying any longer. The only blood or that has value to me, it's not quite worth it if I risk my life to dig it up. It doesn't mean that much to me anymore. Right now, on my hand, I still have close to 200 pounds of blood ore. Let's first let one of the phagocytes eat up to 100 pounds and see what effect it has. Then, before the next sleepiness, look for Elmwood to leave and avoid the dream world. Li Xiaoshui finalized the process. Pu Xing gave him a promise. Only. Li Xiaoshui was also considering the other side of things. He was wondering if he should just finish the mission, or go to the ring. First of all, there were points rewarded. Although he had gained enough from this mission. But, points were not too much. And, the woman's words always lingered in Li Xiaoshui's mind. He was too weak. If he didn't leave straight away, the ring was an opportunity that would help him improve. Forget it, take a step and see what happens. To leave, perhaps. I'll have the answer, Li Xiaoshui said silently. Li Xiaoshui let the first phage bug eat the blood or first. The remaining 2 phage bugs continued to dig. The phage bugs that ate the blood or did something as Li Xiaoshui thought. It fell asleep in the virtual pocket, and the blood-colored cocoon wrapped it. I hope, don't let me down, Li Xiaoshui muttered. 100 pounds ah. Other people could only dream and beg for 10 pounds. Time passed bit by bit. The high temperature came. The monsters came again. I don't know if it's because many people died, but after collecting the blood or the monsters left in a hurry. And, the number of monsters, too, decreased. It seems that in dreams, it works for anyone. Li Xiaoshui was sure that he was afraid that in the 100 underground floors, these monsters, including Nanmu, would be dreaming. This Nanmu deputy warden didn't have anything going on. The doppelganger came down every day on time to deliver food. If it was said, to find a sequence evolution that interested Li Xiaoshui the most, the first thing that came to Li Xiaoshui's mind was the identity of those powerful transcendent-like animals, followed by. He was interested in this kind of bilocation identity of Nanmu. Several bilocations, all under her control. Wouldn't that be several of her own strength? It's too unbelievable. I just don't know what characteristics she has. Time passed and more than 2 days passed. Without much rest for a few days, everyone was unusually sleepy, but always persevered. Li Xiaoshui was the same. Every time this happened, he would miss his life in the cage immensely. It was also thanks to the fact that he didn't have to dig so hard. If there were no devouring insects, one could imagine how tormented he would have to be. It's time to leave the 100 underground floors, Li Xiaoshui muttered. And then, looking towards the virtual pocket devouring insect, it's been 2 days for this guy, hasn't it hatched yet? After giving it some more thought, during the meal, Li Xiaoshui walked over to the remaining 20 or so people. I'm not going to complete the mission, I'm going to use the resurrection card to end the S-rank examination. For each of the 2 pounds of blood or I have saved here, I choose to exchange it for a sequence 1 identity selection card. Remember, it's 1 pound. Weak sequence, I don't want it. Everyone had been here for a while in this S-ranked mission. There were quite a few people who were crazy enough to spend points begging for blood mines, but it was the first time that the crowd had ever seen anyone who took blood mines out twice in a row in exchange for something. The reason why everyone was desperately trying to complete the S-ranked mission, the secrets in the S-ranked mission was one thing, but more than that, it was the special enhancement of the S-ranked mission completion. This was not something that could be compared to a few hundred points and a few pounds of blood or, even if it was just a few hopes, no one would give up. This guy, what on earth was he thinking? However, 1 pound of blood or, the amount was too much. If Li Xiaoshui was foolish, the big guys would be happy to earn this blood or. In the midst of the foolishness, someone was the first to speak up. Is it okay for me to take points and mysterious objects in exchange? Li Xiaoshui refused. I only want the sequence 1 identity selection card. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. For a few moments. I have one here. See if it works. A man spoke out. Then, a tall man walked in. He took out a card and handed it to Li Xiaoshui. Li Xiaoshui looked at it. Shaking his head, I only need the secretive category. The other man got up and walked to Li Xiaoshui, handing over the card with an expressionless face. Sequence 1 identity selection card. A special item for identity advancement. Category, secretive. Identity, psychic. Characteristics, you can summon certain dead souls and communicate with them. Li Xiaoshui's pupils shrank. Change. He took the card. The man laughed coldly, with the look of knowing that Li Xiaoshui would choose this way, and turned around. Psychic. Li Xiaoshui had seen this sequence in the forum. Although he didn't remember it too obviously, it seemed like he could use his soul to fight. A very powerful trait card. Only 1 pound left, Li Xiaoshui said. I'll trade with you. Suddenly, one person got up. Li Xiaoshui froze. You? He looked at the woman with long black hair. I can't? The long black hair asked. Li Xiaoshui smiled. Yes you can. She handed over a serial card. Li Xiaoshui took it and with a slight scan, his expression was a bit odd. He looked at the woman with long black hair. Seeing that she still had a calm expression, she was silent and nodded her head. Okay, change. Wait. A man rose again. He said I don't have a serial card, I'll exchange it with a resurrection card, are you willing? Li Xiaoshui shook his head. Sorry, I agreed to switch with her. The woman with long black hair smiled. Thank you. The transaction was completed. Compared to the psychic, what made Li Xiaoshui's heart ripple even more was the black long-haired woman's card. Is it a coincidence? Li Xiaoshui muttered. Without waiting for the digging to continue, after continuing back to mealtime, Li Xiaoshui walked out of the cave outside. Then, within a few minutes, inside the cave, the turquoise-eyed man who was about to trade the resurrection card with Li Xiaoshui followed him out. I knew that there must be someone else selling the resurrection card. Li Xiaoshui smiled. He was the one who had experienced few requests and had not learned enough. Last mission, learn to buy medicines. This mission, learn to buy resurrection cards. After all, if you die in a mission, you lose everything. There are definitely some people here who have bought resurrection cards with only 100 plus points. After going through a few missions, all of them would buy this most basic of guarantees. Similar to that fat man who had died in his dreams, Li Xiaoshui was sure that he had at least 2 or more, otherwise it would be impossible to take out one to trade. I saw the hint in your eyes just now. You still have blood mines to trade with me? The blue-eyed man frowned. Li Xiaoshui nodded right. However, I only have 0.8 pounds left, so do you exchange it or not? The blue-eyed man sneered. Exchange. There is no need to come to this meaningless trick with me. Even if you have more blood and you're ready to leave the mission, what can I do to you? Fine, then switch. Li Xiaoshui submitted the blood mines. In exchange, he exchanged it for a resurrection card. I am planning to leave the mission, after all, there is nothing to hold on to. According to my current stature, I can improve too much by returning to the virtual city. But, here comes a resurrection card. Looks like that gladiatorial arena, I can try again. Thinking about it, suddenly, Li Xiaoshui heard the voice of the devouring insect in his virtual pocket. Master, I'm awake. Li Xiaoshui revealed a smile and turned his head to look at the virtual pocket. Finally awake. In the virtual pocket, the blood-red devouring insect had undergone a slight change compared to earlier. First, the body was smaller than the previous 2. Secondly, some abnormal lines appeared on its body. Look at the attributes. Li Xiaoshui checked. But compared to earlier, besides going from level 1 to level 2, there was no increase in characteristics or other changes. Looks like it's the same as me. Just got some kind of life level increase? Li Xiaoshui thought. But, it's become level 2. It is also considered to have evolved. Li Xiaoshui immediately commanded this level 2 phage insect to tear at the armor on his body. The original armor that was so hard that the devouring bug was almost unable to bite it was torn out in the blink of an eye. Li Xiaoshui revealed a smile. Very good. Now this little guy's sneak attack, of the same sequence, should not be able to block it without wearing level 1 armor. In Li Xiaoshui's hand, there was still close to 200 pounds of blood left. It was enough for the other 2 devouring insects to eat together. Unfortunately, he could not do so. The requirements for leaving this mission, 1 was to mine 100 pounds of blood 2 was to complete 10 consecutive victories in the gladiatorial arena. After experiencing 2 battles, Li Xiaoshui knew very well that 10 consecutive victories were impossible for him. There was only the option of turning in 100 pounds of blood in other words, the 90 or so pounds of blood left for him to leave the 100 underground floors was only enough for 1 more phage bug. It can't be helped. If I die, I won't have the chance for special reinforcement. Now here, I'm very uneasy. I feel that the death rate is too high. Li Xiaoshui shook his head. This had to be cautious. It was different from the gladiatorial arena. The current him, he thought that his strength had progressed quite a bit, with his martial ability reaching 12, and there was still the devouring insect in place. In low-streak matchups, he would not fail. Even if he ran into an unwinnable expert in a low-streak matchup, according to these undercards, he wouldn't end up being killed. As long as he didn't participate in an irresistible high-streak level, he would be able to stay alive. The death rate was extremely low. Even if there really was an irresistible danger, there was a resurrection card as a guarantee. Honing one's combat abilities was an inevitable step. Leave. Li Xiaoshui did not linger. Coming to the palace, Li Xiaoshui searched for Elmwood. In response to Li Xiaoshui's shout, Elmwood was not heeded. It was when he said Pu Xing, the palace door then opened and an Elmwood doppelganger flew out. Pu Xing said for you to come to me if you want to leave? Elmwood asked. Right. Alright, the favor owed to him ends here. Elmwood faded. A glance at Li Xiaoshui's sequence level, said you are also smart, leaving at this time. 2 days later, with your sequence 0 strength, you will definitely die. Li Xiaoshui couldn't help but ask Deputy Warden Elmwood, I heard that there is a monster trapped underground? The Elmwood doppelganger glanced at Li Xiaoshui. Let's go, knowing more is useless to you. She reached out her hand and Li Xiaoshui flew high into the sky with her. Without stopping, they shuttled through the underground layer after layer of prisons, and in the twinkling of an eye, they landed on the 17th floor of the prison. Over there were guerrilla prison guards escorting prisoners there. Deputy Warden. Seeing Elmwood, the ape prison guard was stunned. Take him to see Pu Xing. Elmwood said. Yes. The orangutan deputy warden nodded. Elmwood left. Only then did the orangutan warden return to his normal state and looked at Li Xiaoshui strangely. Kid, I heard that something happened down there and a lot of people died. I didn't think you could still come up alive. Luck. Li Xiaoshui smiled. Okay, it seems that you have an agreement with Supervisor Pu Xing. I won't ask much about the others. I'll take you up when I'm incarcerated on my side. The orangutan prison guard said. The orangutan prison guard went to escort the prisoners. Li Xiaoshuai's gaze fell around the 17th floor prison. Inside the prison at the very front, immediately many eyes fell on Li Xiaoshuai. Inadvertently, the split personality trait appeared. Li Xiaoshuai's consciousness shook. With his enhanced senses, he was now not affected emotionally even without the necklace. So many eyes are looking at me. Not low sequence ones. I feel so many powerful forces. The first persona immediately sent out an alert. Being noticed, as always, automatically opens. Li Xiaoshuai frowned, listening to the personality's words, indifferent. However, what Li Xiaoshuai didn't know was that Elmwood, who was flying downwards, had her body lurch. She stopped her flying maneuver. Eyes unexpectedly looked upwards. Psychotic sequence? Elmwood's gaze landed on Li Xiaoshuai, not knowing what she was contemplating, showing a hesitant expression. After a long time, she shook her head and let out a light laugh, shaking her head. Forget it, each has their own path. That shouldn't be for me to worry about. Finally, Elmwood looked at Li Xiaoshuai one more time, memorized his appearance, and flew downwards, not choosing to talk or ask anymore. Live well, Elmwood said softly. Naturally, Li Xiaoshuai was not aware that his sequence was strangely detected by Elmwood. Even if he knew that he was perceived, he didn't dare to go after him and ask why. He went along with the orangutan prison guard and went to the supervisor, Pu Xing. Ha, I knew you would come back. 100 floors underground can be much harder than us here. Pu Xing smiled and opened his mouth. However, as I told you earlier, transferring up again will require a certain price to be paid. After all, this is a privilege given to extra you. I am paying something. You said, Supervisor Pu. Li Xiaoshuai said. It's simple. Pu Xing calmly said, before you die, or before you complete 10 consecutive victories, all the points you get, all of them belong to me half. Outside of the rest, there are no other requirements. No problem. Li Xiaoshuai did not think twice. This was in his prediction. Seeing Li Xiaoshuai being so forthcoming, Pu Xing smiled brightly. Good, I like it when you were so forthcoming. You just came back from the 100th underground floor, take a good rest first. I will arrange an opponent for you tomorrow. This was natural. In fact, Li Xiaoshuai had insisted on not sleeping for 2 days, in order to prevent that dream. In this situation, if it wasn't for the fact that his perception had been strengthened, he might even be disorganized and confused in his thoughts. And now, besides being sleepy, there wasn't much of a problem. Li Xiaoshuai left. Looking at Li Xiaoshuai's back as he left, Pu Xing's smile gradually retracted. Grasping the coin, he flicked it. It landed on the ground. Positive. Very good, my characteristics are not wrong. Pu Xing muttered to himself. Back in the cage, collapsed into a soft pile of straw. The stench of rotting dampness and gloom lingered. The environment wasn't good, but compared to the underground 100-floor world, this was heaven. Too happy. No need to worry about a coming crisis, no need to fight to dig for blood. You can sleep enough to be satisfied. Although tiredness immediately swept over him, Li Xiaoshuai did not fall asleep. He felt in his pocket. At the woman with long black hair, he exchanged the sequence 1 characteristics card for 1 pound of blood ore. This was exactly the psychosis sequence 1 selection card. I really didn't expect to come across this here. Li Xiaoshuai played with the white card, his thoughts mixed. He didn't know what quest the long black-haired woman had gone through to get it. The psychosis sequence was undoubtedly outstanding, but the characteristics of sequence 0 made him lose control from time to time earlier. Not to mention this was sequence 1. Unstable and powerful, risky. Li Xiaoshuai muttered. Now that he had a level 2 mystical object and a sequence 1 selection card, he could advance to sequence 1. Advancing to sequence 1, he was able to be a bit more like a fish in water in this S-ranked mission. However, the few sequence 1 selection cards he had in his hand had him in a tangle. Psychiatrist, dream entrant, psychic, madman. It's better to think deeper again. This S-rank quest already belongs to his completion status. It's safer to advance back to the virtual city before making a decision. Li Xiaoshuai retrieved the card. The rest of the time was not for completing the mission. It was just to grind. After a beautiful sleep and replenishing his spirit, the next day in the afternoon, unsurprisingly, Li Xiaoshuai got a call from the gladiator arena. Deafening cheers and shouts, long overdue, rang in Li Xiaoshuai's ears. Now appearing, the newcomer Nianli, master of sequence 0, Luo. After many days, once again we see this newcomer who has created 2 miracles. With the strength of sequence 0, 2 arena veterans, he accomplished 2 consecutive victories. The current record is 2 wins, 0 losses. Today, his opponent is the genius Momo who completed another 3 consecutive victories 2 days ago. Entering the gladiatorial arena, in just under 10 days, he has put up an outstanding record of 4 consecutive victories once and 3 consecutive victories once. The current record is 8 wins and 1 loss. What a terrifying win rate. Immediately, the Sequence 0 Numinous Master will be facing off against Sequence 1 MOMO. Will it be Sequence 0's Numinous Master Luo, who continues to create miracles and win? Or will the genius MOMOMO continue to equalize his own record of 4 consecutive victories? Audience members, the gladiatorial arena competition is about to begin. It was still the familiar commentary voice. Li Xiaoshui smiled helplessly. He's really good at arranging opponents for me. Is he testing my strength? Or do you think that I'm just a sender of death? Looking at the lean youth who appeared in front of him, grasping 2 daggers, with his split personality turned on, Li Xiaoshui's expression froze. My current, level 12 martial artist body, definitely belongs to the top of Sequence 1, at the very least. With the physical ability alone, I can have more than 6 consecutive victories to be able to do so. However, I'm in no hurry. Don't use the martial artist ability. If you use it, there's no point. In every match from now on, my aim is not to defeat my opponent, but to learn. The attacks of Nianli will give me a clearer vision. Learning how they attack, how they defend. The footwork, the way of observation, the body changes that explode with power. At the same time, master the split personality again skillfully. When I've learned enough, I'll return to the virtual city and strengthen my combat skills to excellence. I can be much stronger. Relying on traits and mystical object props alone to complete quests is ultimately just a moment of good fortune. What should I do when I come across a quest that I can't rely on these? What should I do when I encounter someone who really wants to kill me and can't be defeated? With so many galaxies to sift through, there must be countless missions. The number of people coming in would be equally astronomical. Tough missions, powerful people, there must be countless. It's just that I haven't been exposed to them yet. Thanks to that woman, I was made aware of it. So, I have to change. Took a deep breath. As the countdown was about to end, Li Xiaoshui took a deep breath. Let's begin. Li Xiaoshui started the sparring match. This was the first battle back in the gladiatorial arena. Winning 3 consecutive victories over the prisoners without utilizing the martial artist's ability was difficult for Li Xiaoshui. And, the first time he faced such an opponent with the purpose of learning mentality, facing the successive attacks, Li Xiaoshui didn't learn anything at all, and was always tired of dealing with them, was in a sorry state, was traumatized, and almost died at the hands of MOMO. In the end, he also had to rely on the devouring insects and barely won the battle. But such a battle was not without any effect. After learning from the experience, after 2 days, and then facing a new opponent, he was not as wretched as the last fight. Even in the successive times of jousting afterward, getting used to the fact that his vision was always on the lookout for his opponent's subtle movements rather than his ego when Li Xiaoshui realized that his vision had become wider and his thinking more calm. Coupled with the enhanced perception, his opponent's movements became sluggish. Li Xiaoshui could at least conduct a measured study while ensuring that he was not injured. He stabilized. Of course, there was no winning streak. Li Xiaoshui had found a way to always not have to face powerful opponents quickly. The gladiatorial arena, the limit for each fight was 10 minutes. Once the 10 minutes were up, the winner would be chosen from the situation and the wounds. For this reason, Li Xiaoshui deliberately kept his winning streak to a maximum of 4 matches. He didn't want to go on a winning streak, nor could he do so. The first thing that was needed was to adapt to the level of opponents with low winning streaks. After that, then slowly move up. In the midst of non-stop fighting and learning. In a flash of time, it was 21 days that had passed. More than the time spent in the 100th underground floor. Together with the rest time gained from the injuries, right now, Li Xiaoshui's battle stats were 14 wins, 4 losses. 21 days in multiple battles was a really long period of time for Li Xiaoshui. Right now, the exposed parts of his body were full of various wounds and scars, both old and new, and his image was disheveled and scattered. But similarly, like those prisoners, after a long battle, his body naturally began to emanate a certain stern aura. Those eyes, in the darkness of the cage, were even brighter, as if in a 1,000-meter deep pool of water, clear, crisp, and calm. Originally, it's also possible to use Nianli in this way. This can explode twice as much power. At this moment, Li Xiaoshui was lying on the damp straw pile of the cage, pondering over the last battle, with indescribable exhilaration in his eyes. Compared to the opponents who had always been martial artists, in the last fight, Li Xiaoshui encountered a nihilist. For Li Xiaoshui, this battle was troublesome right from the start. Even though under these 21 days of fighting, his Nianli had undergone growth, becoming level 5, and his combat experience had enriched, but he did not have the experience to deal with a Nianli master. And the opponent had. And the opponent's Nianli level, sequence, were higher than his. He was suffering a good deal. Regarding the combat methods of Nianli masters, Li Xiaoshui had found the knowledge on Blue Star's forums and groped himself. The person who posted the Nianli master's combat method was not a Nianli master at all, and only used some videos of Nianli master's combat. Li Xiaoshui had never been formally instructed and educated on the specific combat methods of Nian Li. The end of this battle had benefited him greatly. The body can rely on muscles, bones to generate power. I actually couldn't imagine that Nian Li could rely on will, spiritual power to superimpose. Li Xiaoshui muttered to himself. The smile grew brighter and brighter. It seems that I no longer need to keep 3 to 4 consecutive victories over level opponents. The battle experience at this stage is of no use to me. Luo. Suddenly, the ape warden knocked on the door. My turn? Li Xiaoshui asked. Right. The orangutan prison guard laughed. These days, Li Xiaoshui was sort of familiar with this orangutan prison guard. Although it was the relationship between a prisoner and a prison guard, it was considered a familiarization. Your chance to go out, don't you need it? The ape prison guard asked. Going out? Forget it, there's no need. Li Xiaoshui shook his head. Then it's a pity for you. Going out is not good, you can bump into some favors. The ape prison guard said. Li Xiaoshui was helpless. What benefits did he need? The gladiatorial arena, he had gained enough. In these 21 days, even if he shared the points equally with Pu Xing, he had saved another 1,000 or so points. Plus with every victory, he was able to collect the weapons, armor worn by his opponents. Now that he would Virtual City, he was able to exchange several thousand points. However, Li Xiaoshui had no thoughts of rejoicing. The gladiatorial arena has exchange camps. I didn't realize until I looked at it that for a level 3 mystical item, it costs 2,500 points. Li Xiaoshui was a little bitter when he remembered this. Level 1 mysterious object, 100 points. Level 1 mysterious object, 500 points. Level 3 mysteries, 2,500 points. Doubling was too exaggerated. When I return to the Virtual City, I will definitely be able to advance to Sequence 1. But Sequence 2, I'm afraid it will be difficult. It wasn't that there weren't enough points to buy mystic items. Thinking about selling some, it would be enough. Mainly he was here, 21 days, learned a lot of knowledge that he didn't pay attention to in the forum. Generally speaking, Sequence 1 advanced to Sequence 2 without much trouble. It could be said that Sequence 0 advancement to Sequence 2 are very easy, only need mysterious objects. Sequence 3, on the other hand, starts with materials. Mysteries alone? Not enough. It needs to be paired with expensive materials. And for him to advance to Sequence 1, he needs a level 2 mystic. From Sequence 1 to Sequence 2, I'm afraid he'll need a level 3 mystic. If he had to match the materials, then the points were really not enough. Forget it, don't think much, prepare for the next game. Li Xiaoshui stopped his thoughts in this regard. The shouts of the mountains and seas came. Walking into the arena to this scene, Li Xiaoshui had long been accustomed to it. As the commentator's introduction was completed and the countdown began, Li Xiaoshui looked towards the rough, short-haired man in black armor in front of him. A newcomer with 4 consecutive wins? Then let's win him so that I can directly reach 6 consecutive wins and match the next level of opponent. Li Xiaoshui smiled. The group of 6 to 8 consecutive wins could be much stronger than the group of 1 to 5 consecutive wins. This was a class difference. His current strength, at 1 to 5 consecutive victories, would no longer have much to gain. It was time to move on to the next level of opponents. When he was able to stabilize to the level of 7 to 8 consecutive victories, he would complete his mission and leave. It was wise to see the good things come to an end. 10 consecutive victories was too difficult. When he encountered an opponent whose strength far exceeded his, he was afraid that he would be killed. After all, after 7 to 8 consecutive wins, the opponents that appeared would be so strong that he couldn't control the situation. Up until now, in this mission, he had already gained a lot. It wasn't worth taking any more risks. 12 wins. Lost 4 games? The rough man sneered, disdainful. Well, just entering the gladiatorial arena, for consecutive wins without a single loss, very impressive. Li Xiaoshui's expression was calm, although he was confident, he knew that he couldn't help but be arrogant. Battle. Begin. The final voice of the commentary fell. The rugged short man's power burst out, his body was like transforming into a black beast, swiftly rushing towards Li Xiaoshui. Li Xiaoshui gently waved his hand in midair. 2 daggers stabbed at the rugged man from 2 directions, blocking his attack route. Troublesome nihilist. The rough man sank his face and shifted his direction. But just as he moved, the stones and broken sand beneath him immediately twisted into a stone cage, locking him in all 4 directions. The rough man hurriedly slammed his fist down, trying to smash out the exit. The stone prison shook slightly, only bursting a little. The strength was not enough. The rough man was anxious, purple light floated out from his body, and 2 large hands that materialized simultaneously pushed up this 4-sided cage. How did you smash through? My Nianli burst was strengthened, reducing the quantity and strengthening the quality, more defensive effect. Without a martial artist level of 10, without spending some time, can you smash through? Li Xiaoshui looked indifferent and did not waste any time. A few more daggers appeared. In mid-air. 5 daggers from the east, west, south, north and south of the cage, in the air, in 5 directions, stabbed at the trapped rugged man. Terrified, the rugged man quickly curled up, wrapping his body and protecting his vitals. The dagger quickly passed through his limbs, blood splattering. The dagger then turns around sharply again and cuts through his body once more. As the rugged man screamed in agony, his arms and legs came loose beyond his control. Several of his exposed tendons and hamstrings were cut, and he was unable to maneuver his limbs anymore. Winning so many matches, of the weapons, the biggest gain, are these daggers. Although there is no stealth effect. However, the damage is high and there are a lot of them. It's very suitable for nimble masters. Li Xiaoshui said silently. He didn't attack anymore. Li Xiaoshui retrieved the dagger and said, "Be good and lie down for 10 minutes. I don't want to kill you." Too weak. Making it unnecessary for him to kill. No. I should say, it was that he had gotten too strong. Earlier, the 3 consecutive victories of Adamant made it impossible for him to be hostile and break his defenses. Now, an opponent with 4 consecutive victories was easily solved. Incorporating battle experience into his own nimbus, the power of his nimbus, paired with battle experience, as long as he was willing, at this level, he wouldn't lose a single game. This was the harvest of sharpening. Spending 21 days? Worth it. Very worth it. Obtaining victory, Li Xiaoshui naturally went to Pu Xing's place to collect the point reward. This had become a habit. These days, the dealings behind the scenes with Pu Xing had made the relationship between the two not as hard as the rest. Once he entered, Li Xiaoshui directly found the sofa and sat down. 6 consecutive wins. Your opponent in the next match is not going to be easy to handle. Ordinary smiled. How many points for this trip? Li Xiaoshui asked. After deductions, there's still 150. Pu Xing said the stakes of the gladiatorial fight after your 6 consecutive victories are high. The points may still be able to double quite a bit. Li Xiaoshui grabbed a drink and nodded. By the way, don't you use your outing opportunity? Among the inmates, you're one of the rare ones who don't use it. It just so happens that I have a reward worth 400 points here, take it or not? Pu Xing asked. Li Xiaoshui frowned. Bounty? Looks like it's those populace outside the Star Prison, giving out bounties to Star Prison inmates. It's very common. Forget it, not interested. I'm not that bad at points right now. Li Xiaoshui shook his head. He didn't want to risk his life by doing something other than a mission. 400 points, it would be a hell of a thing to not want to die. Right now, he didn't have sequence 1. His points were not exchanged for strength. There were many people who died under the inflated impulse. Everything has to be stable. Steady until the end of this mission. Yes, Li Xiaoshui cut a lot of corners. He knew very well that in this mission, he was reminded at the beginning that the prisoners in the gladiator arena have the opportunity to go out. The mission would not appear for nothing. So, there would definitely be certain events that would happen. Touching danger, getting stronger, getting treasures, etc. etc. But for Li Xiaoshui, who had accomplished the secret of the mission and had gained something in the ring, the extra risks, there was no need for them. I always remind myself that I'm only sequence 0. Sequence 0. Characteristics, not aids. Characteristics is something as important as combat ability. Must wait until sequence 1. If you die, it's a big loss. After that, another month passed. This mission, counting from the time Li Xiaoshui came in, had spent 2 months. It was incomparably long. Li Xiaoshui could have left, but how could he give up the gains he had made in the S-class? The 100 underground floors had the value of blood mines. The gladiatorial arena couldn't be for show either. It was clearly the value of giving them enhanced combat experience and abilities. Both aspects, he wanted both. In this month's time, Li Xiaoshui had basically hovered at the stage of 6 to 7 consecutive victories in battle. As soon as the opponents with 1 to 5 consecutive victories, and the 6 to 7 consecutive victories opponents came into contact, Li Xiaoshui immediately sensed the gap. At the most basic level, it was the gap in physical level. In the 1 to 5 streak, the physical level of a martial artist was basically below 10. Those who reached 6 consecutive victories were basically above 10. The wealth of experience was even more incomparable. As in the case of Li Xiaoshui, who had fought more than a dozen matches in a month of 1 to 5 groping. 6 consecutive victories or more, at least all of them were inmates who had survived several months in the Star Prison, and most of them had a record of more than 50 matches. Even if they didn't have the strength to crush him, the incomparably rich combat experience was again difficult for Li Xiaoshui to cope with. Adapting to it took him quite some time. However, Li Xiaoshui was looking forward to such opponents that could bring more growth. It was also such opponents that the martial combat ability that had been facing weak opponents that couldn't have the effect of sharpening was finally given a chance. Relying on this month's honing, he could use his abilities more flexibly. It's time to call it a day. I'm satisfied with the progress I've made now. On the gladiator ring, Li Xiaoshui's battle for the day finally ended. Luo lost. His second time facing an opponent with 8 consecutive wins, unfortunately. A regrettable defeat. The 10-minute time limit was reached, and he was awarded a loss. Guile won the match. Although it was a miserable victory, Li Xiaoshui slowly fell from mid-air. In a serious injury situation, he had to take healing medicines. Although it was forbidden to use it during the battle was over and recovery was allowed. He lost this fight. However, this situation was expected by Li Xiaoshui. His strength was barely comparable to an 8 consecutive victories level opponent. Even if he were to fight 7 consecutive victories, it would be a struggle for him to win. Li Xiaoshui realized that in these recent matches, it was obvious that his strength had temporarily reached its upper limit. There was no way to make a large amount of progress in a short period of time. It was very simple. It was the same as an adult who knew nothing about anything going to do a construction job, in the beginning, to carry out a large amount of training. That's a lot of useful knowledge to draw on for sure. In a short time, it's easy to go from 0 to 1. But to go deeper, from 1 to 2, that would take time to sink in. He who didn't know anything about it, his ego's groping, to the current large amount of battlefield experience, basically full. Maybe if I go through a few more months of battles like this, I can improve again. But continuing for a few more months, it's not worth it. Li Xiaoshui analyzed with great emotion. Moreover, it seemed that the gap between him and these was not just in terms of combat skills, physical quality, characteristic mystical objects. As for what it was, he was unable to figure it out for the time being. Leaving the gladiatorial arena, Li Xiaoshui went to find Pu Xing under the leadership of the 8 prison guard. Why did you come over? There's no reward for you losing today. Pu Xing was a little surprised to see that it was Li Xiaoshui. I want to submit my mission and leave this place, Li Xiaoshui said. Pu Xing was stunned and frowned. You should know that you can only leave after 10 consecutive victories. You haven't reached 8 consecutive victories over. Now. Saying that, Pu Xing paused. Puzzled. You wouldn't be bored to say such words. Li Xiaoshui said I have 100 pounds of blood ore. Pu Xing froze. Really? Li Xiaoshui laughed. How could I swindle you? I originally wanted to leave with 10 consecutive victories. Only now I realize that with my caliber, I can't reach 10 consecutive victories if I continue. Pu Xing looked at Li Xiaoshui incredulously. How long have you only been down there, and you were able to dig up so many blood mines? Li Xiaoshui smiled. Some of its own secrets. Pu Xing stared at Li Xiaoshui with an odd expression and seemed to have quite a few ideas. But he didn't pursue it further, and was saying you've made a lot of progress in the gladiatorial arena. I think it's possible for you to win 10 consecutive victories for a while longer. It's dangerous. Today, if I didn't rely on my Nianli to levitate and dodge the attacks, I would have died. A small life is more important, Li Xiaoshui said. Although most of what Li Xiaoshui said was false, this last one was at least true. Unable to improve for a short period of time, it was also dangerous. It was time to leave. Seeing Li Xiaoshui say this, Pu Xing nodded and did not ask for more. It has been a pleasure working with you for this period of time, and you have also helped me earn a lot of points. If you want to leave, I naturally won't force you to stay. In this way, later I will have someone send you to Elmwood's place. You will hand over the blood mine to her and automatically leave the mission. Li Xiaoshui nodded with a smile, sat down, and began to wait. Have you taken 100 pounds of blood ore yet? Suddenly, Pu Xing asked. Li Xiaoshui shook his head. No. Pu Xing said meaningfully. Really? That's quite a pity. The low sequence ate that thing. It could have gotten heavenly benefits. Li Xiaoshui's heart twitched, but he did not ask. He knew that baring his chest to anyone he didn't trust was a dangerous thing to do. Is that so? Unfortunately, compared to this benefit, I still want to leave alive. The reward of the mission is more important to me, Li Xiaoshui replied. At the same time, he was slightly relieved inside. If Pu Xing had said so, then this 100 pounds of blood ore had not been eaten in vain. Knock knock. Suddenly, a knock sounded on the door. Come in. It was the 8 prison guard. You take Luo down to Elmwood, Pu Xing said. Yes. The orangutan prison guard took it oddly. Goodbye Supervisor Pu, Li Xiaoshui said. Pu Xing smiled. I hope that one day, I will see you again. I hope. Li Xiaoshui nodded. Just as Li Xiaoshui was about to step out of Pu Xing's door, suddenly, his body froze. What? Pu Xing asked. The orangutan prison guard also cast a curious gaze. Li Xiaoshui came back to his senses and held back his inner joy. Nothing. It's fine. Let's go. In the virtual pocket, the devouring worm hatched and reproduced. After the devouring insect obtained the reproduction trait, Li Xiaoshui was always looking forward to the devouring insect giving birth. But in the S-rank mission, for a month or so, the birth of pups never appeared. Until 10 or so days ago, he happened to look at the virtual pocket, noticed the appearance of 2 small red blood cocoons on the ground, and after checking, he realized that the phagocytes had finally given birth. The 2 evolved phage insects had each reproduced 1. After this, he would observe the virtual pocket from time to time, waiting for the phage insects to hatch successfully. Now, suddenly, he saw that the insect eggs that he had waited for a long time had hatched and climbed out of the cocoon, floating in midair. Li Xiaoshuai's mouth was almost crooked with laughter. These were 2 phage insects, exactly the same as the evolved phage insects. He had 5 new phage insects. If this were to multiply indefinitely, wouldn't an army of devouring insects be just around the corner? In a beautiful fantasy, Li Xiaoshuai walked down towards the 100th floor along with the 8th prison guard. It's rare for you to come up and go down again. The 8th prison guard looked at Li Xiaoshuai inexplicably. Li Xiaoshuai did not explain much. You'll know when the time comes. Alright, but I advise you not to go down for the time being. The underground is killing us lately, too many people have died. The 8th prison guard lamented. Is that so? Li Xiaoshuai was silent. It seemed that he was really on the right track. Coming to the 95th floor. The familiar high temperature came from below.